Chapter 51 Secret Operation, Cruel World. Except for Yagyu, there are 23 candidates who passed the second exam. Among these 23 people, only 6 are not Konoha ninjas, and the rest are all Konoha genin. First, the 12 little strong men occupy 12 places. Because of Kaiba Inyazuka, his 2 teammates also passed the second exam, so there are 14 places. And Kabuto Yakushi and his teammates are undercovers planted by Orochimaru in Konoha, and they occupy another 3 places. The Sound Ninja trio has been killed by Yagyu, but there are still 3 Sound Ninjas in the Sound Ninja village who passed the second exam. Obviously, during these 5 days, Kabuto Yakushi has known about the death of Toss and others, and told Orochimaru. These 3 Sound Ninjas were planted by Kabuto Yakushi or Orochimaru. The purpose is to allow Orochimaru to appear here openly. After all, the Sound Trio had not come back to report, and Orochimaru didn't know whether Uchiha Sasuke had used the power of the curse seal, or whether he liked the gift he gave, so he came to see Uchiha Sasuke's reaction. The 12 little warriors, Yagyu and Inyazuka Kaiba's 2 teammates, Kabuto Yakushi and his teammates, 3 Sound Ninjas, and Gaara's 3 siblings, exactly 24 people. Ahem. I'm the chief examiner of this exam, Gekko Hayate. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his speech, Gekko Hayate appeared in an instant with a form, but the dark circles under his eyes and his weak appearance made the examinees doubt his identity as a jonin. Moonlight Gale didn't pay attention to their looks, but pointed to the big screen on the wall and said, "Your names will be displayed on the screen, and then a random match will be made. Those whose names are displayed will stay, and the rest will go to the second floor stands to wait. Before the elimination round begins, I want to confirm whether any of you choose to give up." As soon as Moonlight Gale finished speaking, Kabuto Yakushi, who was hiding in the crowd, stood up and raised his hand and said, "I choose to give up." "Your name is?" "Kabuto Yakushi. I know, you can leave." Moonlight Gale glanced at the form in his hand, then nodded, crossed out Kabuto Yakushi's name, and said, "If one person chooses to give up, then I give up too." "Me too." At this time, 2 Otonin suddenly stood up and also chose to give up. Seeing this scene, many jonins looked strange. However, after seeing the bandages on the 2 Otonins, a flash of realization flashed through their eyes. They didn't know much about this village that had just been established not long ago. Judging from the appearance of these 2 Otonin, they should be very weak. Being able to get here is already their limit. The 2 Otonin's waiver also helped Kabuto Yakushi to divert a lot of attention. "I know, you can all leave." Moonlight Gale crossed out 2 names again and said, 3 people waved, and there are 21 remaining candidates. If no one gives up, I will announce the start of the elimination round. Moonlight Gale deliberately waited for a few seconds, and when he saw that no one gave up, he took out the intercom and notified the invigilator in the backstage, "Let's start." Shua. The big screen on the wall lit up instantly. The names of the 21 Yagyu appeared on the screen one after another. When everyone's name was displayed, a huge VS appeared. One name after another kept flashing on both sides of the VS. After a while, 2 names were fixed, which were Uchiha Sasuke vs Akido Kai. Seeing these 2 names, Yagyu smiled in his heart. They said it was a random match, but it was clearly a secret operation. If Uchiha Sasuke's name was not in the first game, Yagyu might still think that the original work was just a coincidence. But now it is the same as the original work, which means that it was deliberately arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen, in order to let Uchiha Sasuke go down to seal the Heaven's Curse seal as soon as possible. Uchiha Sasuke and Akido Kai stay, and everyone else please go to the second floor stand to wait. As the sound of Moonlight Gale fell, Yagyu and others walked up to the stands and came to the side of the instructor. Yui Kurane gave Yagyu and the other 2 a thumbs up again and said with a smile, "Well done, after this exam, the teacher will treat you to barbecue." Thanks to Hinata's white eyes and Shino's bugs, we don't need to find the target and the center tower. Yagyu smiled. Hinata smiled shyly, and Abarame Shino said lightly, "Yagyu's illusion is the key. Don't be modest, the 3 of you performed very well." Yui Kurane patted Yagyu and Abarame Shino's shoulders, then put her arm around Hinata's shoulders and said with a smile, "Watch the game first, see the gap between you and others, and understand the opponent's ability in advance." "Yes." The 3 Yagyu nodded in response, and then either stood or lay on the handrails of the stands, looking at Uchiha Sasuke and Akidown armor standing facing each other below. Akao Down Armor is Kabuto Yakushi's teammate, one of Orochimaru's undercovers in Konoha. What a coincidence, Orochimaru's chess piece just matched Uchiha Sasuke. Yagyu couldn't help but laugh secretly, worthy of being a master and disciple. The two of them intervened in this match very tacitly. The battle started quickly, but it ended quickly. Like the original, Uchiha Sasuke was temporarily unable to use the power of the Sharingan because of the curse seal, and could only fight Akadown armor with the basics of the ninja school. But because Akadown armor has chakra absorption, Uchiha Sasuke, who was already weak due to the torture of the curse seal, could not defeat Akadown armor for a while. Copper armor. Just when the curse seal was about to spread, Uchiha Sasuke suppressed the curse seal with his will and defeated the red copper armor with his own lion combo. It seems that when Team 7 was in the complex building, they still met Might Guy's team, and when they left the complex building, they were taught a lesson by Xiao Li. Seeing that Uchiha Sasuke defeated the red copper armor without the curse seal, Orochimaru became more greedy for this container. After the battle, Uchiha Sasuke was taken away by Hitaki Kakashi to the secret room to seal the curse seal. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru also left quietly. The screen flickered again, and the name of the second round of duel was quickly frozen. Aberame Shino vs Takuto. It's over. The opponent is not Naruto. This time I'm definitely eliminated. A wailing sound suddenly sounded from the other side of the stands. The civilian teammate next to Inuzuka Kaiba held his head with both hands and shouted. Hearing this, Naruto immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "Hey, what do you mean by this?" Takuto did not respond to Naruto, but with the encouragement of Kaiba Inuzuka and another female teammate, he bravely faced Shino Aberame. The result of this battle was naturally that Shino Aberame won easily. Unless a civilian ninja is loved by the instructor, or promoted to Chunin to get the village's investment, or uses merit to exchange for ninjutsu scrolls, it would be good if he can learn 1 or 2 ninjutsu from the instructor in this life. And the chakra amount of civilian ninjas is pitifully small. In the original work, Uchiha Sasuke only used a sea-level fire escape, the Great Fireball technique, which surprised Hitaki Kakashi. At this age, civilian ninjas do not even have the chakra to use sea-level ninjutsu. Facing Shino Aberame, who has been trained by her family since childhood and can use various insect secrets, Takuto was not killed instantly, which means Shino Aberame was letting him go. This world where bloodline is supreme is so cruel. Chapter 52 Hinata and Yagyu's opponents, the duel of the chief students. After Aberame Shino won, the list of the third round of duels came out soon. Sumimizu vs Kankuro. Like Akadokai, Sumimizu is also an undercover agent planted by Orochimaru in Konoha, and is one of the 2 teammates of Kabuto Yakushi. It's just that this undercover agent doesn't seem to be very smart. When fighting with Kankuro, he used software transformation unscrupulously, and his body could stretch freely like a snake. People who don't know Orochimaru may not see anything wrong. But people who know Orochimaru better, see the shadow of Orochimaru in Sumimizu. For example, Orochimaru's disciple, Mitarashi Anko. And Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if Sumimizu wins, he should be waiting for the torture department. Unfortunately, he is not Kankuro's opponent. At the beginning of the software transformation, it caused a little trouble for Kanjuro. But as his ability was understood and he had no new moves, Kanjuro quickly defeated him with a puppet. The 5th round of the duel, Nara Shikamaru vs Todoroki. Todoroki was the only Otoshi who did not give up. However, before Nara Shikamaru went down, the Otoshi raised his hand and said, "I give up." Hearing this, many people cast strange eyes at him. Some suspicious people even had a trace of scrutiny in their eyes. There is no way, this person is too suspicious. He didn't give up just now, but he gave up now. What is he doing? The Otoshi ignored the eyes of these big men, raised his hand to give up, and quickly left here. The mission of him and his companions was just to cover for Orochimaru and Lord Kabuto. Now that Lord Orochimaru's goal has been achieved, there is naturally no need to stay here. After all, their strength is far inferior to Lord Toss and others. Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding a pipe in his hand, whispered to a special jonin next to him, "Go check these Otonin and their guiding jonin." Yes. As the Otonin gave up, the name on the screen flashed again. At the same time, a figure quietly appeared on the second floor stand. It was Hitaki Kakashi who had helped Uchiha Sasuke seal the curse. He did not report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had just met Orochimaru in the secret room. Instead, he told Naruto and Sakura about Uchiha Sasuke's situation, and watched the next duel with the two students. When the list of the 6th round of duels was fixed, no one noticed that the pupils of Yagyu, who was lying on the armrest, suddenly shrank to the limit under the lenses of the contact lenses. How is this possible? The list of the 6th round of duels was Hinata Hyuga vs Yumiko. Yumiko was not unfamiliar to Yagyu, and the 3 Hinata girls, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Koji, were not unfamiliar to her either. Before Hinata joined the Yagyu circle, Yumiko was Sakura's desk mate. This is not the key. The main reason why Yagyu's pupils shrank was why Hinata's opponent was Yumiko. It is not difficult to see from Uchiha Sasuke vs Akudop Kai that the random matches on the screen are all operated behind the scenes, whether in the original or now. The original Sakura vs Ino may be a coincidence. But there are 2 duels that are definitely arranged deliberately. These 2 duels are Uchiha Sasuke vs Akudop Kai, and Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Niji. As the only remaining wealthy family in Konoha, the Hyuga clan has become the most valued ninja clan by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it were not for the fact that it is difficult for this clan to have a cage level, and at the same time knowing that it is the weakest wealthy family in Konoha, and has always been a supporter of the Hokage lineage since the establishment of Konoha, the Hyuga clan would definitely be suppressed by the Konoha high level, and the treatment is not much better than that of the Uchiha clan. Since the birth of the bird in the cage, the Hyuga clan has always had the most outstanding heirs of the main family, and will be the strongest in the future. But in this generation, a genius appeared in the branch family, who was the top student of the 59th class of Konoha and the best genin of the 59th class of Konoha. In the original work, Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged Hinata vs Hyuga Niji, the purpose of which was to observe whether the Hyuga clan of this generation was the best in the main family or the branch family. But now, Hinata's opponent is not Hyuga Niji. Is it a coincidence that Hinata in the original work was matched with Hyuga Niji? The only real secret operation was Uchiha Sasuke vs Red Copper Armor. Although he felt extremely confused, Yagyu still smiled and encouraged Hinata, "Hinata, come on." Yet, Hinata nodded with a smile, and then walked down. Coincidentally, she and Yumiko were in the same stand. When the 2 girls went down together, Yumiko whispered to Hinata, "Hinata, give me some face." Hinata nodded seriously, "Yes, I will." Hinata was very grateful to Yumiko. If she hadn't been willing to exchange seats with her, her relationship with Ino and Sakura would never have reached the current level. She was able to get the friendship she longed for and get in such close contact with the person she loved, thanks to Yumiko's help. So, Hinata decided to go easy on Yumiko. When the battle started, Hinata did not open her Byakugan, nor did she use her soft fist to deal with Yumiko. Instead, she used the basics of the ninja school to fight Yumiko as an apprentice ninja. During the period, Yumiko did not use any ninjutsu except the 3 bodies. It's not that the instructor hasn't taught it yet, it should be that she hasn't learned it yet. After fighting for more than 20 rounds, Hinata appeared behind Yumiko in an instant, put a kunai against her neck, and ended the battle. Seeing Hinata's performance, Hyuga Niji of the Might Guy team frowned, and he was even more displeased with this young lady. Why did she let Hinata win when she could have ended the fight quickly? As the eldest daughter of the main family, she actually fought with a civilian genin like this. Doesn't she know that she is embarrassing the family? In his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. This kindness to one's own people is precious for the children of the ninja clan. If the Hyuga clan is inherited by Hyuga Hinata in the future, there will be no threat to the Konoha high-level officials for at least the next few decades. When Hinata returned to the stands, the name on the screen flashed again. Before Yagyu congratulated Hinata, a lot of eyes gathered on him, including Yui Kurane and Aberame Shino next to him, and Hinata who had returned. On the big screen, it was clearly displayed. Yagyu vs Hyuga Niji. Seeing Yagyu's surprised expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking with a pipe in his hand, couldn't help but smile. Just as Yagyu thought, this random match was indeed a secret operation. When seeing the list of people who passed the second exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen did have the idea of observing the heirs of the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. But after seeing Yagyu's name, he suddenly changed his mind and wanted to see the duel between the chief student of this year and the chief student of the previous year. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to take this opportunity to see the potential of Yagyu, a civilian genius. If Hyuga Niji wins, the duel between the main family and the branch family will be arranged in the official match of the third exam. If Yagyu wins, it means that he is worth training and can be invested in, so that the Hokage lineage will have another mainstay in the future. This arrangement is simply a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 53 No More Pretending, Showdown, I am Senju Yagyu. Yagyu was indeed very surprised. The previous second, he was still wondering whether Hinata vs Hyuga Niji in the original work was a coincidence, but the next second, he was matched with Hyuga Niji. There is no doubt that Yagyu was not wrong. The matching in the original work was indeed a secret operation, and it is the same now. It trademark s just that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't trademark t want to watch the duel between the main family and the branch family heirs of the Hyuga clan, but wanted to watch the duel between the chief students. So, Yagyu calmed down, nodded to the 8th team who cheered him up, and then appeared in the hall in an instant. Yagyu, come on. Don't show mercy just because he's Hinata's clansman, beat him up. Ino's shouts resounded throughout the venue, and she didn't care about the glances coming at her. Sakura and Hinata were very envious of this. Shy Hinata and ladylike Sakura didn't have the courage to do such a thing, so they could only cheer for Yagyu in their hearts. This boy is so lucky. Asuma Sarutobi lit a cigarette and murmured with envy, can you really do whatever you want just because you're handsome? From the ninja school to now, he hasn't even caught up with Kurane Ui. Yagyu, however, can be surrounded by 3 beautiful and cute girls, and the relationship between the 3 girls is very good. If it were anyone else, Asuma Sarutobi would definitely suspect that their friendship was fake. But Ino was his student, and Asuma Sarutobi already knew her character and knew very well that she wasn't pretending. How did Yagyu stay so stable? Bun open. Hinata Niji, who came down from the stands, suddenly opened his Byakugan. However, he did not make a soft fist start, nor did he attack Yagyu immediately, but looked at Yagyu's body. As expected. After a few seconds, Hyuga Niji said slowly, as if it was what I expected, when I was in ninja school, I was very curious. How could you, a commoner without any individual guidance, overpower the heirs of the major ninja clans, and how could you use B-level water escape in the 5th grade? Logically speaking, your identity has already determined your fate, and there is no way to reverse it. But you did the impossible, as if you broke fate. Now it seems that you did not break fate, but you were able to overpower them and keep the position of the top student, which was the arrangement of fate. Hyuga Niji raised his hand and pointed at Yagyu, saying, your chakra is at least dozens of times mine. Except for the yellow-haired guy and the guy with a gourd on his back from the sand village, even the chakra of the Hokage cannot be compared with yours. What? Hearing this, the faces of the genin and the major jonin in the stands changed. Then many jonins who were good at perception or had special means sensed Yagyu's chakra. Then, their eyes were full of horror. What a powerful chakra, at least dozens of times more than mine. He seems to be a student of Ui Kurane, what a treasure. Hitaki Kakashi also lifted his forehead protector, revealing his 3 Magatama Sharingan and looking at Yagyu, and said in amazement, with such chakra, and this hair color and eye color, he can't be. The exclamation of the jonins came to his ears. Sarutobi Hiruzen held a pipe in his hand, exhaled a puff of smoke from his mouth, stared at Yagyu below through the mist, and was full of surprise. Like, so much alike. Looking at Yagyu, who remained calm, Hyuga Niji continued, it is recorded in history books that in order to connect the major clans with the common people, the Senju clan made a large number of clan members give up their surnames and integrate into Konoha. Over the past few decades, the Senju clan has been Konoha, and Konoha has been the Senju clan. Silver hair, red eyes, amazing chakra, your features are almost identical to the 2nd generation Hokage. If nothing unexpected happens, you are a descendant of the Senju clan, and you have awakened the physique of the Senju clan in the previous generation. That's why you have been able to suppress Uchiha Sasuke all the time to the heirs of the major ninja clans. Hiss. Almost at the moment when Hyuga Niji finished speaking, all the Konoha jonin in the stands couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. All the doubts just now were instantly cleared up like the clouds and fog were cleared away. Silver hair, red eyes, and this chakra, this feature is indeed the same as the 2nd generation. Is he a descendant of the Senju clan? No wonder he became the top student of this class, and it happened to be such a special class. I don't know how strong he is. Oi. Ui Kurane also realized it belatedly and murmured, no wonder Yagyu can use such a powerful water escape ninjutsu in a waterless environment, so that trademark SY. Iajiho-kun. Hinata also looked at Yagyu with her beautiful eyes wide open, feeling an unspeakable surprise in her heart. If Yagyu is really from the Senju clan, then she might really be able to be with Yagyu, and her father and clan elders would not stop her. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan, they and the Senju clan are one of the two major clans that established Konoha. But in the eyes of those ninja clans, the Senju clan is the founder of Konoha, and the Uchiha clan is just a loser, the last ninja clan to be defeated by Senju Hashirama. So in their eyes, and the eyes of the daimyo, the Senju clan is the orthodox. This is also the reason why Tsunade can immediately succeed the position of the 5th Hokage after returning to the village, and Shimura Danzo has no desire to compete. There is no way to compete, and there is no way to compete. If Yagyu is really a descendant of the Senju clan, then his identity and status will be completely different from before. At that time, he will not need to let Ino go to the Hyuga clan, and he can go to the Hyuga clan to find Hinata. The previous Yagyu went to find Hinata, which was like a toad wanting to eat swan meat, and he didn't know his own weight. If Yagyu, a descendant of the Senju clan, went to find Hinata, it would be a perfect match, a golden boy and a jade girl, a perfect match. In this ninja world still ruled by aristocratic masters, it is so double standard and feudal. Your speculation is very interesting, but unfortunately there is no evidence. Yagyu smiled and said, but I am very happy, because my idol is the second Hokage. After saying that, Yagyu slowly raised his index and middle fingers and said, as a fellow Konoha ninja, please give me some advice. I firmly believe in my speculation, this is fate. Haiganiji also raised his index and middle fingers, and said with a face full of fighting spirit, your defeat is also fate. After making the seal of opposition, Haiganiji immediately made a soft fist start. But the next second, he and all the ninjas on the stands all changed their expressions. I saw that Yagyu did not put down his raised index and middle fingers, but quickly changed the hand seal. Single hand seal. Then, Yagyu took a deep breath, his cheeks puffed up, and shouted, water escape, waterfall technique. Like opening a dam, Yagyu spits out a stream of water toward the ground, and then the moisture in the air gathers, causing the water to grow rapidly, rising like a wave, forming a huge water wall that is higher than the stands, and like the hand of the sea god, it slaps down on the tiny Haiganiji. Chapter 54 Shocking the whole audience, Sarutobi Hiruzen's excitement. Kaiten. Looking at the falling waves, Haiganiji's eyes widened, and he didn't even have time to shock Yagyu's one-handed seal. He quickly rotated and released chakra from various acupuncture points in his body, using the Bagwapam Kaiten that only the main family was qualified to learn, but he learned it with his own talent. A huge hemispherical energy shield immediately appeared. It's not that Haiganiji wants to use Kaiten for defense, but he has to. Yagyu's one-handed seal was so fast that no one could react at all. And the water escape technique was too exaggerated. The water wave, which was higher than the stands, would definitely fill the entire hall. Haiganiji had no way to dodge. As soon as the energy shield was formed, the water wave hit the rotating hemisphere heavily. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the amazing water flow surged and spread around, immediately filling the entire hall, forcing Moonlight Gale to return to the second-floor stands in an instant. Just when the water level was about to rise to the stands, the water flow seemed to break through something and rushed to other places on the first floor of the tower. Yagyu gathered chakra with his feet, stood on the surging water, squatted and inserted his palm into the water. A small vortex appeared, and the water flow rotated upward, wrapping around Yagyu's forearm like a snake. As the water level dropped rapidly, the energy shield that was not broken by the waves was still spinning at high speed. But everyone's eyes were not on the energy shield, but on Yagyu's palm. I saw that Yagyu's palm had been holding a water javelin at some point. Looking at this water javelin, the pupils of the Jonin in the stands all shrank. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hotaki Kakashi were shocked. Might Guy no longer looked carefree, and was about to take the initiative to help Haiganiji admit defeat. Unfortunately, he was still a step slower. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air resounded throughout the venue. Yagyu jumped high and threw the water javelin in his hand. Like a meteor flash, the high-speed rotating energy shield shattered instantly with a click. The body-spun Haiganiji was spinning and fell to the ground. Beside him, there was a water spear formed by water flow, and the spear head and the spear body were sunk into the ground. The next second, the water spear exploded. The terrifying suction force, like an invisible big hand, grabbed Haiganiji's body and spun it at high speed in the air. The moisture in the air gathered again and turned into water flow to form a vortex eye. More and more water flows were materialized by moisture, and a huge water tornado was formed in the blink of an eye. The amazing suction force made all the ninjas on the stands grab the handrails and gather chakra with their feet to suck the ground to fight against the water tornado. The fifth gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, Doman, open. Just when the water tornado was about to destroy the hall and the second floor stands, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Then, a figure with green flames all over his body flew out of the stands like an arrow and kicked the water tornado. The terrifying water tornado was immediately defeated by a kick, and the chakra and water flow turned into a violent storm that swept the entire hall and the second floor stands, turning everyone into a drowned rat. The person in this figure was Might Guy. When the rain stopped, Might Guy had already landed with the unconscious Hyuga. The battle is over, and the winner is Yagyu. Moonlight Gale immediately returned to the hall and announced the result of the duel. The whole audience was silent. No matter whether it was a man or a woman, whether it was a genin or a jonin, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, no one cared about being soaked. All of their eyes were focused on Yagyu, who was combing his wet hair with hairspray. Gurgle. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the sound broke the atmosphere where a pin drop could be heard. Trembling voices rang out one after another. S-Class Water Jutsu. No mistake, this kind of change in nature and form is definitely a water jutsu of the ultimate level. Water whirlpool, water javelin, water tornado, etc. Isn't this the water jutsu of the second Hokage Tobirama, the hard whirlpool water blade? He is indeed a descendant of the Senju clan. The voices of discussion resounded throughout the venue, and the eyes of the jonin who recognized the hard whirlpool water blade changed again when they looked at Yagyu. If they were still half believing and half doubting about Hyuga before, now they are 90% convinced. Silver hair and red eyes, a monster-like amount of chakra, terrifying water jutsu attainments, and the water jutsu ultimate developed by the second Hokage. This is simply the young version of Senju Tobirama. Yagyu ignored the looks of these people, walked up to Might Guy, and smiled. My attack just now avoided his body. He should just be drowning and his chakra is seriously depleted. Let me treat him. Then I'll trouble you, young man. Might Guy, who had already checked Hyuga physical condition, grinned. He did not blame or dissatisfy Yagyu for almost killing his student. Looking at Yagyu who was treating Hyuga, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the stands, his hand holding the pipe was trembling slightly, and his mood was even more excited and indescribable. When Yagyu was in the ninja school, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already paid attention to this civilian orphan. After all, the 60th class of Konoha is really special. Naruto's generation of newborns represents the future of Konoha. When they grow up, it means that the weakened Konoha will be rejuvenated. If they die, it means that the big tree of Konoha will wither completely. Therefore, whoever dares to touch the newborns of this generation will violate Sarutobi Hiruzen's bottom line. Even for Shimura Danzo, whom he has always tolerated, Sarutobi Hiruzen will be merciless. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also attaches great importance to the growth and safety of this generation of newborns. For this reason, he asked Hitaki Kakashi to be the guiding jonin for Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, asked Sarutobi Asuma to be the guiding jonin for Ino Shikacha, and asked Konoha's illusion expert to be the guiding jonin for Team 8. Even Hyuga and Tenten, who graduated 1 year earlier than Yagyu, he also arranged Might Guy to be the guiding jonin for them. Among the 4 guiding jonin, there are 3 elite jonin. From this, it can be seen how much Sarutobi Hiruzen values the 12 little strong men. And Yagyu was not originally on Sarutobi Hiruzen's list of importance. It was not until he became the head student, and was re-elected as the head student, and got close to the heirs of the Hyuga clan and the Yamanaka clan, that he really caught the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen also used the crystal telescope technique to observe Yagyu several times. After seeing him teach the 3 Ino girls the skills of climbing trees and treading water, as well as medical ninjutsu, he found that Yagyu's chakra control was very good and he was a malleable talent. After seeing Yagyu show water escape and perception techniques, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to take a gamble. He wanted to see if Yagyu had yin attribute chakra. So, when he was divided into classes, he chose the latter between Inyazuka Kaiba and Yagyu. After getting the answer from Yui Kurane, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectation for Yagyu was just a new generation of illusion experts in Konoha at first. Unexpectedly, he greatly underestimated this civilian genius. A huge amount of chakra, as well as such water jutsu attainments, and Tobirama Sensei's water jutsu, hard whirlpool water blade. This boy, regardless of whether he is a descendant of the Senju clan or not, with such physical and water jutsu talents, he can be trained to become a pirated the second Hokage. Even if he is just a pirated version of Lord Tobirama, Yagyu can become a towering tree in Konoha. When Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke grow up, Konoha will return to the era of having 3 ninjas. In this way, he will not be afraid of being ashamed to see the previous Hokage. Chapter 55 Yagyu's Greed. Due to Yagyu's mercy, Hyuga Niji was not seriously injured. Under Yagyu's treatment, his pale face quickly returned to rosy. However, perhaps due to excessive chakra consumption, Hyuga Niji did not wake up immediately. Moonlight Gale called the medical staff and sent Hyuga Niji to the lounge on a stretcher. And Yagyu returned to the stands. Yagyu, have you perfected that technique? As soon as she returned to the side of Team 8, Abarame Shino asked immediately. Yet. Yagyu smiled and nodded, I just perfected it some time ago. Just as Yagyu thought, after obtaining the blood limit ice release, he not only obtained the wind attribute chakra, but also the difficulty of practicing the nature change of wind release and water release changed from difficult to simple. With the cheating device of shadow clone technique, Yagyu quickly perfected the water release spiral water tornado, and the real water release hard vortex water blade. These 2 water releases are both unmarked water releases. Looking at Konoha, Yagyu's water release attainments are already outstanding. When Yagyu learns more, or develops more water releases, he will be the water release master of Konoha and the ninja world. With his exaggerated chakra amount, he will definitely be called the man who signed a contract with the sea like Tobirama Senju. Commonly known as sea release. At this time, the big screen that was not damaged by the water flow flashed the name again. The 7th round of duel, Harano Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. Hey, my opponent is Sakura. Ino looked a little surprised, and inadvertently revealed the truth. What a coincidence, it can't be a secret operation. Sakura was also surprised. She didn't expect that among the 21 candidates, 10 rounds and 1 bye, she would meet Ino. Encouraged by their companions, Sakura and Ino came to the hall together and stood facing each other. Ino, Sakura, come on. At this time, Yagyu's voice resounded throughout the venue, attracting a lot of attention. Like Ino, Yagyu didn't care about the eyes of others. He held a film camera in his hand and took pictures of Sakura and Ino standing facing each other, while cheering for the 2 women. Seeing this scene, the corners of many ninjas' mouths twitched slightly. Yui Kurane also covered her forehead slightly, with a helpless look on her face. Yagyu is good in every way, but he is too fickle. Hinata's feelings for him can be seen by anyone who is not blind. But Yagyu didn't respond at all and was very close to the other 2 girls. What's even more outrageous is that Hinata is not jealous at all and has a very good relationship with the 2 girls, and she is not pretending. This is completely different from those girls who almost fought each other for the pursuit of Hitaki Kakashi when they were young. Have the times changed? Asuma Sarutobi's eyes lit up. Is it because Yagyu is so stable that he is thick-skinned? Yagyu, watch my show. Ino grinned and raised her thumbs to respond to Yagyu. Sakura also smiled sweetly, then raised her index and middle fingers to Ino, and said, Ino, don't show mercy. Then you lose, don't cry. Ino teased, and also raised her index and middle fingers to form the seal of opposition. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, the 2 women took out 3 shurikens from their ninja tool bags and threw them at each other, staging a basic duel that was not much different from the original, but much higher in quality than the original. In the past few years, the 2 women had no idea how many physical battles they had, with some winning and some losing. This was the first time they had an unregulated duel. Knowing that Ino had mastered the family's secret technique, Sakura always activated her perception technique and did not give Ino the opportunity to perform the technique. Ino, who only mastered the mind-turning technique, could not do anything to Sakura. In the original, she was able to succeed because Sakura did not know the perception technique. But now, she could only compete with Sakura on the basics. The 2 women kept throwing ninja tools at each other, interspersed with smoke bombs, and kept using the 3-body technique and the instant body technique to deceive and dodge, which made Takuto and Yumiko on the stage dumbfounded. Can the basics taught in the ninja school be used like this? The senior ninjas did not feel bored after watching, but were full of appreciation. It is a talent to have such a foundation at such an age. Both girls have excellent chakra control and are definitely good candidates for practicing medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. It is now certain that Yamanaka Ino will be a big shot in the torture department in the future. After the ninja tools were used up, Ino and Sakura started close combat. Their rich combat experience once again amazed many people. After fighting for many rounds, Sakura finally fell down and was subdued by the equally breathless Ino. The battle is over, and the winner is Yamanaka Ino. Moonlight Gale announced the result, and at the same time I looked at my pocket watch. This duel was definitely the longest one in the elimination round. Whoosh! After taking pictures of the two women's battle and using several rolls of film, Yagyu also appeared in the hall in an instant, picked up the very embarrassed Sakura and Ino in one hand, and then returned to the stands in an instant to treat them. The elimination round continued. The 8th round of the duel, Uzumaki Naruto vs Inyazuka Kaiba. Great, the opponent is Kaiba, I will definitely win. What, that's clearly my word. Naruto shouted with joy, as if responding to Takuto just now, which immediately caused dissatisfaction from Inyazuka Kaiba. It must be said that Naruto is worthy of being the son of destiny, and his luck is really very good. Because Naruto is really very weak now. He was sealed with the 5 elements, and now all he can use is the multiple shadow clone technique. He has exaggerated chakra, but no powerful moves. If his opponent was Shino Aberame, Kankuro, or Temari, he would definitely lose. Even if his opponent was Kaiba Inyazuka, Naruto had a very hard time fighting him, and those shadow clones were no different from balloons. In the end, just like the original, Naruto sealed Kaiba Inyazuka's sense of smell with a fart and caused him huge magic damage. In the end, he used his shadow clone to copy Uchiha Sasuke's lion combo and used Naruto combo to defeat Kaiba Inyazuka. Naruto was very lucky to defeat Kaiba Inyazuka in such a funny way. But no one could have imagined that Naruto would go from relying on luck to defeat Kaiba Inyazuka to being able to defeat the one-tailed Jinchuriki a month later. If Yagyu hadn't defeated Niji Hyuga, Naruto might have become famous by stepping on the last chief student. This is a cheat. Either he hasn't grown for a long time, or he has soared to the sky and his strength has increased significantly. With the end of Naruto and Kaiba Inyazuka's battle, Yagyu's most anticipated battle has finally arrived. The 9th round of the duel, Gaara vs Rock Lee. Before Ashura and Indra's reincarnations start to cheat, that is, before the end of the Battle of the Valley of the End in the Youth chapter, who is the strongest among the 12? Then it must be Rock Lee. Just now, Might Guy kicked Yagyu's hard vortex water blade to pieces with one kick, using the 5th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, Doman. When entering the state of the 5th gate, chakra will turn into green flames, and the speed is so fast that you can even run around in the sky on the air, just like the superhuman skill Moon Step in the world of pirates. Using the 5th gate to hit the inner lotus is more exaggerated than the power of some S-level ninjutsu. Just like envying the multiple shadow clones, Yagyu is also very envious of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. He dare not imagine how much increase he will bring when he uses the 8 gates of ninjutsu with his immortal body. Chapter 56, Xiao Li's fate changes. Just like in the original novel, Xiao Li's initial attack could not break Gaara's automatic defense sand. Except for Might Guy's team and Team 7, no one looked down on this genin who could not do ninjutsu, genjutsu, and only taijutsu. However, when Xiao Li took off the weight and smashed the floor to raise 2 huge clouds of dust, those who looked down on him were all stunned. Especially Naruto, he was shocked. If Uchiha Sasuke was here, his reaction might not be much better than Naruto's. Uchiha Sasuke was easily killed by Xiao Li in the comprehensive building. They all regarded Xiao Li as one of the biggest opponents in the Chunin exam, and also thought that this was Xiao Li's full strength. Unexpectedly, Xiao Li was wearing such a terrifying weighted iron block. When Naruto thought that the opponent could still exert a speed that was difficult to capture with the double Megatama Sharingan while wearing the weight, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. As expected. When Xiao Li took off the weight and attacked Gaara again, the speed at which he was in front of you 1 second, appeared behind you the next second, and appeared above your head the next second. If it weren't for the piercing sound of breaking through the air every time he changed his position, everyone would have thought that Xiao Li was not using the teleportation of time and space. Bang! After changing his position several times in a row, Xiao Li finally broke through Gaara's sand defense and punched Gaara in the face. The traces of cracks immediately appeared on Gaara's face, shocking Kankuro and Temari in the stands. As the mud fell, Gaara's hideous expression hidden under the sand armor finally appeared. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time that Gaara's sand armor was broken by someone. The original carelessness and disdain were all transformed into excitement and bloodthirstiness. Great, there are too many people worth killing in this village. So, Gaara started to take action seriously. Under the pursuit of Suna, Xiao Li changed his position while looking for a chance to kill with one blow. Soon, he found Gaara's flaw and used the lotus flower. Unfortunately, the one-hit kill he thought he had did not work, but instead made him weak. In order to prove himself and at the same time eager to win, Xiao Li chose to open the first gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, offset the side effects of the lotus flower, regained the speed just now, and suppressed Gaara again. And this time, the suppression was the kind that made Gaara unable to fight back. The third gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, the gate of life, open. The fourth gate, the gate of injury, open. Xiao Li's speed is getting faster and faster, and his strength is getting stronger and stronger. In the hall, there are only lines of grey dust was raised and the floor was broken. In a few blinks, the thick dust almost covered the entire hall. Hitaki Kakashi was no longer lazy as before. He looked at Xiao Li in the dust with horror. Even with the 3 Magadama Sharingan, he could only see a residual image. At this age, how did he open so many gates? What kind of cruel training did his body go through to make his meridians able to withstand this level of chakra? Yagyu was also in a heavy mood. Yagyu's weaknesses were speed and defense before, and he was most afraid of encountering opponents with amazing speed or strong defense. Xiao Li is the one who can restrain Yagyu at present. If Yagyu replaces Gaara, he can only use the mist hidden technique and the red eyes illusion to block Xiao Li's sight, or create a large amount of water to form a lake to weaken Xiao Li's speed. Otherwise, his results should be similar to Gaara. At this time, Xiao Li's chakra in his body is in a violent state, which is a property of inherent illusion immunity. Ordinary illusions are completely ineffective against Xiao Li now. When he opens more gates, his chakra becomes more violent, and even some powerful illusions will be ineffective against him. That's right, facing Might Guy who opened the 8 gates, Uchiha Madara can only restrain him with the Seeking Truth Jade formed by the fusion of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements, and the Bloodline Net formed by the fusion of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements. Xiao Li's current speed is also one of the reasons why Yagyu is so envious of the 8 gates at this stage. He only needs to open the first gate and unlock the limitations of the brain area to exert 100% of his physical ability, so that both attack and speed can reach the extreme. And he can still use ninjutsu even if he only opens the first gate. Before getting absolute defense, facing an enemy that he can't beat, the higher number of gates in the 8 gates can also allow Yagyu to escape quickly. Except for time and space ninjutsu, no one can catch up or kill the enemy. Even the dynamic vision of the Sharingan could only see an afterimage, and the others' brains were blank and they couldn't speak at all. Boom! With a loud bang, Gaara's body flew into the air. A figure emitting green energy followed closely behind, running around in the air, kicking Gaara like a football. Fifth gate, Duman open. After continuous kicking, Xiao Li, with only the whites of his eyes left, had red skin and bulging veins. He endured the severe pain from his meridians and bones and opened another gate. The green energy on his body instantly turned into flames. Then, Xiao Li finished kicking Gaara, and his fist, with the flames formed by the twisted airflow, was about to hit Gaara. Crack! Just as the fist was about to hit, the sound of bone fractures was faintly heard, causing Xiao Li's movements to pause slightly. But Xiao Li still endured the severe pain and hit Gaara with a punch and a knee. Li Lian Hua! Boom! Accompanied by Xiao Li's shout, a residual image fell on the ground, and the whole hall exploded. The dust and fog flooded the whole hall, and the violent airflow was like a hurricane, knocking Takuto and Yumiko to the ground. Even the weak Sakura and Ino were almost knocked over, but fortunately they were hugged by Yagyu in time. Looking at the dust and fog that had not dissipated for a long time, both the genin and the jonin were stunned. They thought that Yagyu's use of the S-level water escape secret was already exaggerated enough. Unexpectedly, in addition to Yagyu, the future water escape master, there was actually someone like Xiao Li in this class. The spectacular scene of the ground-shattering blow was even more shocking than Yagyu's water tornado. After the dust and fog dispersed, Gaara and Xiao Li appeared soon. At this time, Gaara was lying on the ground, with only his palms able to move. It was the first time that Kankuro and Temari saw Gaara in such an embarrassing state. Not far away, Xiao Li also slumped on the ground and could not move. Ordinarily, this situation should be a draw. But at this time, Gaara slowly raised his palm and controlled the sand transformed from the gourd to spread towards Xiao Li like a snake. Seeing this scene, Xiao Li, whose consciousness was already very blurred, wanted to get up and dodge. Unfortunately, he was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to get up, and could only crawl backwards like a bug. Teacher Kai, do you want to ruin his ninja career? Yagyu's voice suddenly sounded. Yagyu's fingers moved slightly, and a blue chakra aura emanated from his body, as if he was about to attack. Hearing this, Might Guy, who was originally very entangled, became determined in an instant. He appeared in front of Xiao Li in an instant, waved his hand to disperse the spreading sand, and said to Moonlight Gale, "We give up." Teacher Kai. Looking at Might Guy's back, Xiao Li, whose vision was blurred, fell to the ground and became unconscious before he could say, "I'm sorry, I disappoint you." "You did a good job, Xiao Li, the teacher is proud of you." Might Guy picked up the unconscious disciple and said softly. Seeing this scene, Lu Sheng couldn't help but smile. For the master and apprentice pair of Might Guy and Xiao Li, Lu Sheng admired them very much. As companions, they are definitely the most reliable teammates, and they are even willing to sacrifice themselves at the last moment. To protect his own people. Therefore, Yagyu didn't want Xiao Li to be destroyed like in the original. Although it can be cured later, how can the second hand be compared with the original? Xiao Li's future growth rate is so slow, maybe it is affected by this injury. Changing Xiao Li's fate now is just a good deed of Yagyu as a time traveler. Looking at the smiling Yagyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt better. Not only is his physical talent and water escape talent the same as Tobirama's, but his personality is also the same as Hashirama. As expected of a descendant of the Senju clan, he is a perfect successor to the Will of Fire. Chapter 57 Yagyu, I ended Boruto. After Might Guy carried Xiao Li away and Kankuro came to take Gaara away, the big screen that escaped twice flashed the name again because of the high position of the hanging. The list of the 10th round, which is the final round of duels, was soon announced. Temari vs Tenten. Et. Shikamaru, I seem to have a bye. Yet, congratulations. Well, let Dad reward me when I get back. I suggest not to. Except for our 10th team, all members of the 8th team have passed. There is a high chance that we will meet them in the 3rd exam. The 3 of us are no match for them. We might lose face then. Then we should ask Dad for a reward and bribe Yagyu and the others. Koji, you guy. Nara Shikamaru was suddenly shocked by the wise Akimichi Koji. At this time, the battle between Temari and Tenten had already begun. Looking at Tenten, who used the storage scroll to release a large number of ninja tools and launched a long-range attack on Temari, Yagyu suddenly felt a little pity. This pity is for both Tenten and Might Guy's team. If it is 3 vs 3 and they go all out, then Might Guy's team is definitely the strongest team in this Chunin exam. Yagyu is not afraid of Gaara, because his water escape and illusion can restrain Gaara. And Li's speed and 8 gates can also restrain Yagyu's illusion and most of the ninjutsu. If it is a team battle, Might Guy's team will definitely fight for the 2nd place. But this is an individual battle, and Might Guy's team has drawn the worst fortune. Hyaganiji was killed by Yagyu, Li was almost destroyed by Gaara, and Tenten met Temari who is good at wind escape. It is obviously the team with the strongest overall strength, but it became the only one among the 4 teams where all members were eliminated. Such luck is simply the opening of the door for bad luck, it's so unlucky. The result of the battle was no surprise. Temari just waved the fan 3 times and completely defeated Tenten. Tenten's amazing number of ninja tools and superb throwing skills not only did not hurt Temari, but she was almost injured by the ninja tools blown back. This is also a rare crushing game. With Temari's victory, the elimination match officially ended. After 10 rounds of duels and 1 bye, there were 11 candidates who advanced to the 3rd exam, as follows. Uchiha Suzuki, Abarame Shino, Hyaga Hinata, Kankuro, Nara Shikamaru, Yagyu, Yamanaka Ino, Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara, Temari, Akimichi Koji. Among the 11 candidates, 8 were Konoha genin, and the remaining 3 were Sand Village genin. The 3rd exam was not only a civil war in Konoha, but also a new generation duel between Konoha and Sand Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen brought the examiner of the 2nd exam, Mitarashi Anko, who was holding a box in his hand, down to let the candidates draw lots to decide their opponents for the official match, and told them the start time of the official match. Because it was the official match of the 3rd exam, Konoha would invite a large number of wealthy people and nobles to watch, and there might be many civilians from the Land of Fire and neighboring countries who would come to watch. Therefore, this exam requires a long preparation time. At the same time, in order to give the candidates time to improve themselves, the third exam official match will start at 10:30 am 1 month later. So, the candidates began to draw lots. Uchiha Sasuke is still lying on the hospital bed. He should have been the first to draw lots, but he automatically received the last lot. Abarame Shino walked to Mitarashi Anko and took out a folded note from the box. After opening it, it said number 9. Hinata drew number 5. It was Yagyu's turn, and he drew number 3. When all the candidates finished drawing lots, the list of opponents for the third exam official match was quickly listed by Mitarashi Anko. Just like the elimination match, there will be one more candidate, so there will be a lucky bye in the official match. The list of opponents is as follows. Number 1 Uzumaki Naruto vs Number 2 Akimichi Chuji. Number 3 Yagyu vs Number 4 Nara Shikamaru. Number 5 Hinata Hyuga vs Number 6 Ino Yamanaka. Number 7 Gara vs Number 8 Sasuke Uchiha. Number 9 Shino Abarame vs Number 10 Kankuro. Buys Temari. Seeing this list of opponents, Yagyu was stunned. The opponent is actually Yagyu, what a trouble. Nara Shikamaru scratched his head, looking headache. Yagyu and Nara Shikamaru were not far apart, and he just happened to hear this sentence, and then looked at Nara Shikamaru with a flash of pity. Meeting me is not miserable, but your future wife is going to die, this is really miserable. Fuck, fuck. Suddenly, Yagyu's corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but utter 2 words that only Hinata could hear, but he didn't understand their meaning. Yagyu found that he seemed to have achieved an incredible achievement. He ended Boruto. Hinata didn't like Naruto, Sakura didn't like Uchiha Sasuke, Ino was even more unrelated to Sai, and now Nara Shikamaru missed the only chance to make Temari look at him with new eyes. In other words, in the future of this world, there will be no more Uzumaki Boruto, Uzumaki Himawari, Uchiha Sarada, Nara Shikade, and Yamanaka Inajin. Similarly, there is no incombustible thing. After announcing the list of opponents and the start time of the official competition, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the disbandment and left the central tower with the Jonin team. Yagyu and others also followed their respective Jonins to leave. At this time, it was just dusk. After leaving the Death Forest, Yui Kurane fulfilled her promise and took Team 8 to have a big meal. Hinata, Shino, see you in a month. After dinner, Team 8 said goodbye at a crossroads. They won't see each other for a long time. After all, the official competition is the link related to the family's honor. Hyuga Hayashi, who is not disappointed with Hinata, and Abarame Shiwei will definitely come to watch. In order to prevent them from bringing shame to the family, this month is the real hellish training. And during this month, Yagyu also has a lot of things to do. Even if he has time to meet, he will not go to Hinata and the other 2 girls. The fighting power displayed by Xiao Li made Yagyu feel pressure for the first time. In his previous life, when he read comics and anime, Yagyu was already extremely shocked. Now witnessing such a scene with his own eyes, Yagyu's shock is much greater than when he read comics and anime. The speed and attack that will be hit in an instant, even if you can sense it and see it with your eyes, but your body can't react, just think about it carefully, you will feel extremely scared. Xiao Li's performance explains what it means to be indestructible and only fast can't be broken. What's more terrifying is that there are many strong people in this ninja world who are faster than Xiao Li. There is no need to make up for the weakness of defense in a hurry. Yagyu must first increase his speed to the extreme at this stage. Or, as long as he increases his speed, it doesn't matter if his defense is weak. As long as he doesn't encounter a fatal AoE big move, he can basically survive. Chapter 58 Kagura's Heart Eye, the real new generation of 3 ninjas. In the next few days, Yagyu has not been at home. He has been practicing in a remote waterfall all day. During this period, only Sakura has come to Yagyu's house. As for Hinata and Ino, they should have started hellish training. After Sakura created the illusion of going out for training, Yagyu suddenly wrote the words "out for training, please leave a message if you have anything" on the sign at the door of his house, and quietly left Konoha. It took only more than 2 hours for Yagyu to arrive at Tansho Street in the Land of Fire. Just after entering Tansho Street, when Yagyu turned on his red-eye farsightedness and perspective to find Kairin's location, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and raised his eyebrows slightly. A few seconds later, Yagyu's eyes lit up and he murmured, could it be that the ability has been awakened? This time period seems to be really right. So, Yagyu stood still, as if waiting for something, as if confirming something. Yagyu-kun. After a while, the girl's cheering voice came into Yagyu's ears. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a girl with long red hair running towards Yagyu. Looking at Karin running over, Yagyu had confirmed his guess. However, when Karin walked up to him, he pretended to be surprised and asked, "Karin, how did you know I was here?" "Hehe. Because I sensed your chakra, Yagyu-kun." Karin's cheeks flushed, and she looked at Yagyu laughing like a nympho, and said excitedly and admiringly, "Yagyu-kun, your chakra is so strong, as dazzling as the Sunday. When did you learn the perception technique?" "I haven't learned the perception technique. The Kyuzagakure village has never taught us other ninjutsu except for the basic ninjutsu scrolls." Karin took Yagyu to her residence. While looking a little bewildered, she said, "I don't know what happened these days. Whenever I close my eyes, I can sense the chakra nearby, and the range of perception is getting farther and farther. Just now, a very amazing group of chakras suddenly appeared in my perception, and then your characteristics, Yagyu-kun, automatically emerged, as if I had eyes in my heart." In fact, Karin was embarrassed to say that she had been worried that Yagyu would not come to find her these days. She would wander around the entrance of Tansho Street every day, looking forward to seeing Yagyu's figure every day, and then she was afraid that Yagyu would come and not find her, so she returned to her residence every night. Then one day when she woke up, Karin suddenly found that she could see other people's chakra. Even if she closed her eyes, she could see the chakra around her. When she carefully sensed, the characteristics of the owners of these chakras would even appear vaguely. Suddenly awakened perception, is it true? Yagyu Lu Sheng looked at Karin with a feigned surprise. Yet, after seeing Karin nod, Lu Sheng couldn't help but raise his hand and touch her head, praising, "Amazing, I didn't expect that in addition to physical healing, you have also awakened the Kagura Heart Eye. You are indeed a descendant of the Uzumaki clan." Kagura Heart Eye. Karin, who was originally enjoying the head patting, suddenly tilted her head and looked at Lu Sheng in confusion. Yagyu slowly narrated, "Just like the Uchiha clan has the Sharingan, which is good at fire escape and illusion, the Hyuga clan has the Byakugan, which is good at soft fist. This is common sense in the ninja world. The Uzumaki clan was once one of the powerful families in the ninja world. In addition to being the best at sealing techniques, this clan also has several unique abilities. These abilities are physical healing for treatment, Kagura's Heart Eye for perception, and Diamond Seal for sealing. These three unique abilities, even in the Uzumaki clan, only a few geniuses, and they must be descendants of red hair to awaken and use them." After saying this, Yagyu also felt sorry for the fate of Karin's original work. Other Uzumaki clan members may not be able to awaken a unique ability, but Karin awakened all of them on her own. Such a talent would be a genius among geniuses in the Uzumaki clan. If the Uzumaki clan had not been destroyed, Karin would definitely be the Uzumaki Mito of this era. If in the original story she left Konoha and dared not return to Kyuzagakure, and met Tsunade instead of Orochimaru when she was wandering, and received Tsunade's full training, learned Tsunade's super powerful punch and medical ninjutsu, and the sealing technique left by Uzumaki Mito, then Karin would be one of the new generation of Sunin. This is also the reason why Yagyu asked Karin to stay in Tanshoku Street temporarily. Tanshoku Street is where Tsunade first appeared, and it is also the place where the Sunin's classmates gathered after many years. Yagyu asked Karin to stay here just to wait for the opportunity. If Karin wants to join Konoha, Tsunade must take her in. Only when Tsunade takes her into Konoha, Shimura Danzo dare not have any idea about Karin. Otherwise, Shimura Danzo will definitely take action against Karin, with a 100% chance. The Uzumaki clan is the best container for Jinchuriki. If the Diamond Seal is awakened, it can restrain the tailed beasts just like the Sharingan. As long as he gets Karin, Shimura Danzo will dare to target Naruto. Once Jiraiya and Tsunade are in trouble, no one can protect Naruto, and I believe Shimura Danzo will definitely take action against Naruto. Therefore, Yagyu must let Karin hold on to Tsunade's thigh. As long as Karin holds on to Tsunade's thigh, then the if version of Karin will really have hope. By then, Yagyu will get a loyal dog who is many times stronger than Haku and Kimimaro. I see. Of course Karin doesn't know what Yagyu has planned for her. After hearing Yagyu's words, she nodded suddenly, and then her heart was filled with joy and expectation. With this ability, she can help Yagyu. If she can also awaken the ability called Diamond Seal, she will definitely become Yagyu's best tool. When she thought that Yagyu would keep her by his side in the future, bite her when she was injured, and let her be a perception machine, the feeling of being needed and used by the Prince Charming made Karin smile foolishly. Yagyu also didn't know what Karin was thinking. Looking at Karin, who had a nympho smile on her face again and didn't know what she was thinking, Yagyu used the head-patting killing move on her again and said, "There is only one exam left for the Chunin exam, and the exam will start in a month. During this time, I will stay in Tansho Street to practice, and at the same time teach you some ninjutsu." Really? Karin's eyes lit up and she looked at Yagyu in surprise. Yet. Yagyu nodded and smiled, "If you want to join Konoha, you can't do it without a certain level of strength, so you have to be prepared to endure hardships during this period. Yet. I will never let you down, Yagyu." Karin nodded repeatedly. This is the moment for her to prove her worth. No matter how hard and tired she is, Karin will grit her teeth and persevere. The girl who walked out of the darkness is now most afraid not of death, but of the disappointment and abandonment of the light of salvation that pulled her out of the abyss. Just like Haku to Mamakai Zabuza and Kimimaro to Orochimaru. Chapter 59 Biased Hitaki Kakashi, Yagyu's Expectations. In the next half-month, Yagyu practiced in Tansho Street and taught Karin some ninjutsu. Coincidentally, Karin's chakra attributes are not only the same as before Yagyu graduated, but also the same as Sakura, all of which are yin, yang, water, and earth. That's right, if the new version of Karin is born before Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke become super shadow-level strong men, she will definitely be a new generation of Sunin who is not inferior to them. Although Sakura is very good, there is still a huge gap between her and Karin, who can get close to Otsutsuki. In the past half-month, Yagyu not only taught Karin his water escape ninjutsu, but in order to replenish Karin's body, he also used the transformation technique and took Karin to various casinos in Tansho Street to get wool. The body is in the growth stage, and Karin's chakra is no longer absorbed by others. After more than half a month of nourishment, the teeth marks on her arms have all disappeared, her skin is not so pale, and her hair is not so dry. The amount of chakra is finally in line with the identity of the Uzumaki clan. Although the gap is still very large compared to Yagyu and Naruto, in a few years, it will definitely be in the unit of cards. During this period, Yagyu also took guidance as the reason by, every day, a shadow clone with chakra similar to Karin or less than Karin is separated to fight with her in physical combat and unregulated duels. For more than half a month, Yagyu also successfully brushed out the physical healing of the Uzumaki clan and the Kagura Hard Eye from Karin. The two unique abilities are both blue light balls. However, in Yagyu's eyes, these two abilities are just like Sakura's chakra control. They are not red, but they are better than many red-level abilities. Physical healing can not only heal others, but also heal oneself. This is simply a weakened version of the unmarked healing. Not to mention the Kagura Hard Eye, which is one of the strongest perceptions in the ninja world, with a perception range of tens of kilometers. Including the white eyes and red eyes, Yagyu already has 3 perception techniques. Perspective, farsightedness, and super farsightedness are all there. In terms of perception, Yagyu is now definitely one of the strongest in the ninja world. August 6th, 60th year of Konoha, 1500 hours PM. Karin, I'm going back first. At the door of a room in an apartment building, Yagyu said goodbye to Karin. After I leave, don't neglect your training. Wait a few days and I will come to pick you up. Yet. Be careful on the way, Yagyu-kun. Karin nodded obediently. After using the head-patting skill on Karin and rubbing the girl's smooth red hair, Yagyu smiled and disappeared in an instant. This time, Yagyu returned to Konoha from Tansho Street in less than 2 hours. After arriving home, Yagyu saw Sakura's message on the sign at the door of her house. It turned out that after the incident in the Forest of Death, Sakura realized her weakness and wanted to ask Hitaki Kakashi to teach her ninjutsu, and then was recommended by Hitaki Kakashi to intern at Konoha Hospital. As long as she got the approval there, Hitaki Kakashi would apply for advanced medical ninjutsu and training scrolls for offensive medical ninjutsu for Sakura. During this time, Sakura was an intern at Konoha Hospital, helping those medical ninjas. Seeing these messages, Yagyu was happy for Sakura, but he couldn't help shaking his head. He thought of Naruto. If nothing unexpected happened, Naruto must have pestered Hitaki Kakashi to teach him ninjutsu a month ago, but Hitaki Kakashi pushed him to a special jonin, that is, Ebisu, the teacher of Konohamaru. Because Hitaki Kakashi didn't have time to teach Naruto, he wanted to teach Uchiha Sasuke the physical skills he copied from Lee with his Sharingan, the skills of stimulating cells with lightning chakra to increase speed, and his own lightning shurikens, Chidori, during this time. Pushing another disciple to a special jonin casually, not caring that the other party hated his disciple, he devoted himself to teaching another disciple. Yes, Hatake Kakashi is so partial. Looking at the original Youth chapter and Shippuden, Hatake Kakashi seems to have taught Naruto two things. One is to climb a tree with feet, and the other is to assist Naruto with Yamato in developing wind shurikens, which is a semi-finished product. Yagyu really couldn't figure it out. Hatake Kakashi had clearly tested Naruto's chakra attributes and copied thousands of ninjutsu. Even if Naruto couldn't learn his Chidori, he wouldn't not even teach him a wind escape, right? If Naruto had no relationship with him and didn't get his love, that would be fine. But Hatake Kakashi was a disciple of Minato Namikaze, and he knew that Naruto was his teacher's son. When Naruto was in the most difficult time, he didn't help, although he was also in the stage of blackening at that time. But when Naruto needed him, he just perfunctorily dealt with him. This is the biggest black spot of Hatake Kakashi. Yagyu even speculated with malice, wouldn't he be like Uchiha Obito, blaming the fastest man in the ninja world in his heart for always being late at the critical moment? It is also because of this black spot that Hatake Kakashi, the teacher with the most scenes, will never be as important as Jiraiya, and Umino Irika, who has the least scenes. Fortunately, Jiraiya has returned to the village during this period, otherwise Naruto, who was sealed by the 5 elements, might not even be able to beat Akimichi Koji in the official competition. After all, the human bomb chariot and the multiplication technique are still quite powerful. Thinking of his plan, Yagyu is full of expectations for tomorrow. The era of Sarutobi Hiruzen is about to end, and the future will be the era of Tsunade, and it will also be Yagyu's stage. The next day, 10 o'clock in the morning. In the bathroom, Yagyu is tidying up his appearance. It is still the same black windbreaker, white underwear, black trousers and shoes, and then put on gloves with iron plates and tie the ninja tool bag. After putting on the beauty contact lenses, Yagyu took out a black cloak and a white mask from the space backpack. Then, Yagyu made a seal with one hand, shadow clone technique. With a bang, white smoke filled the entire bathroom. Yagyu walked out of the bathroom, then left home and headed straight for the square that stood in the center of Konoha, which covered an astonishing area. On the way, Yagyu saw a large number of carriages and many unfamiliar faces, all of whom were rushing to the circular square. In the sky, there were colorful fireworks blooming. After a while, Yagyu arrived outside the square. Check at the contestant entrance. After verifying his identity, Yagyu walked in. At this time, Hinata and Ino had already arrived. Yagyu, this way. Seeing Yagyu coming, Ino immediately waved and shouted at him. Before Yagyu raised his hand to respond, he felt a chill on his back. What a strong murderous aura! Glancing at the audience from the corner of his eye, Yagyu said inwardly. This murderous aura was not an illusion, but the Yindun chakra transmitted the emotion to Yagyu. Yagyu knew without guessing that the caster was Ino's father, the pig of this generation of Ino Shikacho, Yamanaka Inoichi. Unlike the original, all members of Team 10 passed the elimination round, and Ino Shikacho would definitely be there to support their children. Thinking that he might be stared at by the 2 ninja clan leaders, Yagyu couldn't help but straighten his face. He didn't respond to Ino enthusiastically, but just nodded to Ino, and then walked to the side of Nara Shikamaru. Is the pressure high? Nara Shikamaru's teasing voice reached Yagyu's ears. Yagyu glanced at Nara Shikamaru, and said with a slight smile, I don't know if I'm under a lot of pressure, but you will be under a lot of pressure later. Hey, you're not so stingy, are you? Nara Shikamaru's smile froze for a moment, and he quickly said, my dad is watching in the audience. When the game starts, don't let me lose too badly. It's too late. My heart is as small as a needle hole. Prepare to turn from a deer into a pig. Chapter 60 The Strength of Akimichi Koji. Time flies. There are only 2 minutes left before 10:30. 11 candidates, except Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, have arrived. Ah! Just as the time began to count down, a shout suddenly reached the ears. Naruto was chased by a group of bulls, rushed into the square in a panic, and fell flat on the ground. This scene made Shikamaru, Nara and others, as well as a large number of spectators, frown and twitch slightly. Yagyu couldn't help but sigh secretly, he is indeed the number 1 ninja in terms of unexpectedness. After Naruto joined the team, Shiranui Genma, who was biting a senbon, took out his pocket watch to check the time, and then looked at the direction of the VIP seats. Seeing that the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Kazekage had already taken their seats, Shiranui Genma looked at the 10 people in front of him and slowly said, "The third exam official match is about to begin. I am the examiner of this exam, Shiranui Genma. The rules of the official match are the same as your previous elimination match. There are no rules and any means can be used. By the way, I would like to remind you that when you are in danger of your life, it is best not to be stubborn and choose to admit defeat decisively. Because I am different from other examiners. I will not stop the game just because you are about to die. Even if you admit defeat, I may not be able to save you in time." After speaking, Shiranui Genma he took out a form and continued, "The exam begins. Uzumaki Naruto who draws number 1 and Akimichi Koji who draws number 2 stay. Everyone else goes to the contestant area to wait and watch." "Hey!" Naruto was slightly stunned, then leaned out to look at Yagyu and the others, and looked at Shiranui Genma's anxious face and said, "Examiner, Sasuke hasn't come yet. What does it have to do with me whether he comes or not?" Shiranui Genma said calmly, "If he doesn't show up when it's his turn, then he will be considered to have forfeited. Instead of worrying about others, take care of yourself first." After a while, only Naruto, Akimichi Koji, and Shiranui Genma were left on the field. "Naruto, why don't you admit defeat?" While eating potato chips, Akimichi Koji kindly advised, "You are no match for me." But his words made Naruto furious. He raised his hand and pointed at Akimichi Koji and said, "You fat pig are no match for me. Let me show you how I beat you up." Shua. As soon as the word fat pig came out of his mouth, Akimichi Koji in the eyes of Naruto and Shiranui Genma suddenly changed. Originally, he had a simple and honest image with squinting eyes, but suddenly he opened his eyes and looked at Naruto fiercely. Akimichi Koji said in a deep voice, "Naruto, I'm angry." Naruto was frightened by Akimichi Koji's eyes, but he still refused to admit defeat and said, "Come on, who's afraid of who?" Seeing the full smell of gunpowder on the two, Shiranui Genma stepped back a few steps, raised his hand and shouted loudly, "The third round of the Chunin exam, the first round of the showdown, Uzumaki Naruto vs Akimichi Koji. Officially begins. Multiple shadow clone technique." Unlike those genin who tried with ninja tools first, Naruto, who had very ordinary throwing skills, immediately crossed his hands, formed a cross with his index and middle fingers, and shouted loudly. Bang 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 bang. A series of balloon-like sounds rang out, white smoke dissipated, and dozens of shadow clones appeared around Naruto. This scene made a large number of ninjas in the audience open their eyes wide and look shocked. It turned out to be a forbidden-level multiple shadow clone technique. It was so easy to create such a number of shadow clones. How amazing is this kid's chakra? Let's go together and beat Koji down. I don't know which shadow clone spoke. Dozens of Naruto immediately rushed towards Koji Akimichi. This kind of human wave tactics is really very intimidating. However, Koji Akimichi was not panicked at all. He just put away the potato chips, put his hands together, and then jumped into the air. His body swelled like a balloon, and his head and limbs were retracted into his body. Inside, it spurted out blue chakra flames and spun at high speed in the air. Human bomb chariot. The high-speed spinning sphere just landed and crashed into Naruto and his shadow clones. The terrifying speed and power made Naruto's shadow clones unable to dodge and were smashed into a ball of white smoke. The sphere rolled around randomly and solved most of Naruto's shadow clones. Gurgle. The feeling of feedback from the shadow clones made Naruto swallow his saliva. Is this guy Koji so powerful? Multiple shadow clone technique. After Akimichi Koji stopped rolling and recovered from the multiplied state, Naruto continued to make a cross with his index and middle fingers and used the multiple shadow clone technique again. There was no way. Now Naruto only had the shadow clone technique, which he had just learned not long ago and was sometimes effective and sometimes ineffective without mobilizing the Nine Tails chakra. Except for the human wave tactics, he had no other means of attack. This time, Naruto created hundreds of shadow clones and rushed towards Akimichi Koji again. Akimichi Koji was still not panicking. He took out a large number of kunai connected by steel wires from somewhere, tied them to his body, jumped up again and turned into a huge meatball, rolling towards Naruto and the shadow clones. Meat Bullet Needle Chariot. Facing the more powerful Meat Bomb Chariot, Naruto's shadow clone turned into a large piece of white smoke again. The main body could only dodge in a panic. Damn it, I can't get close at all. Looking at the meatball that rolled around and scared the shadow clones away, Naruto cursed inwardly, and then thought about whether to collect rent from the Nine Tails in his body. At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. The rolling meatball suddenly stopped. After returning to its original state, Akimichi Koji was a little out of breath, not knowing whether it was because of the consumption of chakra or because he had been spinning for too long. So, Naruto once again formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Multiple shadow clone technique." Hundreds of shadow clones appeared again, and Naruto commanded them to rush towards Akimichi Koji. Looking at the rushing shadow clones, Akimichi Koji did not use the meat bomb chariot again, but shouted lightly, "Multiplication technique." Then, Akimichi Koji punched and kicked on the spot, and his arms and legs all stretched out like giant fists and kicks, and once again blasted a large number of shadow clones into white smoke. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto's voice sounded again. Before the white smoke transformed by the shadow clones dissipated, a large amount of white smoke filled the air again. Naruto, who had already seen that Akimichi Koji's chakra was far inferior to his, and he had no long-range attack and was not as fast as him, kept using the multiple shadow clone technique, preparing to use the human wave tactics to exhaust Akimichi Koji's chakra. For a while, Akimichi Koji was really at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Ino in the contestant stand couldn't help but say, "Koji is being held back. If this goes on, he might lose." "Can't lose." The voice of Nara Shikamaru sounded. Nara Shikamaru, who was lying on the armrest, said with great conviction, "Koji is very strong, stronger than all of us." As if responding to Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji, who had been resisting Naruto's wave of attacks, finally found Naruto's real body hiding behind the shadow clone and white smoke. Turning his head to look in the direction of the audience, Akimichi Koji seemed to be looking at his father. The next second, he took out a rectangular transparent box from his ninja tool bag with a firm look in his eyes, which contained 3 colors of meatballs. Opening the box, Akimichi Koji took out the green meatball that looked like it was made of vegetables and threw it into his mouth. Boom! The blue chakra flame instantly burst out from Akimichi Koji's body. Prepared for this moment, the fat accumulated for many years burned rapidly, and Akimichi Koji's figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Naruto. With his palm covered with materialized chakra flames, Akimichi Koji slapped Naruto, whose eyes were wide open and his face was shocked. Super push hands. In an instant, Naruto flew backwards like an arrow from a bow. With a force 3 times stronger than normal, Akimichi Koji's palm was like a truck in Yagyu's previous life, directly knocking Naruto dozens of meters away. After landing, Naruto's body rolled a long way on the ground. This reversal came very suddenly, and countless viewers were stunned. Only Nara Shikamaru and Yagyu were not surprised, because they all knew the true strength of Akimichi Koji. After all, in the combination of Ino, Shika, and Jo, the Akimichi clan is the output. The Akimichi clan, who are taking drugs, are as fierce as tanks. The legendary butterfly transformation is as outrageous as the 8 gates of the ninjutsu. In the chapter of the original novel about recovering Uchiha Sasuke, only Akimichi Koji and Hyuga Niji killed the 4 sound ninjas alone. Chapter 61 Honorable in Defeat, Hyuga Hayashi's Expectations. Cough cough, vomit. Naruto fell to the ground and rolled over for more than a dozen times, coughing and retching continuously. Fortunately, Naruto only ate a little ramen today, and it has been almost digested now, otherwise Naruto almost vomited his breakfast. If he hadn't had the body of a sage and the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, he would have been almost knocked out by that palm of Akimichi Koji. The body is still churning, so Naruto can't get up immediately. However, seeing Akimichi Koji walking towards him, with a completely different sense of oppression from usual, Naruto endured the pain in his body, and quickly stood up and made seals with his hands, closed his eyes and shouted in his heart, "Stinky fox, it's time to pay the rent." Shua. As if hearing Naruto's voice, the mental space where the Jinchuriki communicated with the tailed beast, the 9-tailed masquerade lying in the cage, suddenly opened his red vertical pupils. Red chakra immediately emerged from Naruto's body, like a fox's tail, shaking around him. This scene made many ninjas in the audience look shocked. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, who was disguised as the 4th Kazekage, also opened their eyes wide. The former was surprised that Naruto could initially master the 9 tails chakra, while the latter was surprised that the 5 elements seal he had planted on Naruto had been unlocked. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction, it was obviously not his teacher's doing. Could it be that idiot is back? Thinking of the guy who had been pursuing him all these years, Orochimaru's heart sank. But thinking of the stage he had prepared for Sarutobi teacher, he breathed a sigh of relief. On the field, the battle continued. Although it was not the demon fox coat, the nine-tails chakra still made Naruto's strength soar, just like Akimichi Koji who took the first pill. Naruto only felt that the pain in his body disappeared instantly, and it was an obsessive power. Naruto rushed towards Akimichi Koji, and his body instantly turned into a red afterimage, which was a speed that Naruto did not have before. Akimichi Koji also rushed towards Naruto, and his speed was also extremely fast. Two afterimages, one red and one blue, collided with each other, and then Naruto and Akimichi Koji launched a physical duel with common skills and flaws. If the two were replaced by other top students with the same strength, they could easily suppress or even subdue the other party. In a ninja school, this would be a duel between two poor students, a fight between two noobs. However, both of them exuded the arrogance of chakra, and their speed and strength were amazingly improved, resulting in their noob fight not only not being ugly, but giving people a kind of blood-surging feeling of punching to the flesh. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for the chakra arrogance on Akimichi Koji to slowly disappear. The side effects of the first pill also began to take effect, revealing his flaws and being kicked away by Naruto. The body slid back several meters, sweating and panting. Akimichi Koji took out the transparent rectangular box from the ninja bag again. Looking at the two pills in the box, Akimichi Koji suddenly fell into hesitation. Although he didn't know what was going on with Naruto's chakra, after the fight just now, his improvement was second only to himself after taking the first pill, and only his speed was stronger than his. As long as he took the second pill, Akimichi Koji would have the confidence to kill Naruto in one move. Because after taking the second pill, not only did his strength increase dramatically, but his whole body could also become huge, turning into a human mountain, and directly crushing Naruto. But thinking of his father's teachings and the significance of these three pills, Akimichi Koji suddenly took a deep breath, put the box back into the ninja bag, and said to Shiranui Genma, "Examiner, I give up." Hey! Before Shiranui Genma announced the result, Naruto, who was full of blood, was like being splashed with a basin of water. The nine-tails chakra on his body disappeared instantly, and he said in astonishment, "Chokusai, why do you want to give up? I am not your opponent. I can't kill my own people." The last sentence sounded in his heart, and Akimichi Koji dragged his tired body and walked towards the passage of the contestant area. The winner of the first exam is Uzumaki Naruto. Shiranui Genma looked deeply at Akimichi Koji's back, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then announced the result loudly. There was an uproar in the audience, and thunderous applause. The audience who came from other places in the Land of Fire or neighboring countries cheered for these two excellent genin. The first match was so intense and exciting, this trip was worth it. The nobles also remembered Naruto, who could use so many clones, and Akimichi Koji, who was stronger than a beast. When they entrust tasks in the future, they might think of these two people. "Koji, you have an excellent son." Although Akimichi Koji lost, Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi were full of admiration for the son of this close friend. Like them, there was Sarutobi Hiruzen in the VIP seat, and a large number of Konoha ninjas who, like Shiranui Genma, knew what the three pills of the Akimichi clan represented. Just like the evaluation of Nara Shikamaru in the original work, Akimichi Koji's surrender made the Konoha high-level officials see the traditional gentleness of the Akimichi clan and the will of fire in him. This generation of butterfly heirs is very outstanding. Of course, Naruto didn't know that Akimichi Koji had let him off. He was immersed in joy as he received cheers for the first time. He waved to the audience and ran to the contestant area. "Yagyu, come on, beat Shikamaru down hard." Hey! I'm still next to you. We are teammates. Come on, Yagyu-kun." With the cheers of Ino and Hinata, Yagyu and Nara Shikamaru walked out of the player channel and came to the side of Shiranui Genma under the attention of the crowd, standing facing each other. "Father, is he my sister's teammate?" Hanabi, who was sitting next to Hyuga Hayashi in the audience, asked curiously, "Is he the one who defeated Brother Niji?" "Yet." Hyuga Hayashi nodded expressionlessly, but his heart was full of mixed emotions. Just like Yamanaka Inoichi and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Hayashi had noticed Yagyu many years ago. At first, Hyuga Hayashi didn't care about Ino's frequent visits and invitations to Hinata to go out and play. But as Hinata took the initiative to go to the gym to practice every time she came back, and practiced some basics that only genin were qualified to learn, which were not taught in ninja schools, Hayashi became suspicious. A certain stalking made him discover Yagyu. As an adult, Hayashi saw Hinata's vague feelings for Yagyu at a glance. However, he did not stop Hinata from interacting with them, because Hayashi found that Yagyu's existence could bring Hinata a strong motivation to practice. Moreover, Yagyu is also a civilian genius of this era. He can be the top student in such a special new generation, which shows that his talent and potential are very excellent. If Yagyu can continue to maintain this excellence and Hinata really likes him, Hayashi does not mind letting Yagyu marry into the Hayaga clan. Because as Hanabi grows up, Hayashi finds that Hanabi's talent and personality are more suitable for inheriting the main family of the Hayaga clan than Hinata. When it comes to making a decision, he is willing to let Yagyu marry into the Hayaga clan to compensate Hinata, the eldest daughter. But unexpectedly, Yagyu is actually a descendant of the Senju clan. At a young age, he has mastered powerful illusions and the secrets of water escape. Such a talent is simply a miniature version of the second generation of Hokage. This is great. With this bloodline and talent, he is definitely the future successor of Hokage. Once Yagyu becomes the future Hokage, he will have a reason to let Hinata marry out and let both daughters avoid the fate of being caged birds. Therefore, Hayashi is now full of expectations and attention to Yagyu. This time he brought Hanabi to watch the official game, not for Hinata, but for Yagyu. Sister-in-law picture. Chapter 62 Phantom Instant Body Technique. This seems to be our first fight since we met. Yagyu looked at Nara Shikamaru opposite him and raised his index and middle fingers with a smile. Ah. The results are too bad. I'm really sorry that I couldn't match you. Nara Shikamaru scratched his head with one hand and raised his index and middle fingers with the other hand. If you look closely, you will find that his eyes are no longer dead fish eyes, but serious eyes. Yagyu is the invincible big devil. This is the consensus of all the students of the 60th class of ninja school. If it were someone else, Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto would definitely feel very unconvinced if they lost. But even Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto have gotten used to losing to Yagyu in the past 6 years. As the first person to see Yagyu's hidden talents, Nara Shikamaru knew very well that he was no match for Yagyu. But his brain told him that if Yagyu only had these abilities, he might not have no chance of winning. After all, the shadow imitation technique of their Nara clan is not vegetarian. In such a large venue, even if Yagyu has a large amount of chakra and a strong attainment in water escape, it is impossible to flood this place. As long as the shadow can control Yagyu, he will win. So these days, Nara Shikamaru has been thinking about how to control Yagyu and has prepared more than a dozen plans. And now, it's time to implement it. After seeing both of them make the seal of opposition, Shiranui Genma raised his arm again and shouted loudly, "The second round of duel, Yagyu vs Nara Shikamaru. Start!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Nara Shikamaru immediately jumped back and distanced himself from Yagyu. While his body was still in the air, he reached out and took out 3 black bullets from his ninja bag and threw them at Yagyu. The 3 bullets fell in front of Yagyu and on both sides, then exploded into 3 clouds of smoke, covering Yagyu. After his body landed, Nara Shikamaru made seals with both hands, and a black shadow spread out from under his feet, then the tip forked, forming several black long snakes, quickly crawling towards the smoke. No one saw that in the white smoke, there was a faint red powder appearing and disappearing. Then, 3 Yagyu rushed out of the smoke, with their hands behind their backs, and rushed towards Nara Shikamaru in the posture of ninja running. Looking at the spreading shadow, the 3 Yagyu immediately fanned out and surrounded Nara Shikamaru, without any intention of using water escape to attack from a distance. Nara Shikamaru didn't have time to think about why the Yagyu didn't use a long-range attack. Seeing the 3 Yagyu separated, he immediately controlled the shadow to attack the Yagyu who was closest and in front of him. The next second, his pupil shrank. I thought this Yagyu would dodge the shadow in an instant, but I didn't expect him to be so incompetent. He ignored the shadow that spread over him and continued to rush towards Nara Shikamaru. Just when Nara Shikamaru thought that this Yagyu was a shadow clone, he was about to look at the Yagyu on both sides with the corner of his eyes and analyze who was the real body. The shadow touched Yagyu in front, but the imagined scene of the body freezing or turning into white smoke did not appear. Instead, the shadow passed through Yagyu's body, but Yagyu still rushed towards him. It's the clone technique. Nara Shikamaru raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Yagyu to use such a low-level technique. But the next second, Nara Shikamaru seemed to have thought of something, his face changed and he said, "No, this is not the clone technique, this is illusion. The clone technique is very similar to the shadow clone technique. If you don't encounter the Byakugan, a perception eye, or some special perception techniques, the naked eye can't tell which is the clone technique and which is the shadow clone technique. If you want to know whether it is the clone technique or the shadow clone technique, you just need to meet the other party to know. The clone technique is just an illusion created by chakra, like a mirage in the desert, which will disappear once touched. And the shadow clone is a physical clone that even the Byakugan cannot see through. If the Yagyu in front of him was just an illusion, then he should have dissipated the moment he was touched by the shadow imitation technique. But he didn't, and he was still running towards this side. So, Nara Shikamaru hurriedly interfered with the flow of chakra in his body, trying to break Yagyu's illusion. However, Yagyu in front of him still did not disappear, and had already rushed in front of Nara Shikamaru, punching him in the face. Nara Shikamaru subconsciously released the shadow imitation technique, took out a kunao from the ninja tool bag, and swung the kunao at Yagyu with his backhand. As expected, the kunao and the arm passed through his body. But the phantom clone in front of him still did not disappear, and the fist had already landed on Nara Shikamaru's face. Bang! The strong force made Nara Shikamaru's expression distorted, and his whole face was shaking in a wave-like manner, which showed how powerful Yagyu's punch was. The next second, Nara Shikamaru's feet left the ground and he flew more than 10 meters away. Nara Shikamaru landed with a confused look on his face, and his strongest brain was blank. Seeing this scene, a large number of ninjas in the audience stood up involuntarily. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru in the VIP seats were shocked and almost stood up excitedly. Illusion instant body technique. Is this true? Is this a real illusion instant body technique? How is this possible? He doesn't have a Sharingan, how did he master the illusion instant body technique? Incredible, how good is his attainment in instant body and illusion to master this unique skill of instant body Shisui? The ninja circle in the audience was already in an uproar. Many young ninjas and civilians next door were all confused. It's no wonder they reacted like this, after all, the Uchiha clan has been extinct for several years. As we all know, 2 supernovas appeared on the Konoha side of the Third Ninja World War. These 2 supernovas are the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, who made great achievements in the Flying Thunder God technique and was called the Yellow Flash. The other supernova is Uchiha Shisui, who can kill the enemy in an instant at a very long distance, making the opponent immersed in the world of illusion. However, Uchiha Shisui, whose illusion is ridiculously strong, has the title of Flicker Shisui. Just like Namikaze Minato was called Yellow Flash because of Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Shisui's title of Flicker Shisui is because of the Phantom Flicker technique he developed. The principle of this trick is very simple. It is just a combination of the illusion of Sharingan and the instant body technique and clone technique taught in ninja school. But except Uchiha Shisui, there is no one else in the entire Uchiha clan and the huge ninja world who can master this technique. The effect of this technique is to use the E-level clone technique to create one or more phantom clones, and then the main body and the clones attack the enemy together. The phantom clone of the clone technique will disperse at the touch, but the clone of Uchiha Shisui fused with the Sharingan illusion will not disperse. When the enemy attacks Uchiha Shisui's clone and finds that it is just an illusion, and thus relaxes his vigilance, Uchiha Shisui will instantly come to the position of the phantom clone, making this phantom become a real entity. Then the next second, this entity may become an illusion again. That's right. Uchiha Shisui's enemies don't know which one is Uchiha Shisui's real body, and they have to defend against every attack of Uchiha Shisui, otherwise the attack of the phantom clone will become a physical attack. Countless people have died at the hands of Uchiha Shisui's phantom instant body technique. That technique, which is as powerful and terrifying as the Flying Thunder God technique to some extent, also made Uchiha Shisui famous in the ninja world and became the strongest of the Uchiha clan in his teens. However, after Uchiha Shisui's death, the phantom instant body technique, which is the core of the Sharingan illusion, has become a legend like the Flying Thunder God technique. And now, this technique has appeared again, and it's no wonder that those ninjas who know Uchiha Shisui are so shocked. Chapter 63 This is just a shadow clone. Yes, Yagyu used the phantom instant body technique. After getting the Thunder Blade Yagi, Yagyu has been using this ninja sword to practice the nature change of thunder release. After months of fiddling with Yu, he finally mastered the lightning chakra stimulation method, and his speed was no less than that of Xiao Li who took off the weight. At first, Yagyu just wanted to improve his speed. Until one day when he used his shadow clone to fight Karin without rules, and watched the shadow clone tease Karin with red eye illusion and body flicking technique, Yagyu suddenly had an idea and thought of Uchiha Shisui's phantom body flicking technique. In Yagyu's eyes, this technique is definitely not inferior to Flying Thunder God technique and God's Hollowing in a one-on-one situation. However, the conditions for practicing this technique require powerful illusion and body flicking attainments. Especially, the illusion attainments must be the kind of technique without seals. After mastering the lightning chakra stimulation method, Yagyu already has the conditions to practice this technique. Although his Sharingan illusion attainments are not as good as Uchiha Shisui, he cannot create an illusion clone that will not dissipate. But Yagyu doesn't need the illusion of Sharingan, he can also create phantom clones that will not dissipate. One is the red-eyed illusion, and the other is the Naraku clone learned from Yui Kurane. These two clones are illusion clones. The former can't even be seen through by the Byakugan, while the latter can be strengthened by the Sharingan. And these two illusion clones can be fused together. When Yagyu tried it, it really worked. So Yagyu began to use the red-eyed illusion and the Naraku clone to develop the phantom body flash technique. After his efforts, he finally mastered this technique that combines ninjutsu and illusion a few days before the Chunin exam. Unless the illusion attainments and body flash speed far surpass Yagyu, the phantom body flash technique will be the enemy's nightmare. Nara Shikamaru is the best example. I give up. When Nara Shikamaru, whose left face was already swollen, came to his senses, he looked at the three Yagyu walking towards him and raised his hand to surrender without hesitation. The new ability displayed by Yagyu made all the battle plans prepared by Nara Shikamaru for a month invalid. Even if Yagyu showed mercy, he didn't know how many beatings he would have to take before he could grasp the information of this technique and formulate a plan. And no one could guarantee that Yagyu had other hidden means. What if he finally grasped the information of this technique and reformulated the battle plan after being beaten so many times, and Yagyu used a new ability, wouldn't he have been beaten in vain? Since he would lose anyway, Nara Shikamaru decisively chose the one with the least loss. Even Uchiha Sasuke lost for 6 years, it was not shameful for him to lose to Yagyu. The battle is over, the winner is Yagyu. Shiranui Genma announced the result loudly, and his eyes looking at Yagyu were full of horror. This descendant of the Thousand Hands, who has recently become famous in the Jounin circle, actually has this trick in addition to the secret of water escape. Swish! Almost at the moment when Shiranui Genma finished speaking, a blue light flashed from Nara Shikamaru's body. The beam flew out of his body and formed a floating blue light ball next to him. Yagyu walked up to Nara Shikamaru, stretched out his hand and smiled, "Thank you for your advice, Shikamaru. You are really a hidden talent." Nara Shikamaru stopped the sinister words that surged into his throat, grabbed Yagyu's hand and stood up, feeling sad for Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto in his heart. Being the same age as a monster like Yagyu is both the luck of their generation and the misfortune of their generation. When Yagyu grows up completely, no matter what happens in the future, there will be a tall man to support him. Similarly, they can only look up to him, and can't even see his back. The feeling of powerlessness makes people feel negative just thinking about it. After making the seal of reconciliation, Yagyu and Nara Shikamaru walked towards the contestant channel. At this time, the floating blue light ball also triggered the automatic pickup. However, it did not fly towards Yagyu, but rose higher into the sky and then flew towards a certain direction of Konoha. This means that Yagyu who walked into the contestant channel with Nara Shikamaru was not the real person, but a shadow clone. "Ino, Hinata, it's your turn, come on." Back in the contestant stands, Yagyu's shadow clone cheered for Ino and the other two girls. "Yet, Hinata, remember to show mercy later, don't let me lose too badly in front of my father. Let's work hard together, Ino." The two girlfriends were almost going to go down hand in hand. After walking out of the contestant channel, the two girls' faces instantly became serious, and then they came to the side of Shiranui Genma, stood facing each other, and raised their index and middle fingers. The third round of duel, Yamanaka Ino vs Hyuga Hinata, start. As Shiranui Genma's voice fell, Hinata and Ino started a duel between girlfriends. Just like the fight between Ino and Sakura, the two women first tested each other with ninja tools and smoke bombs. Ino tried to use the smoke to find an opportunity to use the heart turn technique. However, even Sakura did not give her the opportunity to perform the technique, let alone Hinata who had the Byakugan. Hinata just opened her Byakugan, locked Ino's position, and then rushed towards Ino. Faced with Ino's attempt to force her to retreat, Hinata did not dodge or use ninja tools to resist. Instead, she stretched out her slender jade-like fingers, either inserted them into the hole in the middle of the shuriken, or held the handle of the kunao with 2 fingers, and received all of Ino's ninja tools. Such a scene made Ino stunned. This is the Byakugan and acupuncture of the Hyuga clan. Receive after removing all of Ino's ninja tools, Hinata continued to rush towards Ino and soon arrived in front of Ino. Then the 2 women started fighting in physical skills, which they had fought countless times in the past few years. In terms of physical skills duels, both Ino and Sakura had wins and losses. Only when facing Hinata, they never won once. Now it is the same. Facing Hinata, who can see the meridians of the human body, Ino can't use the 3-body technique, let alone the instant body technique. Every time she mobilized chakra, Hinata seemed to know what she was going to do next, and then decisively interrupted. However, Hinata did not embarrass Ino. At first, she just used ordinary physical skills to fight with her. Until the end of 30 rounds, Hinata changed her fighting style and used acupuncture to poke a certain acupuncture point of Ino, which instantly paralyzed Ino's arm. Under Hinata's continuous acupuncture, Ino soon lost her fighting ability. The battle is over, the winner is Hyuga Hinata. After seeing Hinata subdue Ino, Shiranui Genma immediately announced the result. Sure enough, I am not your opponent. Ino grabbed Hinata's outstretched hand and stood up, sighing, Hinata, you are getting stronger and stronger. No, I can defeat you only because of the attribute restraint. Hinata, who had withdrawn from the battle state, returned to her shy look, shook her head gently, and pointed her index and middle fingers at Ino and said, Thank you for your advice, Ino. Hehe. Thank you for your advice. After signing the seal of reconciliation with Hinata, the relationship between the 2 girls changed from opponents to besties again. Then Ino held Hinata's hand, and the 2 girls walked towards the contestant channel. Seeing the 2 girls, the audience suddenly realized that they were good friends. Yamanaka Inoichi and Hyuga Hayashi both nodded with satisfaction. Especially Hyuga Hayashi, he was quite satisfied with Hinata's strength and interpersonal relationships. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was that Hinata was completely different when she was fighting and when she was not fighting. Her normal personality was not suitable for being a leader at all. If her personality was the same as Hanabi, then given her relationship with the heir of the Yamanaka clan, she would definitely be the best candidate to inherit the main family. After all, being friends with the heir of the Yamanaka clan means being friends with the 3 tribes of Ino, Shika, and Jo. When Hinata becomes the clan leader, the Hyuga clan will become allies with the 3 tribes of Ino, Shika, and Jo. By then, even the Konoha high-level officials would not dare to suppress the Hyuga clan at will. Chapter 64 Remarks on the release. It will be released at 0:05 tomorrow morning, exactly 31 days after the release of the book. Thank you all readers for your support, thank you for the votes and rewards you sent during this period, which made the performance of this book not so bad. This is the first book that the author has come to Kidian. I used to write fan fiction about harems at Luzi. I read books for harem stories, so I write books with harem stories in mind, so every book of mine is a harem story. I don't write about harems in only one case, that is, the protagonist is a native protagonist, and I will respect the character of the native protagonist. For original protagonists, I always put my own perspective, just like when we watch Naruto in the Naruto era. If I travel to the Naruto world, I will definitely want both power and beauty, after all, I am just a layman. However, the protagonist does not accept all women, but only some female characters that the author likes. When it comes to Shippuden, the author will create a group and update some extras from time to time. I won't do these now, so as not to be unable to help but spam the group. Finally, I would like to thank Swafeng from the Puja group and the editor Liuxing for taking care of them during this period. Love you, moi. Chapter 65 Konoha's Collapse Plan, Yagyu starts to act. After the battle between Hinata and Ino, the official match of the 3rd exam finally ushered in the highlight. Gaara vs Uchiha Suzuki. Many audiences in the audience came for Uchiha Suzuki. Some of these audiences were from other places in the Land of Fire, some were from neighboring countries, and many were villagers from Konoha. It was ironic that when the Uchiha clan was still there, the people of Konoha were full of disgust and rejection of the Uchiha clan, because the guards were all members of the Uchiha clan, and the character of this clan was too serious and extreme, and often conflicted with the villagers. After the Uchiha clan was gone, they praised the Uchiha clan again. In order to watch Uchiha Sasuke's game, they were even willing to spend a lot of money to buy tickets. Fortunately, there was no war, otherwise, whether it was the civilians of Konoha or the ninjas and high-level officials of Konoha, they would only miss the Uchiha clan more. After all, it has always been a consensus in the ninja world that the Sharingan is almost invincible one-on-one. Whoosh! Gaara walked out of the contestant channel and came to the square with his arms folded. He looked expressionless, and it was obvious that he had put on the armor of sand. Just when Shiranui Genma checked his pocket watch and was about to announce that Uchiha Sasuke was absent and had automatically forfeited the game, a cyclone carrying a few fallen leaves suddenly appeared out of thin air in the square. The next second, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared in front of everyone. These two people were Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke. It seems that we have caught up. Are we not late? Hitaki Kakashi posed, holding the intimate paradise in his hand, looking at Shiranui Genma and asked. Shiranui Genma rolled his eyes and said, "Your students will be eliminated in a few seconds. You should change your habit of being late." From Shiranui Genma's tone, it can be seen that he is very familiar with Hitaki Kakashi. After all, he was once one of the guards of the 4th Hokage. "It's okay if we are not late." Hitaki Kakashi put away the intimate paradise and said to Uchiha Sasuke, who was wrapped in a few white bandages and looked confident, "I have taught you everything I can. Next, it depends on your performance, Sasuke." After speaking, Hitaki Kakashi disappeared in an instant. "My opponent is you." Uchiha Sasuke looked at Gaara, who had impressed him a month ago, and smiled with high spirits. "It's great that you are my opponent in the first game. Before I meet Yagyu, I'll use you as an appetizer." Just like the original work, Uchiha Sasuke can't avoid being arrogant every time he improves his strength. He has never seen Xiao Li fight with Gaara, and he doesn't take anyone else seriously except Yagyu, who he has never won. Gaara is the same. Gaara didn't say anything about Uchiha Sasuke's contempt, and his face was still expressionless. The expression under the sand armor was the same. Just like Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara doesn't take Uchiha Sasuke seriously now. The opponent's performance in the last game was too weak. If that was all his strength, he couldn't even break the automatic defense of the sand. There are only two opponents that Gaara takes seriously now. One was Xiao Li, who beat him like that, and the other was Yagyu, who mastered the secret of water escape, whose attributes restrained him, and who had just demonstrated powerful instant body and illusion. As for Uchiha Sasuke, he almost forgot his name. Seeing that the two were ready, Shiranui Genma stepped back a few steps, raised his hand and shouted loudly, "The third round of duel, Uchiha Sasuke vs Gaara. Start!" Swoosh! Uchiha Sasuke did not use ninja tools to test his opponent, but disappeared instantly. Without even a blink of an eye, Uchiha Sasuke appeared out of thin air on the right side of Gaara and punched him in the face. Tsuneko defended automatically, but did not block Uchiha Sasuke's punch. It turned out that this punch was just a cover. Uchiha Sasuke appeared on the other side of Gaara the next second and punched him again. The speed was so fast that Tsuneko, who defended automatically, almost couldn't keep up. Fortunately, he helped Gaara block the punch at the last moment. However, these two punches made Gaara's face, which was covered with the armor of sand, change its expression. Like Gaara, there were Sakura and others in the contestant stands, and Lee and others who had to watch the game in the audience because they were eliminated in the previous exam. It's no wonder that they reacted so strongly, because the speed that Uchiha Sasuke showed now, and the physical skills of attacking Gaara, were exactly the same as Lee, who took off the weights a month ago. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who was constantly changing his position to attack Gaara and trying to break through the sand defense, Lee, who had not been destroyed and now had recovered to full health, was still greatly shocked in his heart. Only he knew how much time and effort he had spent to have such speed. Under the bandages on his arms and feet, the scars were as if they were permanent. However, Uchiha Sasuke only took 1 month to have the results of his hard work. Is this the gap between ordinary people and geniuses? It's completely different worlds. Lee clenched his hands tightly, and his heart was full of bitterness. Bang! At this time, Uchiha Sasuke had broken through Gaara's sand defense and smashed his sand armor with one punch. Gaara, who had been invincible since childhood, had almost no experience in physical duels. After being broken by Uchiha Sasuke, he was afraid that the opponent could also use the same moves as Xiao Li, so he quickly wrapped his whole body with sand to form a huge sand ball. After hiding in the sand ball, Gaara felt safe, and then used the sand eye to hide in the sand wave and control the sand to attack Uchiha Sasuke. Fire style, great fireball technique. Outside, Uchiha Sasuke tried to use fire style to break Gaara's sand wave. But after the fireball exploded, the sand ball was intact. Seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke was not panicked at all, but showed an intriguing smile. Uchiha Sasuke did not waste unnecessary chakra, but turned and ran towards the high wall of the square. With chakra gathered in his feet, Uchiha Sasuke ran to the top of the high wall like a gecko, and then formed seals with his hands. Sitsizes. The sound of the electric currents of the chirping birds sounded, and Uchiha Sasuke's right hand clenched into a claw with 5 fingers, and a ball of blue-white lightning emerged from the palm of his hand, rushing down as if grabbing lightning. Because of the diving posture, Uchiha Sasuke's palm was very close to the wall, and the lightning ball surrounded by arcs plowed a deep mark on the wall. Chidori. Uchiha Sasuke rushed to the front of the sand ball, and the palm and forearm with lightning flashing instantly penetrated the sand ball with amazing defense. Ah! A scream came from the sand ball, and when Uchiha Sasuke pulled out his arm, his hand was already covered with blood. Seeing this scene, the Yagyu shadow clones in the contestant stands and many people in the audience all had their eyes flashing. Disguised as a Konoha Anbu and hiding behind the audience, Kabuto Yakushi immediately formed seals with his hands and whispered, "Illusion. Nirvana Jing Shijutsu." Countless white phantom feathers immediately fell from the sky, like snow. The audience who were cheering for Uchiha Sasuke's performance and felt that the tickets were worth buying were immediately attracted by these feathers. When they looked at these feathers, they suddenly felt their eyelids become extremely heavy, and the excitement of cheering soon turned into a drowsy look. After a while, all the civilians and nobles fell asleep. Even some genin were the same. When those feathers fell down and touched those sleeping people, they disappeared instantly. And those touched by the feathers fell into a deep sleep, and they might not wake up even if they were beaten violently or cut into pieces. It's a group illusion, there is an enemy attack. Only the ninjas with Yintun chakra, quick reaction, and strong strength were not affected by these feathers. They formed seals with their hands to dispel the Yintun chakra that tried to invade their brains. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air continued to sound, and after images rushed out from the audience. They were all Odanin disguised as ordinary people. They just took off their disguises and immediately fought with the Konoha ninjas in the audience. Many civilians were implicated by their attacks. In the VIP seats, Orochimaru, disguised as the 4th Kazekage, had already kidnapped his teacher and jumped onto the roof of the VIP seats. A purple transparent barrier soon rose on the roof. The battle between the master and the apprentice was about to break out. Stop pretending. Those 2 sand ninjas have run away. We are the only ones here. Yagyu's shadow clone kicked Nara Shikamaru who was lying next to him and said, "Hurry up and help Naruto and Koji break the illusion, and then go to support the others. It's really troublesome. Such a scene is not something we genin can participate in." Nara Shikamaru, who wanted to fish in troubled waters, scratched his head and stood up. Just as Yagyu's shadow clone organized the genin in the contestant area, the village outside the square was already in chaos. The sound ninjas in the square were only a small part, and the main force and sand ninjas were outside. After the signal sounded, they wreaked havoc in Konoha. Some sound ninjas were scattered in various places in Konoha, took out a scroll and a blood bottle, and summoned the big snake in the Ryokai cave. The sudden attack of the sound ninjas and the sand ninjas caught Konoha off guard. However, under the guidance of some special jonin, all ninjas followed the safety manual, some of them joined forces to resist the enemy's attack, and the other part escorted the villagers to the shelter. Due to the shortage of manpower, the Anbu who were originally in charge of the Hokage building also began to go out to support the ninjas of Konoha. For a while, there were fewer guards in the Hokage building. No one noticed that a figure wearing a cloak and a white mask quietly sneaked into the Hokage building. This figure was the real body of Yagyu. After using the shadow clone technique at home, Yagyu asked the shadow clone to take the exam on his behalf, while the real body put on a cloak and mask, used the red eye illusion to hide himself, and used farsightedness and perspective to watch the game and look for targets in the Hokage building. At this time, Yagyu used the red eyes and Kagura's heart eyes together, and the inside and outside of the Hokage building, as well as his target, were exposed in his god's perspective. Chapter 66 Wood release is obtained. Susanoo Buddha, one person destroys Shikoku. After Yagyu sneaked into the Hokage building, he went straight to the Forbidden Technique Library. There are not only a large number of ninjutsu scrolls stored there, but also the place where the sealed book is stored. However, if you look closely, you will find that although Yagyu is walking towards the Forbidden Technique Library, he did not use the red eye illusion to hide his figure, but walked openly in the Hokage building, as if he wanted to attract the attention of some people. When Yagyu was about to reach the Forbidden Technique Library, the corner of his mouth under the mask suddenly outlined a beautiful arc. The next second, Yagyu's feet were empty, and the surrounding floor turned into a swamp, sealing Yagyu's instant body technique. Without waiting for Yagyu to struggle, the quagmire under his feet suddenly fell rapidly like the mud poured into the pit. Yagyu's perspective also flowed backwards like the falling objects. Below was a bottomless pit, surrounded by wooden walls. After a while, Yagyu fell to the bottom of the pit. It turned out that there was a spacious underground base under the Hokage building. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Yagyu landed, he heard the sound of breaking through the air. Several huge wooden vines attacked like pythons. Even under his feet, tentacle-like vines grew out, trying to tie up Yagyu. Unfortunately, before these vines grew out, Yagyu's red eyes had already seen them in advance. Yagyu just moved in an instant, and the vines fell into the air. In Yagyu's red god's perspective, in the dimly lit underground base, there was a figure wearing a black cloak and a cat-faced mask not far away. This Anbu was Yagyu. The target is Yamato, the instructor of the new Team 7 in the original Shippuden. Oh no, he is not called Yamato now, but Tenzo. Wood release, Sea of Trees birth. Seeing that Yagyu had avoided his wood release attack, Tenzo did not ask who he was, but directly used his wood release ultimate move to take advantage of the terrain first. Saplings broke out of the ground one by one, and then quickly grew into trees more than 10 meters high, turning the underground base into a small forest. The big hole on the ceiling connected to the Hokage building also grew a lot of wooden strips to patch up the hole. It is obvious that Tenzo wants to trap Yagyu in the underground base and not give him a chance to escape. Gathering chakra with his feet, he instantly dodged the branches that bound him when the saplings grew. Yagyu stood on the top of a tree, and the palm hidden in the cuffs of his cloak quickly formed a seal with one hand. A lot of white mist appeared in the air, and the forest turned into a fog forest in a few blinks. Originally, chakra connected to the forest, Tenzang, who had a god's perspective, could only catch a vague figure. This is the mist-hidden technique. Tenzang's pupils shrank slightly under the mask, and he murmured, "Isn't it the sound ninja and the sand ninja, or is this just a way for him to hide his identity?" At the same time, Tenzang also made a seal without slowness, would release, silent killing binding technique. In an instant, the trees around Yagyu immediately extended a large number of withered yellow branches like pythons and long whips, to tie up and whip Yagyu. Sitsizizizi. The sound of electric currents intersecting sounded, and a large number of blue and white arcs suddenly appeared around Yagyu. Swoosh! Yagyu's figure disappeared out of thin air, and the piercing sound of breaking through the air just sounded. This move was exactly the ninjutsu thunder armor that burst out from Kurakurega. Originally, this move needed to be used with Thunder Blade Yi, but when Yagyu mastered the changes in the nature of thunder release, this move could be used at will. Moreover, Yagyu discovered that when he used this attack and defense integrated thunder release and thunder release chakra stimulation method together, his speed could immediately reach max from 0, which was simply a replica of the thunder release chakra mode. How is it possible? The face under the mask of Tenzang suddenly changed. In his perception, a large number of figures suddenly appeared in the white fog. And these figures did not seem to be clones. These figures moved quickly and soon disturbed Tenzang's perception, causing his perception to lose the mysterious man. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air came into his ears, and the rain of needles in the sky flooded Tenzang. In the thick fog, Yagyu used the red eye illusion to interfere with Tenzang's perception, and then used the shadow clone technique. After surrounding Tenzang with the shadow clone, he immediately mobilized the chakra to transform into ice release nature changes, created a large number of ice thousands in his hands, and threw them at Tenzang. Wood release, Tree Realm Wall. With his sight gone and only his senses left, Tenzo quickly used the defensive wood release. Many wooden vines rose from the ground, forming a cicada pupa-shaped shield that wrapped Tenzo up and blocked the attack of the ice thousand bones. After a while, the cicada pupa-shaped shield was pierced into a hedgehog. Seeing this scene, Yagyu's mouth slightly raised. Then the shadow clone not far away quietly formed seals with both hands, and a black shadow spread out. Shadow imitation technique. This was the technique that the shadow clone exploded from Shikamaru Nara in the official match just now. It was also the sudden explosion of this technique that made Yagyu overturn the battle plan prepared for this month and prepare to use it to deceive Tenzo. The combination of mist hidden technique and red eyes illusion has an outrageous effect. In the original work, Naruto and Might Guy were both tricked by this combination technique, and even Hyuga Byakugan was helpless. Tenzang, who did not have Kagura's mind eye or Byakugan, did not notice the shadow spreading. After blocking all the eye's 1,000 books, he did not remove the wooden shield immediately, but released his perception. After finding that there was no person around, he slowly removed the shield, and at the same time gathered chakra with his feet, and was about to change his position in an instant. Ding ding! At this time, the sound of bells suddenly came into his ears. Tenzang, who was about to leave in an instant, immediately found that his body could not move. Gold binding technique. Tenzang gritted his teeth and said, he was about to interfere with the flow of chakra in his body. But the next second, his body really could not move. Due to the cover of the thick fog, Tenzang did not see a black shadow, which had connected to his feet at some point, depriving him of control of his body. Whoosh! The piercing sound of breaking through the air sounded again, and a figure with lightning flashed in front of Tenzang, his fingers wrapped with lightning and cold air, and blue chakra flames, poked an acupuncture point on his body. Puff! Instantly, Tenzo vomited blood and lost consciousness on the spot. This finger is called shock acupuncture. In Boruto, Uzumaki Himawari used this move to kill Naruto in 1 second, causing Naruto to miss the succession ceremony of the 7th Hokage. After getting the red eyes, Yagyu began to study the acupuncture points of the human body. At the same time, he also asked Hinata, who had memorized the acupuncture points of the human body since childhood, to learn which acupuncture points to hit to make people go into shock and coma, on the pretext of developing medical ninjutsu. Since this move requires precise hitting of the enemy's acupuncture points, the enemy must be immobilized first, and Yagyu has never used this move. If the enemy can be immobilized, why use shock acupuncture? Just use a water escape and hard the vortex water blade can kill him in seconds. But if Yagyu doesn't want to kill Tenzo, then there is nothing better than this trick. Shua! Almost at the moment when Tenzo went into shock and coma, a red light suddenly flashed from his body. A few seconds later, a red beam flew out of his body and fell to the side to form a floating red light ball. It came out in one go, it seems to be lucky. The thick fog dissipated, and Yagyu's body walked out of the forest, looking at the floating red light ball, with a satisfied smile on his face. This is the advantage of rich ammunition in the arsenal. Yagyu's original plan was to expose the Sharingan and water escape, and then use ice escape to conceal his identity. But after the shadow clone revealed the shadow imitation technique from Nara Shikamaru, Yagyu immediately changed his plan and prepared to continue hiding the Sharingan and make a new plan for the shadow imitation technique. The bell sound just now was the auditory illusion that Yagyu used to kill the Toss trio, which exploded from Jin's body, and then it was improved into the golden binding technique activated by the bell. After all, in the thick fog, Yagyu had to open the white eye and red eye, or Kagura's heart eye to see Tenzo. If he opened the Sharingan, he would be like Hitaki Kakashi vs Mamakai Zabuza, and he couldn't find Tenzo at all. If he couldn't see Tenzo, he naturally couldn't use the golden binding technique and the magical shackle technique. Nara Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique came very timely, so Yagyu didn't have to expose his Sharingan and water escape. Except for performing the mist hidden technique and the red eyes illusion, Yagyu didn't move his hands throughout the whole process. The ones who controlled Tenzo and knocked him out were all shadow clones with only a little chakra. With the help of the magical skill of shadow clone technique, Yagyu was able to deliver in just one go. Soon, the red light ball was automatically picked up and flew towards Yagyu. Looking at the floating red light ball, Yagyu's eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. After the light ball penetrated into his body, Yagyu immediately called out the virtual panel to check the red light ball that occupied the first space grid because of its highest rarity. Space backpack, bloodline limit, wood escape, red. The bloodline limit that I had been dreaming of was finally in my hands. Yagyu clenched his fists and almost couldn't help shouting out in excitement. In Yagyu's eyes, under the 6 paths, no bloodline limit is more suitable for the body of a sage than wood escape. If Naruto had wood escape, he would not have suffered such treatment when he lost the 9 tails in Boruto. With wood escape and sage mode, he is still one of the strongest in the ninja world. As a wood escape experimental subject, Tenzo, his wood escape power is only about 20% of Senju Hashirama at most. As long as Yagyu waits until his sage body grows up and then learns the sage mode, his wood style power will reach 100% of Hashirama Senju. If he can learn all of Hashirama Senju's wood style ninjutsu, then even if Yagyu doesn't use the Sharingan, he will be the first person under the 6 paths in the future, a super shadow existence. When the Sharingan evolves to the main Jakaya Sharingan and can use the complete Susanoo, Yagyu can turn a famous stock from his previous life into reality. It is exactly Susanoo Buddha, one man destroys the 4 countries. Chapter 67 True Konoha Prince, I want them all. After the excitement, Yagyu merged the blood limit wood style without hesitation. As the red beam flew out of the space backpack and penetrated into Yagyu's body, the word wood style immediately appeared in the blood limit column of the personal information on the virtual panel. After Sharingan, Red Eyes, Byakugan and Ice Style, Yagyu's 5th blood limit. After fusing the Kekkei Genkai wood release, Yagyu raised his palm and transformed the chakra into the wood release chakra that was formed by the fusion of the water release and earth release. A green branch immediately grew out of his palm and quickly formed a small sapling. Then, Yagyu stomped his foot, fused the power of Yang release, and the wood release chakra full of vitality seeped into the ground. A piece of green wooden vine suddenly broke out of the ground. This green wooden vine formed a sharp contrast with the withered yellow vines of Tenzo. Seeing this, Yagyu's mouth corners slightly raised, and then he cut the vines into several sections and put them into the space backpack. After doing this, Yagyu carried Tenzo, unsealed the wooden strips connecting the entrance of the Hokage building, and instantly returned to the corridor. Yagyu, with his red eyes and Kagura's hard eyes, knew the current layout of the Hokage building very well, so he acted recklessly and went directly to the Forbidden Technique Library and pushed the door open. Several bookshelves filled with scrolls immediately caught Yagyu's eyes. In the original novel, Orochimaru obtained the 8-headed technique and the impure world reincarnation technique from here. Such an important place must be guarded by guards. And this guard is Tenzo, the top master of the Anbu. The reason why Yagyu came to the Forbidden Technique Library was to attract Tenzo's attention. He not only wanted to get the blood limit wood release from Tenzo, but also to plunder the Forbidden Technique Library to enrich his arsenal. However, Yagyu put the ninjutsu scrolls into the space backpack without seeing them. These are all the foundation of Konoha. Yagyu's plan is to create an identity for himself as a descendant of the Senju, and then get the blood limit wood release from Tenzo, completely confirming the identity of the Senjutsu. As long as Yagyu uses wood release, no one will believe him even if he denies that he is a descendant of the Senju clan. In this way, Yagyu will completely get rid of his identity as a civilian orphan and become a legitimate descendant of Konoha. At that time, identity and status will no longer be an obstacle to prevent him from being with Hinata and the other girls. The Santa Claus who appeared in his mind 6 years ago can also shout out loud, "I want them all." As a legitimate descendant of Konoha, after Sarutobi Hiruzen died, Konoha entered the era of Tsunade, and Yagyu was the prince of Konoha. Whether it is Tenzo or the major ninja clans, they will become Yagyu's supporters. Therefore, this is also the reason why Yagyu does not want to expose important cards and does not kill Tenzo. Yagyu will not take away these ninjutsu scrolls specially prepared for Konoha ninjas. Found it. While turning on the red eye perspective, Lu Sheng quickly found a purple scroll by flipping through the scrolls on the bookshelf. On the seal of this scroll, there was a big word wood. Yes, this scroll is the scroll that records the wood release ninjutsu. In the original work, Shimura Danzo once gave this scroll to Tenzo, who was still codenamed Jiri. Putting Tenzo on the ground, Lu Sheng opened the scroll and checked the wood release ninjutsu inside. Wood release wood clone, wood release wood transformation, wood release wood substitute. Wood release tree world advent. Wood release flower tree world advent. Wood release wood dragon technique, wood release wood man technique. From the lowest level of wood clone to the highest level of wood dragon, wood man, and flower tree world advent, all 3 sets are available. This is also the invincible ninja world of the ninja god. No matter how Uchiha Madara's eyes are upgraded, he will be hung up and beaten. The only thing Lu Sheng didn't see was the wood release ninjutsu. That is the secret of wood release that even a strong man like Hashirama Senju has to be alive and must activate Sage mode to use. Sage method would release true Thousand Hands. This ninjutsu is also one of the only 2 officially recognized SSS level ninjutsu. The other SSS level ninjutsu is a fusion of yin and yang and the 5 elements, just like the bloodline net, but it does not belong to the bloodline net or bloodline elimination, but the seeking truth jade in the ninjutsu classification. Yagyu frowned and murmured, "Is it too late to keep it, or is it intentional not to keep it?" After a few seconds, Yagyu suddenly realized. No wonder Shimura Danzo in the original work only mentioned the advent of the flower tree world. It turns out that the three-piece set of Woodman, Wood Dragon, and Flower Tree World advent is already their greatest cognition. Only Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, and Kurama know the secret of wood release. Sage method would release true thousand hands. Thinking of this, Yagyu was instantly relieved. So, Yagyu took out the film camera, opened the Sharingan at the same time, and took pictures of all the wood release ninjutsu on the scroll. After doing all this, Yagyu put the scroll away and put it back to its original position. Next, Yagyu was still not in a hurry to find the sealed book, but continued to flip through the ninjutsu scrolls on the bookshelf, looking for the ninjutsu he wanted. After a while, Yagyu found the ninjutsu he wanted. Water release, water rush wave. Water release, water dragon bullet. Water release, heaven's cry, water release, wave riding attack, water release, water trumpet technique, A&D. Water release, water dragon bite explosion and water release, water break wave. Yes, these ninjutsu are all water release ninjutsu of Senju Tobirama. Just like wood release, in Yagyu's eyes, the most suitable 5 elements ninjutsu for the sage body is undoubtedly water release ninjutsu. Kisame Hoshigaki became a leader at the cage level by relying on the chakra of the tailed beast without a tail, using only water release ninjutsu. The Senju Tobirama, who has the blood of the Senju clan, is known as the man who signed a contract with the sea and the strongest Hokage in water jutsu. Just like before, Yagyu used the Sharingan and film camera to take pictures of the training methods of these water jutsu. After putting the scrolls of these water jutsu back in place, Yagyu continued to browse the bookshelf and soon found other jutsu he wanted. These jutsu are not 5-element jutsu, nor are they forbidden jutsu, but the upper and lower limits are very outrageous, and the most capable of killing enemies across levels. Sealing jutsu. As allies of the Uzumaki clan, the wives of the 1st and 4th Hokage are both descendants of the Uzumaki clan. In addition to the 3 unique abilities, Konoha has the complete Uzumaki clan heritage. Yagyu continued to take pictures of these sealing jutsu. Not only can he learn them himself, even if Tsunade does not accept Karin as a disciple, he can also teach Karin secretly, and then let Karin teach Ino as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and teach some jutsu that does not require yin attributes to Hinata. After all, among the 4 girls, only Hinata does not have yin attribute chakra. It is also ridiculous. Among the 4 girls, Sakura, Ino, and Karin all have yin, yang, water and earth attributes, but Hinata has only fire and thunder attributes. After changing to a new film and taking pictures of the practice methods of the sealing technique, Yagyu continued to flip through it. Soon, Yagyu frowned. He found a problem. That is, there is no independent scroll of the forbidden technique in the forbidden technique library. From the fact that Orochimaru obtained the 8-headed technique and the impure world reincarnation technique, these forbidden techniques obviously have independent scrolls. When Minato Namikaze was learning the Flying Thunder God technique, he could not have been holding the sealing book to read it. It was obviously Jiraiya who gave him the independent scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique. How come there is no independent scroll of the forbidden technique in that huge forbidden technique library? Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered that Orochimaru had taken the independent scrolls of the 8-headed technique and the impure world reincarnation technique were taken away, so the independent scrolls of the forbidden techniques were not placed here, or destroyed? Yagyu continued to look through, but still did not find the independent scrolls of the forbidden techniques. So, Yagyu finally came to the place where the sealed book was stored and found the super large scroll placed in the secret compartment. The scroll was red and white, and there was a big word sealed on the sticker. Yagyu, who turned on the red eye perspective, recognized this scroll at a glance. It was the real sealed book, and also confirmed that the sealed book stolen by Naruto was just a counterfeit that Sarutobi Hiruzen used to take advantage of the situation. There was no other reason, just because in Yagyu's red eye perspective, there was a slight flow of chakra on the seal of this scroll, which could not be detected if you didn't look carefully. This word sealed turned out to be a sealing technique. If you don't unlock this sealing technique, you can't see the forbidden techniques inside. Although it was reasonable, Lu Sheng's mouth twitched slightly. After all, the photos of the sealing technique he took have not been developed yet, and his current attainments in the sealing technique are 0. And Lu Sheng didn't know which sealing technique this sealing technique was. That is to say, he couldn't get the forbidden techniques in the sealing technique for the time being. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng wanted to put the sealed book into the space backpack as soon as possible, and try to break the seal on the sealed book after learning those sealing techniques. But the next second, Lu Sheng gave up this idea. If he didn't kill Tianzang, his identity as a mysterious man and his purpose of going to the Forbidden Technique Library would be exposed. As long as he checked, he would know that the sealed book was stolen. No matter whether Lu Sheng put the sealed book back to its original place in the future, when he used the forbidden techniques in the sealed book, it would be a case of trying to cover up the truth. If the sealed book was obtained from Tsunade, there was no need to take it away. All he had to do was to win Tsunade's favor and let her trust his clan member completely, and then ask her to read the sealed book. Shua. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Yagyu's mind, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Because Yagyu thought of a way that would not only allow him to obtain the forbidden techniques in the sealed book, but also the immortal technique, would release, True Thousand Hands, which was not recorded in the would release scroll. So, Yagyu didn't look at the sealed book again and closed the secret compartment directly. Coming to Tenzo's side, Yagyu helped him up and leaned against the wall, then took off his cat-faced mask, opened his Sharingan, and put his hand on his head. Just like Uchiha Taka hypnotized Kabuto Yakushi, Yagyu invaded Tenzo's brain with Yin release chakra to control the chakra in his brain nerves. After a while, Tenzang opened his eyes with a dull look. After hypnotizing Tenzang, Yagyu asked, "Did you see what controlled your body just now?" It's the golden binding technique." Tenzang answered blankly. "Besides the golden binding technique, is there anything else?" No, the fog is too thick." "Then do you know what knocked you out?" "No. I don't know." Hearing this answer, Yagyu nodded with satisfaction. It's good that he didn't see the shadow imitation technique, and couldn't recognize the acupoint pressing hand that contained two kinds of changes in nature, so that he wouldn't implicate the Nara clan and the Hyga clan. So, Yagyu let Tenzang continue to sleep and carried his body back to the underground base. After throwing Tenzang's body to the ground, Yagyu instantly left the underground base, used the red eye illusion to hide his figure, and quickly left the central street of Konoha. Arriving at the Nanhi River near the Uchiha clan, Yagyu put his cloak and mask into his space backpack, then jumped into the river to wash off the marks on his body. In this way, even if the ninja dogs of the Inyazuka clan followed the smell, they would lose the clue here. And at this critical moment, when Tenzo reported and the Konoha high level reacted and asked the Inyazuka clan to assist in the investigation, the remaining smell had already disappeared. After all, the finger of Uzumaki Himawari made Naruto, one of the strongest in the ninja world, unconscious for a long time. Tenzo was hit by Yagyu's finger and would be unconscious for at least one day. Yagyu jumped into the river to wash off the marks just to be safe. "Send 9K first, and write again when I wake up. Sorry everyone, I don't have any drafts saved, because there are 4 nephews in my family, and only my mother takes care of them. My father went out to work, so when my mother went out to do farm work, I needed to take care of the children and catch up on the anime during the day, and I could only write at night. Today, 2 of my nephews started elementary school, so I will try to update 10,000 words every day in the future. Unless I get stuck, there will be at least 3 updates." Chapter 68. Things are in hand, the incident is over, and a new era is coming. After coming up from the Nanhi River, Yagyu first took out dry clothes to change, and then took out a new set of black cloaks and masks to put on. Then, Yagyu made hand seals and used Kagura's hard eyes with all his strength to see the position of the shadow clone. At this time, the shadow clone had organized the ninjas in the contest area to receive the A-level mission from Hitaki Kakashi and go to the forest to support Uchiha Sasuke, who was chasing Gaara's 3 siblings. So, Yagyu continued to open the farsightedness and perspective of the red eyes, looking for a certain place. It took more than 10 minutes for Yagyu to leave Konoha, and finally found that place under the mountain wall at the end. Using the lightning chakra stimulation method, Yagyu moved forward at full speed. Now the Konoha ninjas have almost sent all the villagers to the shelter. According to Konoha's safety manual, as long as the villagers are sent to the shelter, there will be no worries, and Konoha will gather all its strength to eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. This also means that the countdown to Sarutobi Hiruzen's death has begun, and Yagyu must speed up to complete his own affairs. Then before the end of the incident, go back to hand over to the shadow clone and create a perfect alibi. After a while, Yagyu arrived at the destination. In front of him is a shrine that has been abandoned for many years and is full of traces of time. Before the death of the 4th generation Hokage, People often came here to clean. But with the death of the fourth-generation couple, no one has come here anymore. And this shrine is called the Mask Storage Hall. This is the building that the Uzumaki clan left in the Land of Fire during the Warring States period, before they went to the island to build the hidden Uzushio village. Walking into the ancestral hall, there are a lot of masks hanging on the walls covered with spider webs. These masks have different shapes and patterns, but each one is a ghost with fangs. Yagyu's eyes flashed red, and with a special red perspective, he swept his eyes over the rows of masks and soon found that some masks were emitting special chakra fluctuations. Obviously, they were all ninja tools with special abilities. Yagyu took off these masks and recognized a certain mask at a glance. It was the purpose of Yagyu's coming here, the mask of death that Orochimaru used to take back the soul of his hands and release the soul of the previous generation of Hokage. Yagyu knew the effect of the mask of death, but he didn't know the effects of the other masks. But what is certain is that these masks should all be related to the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. So, Yagyu stored the mask of death and these masks in the storage scroll, and then put the scroll into the space backpack. Coming out of the ancestral hall, Yagyu looked at the clear sky, feeling extremely happy, and suddenly wanted to let out a long roar. It was so smooth. What Yagyu had always longed for was now in his hands, and the degree of success made Yagyu feel as if he had been blessed by heaven. But Yagyu knew that luck was only one of the reasons, and the biggest credit was his diary that recorded the main plot and some important plots, as well as the planning for more than a month. If it wasn't for the first sea-level mission, Yagyu wouldn't have targeted Bai if he met Kuroki Rega and the owner of the Blood Limit Red Eyes on the way back. If he hadn't obtained the ice release and one-hand seal from Bai, and knew through experiments that the shadow clone could increase the explosion rate, Yagyu wouldn't have had the bold idea of planning the Blood Limit would release and shaping the identity of the descendants of the Senju clan. If it wasn't for the flash of inspiration just now, and he remembered the way Orochimaru resurrected the previous Hokage, Yagyu wouldn't have come here to look for the death mask. Now everything is ready, except for the impure world reincarnation of the previous Hokage, and asking Senju Tobirama for various forbidden techniques as a descendant, and asking Senju Hashirama for the secret of Senju would release of true thousand hands. Yagyu already has an idea, and it's just a matter of perfection. Zzz. When Konoha began to fight back with all its strength and all the major ninja clans took action, the situation immediately became one-sided between the Sand Ninja and the Sound Ninja. The battle between the master and the apprentice on the roof of the VIP seats, as well as the battle between Naruto and Gaara's Jinchuriki, were also coming to an end. When Xiao Qiang went to support Uchiha Sasuke, they were chased by a large number of Sound Ninja, and Kankuro also stayed behind to cover Temari and Gaara. So, Yagyu's shadow clone took the initiative to lead the 8th team, as well as Nara Shikamaru and Sakura to stay to deal with these Sound Ninja and Kankuro, and the main goal was to play a lazy game. From the beginning to the end, Yagyu had no intention of making a big splash in the Konoha collapse plan. As Orochimaru said, this incident will make Konoha, the windmill that has stopped for many years, turn again. Although knowing that Sarutobi Hiruzen is old, even if he exposes his ability of wood escape, he will not be feared, but will be unprecedentedly valued and cultivated, but Yagyu still hopes that he will die. If he doesn't die, it will indirectly give Shimura Danzo the confidence to make trouble. Even if he found out that Shimura Danzo was causing trouble, Sarutobi Hiruzen would at most blame his friend for a few words. After all, Shimura Danzo had long been stripped of his position as Hokage's assistant, but he was still able to secretly train root ninjas. If Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't died, and Yagyu had brought Karin back to Konoha, this Pot King would definitely have secretly targeted Karin. Yagyu didn't want to do something that would make him regret it in the future, and even if he killed Shimura Danzo, it would be impossible to make up for it. Only if Sarutobi Hiruzen died, Konoha would enter the era of Tsunade, and Karin would be taken over by Tsunade. Yagyu will be relieved only if he brings Tsunade back to Konoha. After all, in the original work, it was not until the end of the pain incident and Tsunade fell into a coma that Shimura Danzo found an opportunity to make trouble. In the past 3.5 years, he only arranged Sai to the new Team 7 at most. From this, it can be seen that Tsunade's deterrent power is still quite sufficient. If you think about it carefully, Tsunade was found by Jiraiya, and she is still the goddess that Jiraiya has always liked. Jiraiya will definitely stand on her side without thinking. Dare to be an enemy of Tsunade, it means to be an enemy of the major ninja clans in Konoha, as well as Jiraiya and the daimyo. Shimura Danzo, who no longer has the position of assistant to the Hokage, does not have the confidence to make trouble. Soon, Yagyu came to the vicinity of the shadow clone. Before exchanging with the shadow clone, Yagyu saw two giant beasts fighting in the distance, setting off a storm. These two giant beasts are the one-tailed Shikaku released by Gaara using the sleep technique, and the toad boss summoned by Naruto. The two giant beasts used wind escape and water escape respectively, and after the collision, they formed a violent storm that shattered Uchiha Sasuke's worldview. From childhood to adulthood, he had never seen such a big monster, and such a powerful and wide-ranging technique. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke realized that Naruto, the last one, had unknowingly surpassed him. The confidence and expansion brought by learning Chidori were destroyed at this moment. Just one last blow, Uchiha Sasuke was about to take the first step towards blackening. Seeing this scene, Yagyu knew that the Konoha collapse plan was about to end. With the help of the red eye illusion and the lightning escape chakra stimulation method, Yagyu quickly completed the exchange with the shadow clone. At this time, the sound ninja chasing them and Kankuro who was left behind were defeated by Yagyu's shadow clone commanding the 8th team and Nara Shikamaru. Let's go, Naruto's battle seems to be over. Yagyu took Hinata and others and instantly went in the direction of Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. After a while, they saw Naruto and Gaara lying on the ground, and Uchiha Sasuke and Temari who were protecting them. Kankura. Looking at Kankura, who was being carried by Shino Aberame and had lost consciousness, Temari's expression suddenly changed. Yagyu looked at Naruto lying on the ground and asked knowingly, "Is that summoned beast just now Naruto's?" Yet. Uchiha Sasuke nodded with a complicated expression. "It seems that we won." Yagyu looked at Temari and asked, "Do you choose to surrender or fight to the death?" "We surrender." Looking at Yagyu and others who were unharmed, Temari said very tactfully. "A wise choice. Judging from your appearance, you should all be big shots in the Sand Village. This incident may not be able to do anything to you. We may meet again on the battlefield or in the social interaction between the two villages in the future. I don't want to embarrass you." Yagyu made a seal with one hand to create a shadow clone, and let it carry Gaara, who was powerless but not unconscious, but was shocked speechless by Naruto's will. The main body warned Temari, "If you don't want your companions to get into trouble, then follow me obediently and don't play any tricks on me." "I know." Temari nodded obediently. So, Yagyu and his group returned the same way. Uchiha Sasuke also carried Naruto on his back and followed closely. Looking at Yagyu's shadow clone and Gaara on his back, Uchiha Sasuke heard the unconscious breathing of the last one in his ears, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. Once, only Yagyu was stronger than him, and the gap was not very large. But now, there are at least 3 people of the same age who are stronger than him. Even the tailender who had been chasing him had surpassed him unknowingly. When would he be able to kill that man when he was so weak? Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke's curse seal sealed by the evil seal suddenly emitted a hot breath, causing his neck to ache slightly. At the same time, the chakra that had made him obsessed during the Chunin exam, and the figure whose oppression was stronger than that of Mamakai Zabuza and Hitaki Kakashi, suddenly appeared in Uchiha Sasuke's mind. If it was that person, maybe he could become stronger. Yagyu didn't know what Uchiha Sasuke was thinking, and even if he knew, he couldn't stop it. After the age of 7, Uchiha Sasuke lived for revenge. As long as he could kill Uchiha Itachi, he was willing to pay any price. When Yagyu and others returned to the central street of Konoha, the Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja had already run away or died, and many people were captured. "I feel relieved to see that you are all right." Yagyu led Team 8 back to the square and found Kurane Yui who was with Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. Kurane Yui breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yagyu and the others coming back. After seeing the 3 arrested Gaara siblings, she smiled in appreciation and said, "Well done, you have done a great deed this time. Teacher Kurane, is the war over?" Yagyu looked at the roof of the VIP seats. The purple barrier had disappeared, and there were full of Anbya figures wearing black cloaks. Yet. Kurane Yui nodded, and said with a heavy face, "The Hokage has sacrificed." Hearing this, Yagyu, Aberame Shino and others all changed their expressions. Of course, Yagyu's words should be put in double quotes. Yuri Kurane's words also announced that the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen's rule for decades has finally ended. A new era is coming. Chapter 69 Yagyu and Yui Kurane. Just like the Nine Tails Rebellion, after the Konoha collapse plan was over, the atmosphere of the village was full of depression and sadness. Fortunately, the Nine Tails Rebellion happened 12 years ago, so Konoha's response was relatively quick, and not too many villagers were hurt. The most deaths were those ninjas who fought against the Sand Ninja and the Sound Ninja. However, the Ryukadong snake summoned by the Sound Ninja still destroyed a large number of buildings. If ninjutsu is not used to help rebuild, it will probably take a lot of time to repair. But these are actually nothing. The biggest loss of Konoha in this incident is that they have lost the third Hokage forever. The 5 kage are the backbone of the 5 major ninja villages. The sacrifice of each kage will reduce the morale of the village to the lowest. If a new kage is not chosen quickly, the village will easily fall into panic. Those clients will also question and distrust the strength of this village. So just after the Konoha collapse plan was completed, the news spread in the Land of Fire, and the daimyo immediately sent people to discuss with the elders of Konoha and ask them if they have any candidates for the 5th generation Hokage. Of course, these are all later. The next day, the sky above Konoha was covered with dark clouds, and white light flashed in the heavy clouds, and the sound of muffled thunder sounded from time to time. The rain is brewing. Yagyu's house. Yagyu walked out in a black long gown and trousers. Outside the door, the 3 Hinata girls who were waiting for Yagyu were also wearing black long shirts and trousers. In their hands, they also held a bunch of white chrysanthemums. The 3 women's faces were no longer smiling as usual, but full of seriousness. After leaving home, the 4 Yagyu people walked towards the place where the memorial service was held. Along the way, the 4 Yagyu people saw many people wearing the same clothes as them. There were men and women, ninjas and civilians. They all went to the memorial service to bid farewell to the 3rd Hokage and the sacrificed ninjas. Boom! Clatter! As soon as the Yagyu people arrived at the place where the memorial service was held, there was a flash of lightning in the sky, and heavy rain fell with thunder. The rain curtain covered Konoha. Lined up to send white chrysanthemums to afterwards, Yagyu and his companions stood at the back of the team to mourn. Some people were crying with their heads down, while others were expressionless. The rain fell on everyone, so that no one could tell whether the water on their faces was rain or tears. The sad atmosphere made people feel very depressed. Even though Yagyu was not sad at all, he was affected by the atmosphere and felt very heavy in his heart. Fortunately, the memorial service ended quickly, and Yagyu and his companions dispersed and went home. Affected by the atmosphere and the heavy rain, the 3 girls of Ino did not invite Yagyu to play or go to Yagyu's house for a party. I'm afraid they won't be able to recover in a few days. After the memorial service, the villagers began to build the village, and the senior management also discovered the situation of the Hokage building in Tenzo, and they have been investigating the mysterious man during this period. However, after seeing that no important ninjutsu scrolls were lost in the Forbidden Library, and the most important seal book had not been stolen, they could only give up temporarily because they could not find the mysterious man. Compared with searching for the mysterious man, choosing the 5th Hokage is the most important thing for Konoha. Koharu Udadan and Midokado immediately found Jiraiya, hoping that he could become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. As a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the teacher of the 4th Hokage, Jiraiya is the best candidate for the 5th Hokage in terms of both strength and status. Of course, Jiraiya chose to refuse. However, in this situation, he couldn't refuse just because he wanted to. Faced with the pressure from Koharu Udadan and Midokado, Jiraiya, like the original work, said someone who was more suitable to succeed the 5th Hokage than him. Hearing that Jiraiya could find Tsunade and had a way to persuade Tsunade to come back to succeed the position of Hokage, Koharu Udadan and Midokado were silent for a few seconds, and then chose to nod. In Konoha now, the only candidate who is more suitable to become Hokage than Jiraiya is indeed Tsunade, the granddaughter of the 1st and 2nd Hokage. If Jiraiya and Tsunade's names are submitted, the daimyo will definitely choose Tsunade. No other reason, this is the gold content of Konoha's orthodoxy. So, Jiraiya prepared to take Naruto out of the village to find Tsunade that day. It was also on this day that Yagyu got up early, washed up and had breakfast, and came to the door of Yui Kurene's house. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and Yui Kurene quickly opened her door. Looking at Yagyu in front of her, Yui Kurene, who seemed to have just woken up, yawned and said, "It's Yagyu, come in." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the living room. However, she didn't notice that Yagyu behind her rubbed his nose, a little embarrassed. There was no way, Yui Kurene really didn't treat him as an outsider. Maybe because she just woke up, Yui Kurene was only wearing a red suspender pajamas, which exposed her shoulders, collarbones and delicate back. The hem of her skirt just covered her hips. Her ivory white long legs were like magnets, attracting people's attention. Ahem. Yagyu closed the door and changed into the guest-only lingerie at the entrance. She took off her slippers and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Looking at Yui Hong in the kitchen, she coughed and reminded him, "Teacher Hong, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to wear this dress in front of a man?" "Wow! When did you become a man? When you were 12 years old?" Yui Hong brought out a glass of milk and deliberately shook the glass in front of Lu Sheng, teasing, "Besides, have you forgotten what the nickname of our 8th class is? When you are 20 years old and can drink with the teacher, you can say this again. Now drink your milk, little brat." Looking at Lu Sheng with a full forehead full of black lines, Yui Hong walked into the bathroom happily and began to wash and change clothes. Yi Sheng's mouth twitched slightly. Although his height was about the same as Yui Hong, only a few centimeters shorter than Yui Hong in high heels, his age was always a flaw and could not be refuted. Lu Sheng took a sip of milk. For the first time, he felt that this thing was really annoying, as he insisted on drinking a glass of milk every day to grow up. "Tell me, what's the matter with you coming to see the teacher so early?" Yui Kurane quickly finished washing up, changed into her usual ninja clothes, poured herself a glass of milk, and sat opposite Yagyu and asked. Yagyu straightened his face and said, "I came here today to ask Teacher Hong to be a recommender for someone to join Konoha." Hearing this, Yui Kurane's face became serious, and she looked at Yagyu and asked, "Is she a foreign villager you met in the Chunin exam?" "Yes." Yagyu nodded and told Karen's life story. "She is a genin from Kyuzagakure village that I met in the second exam. She is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan." "A descendant of the Uzumaki clan, are you sure?" Yui Kurane's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Yagyu in surprise. "It's true. I have good grades in history. The book says that the Uzumaki clan was an ally of Konoha in both the Warring States period and the Ninja Village period, and a distant blood relative of the Senju clan." Yagyu said with certainty, "I felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy with her. When I rescued her, she happened to be in a coma. When I treated her, I found that there were many tooth marks of different shapes and sizes on her arms. This is the unique healing ability of the Uzumaki clan, physical healing." "Is she red-haired?" "Yes." "Then the possibility that she is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan is indeed very high." Yui Hong nodded, and suddenly said, "Teacher can be her recommender, but teacher wants to remind you of one thing, that is, outsiders who want to join Konoha must accept the interrogation department's review is a necessary procedure to prevent enemy spies from infiltrating Konoha, even if she is really a descendant of the Uzumaki clan." "I know, she accepted it. It seems that you are in contact often, so is she in Konoha now?" "No. She is in Tansho Street in the Land of Fire." Yagyu shook his head and said honestly, "The Kyuzagakure village has always used her as a medical tool, and this time she came to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exam. I found out that she is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. After learning about her experience, I secretly helped her leave Konoha and asked her to wait for me at Tansho Street to avoid diplomatic troubles for the village." "Yes, your decision is very good." Yui Kurane did not blame Yagyu for his self-assertion, but instead expressed recognition and praise for his approach. When it comes to diplomatic events, it is not something that these ninjas can decide. If a descendant of the Uzumaki clan is found outside, it will be completely different. As an ally of the Uzumaki clan, they have the responsibility of helping the descendants of allies in Konoha. As long as they can prove that the other party is really a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and the interrogation department finds no problems, then they will have done a great job by bringing back the descendant of the Uzumaki clan. "So," Yui Kurane asked, "so you came here today, are you planning to ask the teacher to go with you to find her?" "Yes, after all, I'm just a genin, and it's hard to get a certificate to leave the village." "Don't come on, you look so familiar with her, I guess you sneaked out often in the past month." Yui Kurane rolled her eyes at Yagyu and teased, "Your phantom instant technique, isn't that how you practiced it?" "What phantom instant technique?" Yagyu looked confused. "It's the move you used to defeat Nara Shikamaru." "Oh, teacher, that move you're talking about. Its principle is the combination of the Naraku clone you taught me and the lightning chakra stimulation method to form a special instant body." I almost believed it. "Last time you said that Kuroki Rega was immobilized by your golden binding technique, but the teacher wants to bring back his head. Why are you panicking?" Yui Kurane looked at Yagyu as if you were going to make it up. Looking at Yagyu, who was speechless, Yui Kurane suddenly laughed and said, okay, the teacher knows your identity. There must be a lot of inheritance hidden in your family. Ninjas cannot easily reveal their information. It's a good thing that you are so cautious. Hehe. Then I'll trouble you, Teacher Hong, to come with me. Seeing that Yui Kurane seemed to have misunderstood something, Yagyu didn't say anything more, scratched his head and smiled. Okay, anyway, I can't do the mission during this period, so it's a good time to go out and relax. Yui Kurane stood up, her eyes full of expectations. Picture. Chapter 70, Yagyu's Gratitude, meeting Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame on the road. After deciding to act, Kurane packed her luggage and packed her backpack with a storage scroll. Looking at Yagyu with empty hands, Kurane asked, "Aren't you going back to pack your things?" Yagyu took out a storage scroll from his body and smiled, "I've already prepared it." "Sure, it seems that you expected the teacher to agree." "Of course, Teacher Kurane, you are the most gentle and kind teacher I have ever seen. You are so sweet, no wonder Hinata and the others can't leave you." If there was no height difference, Kurane would definitely pinch Yagyu's face. Yagyu's compliment really made her very happy. So, Kurane took Yagyu out of the house and went to the Hokage building to apply for a certificate to leave the village. Just like Hitaki Kakashi, who can issue A-level tasks to Yagyu and other genin as an elite jonin in an emergency. At the beginning of the year, Kurane, who was promoted from a special jonin to a jonin, also has considerable privileges in the village. At least, she was definitely free to leave the village. Just when Kurane Yui had obtained the certificate to leave the village and took Yagyu out of Konoha. As Sarutobi Asuma, who had been in a bad mood these days and had been staying at home smoking because of his father's sacrifice, finally walked out of the house. As if he had suddenly made a decision, Sarutobi Asuma mustered up the courage to come to Kurane Yui's house and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. The knocking sound continued, but unfortunately there was no response. Seeing that Kurane Yui was not at home, Sarutobi Asuma, who had finally mustered up the courage to come, immediately left with his head down like a deflated balloon. With his head down and the cigarette in his mouth, he was full of melancholy. Kurane Yui and Yagyu didn't know that Sarutobi Asuma came over not long after they left. At this time, they had handed the certificate to the two gate gods, Izumo Kamatsuki and Gangzai Tetsu, and walked out of the gate of Konoha. Before the village selects the 5th Hokage, the mission system will be temporarily stopped, and no one can entrust or receive missions. So during this period, except for the ninjas guarding the borders and major cities, all other ninjas have holidays. This is also one of the reasons why Yui Kurane decided to go out and relax. Since the Hokage succession ceremony will be notified to the whole country in advance, and Tansho Street is one of the towns in the Land of Fire, Yui Kurane and Yagyu are not in a hurry to use the instant body technique to hurry on the road, but walk like a tourist. On the way, Yui Kurane and Yagyu were chatting. "Yagyu, how did you manage to release the illusion without seals?" "How should I put it? Actually, not all of them were released without seals. At least, the illusions that you, Mr. Hong, taught me were released with one hand, but the speed of the seals was too fast, so no one could find it. As for those illusions without seals, I actually used sound to activate them. I learned this from a sound ninja who was good at sound illusions during the second exam." "I see, I thought your Yinsuku Chakra was already strong enough that you didn't need to make seals." Yui Hong was slightly enlightened and believed Yagyu's lie. After all, one-handed seals can really catch the enemy off guard, which is why Yagyu is so greedy for one-handed seals in dialogue. Yagyu has been practicing the speed of seals since he was a child. If he wants, he can indeed make seals as fast as Uchiha Itachi, making it difficult for people to detect. "Your current attainment in illusion is no less than that of my teacher." Yui Kurane patted Yagyu's shoulder and said with a smile, "When you come back from Tansho Street, come to see me more often when you have time, and we can learn illusions. This may help us improve faster." "Okay." Yagyu nodded obediently on the surface, but he was thinking about how to let him go when the time comes. It's not that Yagyu looks down on Yui Kurane, but now his attainment in illusion is only a pair of Manjakaya Sharingan away from being an illusion master like Uchiha Itachi. The main reason why Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui can become illusion masters is that the output of Manjakaya Sharingan is too strong. The 3 Magadama Sharingan is already known as the illusion eye and the hypnotic eye. Any illusion can be used without a seal. When facing an enemy whose Yinsuku Chakra is not as good as his own, it also has its own illusion rebound. But the Yinsuku Chakra output by the 3 Magadama Sharingan is not even qualified to carry the shoes of the Manjakaya Sharingan. Because only the Manjakaya Sharingan can truly control the tailed beasts. How strong a Yinsuku chakra output is needed to control the tailed beasts at a glance. Uchiha Obito, whose half of his body is made up of Hashirama cells, controlled one of the 5 Kage, Karatachi Yagura, with only one Manjakaya. Sharingan. The moment when Kurane burst out with the talent of an illusion expert and her Sharingan evolved into a 3-Magatama Sharingan, Kurane was no longer a match for Yagyu. Although her strength was far superior to Kurane, Yagyu did not disrespect this teacher. Just like Might Guy was willing to teach his students the 8 gates of the ninjutsu, Kurane had already taught the 3 Yagyu family illusions not long after knowing them. If Abarame Shino and Hinata had Yin attribute chakra, they would also be illusion-type ninjas now, and Team 8 would have a nickname of illusion class in addition to the perception class. So Yagyu was grateful and respectful to Kurane. Yagyu even decided that after Karin joined Konoha he used Karin as a shield and taught some sealing techniques to Kurane Ui. Especially the Yin seal of the Uzumaki clan, Yagyu believed that Kurane Ui would not be able to refuse it. After all, which woman could refuse to stay young forever? Of course, Kurane Ui didn't know what Yagyu was thinking. If she knew, she would be very moved and relieved. A good teacher must also meet a good student. Otherwise, it is not only one-sided, but sometimes it will teach some traitors who disrespect the teacher and kill the teacher. That's right. Ui Kurane's ruby-like eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked with expectation, Yagyu, did you bring a camera with you? I did. Teacher Kurane, do you want to take pictures? Well, it's rare for me to leave the village without a mission, so how can I not leave some good memories? Ui Kurane suddenly flew out in an instant, and her voice echoed in the air, bring the camera and follow me. I want to take pictures in a few places. Looking at Ui Kurane's disappearing back, Yagyu also became interested. He took out a film camera from his space backpack and chased after her in an instant. The characteristic of the fire country is that there are many forests, and lush trees, cliffs, and waterfalls can be seen everywhere. The place where Ui Kurane took Yagyu was very similar to the waterfall where Yagyu practiced. Next, Ui Kurane posed in various poses next to the waterfall, asking Yagyu to take pictures of her. Then she gathered chakra with her feet, stood on the river, or came to the bottom of the waterfall, asking Yagyu to take pictures of the steamy scene. Lu Sheng kept pressing the shutter, looking up at the sky from time to time, directing Ui Kurane's position according to the direction of the light, and taking pictures of the beauty and the water scene. At the end, Ui Kurane suddenly said, Lu Sheng, let's take a photo together. Okay. Lu Sheng did not refuse, and made a seal with one hand to create a shadow clone, and then handed the camera to the shadow clone. The real body came to Ui Kurane's side and faced the shadow clone together. Ui Kurane put his arm around Lu Sheng's shoulders, smiling brightly, and his beautiful eyes curved into a crescent. Lu Sheng also put one hand in his pocket, smiling. Click. With the sound of the shutter, this picture with a waterfall in the background and water vapor all around, like a picture of a master and apprentice in the clouds of a fairyland, was preserved forever. When the photos are developed, I believe Ui Kurane will put them in a frame and put them on her desk. After the group photo, Ui Kurane took Lu Sheng to several places with beautiful scenery to continue taking pictures and group photos. It was not until noon that Ziriong's stomach protested, and the blushing black-haired sister threatened Lu Sheng to forget the sound she had just heard, and took Lu Sheng to the nearest town for dinner. After dinner, the two continued to travel while enjoying the mountains and rivers. Until the afternoon, when the sun was about to set, they prepared to use the instant body technique to travel, ready to find a village and town to rest before nightfall. Ding dong ding dong. Just then, the two suddenly heard the crisp and pleasant sound of wind chimes. In front of the forest road, two figures appeared at some point, walking slowly towards them. Seeing these two figures, Ziriong and Lu Sheng's pupil shrank. The former sensed the breath of the strong, and his body instinctively tensed. The latter recognized them. There was no way, the clothes of these two figures were too impressive for Lu Sheng, a time traveler. A loose windbreaker with red clouds embroidered on black, and a hat with wind chimes tied on his head. Even though he couldn't see their faces, Yagyu recognized their identities at a glance. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Yagyu's mood was a little heavy. He didn't expect that in such a remote place, he could meet Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, who were preparing to return to Konoha to warn Shimura Danzo under the pretext of spying on Konoha's intelligence. Teacher Hong, don't be impulsive. They are very strong. Yagyu reminded in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Yui Hong nodded, feeling extremely heavy in her heart. Without Yagyu's reminder, she could sense an unprecedented sense of oppression from the two of them. There is no doubt that these two people are strong, and the faces under the bamboo hats may be the acquaintances she has seen in the ninja manual. Why would such strong people appear in the territory of the Land of Fire? And with the direction of travel, they are very likely to want to go to Konoha. What are they going to Konoha for? Thinking of this, Yui Kurane was even more afraid to act impulsively, not only for Yagyu's safety, but also because she had to send a message back after she had distanced herself from the two people, so that the people in the village would be alert to the two mysterious people. Meeting on the forest road is sometimes as embarrassing as meeting on the sidewalk. If either party moves without authorization, it would be equivalent to exposing their thoughts. If one of them is fine, it would be fine, but the key is that both parties have their own thoughts. So just like when Team 8 passed by the Black Ho family, Yui Kurane and Yagyu, as well as Uchiha Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame, did not make any moves, pretending that they were just ordinary passers-by. However, when the four people passed by, an accident still happened. Tear. The big sword same head wrapped with white bandages on Hoshigaki Kisame's back suddenly shook violently as if it had smelled the best smell in the world, and then its barbed body broke through the white bandages and opened its bloody mouth to bite the source of the fragrance, that is, Yagyu. Yui Kurane and Yagyu, who had been on alert for the two, dodged in an instant. Facing Uchiha Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame, Yagyu flew backwards in the air, his cheeks puffed up, and he spit out a super high-pressure straight water column from his mouth, cutting towards Uchiha Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame with the sound of tearing the air. Hoshigaki Kisame grabbed the handle of Samehada's knife and disappeared with Uchiha Itaki in an instant. Yagyu, with a flash of red in his eyes, controlled the straight water column to move towards the 3 o'clock direction. Boom! Big trees were cut in half and fell to the ground, raising dust and deafening sounds. This straight water column was exactly, water style, water break wave. After developing all the photos, Yagyu first learned not the wood-style ninjutsu, nor the sealing technique that was the easiest to kill enemies above their level, but the water-style ninjutsu of Senju Tobirama. Because Yagyu has been practicing the nature change of water escape since he was a child, and relying on the chakra control from Sakura, he developed the spiral water tornado and S-level hard vortex water blade according to his own imagination. Yagyu is definitely the best in Konoha in water escape. He only needs to spend some time to develop various water escapes. If he gets the training methods of other water escape ninjutsu, mastering them will be as simple and easy as one-click comprehension in the game. The straight water column cut off countless trees and turned a forest into a logging site. Yagyu suddenly stopped spitting water as if he saw something. Hwala la! The sound of surging water sounded. A huge wave dispersed the dust and mist that was spreading, and roared towards Yagyu and Yui Kurane. Yagyu and Yui Kurane, who had just landed, immediately disappeared again and appeared on the top of a big tree. The water waves scattered, and the amazing water flow turned the surrounding area into a lake, and the water level submerged the middle of the tree trunk. On the lake surface where the tree had been lost, 2 figures with their hats removed stood. Kisame Hoshigaki held Samehada, which was shaking constantly, as if urging him to do something. On his shark-like face, he couldn't help but reveal a ferocious smile, and said, "Mr. Itaki, the kid who can make Samehada want to eat uncontrollably, isn't he the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?" "No." Itaki Uchiha said calmly, "The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is the posthumous son of the 4th Hokage. His hair and eye color are the same as the 4th Hokage." Hearing this, Kisame Hoshigaki smiled even more. He is not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but he has the chakra that makes Samehada excited, and that extremely powerful water-style ninjutsu. Mr. Itaki, your Konoha is worthy of being the cradle of geniuses. That water-style ninjutsu should be the 2nd Hokage's water-style, water break wave." Itaki Uchiha said expressionlessly, but he sighed slightly in his heart. As expected of the chief student who could suppress Suzuki, he was not a commoner orphan. Yes, Uchiha Itaka knew Yagyu. At first, he didn't recognize him because Yagyu grew too fast. Now, after carefully looking at Yagyu's hair color and eye color, Uchiha Itaka just remembered him. As a brother control like Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itaka has always been paying attention to Uchiha Suzuki silently. Before he exterminated his clan, Uchiha Suzuki was already 7 years old. Yagyu got Ashura Chakra at the age of 6. He beat Uchiha Suzuki to get the title of chief student, and of course, Uchiha Itaka knew about it. I thought Yagyu was another commoner genius, but now it seems that the other party may be the strongest monster of Sasuke's class. From the perspective of Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, the chakra in Yagyu's body is not inferior to that of Hoshigaki Kisame next to him. You know, Hoshigaki Kisame is a man known as the tailed beast without a tail. And Yagyu is only 12 years old this year, and his body is in the growth stage. When he is the same age as Hoshigaki Kisame, how amazing will his chakra be? Could it be that he is a descendant of the Senju clan, and awakened the blood of the Senju clan in the previous generation? No, even if he is the blood of the Senju clan, his chakra cannot be so exaggerated. His body must be hiding some unknown secrets, which leads to his amazing chakra amount. Uchiha Itachi said in his heart. Chapter 71 The Duel of the Water Gods. Teacher Hong was killed in seconds again. Mr. Itachi, since we have been discovered, should we get rid of them? Kisame Hoshigaki smiled intriguingly, otherwise, when we arrive in Konoha, what awaits us may be Konoha's trap. Itachi Uchiha was silent for a few seconds, and slowly said, this is the territory of the Land of Fire. After passing a small town, it is Konoha. There may be Konoha ninjas passing by here at any time. We must kill them as quickly as possible. Understood, leave that brat to me. Kisame Hoshigaki rarely showed his fighting spirit, and said with a ferocious smile, the amount of chakra of that brat, and that powerful water escape, gave me a bold guess, so I want to confirm it myself. As if he understood what Kisame Hoshigaki said, Samehada, who was held by him, shook violently again, full of desire for Yagyu's chakra. That person is Uchiha Itachi. At this time, Yui Kurane also recognized Uchiha Itachi, and her red pupils shrank to the limit. When she saw Hoshigaki next to Uchiha Itachi after same, cold sweat broke out on his forehead involuntarily, and his voice even trembled slightly as he said, there is also the mist-hidden monster Hoshigaki Kisame, why are these two S-level rebels here? There was no time to think, seeing Hoshigaki Kisame holding Samehada and running on the water, Yui Kurane hurriedly shouted, Yagyu, let's run away, they are all top-level rebels, we are not their opponents. Teacher Hong, you are right. Yagyu nodded, and said seriously, such dangerous people appear here together, they must have unknown purposes. From the direction they are heading, they are likely to go to Konoha. Now that we have seen through their identities, they will definitely not allow us to leave. With our strength, it is difficult to escape the pursuit of two S-level rebels, so. Teacher Hong, you run away first, I will stay to cover you. No. Yui Kurane immediately shook his head and said, teacher can't leave you alone, and it is the teacher who stays to cover you. Don't be willful, Teacher Hong. Looking at Hoshigaki Kisame who was getting closer and closer, Yagyu said in a deep voice, since you saw how I defeated Shikamaru, you should know my instant body speed. Let me stay behind to cover the rear, we both have a chance of survival. No need to say. Yui Kurane took out a kunai from the ninja tool bag and said with a firm face, if we want to die, we will die together. The teacher can't abandon his disciples and run away by himself. Seeing Yui Kurane's attitude was extremely firm, Yagyu did not continue to persuade, but raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, in this case, let's join forces to fight the enemy. Well, let Uchiha Itachi be dealt with by the teacher. Yui Kurane inadvertently said the most arrogant words. Water escape technique, Mizu same bullet technique. The shout of Hoshigaki Kisame reached his ears, and the water flow under the big tree where Yagyu and Kurane were located immediately changed into a huge water shark, opened its huge mouth, and rushed towards Yagyu and Kurane from bottom to top. Swoosh! Yagyu and Kurane disappeared in an instant. Kurane gathered chakra on her feet and appeared on the water surface, running towards Uchiha Itachi who was motionless in the distance. Yagyu also appeared on the water surface, with a skateboard formed by the water flow under his feet, carrying him towards Hoshigaki Kisame at a very fast speed. On the way, Yagyu took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag, covered it with water escape chakra, and quickly formed a liquid water blade. Such a change in the nature and shape of water escape, it seems that my guess is right. Seeing this scene, the fighting spirit and smile on Hoshigaki Kisame's face became stronger, that was the excitement of finding a fellow. So, a skateboard formed by water flow appeared under Hoshigaki Kisame's feet, and he rushed towards Yagyu at a very fast speed. The two of them were like surfing on the sea, and soon they were about to collide face to face. Just when the two were about to collide, Yagyu suddenly jumped up, and the water blade in his hand changed from reverse grip to forward grip, slashing down at Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame also he held Samehada's hilt with both hands and struck Yagyu with an upward thrust. Boom! The water blade collided with Samehada covered with barbs, and violent air waves roared out immediately, forming a huge cyclone, raising circles of ripple-like waves on the lake. The water blade in Yagyu's hand failed to leave a trace on Samehada's body. Not only that, the water chakra covering the kunao also quickly disappeared, obviously absorbed by Samehada. Yagyu was not surprised, he already knew Samehada's ability. The reason why he used water-style, water blade slash to fight Hoshigaki Kisame in close combat was for this moment. While Samehada was absorbing chakra, Yagyu suddenly bulged his mouth and spit out several water needles at Hoshigaki Kisame, whose face changed slightly, aiming at Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes and face. If Hoshigaki Kisame was pierced by these water needles, he would definitely go blind on the spot. At this time, a shark formed by a stream of water suddenly emerged from the water. Swallowed Hoshigaki Kisame into his mouth. The body of the water shark not only helped Hoshigaki Kisame block the attack of the water needle, but also jumped into the lake with Hoshigaki Kisame's body, quickly distanced himself from Yagyu. A few seconds later, the water shark jumped out of the lake more than 10 meters away, turned into a stream and dissipated. The unharmed Hoshigaki Kisame carried Samehada on his shoulders, looked at Yagyu and grinned, saying, "Such a sinister tactic and water escape, as well as the characteristics of silver hair and red eyes, you are indeed a descendant of the Senjo clan." Yagyu had no time to chat with Hoshigaki Kisame. After seeing that he could not defeat him, Yagyu glanced in the direction of Ui Kurane and immediately decided to confront him head-on. Yagyu raised his right hand, palm facing up, and a blue chakra cyclone emerged out of thin air, forming a blue mini-tornado in the blink of an eye. The next second, the color of the mini-tornado became even bluer. The moisture in the air gathered and merged into the mini-tornado, turning the cyclone into a stream of water. Then, Yagyu threw the mini-water tornado in his hand towards Hoshigaki Kisame. As soon as the mini-water tornado left his palm, the suction force formed by the chakra cyclone immediately rolled up the water flow on the lake surface and absorbed the moisture in the air, causing the water tornado to grow rapidly. In a few blinks, it turned into a water tornado several meters high, sweeping towards Hoshigaki Kisame. It's actually the unsealed water style, a technique I've never seen before. It seems that I underestimated you. Kisame Hoshigaki cried out in surprise, put Samehada back behind his back, quickly formed seals with both hands, and made a forward movement. With a push gesture, he shouted, "Water style! Big Samadan Jutsu!" A giant water shark, many times larger than the previous water shark bullet jutsu, immediately jumped out of the lake, opened its huge mouth, and roared at the sweeping water tornado. When the giant water shark collided with the water tornado, there was no explosion scene of mutual cancellation, nor a wrestling scene of equal strength. Instead, the water tornado was instantly defeated, and the water-style chakra and water flow were all absorbed by the water shark, causing the already huge water shark to crash into Yagyu like a hill. Psitsai. The sound of electric currents intersecting sounded, and Yagyu was surrounded by blue and white arcs. He disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving the giant water shark empty. When Yagyu appeared again, he had come to the air a few meters to the left of Hoshigaki Kisame, holding a water javelin in his hand, but he did not aim at Hoshigaki Kisame and threw it out, but threw the water javelin at the lake a few meters away from Hoshigaki Kisame. Seeing this water dart, Kisame Hoshigaki's face finally changed drastically. He used the water-style, water shark bullet technique without hesitation again, turning the water flow into a shark that ate him, and then sank into the lake and fled quickly. Boom! Just as he fled far away, a loud bang exploded. The water dart burst out with terrifying chakra, and immediately formed a huge water tornado, absorbing the lake water, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a water tornado that was several sizes larger than the spiral water tornado. Water style, big explosion water wave. Kisame Hoshigaki, who fled far away to avoid the attack of the hard vortex water blade, spit out an amazing water flow from his mouth again, causing the water level and area of the lake, which was slowly dropping, to rise again. Then, he continued to seal, water style, rain 4 sharks. The amazing tonnage of water flow formed 4 huge water sharks, which jumped vertically from the lake to the left, right, front and back of Yagyu, flew several meters high in the air, and pounced on Yagyu and bit him. Water style, water shock wave. Yagyu clapped his hands, and the surrounding water flow swirled up, forming a water tornado in the blink of an eye to wrap up Yagyu. 4 huge water sharks crashed into the high-speed rotating water wall of the water tornado, and instantly turned into thousands of mini sharks. Unfortunately, they failed to break through the water wall of the water tornado, but spun like the clothes in the drum washing machine. Finally, the chakra was exhausted and turned into water flow to expand the size of the water tornado. Finally, the water tornado spread like a waterfall, turned into a big river, and like the whip of the sea god, it slapped down towards Hoshigaki Kisame in the distance. Although the power was huge, the pre-swing was too obvious. Just like the giant water shark that Hoshigaki Kisame had just used, Hoshigaki Kisame avoided the slap of the river with just a flash. However, the water flow that exploded from the river turned into a rain curtain that drowned Hoshigaki Kisame, making the smile from the heart on his face even more hideous. In just a few minutes, Yagyu and Hoshigaki Kisame performed several advanced and ultimate water-style ninjutsu. The chakra required for each water-style ninjutsu could drain a jonin in an instant. The water-style duel between the two was like a fight between 2 sea gods. Just when the two were fighting fiercely and evenly matched, the battle on the other side was over. Like the original work, Kurane Ui, who had just been promoted to jonin for a few months, had no experience of fighting with the Sharingan at all. In addition, the Uchiha clan had been extinct for several years, and the Sharingan, a bloodline limit, had become one of the legendary bloodline limits. Kurane Ui, who had never fought with Hitaki Kakashi, did not know that the Uchiha clan's 3 Magadama Sharingan was completely different from the 3 Magadama Sharingan transplanted by outsiders. Although Kurane Ui did not dare to underestimate Uchiha Itaki, the S-level rebel ninja, she used the magic tree binding kill with all her strength to try to deprive Uchiha Itaki of control of his body, and then cast an attack-type illusion on him. However, the tree transformed by Yintun Chakra just appeared, stretched out its tentacle-like vines to tie up Uchiha Itaki, and the scene in front of Ui Kurane suddenly changed. Just as she was about to cast a seal to perform an attacking illusion, she found that her body could not move. Uchiha Itaki, who was still a certain distance away from her, had stood in front of her without knowing when. Looking up, Ui Kurane found that she had actually switched positions with Uchiha Itaki, and the person tied up by the magic tree binding became her. Ui Kurane looked at Uchiha Itaki in horror. The illusion rebounded, when? From the moment you looked at me. Uchiha Itaki's palm stretched out from his sleeve, holding a kunao and stabbed into Ui Kurane's body, and said lightly, I didn't want to kill you, Miss Hong. If you want to blame someone, blame you for discovering us. As a former colleague, let me give you a gentle death. After saying that, Uchiha Itaki's 3 Magadama Sharingan suddenly turned into a triangular shuriken pattern. The yin-touch chakra that even the tailed beasts could not resist immediately penetrated into Kurane's brain through her eyes, controlling the chakra in her brain nerves. Just by looking at Uchiha Itaki, Kurane's expression became dull, and the whole person was like a puppet. The vines and trees that bound her disappeared out of thin air. With the kunao stuck in her stomach, Kurane fell into the lake and slowly sank. The surrounding water was mixed with the red color of blood. Teacher Kurane! Yagyu's angry voice rang out, water style. Water dragon bite explosion. A huge water vortex suddenly appeared at Uchiha Itaki's feet. The water flow converged to form a huge dragon mouth, which was about to swallow Uchiha Itaki. Swoosh! Uchiha Itaki disappeared in an instant, leaving the dragon mouth empty. Then a huge water dragon soared into the sky and pounced on Uchiha Itaki, who appeared not far away. Fire style, great fire extinction. Uchiha Itaki quickly formed a seal with his palm hidden in his sleeves, and spit out a wisp of flame from his mouth, which instantly turned into a huge flaming arrow and collided with the water dragon that pounced on him. Boom! Accompanied by a huge explosion, thick fog-like water vapor spread. This scene seemed to give Yagyu a reminder. Dense white fog appeared out of thin air, turning the lake into a thick fog zone. Seeing the thick fog, Uchiha Itaki still had no expression on his face, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he was not a reckless person, otherwise he really didn't know how to create a chance for them to escape. That boy is indeed a better chief student than Suzuki. I hope the other party will not vent his anger on Suzuki because of his behavior. Uchiha Itaki said helplessly in his heart. When the thick fog dissipated, the chakras of Yagyu and Ui Kurane had disappeared. Mr. Itaki, they seem to have escaped. Kisame Hoshigaki returned to Itaki Uchiha, as if he didn't see Itaki Uchiha letting him go, and asked, our identities have been discovered, do we still have to go to Konoha? continue. Itaki Uchiha said lightly, Miss Hong has been hit by my Mangekyo illusion, it will take some time for her to wake up, we just need to complete the task quickly. Hearing this, Kisame Hoshigaki asked with a little concern, Mr. Itaki, did you use that technique? No, she is not worthy of my Tsukuyomi. Itaki Uchiha said coldly, put on his hat, and walked towards Konoha. Hoshigaki Kisame followed closely behind, looking after the past, it's been a long time since I had such a good fight. It's a pity that the little brat can't let go, otherwise I really want to see how strong he is. I don't know if I can meet him again in the future. Yes, after all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is in Konoha. That's right. I really hope the leader's plan will start soon. Today's 10,000 word update is done. There will be no update tomorrow morning. I'm going to sleep. There was a banquet next door today, and the speakers were playing at noon, which made me unable to sleep at all. I only slept for less than 4 hours today. I was so sleepy that I wrote 4,000 words from 4 p.m. to now. Chapter 72 Yagyu's strength finally feels a little safe. Swoosh! In the dense forest, a figure appeared out of thin air on the top of a towering tree that more than a dozen people hugged. Yagyu, who fled several miles away with Yui Kurane, finally put down the royal sister in his arms and helped her check her injuries. Tear. The sound of cloth tearing was heard, and Yagyu tore a hole in Yui Kurane's clothes. Looking at the location of the kunao, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, it's one of our own people, otherwise, Teacher Kurane, you are really in danger this time. Uchiha Itaka's kunao did not pierce Yui Kurane's fatal part. This ruthless man who killed his family and even his parents for the sake of the village is really good to his own people. He is worthy of being a 7-year-old Hokage-like thinking and a perfect successor of the Will of Fire. If he was as ruthless as when he exterminated his clan, Yagyu could only escape by himself at most and could not save Yui Kurane at all. Not counting Nagato, the super shadow level gatekeeper, Uchiha Itaki is now one of the strongest in the ninja world. Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Izanagi, Izanami, Susanoo, Totsuka Sword, 8-foot Mirror, Koda Amatsukami. Each one is a bug level ability. If Uchiha Madara is the Uchiha who developed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to the extreme, then Uchiha Itaki is the one who developed the Mangekyo Sharingan to the extreme. Other Uchiha awakened the Mangekyo either with their own eye techniques or Susanoo, and soon blinded themselves. However, Uchiha Itaki fully stimulated the potential of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he has not lost his sight until now. Just like there is a what-if version of Karin, there is also a what-if version of Uchiha Itaki in various forms in Yagyu's previous life. If he was not plagued by illness, if he got the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, would he be stronger than Uchiha Madara with the eternal eye? The fact that so many people can assume and compare him with Uchiha Madara is enough to show how powerful Uchiha Itaki is. In the original work, Uchiha Itaki is also one of the few undefeated war gods. Fortunately, such a ruthless person is one of his own, otherwise Yagyu would really feel guilty. Although Yagyu was not afraid of Uchiha Itaki, he was fully confident that he could escape from the strongest duo of Akatsuki. But he could not rescue Kurane from the strongest duo. All kinds of water escape techniques could not do anything to Hoshigaki Kisame. Yagyu wanted to use wood escape technique just now. Fortunately, Uchiha Itaki created an opportunity for him to successfully rescue Kurane. Yagyu did not immediately pull out the kunao in Kurane's body, but opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan to check Kurane's current condition. Soon, Yagyu breathed a sigh of relief again. Karina's mental state was normal, which meant that the Mangekyo illusion she was in was not Uchiha Itaki's exclusive eye technique, Tsukuyomi. Otherwise, unless a medical expert like Tsunade takes action, Kurane Yui will have to lie down for a week at best, and may need a month to wake up at worst. Even so, it will take Kurane Yui a few days to wake up now. At this time, there is a very powerful Yintun chakra in her brain nerves, which is controlling the chakra in her brain, making her immersed in the world of illusion. Yagyu has no ability to expel this Yintun chakra, and Kurane Yui has no ability to disperse this Yintun chakra, so she can only wait for it to disappear naturally. Obviously, Uchiha Itaki still took action seriously. After all, only the few people in Konoha trademark S high level knew his identity as a double agent. In the eyes of Konoha ninjas, he is an S level traitor who destroyed his family. If Kurane Yui was still awake, she would definitely pass the information about him and Hoshigaki Kisame back to Konoha. Uchiha Itachi went back to Konoha this time just to warn Chimura Denzo, telling him that even if Sarutobi Hiruzen died, he, Uchiha Itachi, was still alive. By the way, let's see if we can find an opportunity to reveal to them the information that Akatsuki's target is Jinchuriki. We don't want to kill people in Konoha. After seeing that Kurene's spirit was not injured, Yagyu pulled out the kunao and used medical ninjutsu to treat Kurene. Possessing the first Yangtun chakra in the ninja world, Yagyu's medical ninjutsu is full of life. Even if it is only the lowest level healing technique, the effect is stronger than the A-level palm ninjutsu. If Kurene bites him, the injury will definitely be healed instantly like the sealless healing. After a while, Kurene's injury was healed, without even a shallow scar. When the Yintun chakra in Kurene's brain disappears, she will wake up. So, Yagyu carried Kurene on his back and flew towards Tansho Street. This time, he was moving at full speed. It took Yagyu only 3 hours to reach Tansho Street. At this time, the sky had already fallen into the night. Knock, knock, knock. Yagyu instantly arrived at Karen's residence and knocked on her door. Yagyu-kun, you're here. Before the door was opened, Yagyu heard the surprised voice of a girl inside. When the wooden door was opened from the inside, a red-haired girl wearing a cute white pajamas and a pair of flat-framed glasses immediately caught his eye. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Karen, I'm here to pick you up. Yagyu smiled. Karen's face suddenly showed a bright smile, but the next second, she saw Yui Kurene behind Yagyu, and hurriedly asked, Yagyu, who is this? She is my teacher Yui Kurene, and the person who recommended you to join Konoha. Yagyu simply explained, we met a rebel ninja on the way here. The teacher was injured and unconscious. Let me go in and put the teacher down first. Yes, yes, yes. Yagyu-kun, come in quickly. Karen quickly turned sideways and let Yagyu carry Yui Kurene in. After closing the door, Karen rolled up her sleeves to reveal her forearms, and asked with a worried look on her face, how is your teacher's injury? Does she need my ability to treat her? No, teacher Hong was just caught in the enemy's illusion and fell into a temporary coma. Yagyu shook his head and said, when the Yintun chakra in her brain disappears, she will wake up. Let her rest here for a few days. It's good that she's fine, it's good that she's fine. Karen breathed a sigh of relief and said with a guilty look on her face, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. Just now, Sunset Yagyu, who was put on the bed, couldn't help rubbing Karen's head and smiled, don't think too much, it's just a coincidence. After saying that, Yagyu began to change the subject, how have you been these days? Have you mastered all the ninjutsu I taught you? Karen nodded repeatedly and said, I have mastered all the medical ninjutsu and water escape ninjutsu that you taught me, Yagyu-kun. As expected of a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Karen's chakra control talent is as good as one of my friends. Yagyu praised and increased the intensity of the head pat. Hee. Karen, whose attention was diverted, immediately showed a silly smile like a nympho. Then, Karen seemed to have thought of something and asked hurriedly, by the way, Yagyu-kun, have you eaten? Not yet. Yagyu shook his head and said, I had a fight with the rebel ninja on the way here, and I have been on the road for the past few hours. Then I will go to cook for you now. Yagyu did not refuse, but said, put some hot water in my hand first, I need to take a shower first. Okay. Karen immediately walked out of the room and went to the bathroom to help Yagyu put some hot water in, and then went to the closet in the next room to help Yagyu get clothes and make the bed. Her movements were extremely skillful, and it was obviously not the first time she did this. As the ultimate licker, Karen put herself in a very low position, so humble that it made people feel distressed. There was no way, she was different from the 3 girls of Ino. The 3 girls of Ino were childhood sweethearts who had grown up with Yagyu, and their relationship was just a matter of time. And Karen had just met Yagyu not long ago, and was pulled out of the abyss by Yagyu, becoming the only light in her heart. As the saying goes, before I saw the light, I could have endured the darkness. But after seeing the light and feeling the warmth, Karen was afraid of losing Yagyu's favor and attention. This fear made Karen subconsciously want to please Yagyu. When the 3 Ino girls were greedy, they would not refuse Yagyu to do it for them. Rice. But during the half-month of living with Karen, Yagyu never entered the kitchen. It was not that he didn't want to enter, but Karen didn't let him enter. During that time, Yagyu was served by Karen so much that he almost had food and clothes. Yagyu wanted to correct Karen's character more than once, so that she wouldn't be so inferior. Unfortunately, the effect was very general. I'm afraid she will have to wait until she joins Konoha and realizes the value of the Uzumaki clan under the protection of Tsunade, and her identity and strength bring confidence, and then her character can slowly change. So, Yagyu no longer forced it, and gradually adapted to Karen's service. In the bathroom. After washing his body, Yagyu lay in the bathtub to relieve his fatigue. Looking at the ceiling filled with water vapor, Yagyu, who became calm in his heart, began to review the battle with Hoshigaki Kisame. After learning the water escape ninjutsu of Tobirama Senju, Yagyu's current water escape attainment is definitely among the top 3 in the ninja world. If only using water escape, Hoshigaki Kisame can't do anything to Yagyu, and Yagyu can't do anything to him either. However, the opponent didn't fuse with same hata, and Yagyu didn't use wood escape. If they go all out, it's really hard to tell who is stronger. After all, Yagyu hasn't learned advanced wood escape ninjutsu yet, and water escape is his strongest method now. But it is certain that even if Yagyu only uses water escape, he is a top-notch strongman in the ninja world. In the 5 major ninja villages, he is just an ace combat force on the surface, but if there is no suitable candidate, he has a chance to become an elite jonin of the shadow. The only ones who can tie with him are water escape ninjas like Hoshigaki Kisame and fire escape ninjas of the same level. The only ones who can restrain Yagyu are Hoshigaki Kisame, who has fused with same hata and can absorb the opponent's ninjutsu chakra, as well as earth escape ninjas of the same level, or other special types of ninjas. For example, Itaki Uchiha can pull the enemy into the Tsukuyomi space with just one look, causing the opponent to suffer real mental damage in the illusion space, and Obito Uchiha who carries an alien space with him, as well as flying ninjas, etc. However, each of these people is a leader at the level of Kage, and even the 5 Kage are not sure to defeat them, and there is a high probability that they will fail. Among his peers, Yagyu is already leading by a gap. Thinking of this, Yagyu can't help but soak his body in the water, feeling very happy. After traveling through 12 years, I finally feel a little safe. After taking a bath, Yagyu came out in pajamas. At this time, Karin had already prepared a simple dinner for him. While eating dinner, Yagyu chatted with Karin, but in his heart he was thinking about when to teach Karin the sealing technique. It is necessary to let Karin master the sealing technique, so that Yagyu has a reason to teach it to Ino, Sakura, and Yui Kurane, and he can also use it openly. But Yagyu was not sure whether Tsunade would really trust Karin at the beginning, and whether she would allow the interrogation department to examine Karin after taking her back to the village. If so, Yagyu could not teach Karin the sealing technique before she joined Konoha. Before teaching her the sealing technique, you have to think of a suitable reason. And it must be before Tsunade focuses on training Karin. Otherwise, if Tsunade suddenly gets excited and gives Karin the scroll of Uzumaki Mito's sealing technique, Yagyu will not be able to use Karin as a shield. As a descendant of the Senju clan, it doesn't matter for him to learn the sealing technique from Karin, Tsunade will just turn a blind eye. But if he teaches the sealing technique to others without authorization, it will break the rules. This is the advantage of your own things. So when to teach is indeed very important. Shua. Suddenly, Yagyu had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good way. This way is Mask Storage Hall. Karin found the inheritance of the Uzumaki clan there. Although this reason is absurd, it is very credible. In this way, even if Karin will be investigated by the torture department, she can get a perfect explanation for the fact that she did not know the sealing technique before joining Konoha, but she learned it in a few days. Thinking of this, Yagyu's appetite suddenly opened up, and he quickly finished the dinner made by Karin, which made Karin look happy and satisfied. In the next few days, Karin was responsible for taking care of Kurane Ui, while Yagyu used Kagura's hard eye to cover the entire Tansho street, and waited for the arrival of the sun and gathering by sensing the size and strength of chakra. And Tsunade and the others did not keep Yagyu waiting for long. On this day, a very large chakra suddenly appeared in Yagyu's perception. Next to this chakra, there was another one that was not inferior to Kurane Ui. When Yagyu opened his red eyes and looked over, the owners of these 2 chakras were Tsunade and Shizuan. The appearance of Tsunade and Shizuan means that Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, Jiraiya, and Naruto are also coming soon. What a coincidence, Kurane Ui, who had been in a coma for several days, finally came out of the world of illusion. He controlled it with one eye for several days, and he didn't use Tsukuyomi, which shows that Uchiha Ataka's illusion attainment is many times stronger than 5 years ago. Teacher Kurane, you're awake. Yagyu came to Kurane Ui as soon as possible and asked in surprise. Yagyu, are you okay? Krina Ui had just opened her eyes and her sight. The first sentence was still vague, but it made Yagyu feel warm. Yagyu patted the back of Ui Kurane's hand and said with a smile, don't worry, we are all fine. Those two rebel ninjas failed to kill us. That's good, it's the teacher who implicated you. Ui Kurane's vision and consciousness gradually became clear. The scene of herself being killed by Uchiha Itachi appeared in her mind. She immediately said with shame, including the time when Kuroki Rega was killed, the teacher has dragged you down twice. Am I a very unsuccessful teacher? No way, Teacher Hong, you are very strong, but you just happen to encounter enemies who can restrain you. Yagyu smiled and comforted, besides, if it weren't for the illusion you taught me, I wouldn't be able to get rid of the pursuit of those two people. Don't comfort me, you must have used the trump card you have been hiding to save the teacher. The teacher is very clear about his own strength. The illusion attainment of Uchiha Itachi is the most terrifying existence the teacher has ever seen. Despite this, Ui Kurane's mood is still much better. After looking at the red-haired girl standing obediently beside Yagyu, Ui Kurane asked, is she the descendant of the Uzumaki clan you mentioned? Chapter 73 The Deteriorated Master-Disciple Relationship, Tsunade, he is your clansman. Yes, Teacher Kurane. Yagyu introduced Karin to Ui Kurane, her name is Karin, and she has been taking care of you these days. Thank you for your care during this period, Karin. Ui Kurane smiled and greeted Karin, and then was about to sit up. Teacher Kurane, don't. Karin was anxious to remind her, but it was a pity that she was still a step too late. Ui Kurane, who was originally covered with a quilt, with only her head and palms exposed, just sat up, and the quilt on her body slipped down, and her naked body hidden inside was immediately revealed. Yagyu's eyes widened like a bell, contributing to the expression pack of wide-eyed dog eyes. Ah! Ui Kurane looked down and instantly let out a scream that could shatter glass. Then, she folded her arms, looked at Lu Sheng with a red face, and shouted in shame and anger, why don't you get out quickly? Oh! Lu Sheng came to his senses and hurried out of the room. Teacher Hong, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, it's all my fault. When closing the door, Lu Sheng had heard Karen's constant apology. She must be bowing to Ui Kurane now. Lu Sheng couldn't help rubbing his hot nose. The young man, who was full of blood, witnessed such a scene at such a close distance, and almost bled on the spot. Because men and women should not touch each other, Lu Sheng asked Karin to take care of Ui Kurane these days, and he never entered her room at all. So he never thought that when Karin wiped Ui Kurane's body, she didn't help her put on clothes. Oh no, it seems that Teacher Hong's clothes can't be worn. The ability of the red eye is similar to that of the white eye. When it is turned on, it can only see the meridians and chakra flow of the human body. Yagyu didn't know that the body of Ui Kurane hidden in the quilt was actually naked. Ui Kurane, who had just woken up and whose consciousness might not be fully awake, obviously didn't notice these things. So two people who didn't know, one gave benefits and the other received benefits. Don't say it. She is worthy of being a mature queen, with a great figure. Yagyu thought to himself, and then shook his head quickly, trying to get rid of the dirty things from his head. Bang! At this time, Yagyu faintly heard a balloon-like sound in the room. It was a bit like the sound of using the three-body technique and the shadow clone technique, and it was also like the sound of opening a storage scroll. Squeak! After a while, the sound of the door opening was heard. Ui Kurane, wearing a formal suit, walked out with Karin, who lowered her head. Teacher Hong. Before Yagyu stepped forward and spoke, an arm locked his neck. I only heard Ui Kurane said viciously, you little brat, forget what you just saw, did you hear me? Ku, I can't forget it if you do this. Yagyu, who wanted to agree, was choked by the throat, so half of his face was pressed against the conscience that had just feasted his eyes, and he spoke vaguely. Hearing this, Ui Kurane's face turned red again, and her action immediately changed from choking to pinching Ujihu's neck with both hands, shaking his body hard, and warned, forget everything, did you hear me? I heard it. Although Ui Kurane did not use any force, Ujihu still pretended to be uncomfortable, and nodded repeatedly as if he couldn't speak. Humph! Ui Kurane then let go of her hand and turned her head with a delicate snort. Because of what happened just now, Yui Kurane was afraid that she would not be able to face Ujihu directly in the short term. The image of a teacher has been completely shattered. Seeing this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but comfort him. Teacher Hong, it's okay, just like you said a few days ago, I'm just a little kid who still drinks milk. What else do you say? Yui Hong's eyes seemed to be burning with flames, and she glared at Lu Sheng fiercely. Can't you see that I'm actually teasing her on purpose? How can there be a little kid who is almost 1.7 meters tall? Knowing that Yui Hong was angry, Lu Sheng quickly raised his hands to surrender and dared not say more. Let's go out for dinner, I'm hungry. Feeling the atmosphere become awkward, Yui Hong immediately walked out of the house. Yang Sheng and Karan followed closely behind. Standing next to Yagyu, Karan said with a guilty look on her face, Yagyu-kun, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Yagyu glanced at Yui Kurane in front of him and deliberately flattered her, it's okay, teacher Kurane is the most gentle and kind beauty in the whole ninja world, she won't blame you. Puff. In fact, Yui Kurane was not angry at all, but she didn't know how to face Yagyu, and she was instantly amused. She turned her head and rolled her eyes at Yagyu and Karan, and said unhappily, why are you walking so far behind? Hurry up and catch up, I haven't eaten for the past few days, and now I'm almost starving. You are more familiar with this place, hurry up and lead the way. Yes, we'll come now. Yagyu responded quickly, took Karan to Yui Kurane's left and right sides, and took Yui Kurane to the best restaurant on Tansho Street. In fact, this was also a step given by Yui Kurane, she was not very hungry now. Although Kurane Yui had been unconscious for a few days, Yagyu asked Karan to feed her 3 Bing Liang pills every day. Each Bing Liang pill represented a meal, and 3 Bing Liang pills could maintain a day's physical strength. With the tacit cooperation of Yagyu and Kurane Yui, both sides quickly returned to their original state. But the relationship between the master and the apprentice that had begun to deteriorate could not be restored by good acting. When something is impure, it is destined to never return to its original purity. Just when the 3 Yagyu went to eat, Tsunade, who was killing people in the casino, was in a very bad mood. Looking at the banknotes piled on the table and the gamblers who wanted to cry but had no tears, Tsunade had no joy of winning money at all. She won. It had been a long time since she won money last time. And every time she won money, it meant that something bad would happen. Thinking of this, Tsunade instantly lost interest in gambling and was about to leave Tansho Street with Shizuan. Tsunade, long time no see. Just after turning a corner, a familiar figure appeared in front of Tsunade. Looking at the familiar person in front of her, Tsunade called out his name with a complicated expression, Orochimaru. At the same time, Yagyu, who was having dinner with Kurane Yui and Karan, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In his perception, 2 very powerful chakras have already met. It seems that Orochimaru has found Tsunade. Jiraiya and Naruto should be almost here. After dinner, Yagyu and Karan continued to go shopping with Kurane Yui. Compared with the small town of Konoha recently, Tansho Street is one of the commercial streets of Konoha, which is very prosperous. There are many things that Konoha can't buy here, and the prices are relatively cheap. So, Kurane Yui took Yagyu and Karan to buy clothes, and almost exhausted Yagyu and Karan, 2 guys with special physiques. There is no way, Kurane Yui mostly just looks but doesn't buy, and there are not even a few pieces to try on. She would only try on the ones she particularly liked, and then she got into a dilemma, constantly asking Yagyu and Karan for their opinions, and finally gave up because of the price. Yagyu and Karan were not physically tired, but they were mentally tortured. Yagyu didn't know how powerful Uchiha Attackist Tsukuyomi was, but he would rather eat Uchiha Attackist Tsukuyomi than go shopping with Kurane Yui. But there is a saying that goes, if you eat someone's food, you will be soft-hearted, and if you take someone's money, you will be short-handed. Yagyu, who received benefits from Kurane Yui, could only endure it no matter how tired he was. The same was true for Karan. In this way, Kurane Yui took Yagyu and Karan shopping for several hours, from noon to dusk, and only bought 5 clothes. 2 of them were bought for Yagyu and Karan was very moved at the time. Not only did he recommend her, but he also forgave her mistakes and now bought clothes for her. She is worthy of being Yagyu-kun's teacher, and they are all good people. After shopping, it was time for dinner. Yui Kurane took Yagyu and the other 2 to dinner. When they came out of the restaurant, it was already dark. After walking around for half a day, Yui Kurane was ready to go back and rest. On the way back, the 3 of them passed by a pub. Looking at the billboard for the new product at the door, Yui Kurane, who hadn't drunk for a long time since she was killed instantly by Kuroki Riga, suddenly felt a little greedy. Thinking of the scene of herself being killed instantly by Uchiha Itaki, and thinking of Yagyu facing those two S-level rebels, she was able to rescue herself from coma, and her strength might have far surpassed her. Adding to the accident during the day, Yui Kurane, who no longer had any teacher's majesty in front of Yagyu, gritted her teeth and said to Yagyu and Karin, "Wait for me here, I'll go in and buy something." After that, Yui Kurane walked into the pub. Yes, she chose to play badly. Since the student's strength is far above hers, and she has no dignity as a teacher, why should she work hard to practice and quit drinking? Yes, that's right, it's all Yagyu's fault. Yui Kurane found an excuse for herself, her eyes shining. Looking at Yui Kurane who was about to jump in, Yagyu's mouth corners slightly raised, and said to Karin, "Let's go in too." Okay. Karin didn't ask any more questions, but nodded obediently. Tsunade-sama. Jiraiya-sama. As soon as the two entered, they heard Yui Kurane the sound of exclamation. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a man and a woman sitting in front of the bar of the tavern, drinking. Next to them, there was a yellow-haired boy eating, and a black-haired woman with a pure appearance holding a pig in her arms. These four people were Jiraiya and Naruto, as well as Tsunade and Shizuan. "You are?" Tsunade, whose face was already red from drinking, looked at Yui Kurane in front of her and said drunkenly, "The daughter of the Shinka family." "It's me, Tsunade-sama." Yui Kurane nodded excitedly, looking like a little fangirl. "Long time no see, I didn't expect you to have grown up so much." Tsunade shook the wine glass in her hand and asked, "Can you drink? Do you want a glass?" "Okay." Yui Kurane nodded immediately. This is a chance to drink with an idol, which not everyone has. "Hey! Yagyu, why are you here?" At this time, Naruto's voice sounded. His voice also attracted the attention of several people, and at the same time, Yui Kurane slightly covered her forehead. She was so star-chasing that she almost forgot about her own disciple. This hair color. Looking at Karin next to Yagyu, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, who were already a little drunk, suddenly had a flash of light in their eyes. As if sensing their scrutiny, Karin subconsciously shrank her head and quietly moved behind Yagyu. Looking at Jiraiya and Tsunade secretly, Karin's heart was in turmoil. The chakras of these two people are so strong. Naruto. Yagyu pretended to be surprised and looked at Naruto, asking instead, "Why are you here?" "I came out with the lecherous sage to find this mother-in-law." Naruto pointed at Tsunade with chopsticks in his hand and said honestly. Crack! The wine glass in Tsunade's hand shattered instantly, and the shadow on her forehead covered her eyes, leaving only a flash of cold light. Naruto's body suddenly had goosebumps and he shivered involuntarily. "Children are ignorant, Tsunade, don't be angry, drink, drink." Jiraiya hurriedly came out to warm up the atmosphere, with a flattering smile on his face, he stood up and brought a new wine glass, and filled Tsunade with sake. Humph! Tsunade snorted coldly, but did not get angry. After knowing Naruto's identity, she saw the reflection of Uzumaki Kushina on Naruto. The character of this kid is the same as her mother, but her brain is not very good. Tsunade picked up the wine glass and drank it all, and continued to look at Karin hiding behind Yagyu. The light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. Such a rich breath of life, and the characteristics of this red hair, so much alike. Could it be that after decades, there are still descendants of that clan in the ninja world? Seeing Tsunade looking at Karin, Jiraiya was just about to find a topic to help her, but suddenly he seemed to think of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up and said, "By the way, Tsunade, I'll introduce someone to you." After saying that, Jiraiya waved to Yagyu and said, "Young man, come here." "Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama." Yagyu walked over and greeted them respectfully. The polite look formed a sharp contrast with Naruto's rudeness, which made Tsunade and Shizuan next to him have a good impression of this tall and handsome boy at first sight. At this time, Naruto asked curiously, "Yagyu, do you also know the lecherous immortals?" "Naruto, are you serious?" Yagyu looked at Naruto speechlessly and said, "Second grade historical celebrity chapter, the direct disciple of the third generation Hokage, the three legends of the Second Ninja World War, the legendary three ninjas, these are great figures in textbooks." "I see." Naruto hammered his palm with the back of his hand, as if he suddenly realized something. Ha ha ha, boy, you are really knowledgeable, worthy of being the top student. Jiraiya laughed and enjoyed Yagyu's flattery very much. Tsunade and Shizune looked at Yagyu with admiration. Especially with Naruto, the last one, Yagyu, the top student, shining. Just when Tsunade was drinking and preparing to speak, wanting to communicate with Yagyu, Jiraiya next to him suddenly said, Tsunade, this boy is called Yagyu, he is from your clan. Puff, cough cough. Tsunade spit out a mouthful of wine and choked on it and coughed repeatedly. Her already drunken face became even redder. However, she didn't care about the discomfort, but crushed the wine glass again, looked at Jiraiya with cold eyes, and said in a deep voice, Jiraiya, are you serious? Chapter 74 The Strongest Swaying Technique, Tsunade's Gift, a Wave of Fat Yagyu. Gurgle. Looking at Tsunade's fist that could shatter the earth and once injured himself to the point of death, Jiraiya swallowed his saliva subconsciously and said quickly, I'm not kidding, this is what Sarutobi teacher said, Yagyu's physique seems to be the same as the first and second generation Hokage, and he can also use the Hard Vortex Water Blade of the second generation Hokage. Hard Vortex Water Blade. Hearing the name of this technique, Tsunade's eyes lit up, and then looked at Yagyu and asked, Boy, did you develop this water escape by yourself, or was it inherited from your family? Yagyu lied without blinking, it was inherited from my family. I found a scroll when I was cleaning the house when I was a child. In addition to the Hard Vortex Water Blade, are there other water escape ninjutsu? Yes. Then is there any water-style water break wave, or water-style water dragon bite explosion? Both. Yagyu nodded, which made Tsunade smile from the bottom of her heart. Without waiting for her to confirm, Kurenayu said, I can testify for Yagyu. On the way here, we met Uchiha Itachi, an S-rank rebel ninja, and Hoshigaki Kisame, an S-rank rebel ninja from the Hidden Mist village. Yagyu used many powerful water-style ninjutsu. Jiraiya looked at Kurenayu with a surprised look on his face, you also met them. Uchiha Itachi. Naruto's face was a little worried, he thought of the scene where Uchiha Sasuke was killed by Uchiha Itachi in seconds. I don't know what Sasuke's situation is now. Silver hair and red eyes, he really looks like my second grandfather when he was young. Looking at Yagyu's appearance, Tsunade liked him more and more, and couldn't help but waved her hand and said, Yagyu, right, come closer and let me see. Yagyu immediately walked over obediently. When Yagyu came to her, Tsunade suddenly grabbed his wrist and injected chakra into Yagyu's body by taking his pulse. The next second, Tsunade's beautiful eyes full of intoxication suddenly became sober. Such chakra! Tsunade stared at Yagyu blankly, and suddenly pulled Yagyu into her arms, hugged his neck, and laughed, ha ha ha, too strong, such chakra, and such a breath of life, it is indeed the descendant of our Senju of the forest. Damn it! I'm so envious. Jiraiya looked at Yagyu with envy, and almost crushed the wine glass in his hand like Tsunade. Yagyu was pulled into Tsunade's arms and hugged by the neck, causing half of his face to be pressed against the greatest conscience in the ninja world. What made Jiraiya even more crazy was that Yagyu, who had the strongest face pasting technique, still looked uncomfortable and repulsive. If you don't want to, let me do it. A brat is a brat, and he really doesn't know the beauty of maturity and greatness. Tsunade-sama, congratulations on finding your clansman. Looking at Tsunade who hadn't laughed for a long time, Shizune immediately smiled and congratulated. Yui Kurane was also happy for Yagyu. If before, everyone just guessed that Yagyu was a descendant of the Senju clan, and they believed it 99%. But because there was no evidence and no official certification, Yagyu was still just a civilian orphan. And now, as the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, even if she was the only one left in the family, Tsunade, the head of the Konoha family, said this, which was the official certification, which was equivalent to writing Yagyu's name into the family tree of the Senju clan. When this news reaches Konoha, Yagyu will no longer be a commoner orphan, but a member of the clan found by the main family, a descendant of Senju who founded Konoha. The identity and status of a commoner orphan will also become that of a wealthy noble. By then, there will be no obstacles in the way of identity and status between Yagyu and Hinata and Ino. Even if Yagyu chooses Hinata or Ino as his wife in the future, no one will say that he is climbing the social ladder. Because he is the rich one. This is the value of the Senju clan, the orthodox clan of Konoha, and the first wealthy family in the ninja world. In addition to the water escape of my second grandfather, do you have any other ninjutsu? Tsunade hugged Yagyu and laughed for a long time before she let go of Yagyu's neck, and then pressed him to the stool that Shizuan had tactfully moved away, and asked, "Do you have a chakra burst, that is, the way to practice the strange power fist?" "No." Yagyu shook his head, his tone was somewhat intriguing, "Except for water escape, there are only some techniques that are inconvenient to perform." "Very smart, you are right." Tsunade thought that Yagyu was talking about the forbidden technique of the second grandfather, and patted Yagyu on the shoulder in appreciation, and continued to ask, "Do you have a summoning beast?" "Not yet." Hearing this, Tsunade immediately said to Shizuan, "Shizuan, after drinking, you let Yagyu sign a contract with the Wet Bone Forest." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Shizuan nodded in response. "Tsunade-sama, this is not good, right?" Yagyu wanted to refuse hypocritically, but Tsunade hugged his neck again and said, "Just accept it if it's given to you. This is a gift from the elders." "Okay." Yagyu responded helplessly, but he was secretly delighted in his heart. "I didn't expect that the most difficult method of cultivating immortal arts could be obtained so easily." Although Yagyu didn't know whether Hashirama Senju's immortal arts were to develop the immortal body to an extremely high level, or whether he naturally comprehended it or learned it from the Wet Bone Forest. But Yagyu was sure that the Wet Bone Forest must have their own exclusive immortal mode. Because the Wet Bone Forest is benchmarked against Myaboku Mountain and Ryokai Cave, and they are called the Three Holy Places together. The masters of the Three Holy Places are also immortals. As long as he learns the immortal mode, Yagyu's wood escape power will be taken to a higher level. "So good, can you drink?" Looking at the obedient Yagyu, Tsunade liked him even more and couldn't help asking. "Tsunade-sama, Yagyu is only 12 years old, he can't drink yet." Yui Kurane said hurriedly. "The 3 prohibitions of ninjas are troublesome." Tsunade curled her lips in dissatisfaction, and then said to Yui Kurane, "Then come and drink with me." "Okay." They. Greedy Yui Kurane's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, she switched places with Yagyu and was about to fight Tsunade for 300 rounds. Seeing this, Yagyu couldn't help but say, "Teacher Kurane, then Karin, and I will go back first." "Wait." Hearing Yagyu's words, Tsunade seemed to remember something and waved to Karin, saying, "Come here too." "Yes." Knowing that Tsunade was Yagyu's elder, Karin immediately became very obedient. Just like before, Tsunade grabbed Karin's wrist and injected chakra into her body. Soon, Tsunade smiled again and asked, "Karin, right, do you have a last name?" "No, but..." Karin shook her head first, then said, "Yagyu-kun said I am a descendant of the Uzumaki clan." Hearing this, Tsunade looked at Yagyu next to Kurane Yui and asked, "Yagyu, how do you know she is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan?" Because Karin has awakened the unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan, which are physical healing and Kagura's mind's eye. Yagyu's explanation was the same as what he said to Kurane Yui, and he said slowly, "I met Karin during the Chunin exam. I accidentally saved her at that time and found a lot of tooth marks of different shapes and sizes on her arms. After learning that this was a unique healing technique, I guessed that Karin was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. A while ago, Karin awakened a special perception with an amazing coverage range. I am more certain that she is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan." Snap! Without waiting for Tsunade to speak, Jiraiya slapped Naruto on the head and scolded, "See, this is the benefit of studying hard. Look at the knowledge reserve of the head student, and then look at you, the last one, who hasn't even learned the Raise Nan yet. It hurts, you lecherous sage." Naruto covered his head and cried out in pain, then complained, "I didn't study hard, what does this have to do with the Raise Nan? Why is it not related? You didn't even know how to change the form before, how could you learn the Raise Nan? Who said that I can already rub it out and will be able to use the Raise Nan soon? That's just a semi-finished product, wait until you can rub one hand out first. Just wait and see, I will definitely be able to do it. By the way, what kind of ninja clan is the Uzumaki clan? Why is my last name the same as mine? Am I related to this clan? It doesn't matter. They have special unique abilities. Do you have them? I don't think so." Ignoring the two people's quarrels, Tsunade nodded and said, "These two abilities are indeed unique to the Uzumaki clan. Karin is indeed a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Are you here to bring Karin back to Konoha?" Tsunade told the truth. "Yes." Yagyu repeated what he had said to Yui Kurane before, Karin was a ninja from Kusagakure village before, and was always used as a medical tool by the people there. When I rescued her, I found that her chakra was not suitable for the identity of the Uzumaki clan. If this continues, she will definitely die from excessive chakra consumption. I felt a sense of intimacy with Karin, so after learning about her life and experience, I took the initiative to help her leave Konoha, let her wait here for me to complete the Chunin exam, and then asked teacher Kurane to come with me to pick her up and be her recommender so that Karin can join Konoha. Yagyu-kun. Although she had known about Yagyu's arrangement for a long time, Karin was still moved and her eyes were misty. Shizuan, who was next to her, also looked at Yagyu with sparkling eyes. This clan member of Lady Tsunade is really, so excellent. Since Yagyu appeared here, the amount of knowledge he showed, and these extremely rational practices, all made Shizuan amazed and admired. No wonder when she was young, no matter how hard she tried, she was no match for those geniuses. It turns out that true geniuses are so outstanding. Tsunade touched Yagyu's head with some heartache and said, "It seems that you know a lot of things. You have learned to hide yourself at such a young age. It's really hard for you." Yagyu smiled but said nothing. And his smile was a tacit agreement in Tsunade's eyes. "So," she slowly said, "don't go back to Konoha yet. Go back with Jiraiya when the time comes, and let Jiraiya be the recommender for Karin. Tsunade, you should go back with us too." Jiraiya took this opportunity to persuade again, "No one is more suitable to be the recommender of Karin than you, and no one is more suitable for the position of the 5th Hokage than you. Now you have found your own people and the clansmen of Lord Mito. Don't you want to go back and protect them to grow up? Let's drink." Tsunade did not say that only fools would become Hokage this time, but fell into silence and chose to skip this topic. The atmosphere changed all of a sudden. Kurane Yui came out to warm up the atmosphere, holding a glass of sake and smiling at Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, I toast you a glass. Come on, drink." Tsunade immediately clinked glasses with Kurane Yui, and then the two women began to compete in drinking capacity. Seeing this, Yagyu did not say that he would take Karin back, but stood with Shizuan, watching the two women drinking. Based on their posture, one of them must lie down before the end. Yagyu and Shizuan were both worried. Sure enough, the drinking party lasted until late at night, and it was not over until the pub closed. During this period of time, I haven't seen Jiraiya, who had met Tsunade, also joined in quickly. The three adults were drinking like crazy. Fortunately, they only drank sake with a relatively low alcohol content, otherwise they would have collapsed long ago. Even so, after drinking for several hours, the three of them collapsed on the bar. Seeing that the drinking party was finally over, Yagyu, Shizuan and Naruto either supported or carried Tsunade and the other two away. On the way, Shizuan asked, "Yagyu-kun, are you staying in a hotel?" "No, we're staying at Karen's place. She rented a house on Tansho Street. Then tomorrow at noon, please come to Yoshii Hotel and I'll help you sign a contract with Shikadari." "Okay, thank you, Sister Shizuan." "Yeah, see you tomorrow." Soon, the seven people parted at a crossroads. Yagyu carried Yui Kurane on his back and returned to his residence with Karin, and then asked Karin to take care of the drunk Yui Kurane. And he went to the bathroom to take a shower. Standing under the shower, Yagyu raised his head and let the warm water hit his face. The corners of his mouth drew a beautiful arc, revealing a smile of success. It went smoothly, too smoothly. Since graduation, Yagyu found that everything went smoothly for him. No matter what kind of plan, he could easily get the results he wanted. At this moment, Yagyu realized how great an advantage it was to know the plot well. Just wait for tomorrow to come, and Yagyu can finish the plan completely. The plan made with bold ideas not only allowed Yagyu to obtain the blood limit, wood escape and water escape ninjutsu of Senju Tobirama, but also the sealing technique and death mask of the Uzumaki clan, as well as the inheritance of the previous generation of Hokage, the summoning technique and the sage mode that he had not yet obtained. In addition to the improvement of strength, Yagyu also got Karin, the ultimate dog, the vest of the descendant of the Senju clan, and the prince of Konoha when he returned to the village. Although Yagyu did not participate in the Konoha collapse plan, the Konoha collapse plan and the impact afterwards made Yagyu rich. Thinking of this, Yagyu was full of expectations for tomorrow. Shizuan, Karin, Naruto, and even Jiraiya and Kurane did not notice that Tsunade secretly added drugs to Jiraiya's glass when they were drinking. But Yagyu found out. This means that tomorrow is the reunion of the three ninjas after many years. There is no place more suitable for the debut of Wood release than there. Chapter 75 Wood Release Tree World arrives. The next morning, Yagyu slept until more than 9 o'clock before waking up. This is a very rare thing for him who gets up early for training every day. At this time, Karin and Kurane had already gotten up. Yagyu-kun, breakfast is ready for you. When Yagyu came out after washing up, Karin immediately went to the kitchen to bring out the covered plate. Thank you for your hard work, Karin. Yagyu nodded with a smile, and then ate the breakfast that Karin prepared carefully. While Yagyu was eating breakfast, Yui Kurane said, last night, Tsunade-sama said that we should go back with Jiraiya-sama. What do you think, Yagyu? Yagyu took the milk handed by Karin, took a sip and said, I think it's okay. With Jiraiya-sama as a guarantor, Karin may be able to skip the review. I think so too. Yui Kurane nodded in agreement. Although she had been with Karin for a short time, it was enough for her to see Karin's personality and character. This girl, like those orphans from small countries, is a child with a tragic fate. Unlike those orphans from small countries, Karin has an extraordinary background, and her personality has not been distorted until now, which is precious. Last night, she took care of herself very considerately, and even gave her the room and went to sleep on the sofa in the living room. She obeyed Yagyu's every word, as if she would commit suicide without hesitation the next second if Yagyu asked her to die. Without the need for investigation, Kurane Yui could be sure that there was nothing wrong with Karin. If possible, Kurane Yui did not want Karin to be investigated by Konoha's interrogation department. Because that department was sometimes as dark as the Anbu, they might conduct violent investigations, using illusions to hypnotize Karin, or forcibly reading Karin's memory. If it was not properly controlled, it was likely that Karin would have problems with her mind and brain. Krina Yui was just one of Konoha's jonins. She could not stop the village from investigating Karin, and her influence was not great enough to make the interrogation department give her face. If Jiraiya took Karin back, it would be completely different. The other party was the direct disciple of the third Hokage, the teacher of the fourth Hokage, and one of the legendary three ninjas. Even the elite jonins had to respectfully address him as an adult. He was the one who took Karin back to the village. Even if the interrogation department interrogated Karin, it would only be a formality. So, after Yagyu finished breakfast, the three of them headed towards the Yoshii hotel that Shizune mentioned. Swish, swish, swish. However, before they arrived at the hotel, the sound of a teleportation breaking through the air reached their ears. Jiraiya, Shizune, and Naruto teleported in. The three did not stop in front of the Yagyu three, but quickly passing by them, Shizune's voice echoed in the air. Yagyu, you're here just in time, hurry up and catch up. Looking at the hurried backs of the three people, Yagyu and Yui Kurane looked at each other and quickly followed them. Coming to Shizune's side, Yui Kurane asked, Miss Shizune, what happened? Shizune said with a heavy face, Tsunade-sama went to see Orochimaru alone. Orochimaru. Yui Kurane's eyes widened immediately. Obviously she didn't expect that the murderer who killed the third generation of Hokage would also come to Tansho Street. It's all my fault for being so careless. I didn't expect Tsunade to drug me. Jiraiya looked self-blaming, and then as if he remembered something, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to Karin, Karin, Yagyu seemed to have said last night that you awakened the Kagura Heart Eye. Can your perception find Tsunade's current location? Shizune's eyes also lit up, and she hurriedly said, Karin, please. I'll try. Karin made a seal with both hands, closed her eyes, and exerted the Kagura Heart Eye with all her strength. Found it. After a while, Karin opened her eyes and pointed to the 10 o'clock direction and said, the location of Lady Tsunade is very far away in this direction, about 20 kilometers away. Hearing this, Shizune immediately increased the speed of teleportation. The same was true for Yagyu and the others. A distance of more than 20 kilometers was nothing to the Yagyu and the others who were moving at full speed. Just now, they needed to follow the smell to find Tsunade, so the speed of Shizune and the other two was so slow. After determining the direction and position, they left Tansho Street in less than a minute and entered a forest that can be seen everywhere in the Land of Fire. The scene in front of them quickly flowed backwards, just like the high-speed rail in Yagyu's previous life. In just over 5 minutes, Yagyu and his friends passed through the forest, and there was a vast grassland in front of them. Tsunade-sama. Soon, the scene that Shizune least wanted to see appeared. On the grassland that was physically damaged in front of them, there were 3 figures, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kabuto Yakushi. Tsunade was in a very bad situation at this time. Although she was not injured, she knelt on the ground, her hands folded, and her whole body was shaking violently. There were traces of blood on her body and face, which was the reason for her shaking. The medical saint had hemophobia, which was a secret that few people knew. Orochimaru was one of them. It's so fast, but it's too late. Looking at the figures rushing over, Kabuto Yakushi was not panicked, but covered his hands with blue chakra and attacked Tsunade, who had lost her ability to fight. Not good. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya and others suddenly changed their expressions. At this time, the sound of electric currents intersecting sounded. Yagyu, with blue and white arcs lingering around him, rushed out like a flash of lightning, leaving Shizuan and others far behind in an instant. This exaggerated speed of instant body made Naruto stunned. Kabuto Yakushi's expression also changed slightly. He recognized Yagyu and remembered the information he had collected during this period. So Kabuto Yakushi, who originally wanted to kill Tsunade in front of Jiraiya and others to make them feel powerless, immediately changed his mind and prepared to kidnap Tsunade. S-level water escape, and phantom instant body technique, these 2 techniques are too tricky. Even if Lord Orochimaru is in his current state, he can still hold back Jiraiya, but he alone cannot deal with Yagyu, Shizuan, and Yui Kurane. Therefore, he cannot kill Tsunade, but must control her. In this way, he can be invincible. At the moment when Kabuto Yakushi paused his attack and changed his mind, Yagyu had already completed the one-hand seal. Water style, water break wave. A super high-pressure water line spewed out of Yagyu's mouth. The moisture in the air gathered together, turning the water line into a straight water column that cut through the air, shooting out like a blue laser. However, the target of this straight water column was not Kabuto Yakushi, but the ground in front of Tsunade. Before it arrived, the straight water column had already landed on the ground more than 10 meters away from Tsunade, cutting a deep, smooth, and straight gully on the ground, spreading along Tsunade. Looking at the rapidly approaching straight water column, Kabuto Yakushi could only reluctantly give up the idea of kidnapping Tsunade. Looking at this powerful straight water column, Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice, "Sui Banbo, this brat is indeed a descendant of the Senju clan." Orochimaru. Jiraiya's angry voice came into his ears, "You killed Sarutobi teacher, and now you dare to attack Tsunade, I will never let you go this time. You won't let me go, just because of you, a fool." Although he lost both hands and could not use any ninjutsu, Orochimaru still smiled disdainfully and called softly, "Kabuto." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Yakushi Kabuto immediately understood and returned to Orochimaru's side in an instant, cut Orochimaru's palm with a kunao, and used his blood to make a seal. Spirit summoning technique. With a bang, the sound of a super large balloon bursting sounded. A cloud of white smoke with an astonishing area spread and spread. "Orochimaru, if you summon me this time, you have to give me 100 living people as sacrifices." The white smoke had not yet dissipated, and the unruly voice had already sounded. When the gust of wind blew away the smoke, a huge purple snake immediately appeared on the grassland. With a pair of vertical pupils looking down at the Yagyu people below, Wan Shi immediately recognized Tsunade, who was kneeling on the ground, and Jiraiya, who had come to Tsunade's side. He was slightly stunned and teased, "Orochimaru, are you having a class reunion?" Orochimaru instantly came to the top of Wan Shi and said, "Help me kill them, and I will give you 300 sacrifices afterwards." "No problem, I have long been fed up with that toad." Just then, Jiraiya's voice sounded, "Summoning technique." A group of equally large smoke spread, just when Orochimaru and Wan Shi's faces became solemn, thinking that the opponents were Jiraiya and the toad. The smoke dissipated, and a small toad as big as a palm, which would have been thought to be a frog if it weren't for the toad's bumps on its back, immediately came into everyone's eyes. "Orochimaru! Man snake!" Jiraiya's eyes widened as bells, and he shouted, "Gamekaki, why is it you wears buntat? I'm having dinner with my dad, can you check the time before summoning me, you little brat?" Gamekaki complained subconsciously, but when he saw that the person who summoned him was Jiraiya with exaggerated movements, he was stunned and said, "Uncle Jiraiya, why is it you?" After saying that, Gamekaki instinctively felt the danger, looked up at the man snake as big as a hill, and the pair of cold-blooded vertical pupils, his body trembled involuntarily, and his voice trembled, "Uncle Jiraiya, you don't want me to fight it, do you?" Looking at the man and the toad, Orochimaru couldn't help shaking his head. I haven't seen you for so many years, you idiot, haven't changed at all. Spirit summoning technique. Just when Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief and was ready to take advantage of Jiraiya's physical problems and join forces with Man Snake to get rid of them, a loud shout made his expression change slightly. Naruto, who was standing next to Jiraiya, also used the summoning technique, and a cloud of smoke that was no less than the size of Manchi appeared out of thin air. Orochimaru's face became solemn again, and he murmured, "Nine-tail Jinchuriki, actually forgot about this little kid." Just when Orochimaru and Manchi thought that they could not avoid fighting Jiraiya and Gamabuntat, the smoke dissipated, and a yellow toad the same size as Gamaki appeared on the grassland. Gamma Dragon. Jiraiya widened his eyes again and shouted the name of the toad. Naruto, who summoned the toad dragon, also widened his eyes like him. Naruto looked crazy and said, "Why is there another little toad? Where is the big toad?" The actions of this master and apprentice made the battlefield, which should have been full of solemnity and murderous atmosphere, suddenly have a touch of comedy. Orochimaru and Manja were speechless. Even though they were so aloof, they were slightly twitched by such a scene. Even if they were enemies, it was even worse for Shizune and the others on the friendly side. Yui Kurene's forehead was full of black lines, and Shizune covered her forehead slightly. If it weren't for her respect for Jiraiya and the fact that it was Tsunade who caused Jiraiya to become like this, she really wanted to say, "Are you masters and apprentices here to make fun of me? This situation is really not funny at all." Yagyu frowned slightly and said, "Jiraiya, how long will it take for your physical condition to recover?" 10 minutes. Jiraiya said seriously, "Just help me hold on for 10 minutes, and I will be able to recover." 10 minutes, that's too long. Yagyu glanced at Tsunade, who was kneeling on the ground, her face full of fear, and her body trembling. Suddenly, she stood up and said firmly, "In that case, let me protect Sister Tsunade." The change in address successfully awakened Tsunade, who was immersed in the memories of fear. Looking at the tall Yagyu standing in front of her, the silver hair and age made Tsunade's trembling eyes seem to see the reflection of Kato Dan in the Waki. Snap! Yagyu suddenly clapped his hands, and the whole body burst out with blue chakra flames. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's face changed slightly and urged, "Many snakes, kill them." Tsunade and Jiraiya lost their threats. In Orochimaru's eyes, the most dangerous person on the field now is Yagyu. Of course, Orochimaru also knows about this civilian genius who overpowers Uchiha Sasuke. It is almost certain that he is a descendant of the Senju clan, mastering the hard vortex water blade and water breaking wave of the second generation Hokage, and the illusion and instant body strength can use Uchiha Shisui's phantom instant body technique. If Orochimaru had not lost his hands, Yagyu's other abilities would not be taken seriously by him except the phantom instant body technique. But now, he has become the biggest trouble. "Look, I'm going to eat them in one bite." The snake straightened its upper body and swooped down, opening its bloody mouth, ready to eat Yagyu and the others and the grass under their feet. Would release. However, when Yagyu gently uttered the prefix of the ninjutsu, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi, as well as Jiraiya and Kurene Yui beside them, as well as Tsunade and Shizune changed their expressions in shock. Then, Yagyu shouted, "The tree world is coming!" Boom boom! The whole grassland suddenly shook violently, like an earthquake. It was as if some giant creature had awakened from the ground, and cracks of varying sizes emerged. Then, branches that were extremely thick, which could be held by several or even more than 10 people, surged out from the cracks in the earth, like a group of snakes out of a cage. As soon as they broke out of the ground, these green and thick branches immediately grew a large number of branches and leaves, and quickly turned into towering trees. The swooping snakes directly hit the barrier formed by these trees. The next second, Orochimaru, and Kabuto Yakushi under his feet were all submerged. There were more and more cracks in the earth, and countless branches surged out, pushing and shoving the trees that had not yet fully formed, forming a green wave that surged forward. If you look down from a god's perspective, you will see a green wave that spreads out in a fan shape toward the front and to the left and right. The waves were getting bigger and bigger, leaving rows of towering trees behind them wherever they passed. The number of trees was increasing, and the area they occupied was getting larger and larger, from a small grove to a small forest, and finally to a green sea of trees. Chapter 76 Yagyu, Naruto, I am the Hokage. The surging sea of trees was unknown how far it had submerged, and the sound of the earth shaking and breaking lasted for an unknown period of time before everything slowly stopped. At this time, Jiraiya and others were already dazed, and their mood was difficult to describe with words like turbulent waves. Looking at the vast grassland in front of them, which should have been a vast and endless forest, each tree was dozens of meters high, and the towering trees that more than a dozen people hugged seemed to have a sound of breaking in their hearts, which was the shattering and reshaping of the worldview. Among the few people present, only Jiraiya and Tsunade were cage-level strong men, but the most powerful person they had ever seen was Hanzo, who was called demigod. After all, when Hashirama Senju died, Tsunade was still very young. After the establishment of Konoha, Hashirama Senju was the synonym of invincibility and was recognized as the god of ninjas in the ninja world. Except for Uchiha Madara and Kakuzu, no one dared to challenge him. So Tsunade had never seen Hashirama Senju perform wood release seriously since she was a child. And Hanzo was very strong. Even if Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya joined forces, they were not his opponents. Because they were defeated by Hanzo and obtained the title of Konoha Sunin, they also became famous in the ninja world, and now they are called the legendary Sunin. However, Hanzo's strength is also limited. He does not have a technique with exaggerated range and amazing destructive power. If the current self faced the former Hanzo, Jiraiya and Tsunade were confident that they would not lose to each other. The most powerful technique that Jiraiya and Tsunade had seen was the tailed beast ball of the Jinchuriki. That was a technique that could blow down a small hill with one strike, and it was also the reason why the Jinchuriki would become the strongest weapon of the ninja village. They thought that the tailed beast ball was already exaggerated enough. But compared with the sea of trees that turned the grassland into a forest, it was nothing. Not to mention Kurane Ui and Shizuan, who were only jonin in strength, and the strongest in their eyes were the 5 Kage and the legendary 3 ninjas. They had never even seen the 5 Kage and the 3 ninjas in action. In Kurane Ui's eyes, the most terrifying thing was the 9-tailed demon fox whose memory had become blurred during the 9-tailed rebellion. However, she only had a quick glance at the fox, and compared with the forest in front of her, it was also nothing. Not to mention Naruto and Karin. At this time, Naruto was already stunned, looking at the forest in front of him and completely speechless. In Naruto's eyes, Chidori and Rei's Nan were powerful enough, and their power could break a tree. But those were ordinary trees. And which tree in the forest in front of him was not the same as the towering trees in the forest of death? At this moment, Naruto suddenly felt that Sasuke's Chidori and the Rei's Nan of the lecherous sage suddenly became shabby. The idea that I had learned the Rei's Nan and was qualified to challenge Yagyu, and maybe even win, was instantly dissipated. How could this be an opponent? It's okay, they've already escaped. Yagyu's voice broke the silence, but he secretly said in his heart, I let them run away. Gurgle. Jiraiya came back to his senses and asked a nonsense question in a trembling voice, Yagyu, where did you get your wood release? Obviously, Jiraiya's brain was no longer working. I awakened when I was 7 years old. Yagyu lied, saying a very sensitive year. Ui Kurane also said with horror, Is this the trump card that you have been hiding, Yagyu? Yes, teacher Kurane. Yagyu nodded and smiled, I'm sorry to have kept it from you for so long. Tsunade-sama, you. At this time, Shizuan suddenly widened her beautiful eyes. Tsunade, who was kneeling beside him, stood up slowly and walked towards Yagyu with her head down. Looking at Tsunade, Yagyu said, Tsunade-sama, I. Before he could finish his words, an arm hugged Yagyu. Call me sister, I like this name. Tsunade held Yagyu's head, rubbing his hair with her palms, and her eyes regained their brightness. The blood on her face and clothes could no longer affect her at all. Tsunade. Sister Tsunade. With his face buried in the greatest conscience of the ninja world, Yagyu, who was suffocated, shouted in a vague tone. So good. Tsunade then loosened her hand that was tightening Yagyu trademark's neck, held his head, and kissed him hard on the forehead. Then, Tsunade took off the necklace from her neck, hung it on Yagyu trademark's neck, and smiled, This is a relic left by my great-grandfather, I will give it to you now. Without waiting for Yagyu to speak, Tsunade turned to face Jiraiya and others, and said firmly, I have decided, I will go back to Konoha and succeed, the 5th Hokage. At this moment, Tsunade bid farewell to the past completely. The people in the past can no longer be resurrected, but now there are people who need her protection more. For the people she cherishes now, Tsunade's love and anger instantly overcame her fear of blood. She awakened wood release at the age of 7, but she didn't even know that she was guiding the Jonin. Except for her second grandfather's water release, she didn't even dare to use the strongest wood release. Yagyu's precocity and intelligence made Tsunade feel extremely distressed. Tsunade, whose important people are dead, can choose to leave if she can't stand the darkness of the village, and think that out of sight is out of mind. But now, Tsunade has a new important person. This time, she must protect Yagyu, dispel all darkness for him, and let him thrive under her protection. Goodbye. Duan. Goodbye. Nawaki. With an extremely firm look in her eyes, Tsunade silently said goodbye to the two figures in her heart. In the eyes of Jiraiya and others, Tsunade's aura suddenly became majestic. Tsunade-sama. Shizun's eyes were filled with tears of joy. Yui Kurane looked at Tsunade with admiration. This is the idol of countless female ninjas, so handsome. After Jiraiya was slightly stunned, he also showed an excited smile and said, Tsunade, welcome back. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Karin checked out of the room and went to Yoshii Hotel with Yagyu and Kurane Yui to meet Tsunade and Jiraiya. Then the seven of them walked away from Tansho Street. Damn it, why is it so difficult to condense a raised nan with one hand? Along the way, Tsunade chatted with Yagyu about family matters, wanting to know about the past of her new brother. Jiraiya continued to teach Naruto raised nan. But no matter how hard Naruto tried, he couldn't condense a raised nan with one hand. Even if he used his other hand to help, he could only rub out a half-finished product. It would be fine if you could hit the enemy with both hands holding the energy ball, but if the attack missed, it would simply create a flaw for the enemy. Looking at Naruto who was practicing the raised nan, Kurane Yui seemed to have remembered something, and couldn't help but ask Yagyu, Yagyu, since the spiral water tornado you developed has been perfected, have you learned the raised nan? Yagyu glanced at Naruto, nodded and said, well, I have learned it. It's quite simple. Yagyu, do you know how to use raised nan? Naruto said in surprise. Yagyu said again and said, the principle of this technique is similar to that of the hard vortex water blade, but the difficulty of practicing it is even simpler than that of the hard vortex water blade. At first, I just used the principle of the hard vortex water blade to develop my own water escape technique, and then teacher Hong told me the principle of the raised nan, and I learned it quickly. After speaking, Yagyu raised his right hand. Under the gaze of Naruto and others, a blue chakra cyclone soon appeared on Yagyu's palm. The color of the cyclone became bluer and bluer, but it did not expand, but compressed to form an energy ball. The volume of the energy ball also became larger and larger, and soon it became the size of a table tennis ball, and the color also changed from pure blue to a blue-white energy ball. Good, so powerful. Naruto stared at the raised nan in Yagyu's hand in amazement, and felt a rare sense of frustration in his heart. Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh, you actually mastered the raised nan by yourself just based on the principle. What an enviable talent for ninjutsu. As expected of you, Yagyu. Tsunade also patted Yagyu's shoulder, and then ruffled Yagyu's hair. Karin said to herself, as expected of siblings, Yagyu-kun and Tsunade-sama both seemed to like to touch people's heads. Yagyu used hairspray to tidy up his hair, looking at the dejected Naruto, he couldn't help but suggest, since one hand can't rub it out, why don't you use two hands, don't you have a shadow clone? Shua. Yagyu's words, like a flash of inspiration, made Naruto's eyes bright immediately. Before he could realize it, Naruto grasped this inspiration and made seals with both hands, shadow clone technique. The smoke spread, and the shadow clone immediately appeared next to Naruto. Naruto stretched out his palm, and the shadow clone's hands rubbed quickly on his palm, condensing the chakra in his body and the chakra emerging from the palm of the original body. Soon, a blue-white energy ball appeared on Naruto's palm. Success, I succeeded. Looking at the energy ball in his hand that did not dissipate, Naruto immediately jumped up and cheered. This works. Jiraiya was stunned. He didn't expect that A-level unprinted ninjutsu could be cheated like this. Wow, so awesome. And Shizun and Karanshi looked at Yagyu with sparkling eyes, and the latter did not hide his admiration. Looking at the two little Fang girls, Yagyu was rarely embarrassed. God knows that he just wanted to make up for Naruto, and he really didn't use Naruto's original method to show off. But obviously, Jiraiya and the others didn't know, and they were also amazed by Yagyu's ninjutsu talent. Tsunade hugged Yagyu's neck again and smiled, you are worthy of being the descendant of our Senju of the forest. Such ninjutsu talent is just like the second grandfather. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. At such a young age, he has mastered so many advanced and ultimate water escape techniques, and it seems that he has developed his own water escape technique, and learned Raise Nan without guidance. Such ninjutsu talent is indeed very similar to the second generation Hokage who developed countless ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Jiraiya suddenly made a sound of task, reached out and touched Naruto's head, and said with pity, the first generation Hokage suppressed the wood escape of the ninja world, and the second generation Hokage has the talent of water escape and ninjutsu. He is only 12 years old this year. Naruto. I'm afraid you can't become a Hokage. Hey! Naruto was slightly stunned, then stared at Yagyu with wide eyes, and said in astonishment, Yagyu, do you want to be a Hokage? Of course. Without waiting for Yagyu to speak, Tsunade hugged his neck and said to Naruto, I went back to Konoha to pave the way for Yagyu. He is the future 6th Hokage. This. Naruto was at a loss, with a blank face. It was his dream to become a Hokage, and he would realize it no matter how difficult it was. But if the opponent was Yagyu, did he really have hope? Looking at the confused Naruto, Jiraiya patted his head and scolded, it's just that a strong competitor has appeared. I don't know how many years it will take. Are you ready to give up? Is the dream of Hokage so cheap? It hurts, you lecherous immortal. Naruto covered his head and cried out in pain, then looked at Yagyu with a firm look and said, even if the opponent is Yagyu, I will not admit defeat. Becoming Hokage is my dream, I will unswervingly realize it, this is my ninja way. Looking at Naruto who rekindled his fighting spirit, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile with relief on his face. What he said just now was all said deliberately. The purpose is to make Naruto choose Yagyu as his competitor and the target to pursue. Yagyu is too good, as good as his most proud disciple. With wood release, he will stand at the top of the ninja world sooner or later, and may even become the new ninja god in the future. With him as a goal, Naruto will be full of motivation to become stronger. No matter who becomes Hokage in the future, they are all towering trees that protect Konoha. Yagyu didn't know Jiraiya's thoughts. At this moment, he was hugged by the neck, half of his face was pressed against Tsunade, the greatest conscience in the ninja world, and he was immersed in Tsunade's words just now. Become Hokage. To be honest, Yagyu is not interested in the position of Hokage. After all, it is a job for a busy person. Naruto in Naruto Next Generations is because of the heavy workload, which caused the immortal body to become a kidney deficiency body. He stayed in the Hokage's office every day, and he fell asleep on the bed when he finally went home. Even on his daughter's birthday, he only sent a shadow clone back. Yagyu didn't want to live that kind of life. But it has to be admitted that the position of Hokage is still very special and important. The ninja world is a one country one village system. The Hokage and the daimyo are actually on an equal footing. The former is responsible for training armed forces, and the latter is responsible for finance. If both sides are short of staff, they are qualified to appoint new Hokage and daimyo. Of course, this is not the key. The key point is that if Yagyu becomes Hokage, he will be the leader of all ninja clans and the daimyo of Konoha. As a descendant of Hokage and Senju clan, no one should stop Yagyu from expanding the family, right? Tsunade should also agree and support his ambition, right? In this way, can he openly shout out that sentence, I want it all? When he thought of this, Yagyu felt a surge of excitement. It seems that it is not impossible to become the 6th generation Hokage. Looking at Naruto with a firm look in his eyes, Yagyu suddenly remembered a famous joke with a bad taste. If he becomes Hokage, and Naruto is still so willful and ignores the rules, can he scold him with a stern face, Naruto, I am the Hokage. Will Naruto, who is scolded and stopped, shout, Yagyu, you will regret it. Then walk out of the Hokage's office and slam the door. Chapter 77, First entered the Hyuga clan, suffered from contempt. Yagyu controls his sister-in-law. Jiraiya-sama, welcome back. Tsunade-sama. 3 days later, Yagyu and his party of 7 finally returned to Konoha. The 2 great ninjas on duty at the gate today are still Kamitsuki Izumo and Gangzai Tetsu. They were taking a nap, and they immediately noticed Jiraiya, who was 1.91 meters tall and very rare in the ninja world. After they greeted Jiraiya, they noticed Tsunade, who walked from behind to Jiraiya's side with a swaying feeling. Looking at Tsunade, who was only much more mature than a dozen years ago, but still beautiful, Kamitsuki Izumo and Gangzai Tetsu suddenly widened their eyes and looked shocked. I haven't been back for many years, and the village still looks the same. Tsunade raised her hand to her forehead and looked at the end in front of her, which is the location of the Hokage Rock, and the Hokage building that stands out in Konoha, the corners of her lips slightly raised. Then, Tsunade looked at Kamatsuki Izumo and Gangzai Tetsu with their mouths wide open, and said with a smile, "Strange faces, they should be the new generation when I was still in the village, please help me register." "Yes, Tsunade-sama!" Kamizuki Izumo and Gangzai Tetsu shouted excitedly. Tsunade is not only the idol of countless female ninjas in the ninja world, but also the dream goddess of countless boys. There are countless male ninjas who have been saved by her, and all of them are her fans. Strong and beautiful women, no matter in which world, are popular with both men and women. Soon, Kamatsuki Izumo and Gangzai Tetsu completed the registration for Tsunade and others. After many years, Tsunade returned to Konoha again. And her proud figure, and Jiraiya next to her, soon caused a sensation in Konoha. Topics such as Princess Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the legendary three ninjas, and the medical master are also rapidly sweeping the entire Konoha. This news is a powerful shot of adrenaline for Konoha, which has lost the third Hokage. It instantly restores the confidence of Konoha, which is just about to be instigated by someone to cause panic. The haze that shrouded Konoha began to slowly dissipate. When the Konoha high level announced that Tsunade would succeed the fifth Hokage, the sun would completely dispel the haze and shine on Konoha again, allowing this earliest established ninja village to officially enter a new chapter. "Yagyu, come and help me clean up with Karin later, and stay for dinner tonight." "Okay, Sister Tsunade." After returning to the village, Tsunade took Shizuan straight to the Hokage building. But before parting with Yagyu and Karin, Tsunade gave them a warning. Yagyu naturally nodded. He wished that Karin and Tsunade would get closer, and even had some thoughts. "Goodbye, Teacher Hong. Goodbye, come and learn from the teacher when you have time." "No problem." At a certain crossroads, Yagyu and Karin parted ways with Kurane Ui, and then took Karin back to her home. "Is this Yagyu-kun's home? It's so big." Looking at the two-story independent house with a small yard in front of her, Karin's beautiful eyes shone with dazzling light, full of longing for the future life. Yes, Karin will live in Yagyu's home. Tsunade did not ask Karin to come and live with her, but she agreed with Yagyu's arrangement for Karin. Just as Kurane Ui saw Karin's personality and character at a glance, Tsunade also saw Karin's dependence on Yagyu at a glance. During the war, many orphans were like Karin after being redeemed. Even Uzumaki Kushina changed quickly after being rescued by Minato Namikaze. In Tsunade's eyes, this is a good thing. With Karin's reliance on Yagyu, as long as she is properly trained, she will definitely be an excellent assistant like Shizuan in the future. No. At her age, she has awakened two unique abilities, physical healing and Kagura's mind's eye. As long as she is taught the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, her own medical ninjutsu and the Senjua clan's chakra burst, Karin will be better than Shizuan. With Karin's assistance, Yagyu will have a completely trustworthy deputy when he succeeds the sixth Hokage in the future. However, Tsunade doesn't know that Yagyu's ambition is a bit big, and he has a lot of deputies, wings. "Welcome to my home, Karin." Yagyu opened the door, turned around and touched Karin's head, and smiled, "From now on, this is also your home." Karin nodded excitedly, her voice trembling slightly, "I will definitely take care of this place, Yagyu-kun. Then I'll have to trouble you in the future." Taking Karin to the second floor, Yagyu gave Karin the room next to the main room. Since the Ino girls would help Yagyu clean up every time they came, the next room was also very tidy and only needed to be tidied up a little before it could be used. Next, Yagyu took Karin out to buy new bedding and daily necessities, and let her get familiar with the surrounding environment. After Karin had made the bed and hung all the clothes she brought from Tansho Street in the closet, Yagyu suddenly smiled and said, "Karin, come with me. I'll take you to meet some friends." "Okay." Karin nodded vigorously, walked over and looked up and asked, "Is it the friend you mentioned a few days ago, Yagyu-kun, who has the same excellent chakra control talent as me?" "Well, there are a few people besides her. They are all girls with good personalities. You will definitely get along well." "Hehe. I will definitely become good friends with them." Yagyu subconsciously used the head patting method on Karin, making her enjoy her face and showing a silly smile like a nymphomaniac. Karin, who puts herself in a very low position, has a personality like Hinata and the ladylike Sakura. Not only does she not dare to take the initiative, She has never had the idea of competing for Yagyu. Because she is afraid that Yagyu will get angry, and then stop pampering her, hate her, or even drive her out of the house. If this situation occurs, Karin will feel like falling into an ice cave just thinking about it. In her eyes, being abandoned by Yagyu was more terrible than death. This kind of relationship was good now, and Karin was already very satisfied. Yagyu naturally didn't know Karin's thoughts, otherwise he would definitely like this well-behaved girl even more. Leaving Karin out of the house, Yagyu came to the gate of a clan land with an astonishing area. On the plaque on the door, there were 2 big characters written Hinata. Yes, Yagyu brought Karin to the Hyuga clan. He said to the 2 guards who were wearing ninja forehead guards on their heads, which should be used to cover the caged bird, I am Yagyu, a Konoha genin, and a companion of Hinata. I want to find Hinata for something. The 2 guards looked at each other. Then, a guard nodded to Yagyu and said, please wait. After that, he walked in, obviously going to report to someone. Not long after, the guard came out and became respectful to Yagyu. He raised his hand and said sideways, please come in. The clan leader is waiting for you. Yagyu was slightly surprised when he heard this. He thought that Hyuga Hayashi would at most agree to let Hinata go out and let Hinata follow the guard. Unexpectedly, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan actually wanted to see him. Hyuga Hayashi was too well informed. He knew that Yagyu was next to Tsunade just after Tsunade came back. Or did he pay attention to Yagyu and value him a long time ago? After analyzing it in his heart, Yagyu nodded and said, thank you for your trouble. With Karin following the guard, Yagyu shuttled through the clan territory of the Hyuga clan. It was his first time here, and the evaluation was amazing. Although the Hyuga clan was not as excluded as the Uchiha clan, not only did the clan move from the central street of Konoha to the vicinity of the Nanhi River, but because it was a little far from the central street, they had to trade on their own in the clan land and had a commercial street. But the area of the Hyuga clan's clan land was not much smaller than that of the Uchiha clan. There were a large number of buildings standing here, with various styles. However, the deeper you go, the older the style of the buildings, and there are walls within the walls. Obviously, they are all the residences of the main family of the Hyuga clan and some big figures. Along the way, Yagyu also saw a large number of members of the Hyuga clan. Some of them had smooth foreheads, some wore forehead protectors, or were tied with bandages, or had long bangs. The identities of the main family and branch families were clear at a glance. At the same time, there were also pairs of white eyes cast at Yagyu, making Yagyu suffer from white eyes. These white eyes were full of scrutiny and curiosity. After all, except for some big figures, few outsiders can enter the Hyuga clan. Especially a young outsider like Yagyu. Of course, many members of the Hyuga clan recognized Yagyu, or knew that this boy was the companion of the eldest lady, or knew that Yagyu was suspected to be a descendant of the Senju clan. Not only did he master the hard vortex water blade of the second-generation Hokage, but he also used Uchiha Shisui's Phantom Body instant technique in the official match of the third exam of the Chunin exam. The other party seems to be the chief student. With such strength and achievements, when Konoha resumes operation, if nothing unexpected happens, a new face will appear in the circle of Konoha Chunin. Soon, Yagyu came to the outside of a house with a wall and a yard, full of ancient style. At the door, a short figure was already standing. The guard walked over and said respectfully, "Second miss." "Well, you go down." Hanabi, wearing a yellow kimono with flame patterns, looked like a little adult, and said seriously, "Yes." The guard nodded in response, and then returned along the original path. However, after the guards left, Hanabi did not take Yagyu and Karin in, but walked in front of Yagyu, looked up at Yagyu who was nearly 40 centimeters taller than her, and asked with a stern face like her father, "Are you my sister's companion?" Looking at Hanabi pretending to be serious, Yagyu couldn't help but squat down, his eyes were level with hers, and smiled, "Yes, are you Hinata's sister?" Hanabi did not answer, but continued to ask, "Ino's sister who often came to my sister to go out and play, did you instruct her to come here?" "Yes, I asked Ino to come here." "Yes, that is to say, my sister has not graduated yet, but she can use her feet to step on water and medical ninjutsu that are not taught in ninja schools." "You taught her all these?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Then. Hanabi's tone suddenly became hesitant. She looked directly at Yagyu, but now she is dodging like her sister. She subconsciously glanced to the side and whispered, Can you teach me? My father and sister are unwilling and don't have time to teach me these. Looking at Hanabi, who suddenly changed from serious to cute, Yagyu felt like his heart was shot by an arrow. Because of the later period of Shippuden and Boruto, he was already full of affection for Hanabi, the first goddess of Boruto, and finally understood why every man has a loli in his heart. This is too cute. At the first meeting, Yagyu was captured by his future sister-in-law. So, Yagyu smiled and teased, "It's okay to teach you, but you call me Ino sister, so what should you call me?" "Oh. Ani-chan." Hanabi lowered her head and pointed her fingers like her sister, calling out this name with a blushing face. "So good." Yagyu finally couldn't help it and stretched out her hand. He picked up Hanabi with his hands and walked into the Hyuga clan leader's house. "Ah!" Hanabi cried out in surprise and subconsciously hugged Yagyu's neck, feeling a little strange and at a loss. Having been trained as the heir to the main family since she was a child, Hanabi has not been hugged by Hyuga Hayashi since she gained self-awareness. This is the first time she has been hugged by a man since she can remember. Hanabi's first reaction was that it was different from her sister's hug. His arms and chest were very hard and strong. The smell was also different from her sister's body fragrance, but it was not unpleasant. Seeing that Yagyu was about to reach the real door, Hanabi had no time to feel it, and hurriedly said, "Ani-chan, put me down quickly, otherwise my father will see it." "Okay." It was the first time for Yagyu to visit, and Yagyu did not push any further. After putting Hanabi down, he took out a small scroll from his body, stuffed it into Hanabi's sleeve, and said, "This is a gift from Ani-chan for you. Read it secretly and don't tell others. If you don't understand something, come and ask me later." "Yet." "Thank you, Ani-chan." Having received a gift right after they met, and knowing each other's little secrets, Hanabi immediately liked Yagyu very much. At the same time, she was also curious about the contents of the scroll. This thing was nothing else but the yin seal that Yagyu had copied several copies of and prepared to give to Yui Kurane and Hinata, which women could not refuse at all. Although Hanabi didn't know the importance of eternal youth, the storage of chakra in the yin seal would definitely make her feel extremely happy. Even if this S-level sealing technique was not something she could learn at her current age, Hanabi would definitely work hard to practice it. After all, the sooner she mastered it, the more chakra she would store in the future, and the stronger her strength would become. When she encountered a problem, she would definitely come to Yagyu. This is the bond that Yagyu uses to build a good relationship with his future sister-in-law and maintain contact. With this thing, it is easy for Yagyu, as a cultivation master, to control Hanabi and make her call her Ani-chan. It is impossible to have a test like the one for Naruto in the game Ninja Storm Ultimate. Picture of the first goddess in Boruto Next Generations. Chapter 78 Hinata Hayashi's tacit approval and the admiration of the sister-in-law. "Hello, uncle." Under the guidance of Hanabi, Yagyu soon met the head of the Hyuga clan, the future father-in-law. Looking at Hinata Hayashi, who was wearing a white kimono and had a serious face, Yagyu bowed politely. "Well, sit down." Although Hinata Hayashi had a blank expression on his face, he did not look bad to Yagyu, and it seemed that he was maintaining the dignity of an elder. He knelt down in front of a tatami tea table and raised his hand to signal Yagyu. Yagyu was not used to such etiquette, but he still came to the futon opposite Hyuga Hayashi and knelt down. Hanabi pulled Keirin's sleeve and asked her to sit on the other two sides of the tea table with her. "Can you drink tea?" Hyuga Hayashi asked while holding the kettle that had just boiled. Yagyu shook his head and said honestly, "No, I hate sour and bitter things." "Well, you are not suitable for drinking tea at your age." Hyuga Hayashi nodded, then washed the tea set and poured a cup of boiling water for Yagyu and the other two. After making tea for himself, Hyuga Hayashi suddenly put his hands on his legs, bowed slightly to Yagyu and said, "Thank you for taking care of my daughter in the past few years." "You are polite, uncle." Yagyu was a little flattered and quickly returned the greeting. Hyuga Hayashi's attitude was unexpectedly good, but it also showed that Yagyu's plan was very successful. In the eyes of these ninja clan leaders, it is 100% certain that Yagyu is a descendant of the Senju clan. Perhaps they already knew who the candidate for the 5th Hokage was, and even the news of Tsunade's return to the village had reached their ears. The 5th Hokage is Tsunade, so Yagyu, a descendant of the Senju clan who is very similar to the 2nd Hokage and also masters the 2nd Hokage's hard whirlpool water blade, has the same status as Konohamaru during Sarutobi Hiruzen's term, and is the prince of Konoha. With his talent for awakening the bloodline of the Senju clan, and among the previous generations of Hokage, the third Senju clan Hokage will soon appear. As long as Yagyu does not die prematurely and successfully realizes the talent of the Senju bloodline, he will most likely be the 6th Hokage, or the 7th Hokage. It is very normal for Hyuga Hayashi, who knows the influence of the Senju clan on Konoha and how much power the Hokage has, to have this attitude. Thinking of this, Yagyu couldn't help but smile secretly in his heart. It's just because Tsunade is about to succeed the 5th Hokage that her attitude has become so good. If Hyuga Hayashi knew that he would release, I wonder what his reaction would be. At the same time, Yagyu also knew that Hyuga Hayashi's attitude was to tacitly agree not to interfere with his relationship with Hinata. Yagyu's mood suddenly became extremely happy. Hanabi, go call your sister out. After Hyuga Hayashi expressed his attitude, he said to Hanabi. Yes, father. Hanabi immediately responded and got up and left. Next, Hyuga Hayashi continued to find topics to talk to Yagyu. Chat, thank you for showing mercy to Niji during the Chunin exam. I owe this nephew a lot because of his father. You're too polite, uncle. Hinata and I are companions. Not to mention that Niji is her cousin, he is also a ninja of our Konoha. Of course, I can't kill him. That being said, I still want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to mend my relationship with Niji. Although I don't know what happened, I still congratulate you on being able to reconcile. By the way, who is this? Hyuga Hayashi suddenly changed the topic cleverly and looked at Karin, who was kneeling obediently on the left. Seeing Karin's bright red hair, and the chakra and life breath that could be sensed even without opening the Byakugan, the Hyuga clan couldn't help but flash a gleam in their eyes, and made a bold guess in their hearts. Yagyu's next words confirmed his guess. Her name is Karin, she is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, she is my distant blood relative. I see, I didn't expect that clan still has descendants, that's great. Hinata Hayashi sighed in realization, but was secretly delighted in his heart. Yagyu is indeed a descendant of the Senju clan, and there are descendants of the Uzumaki clan around him. It seems that it is not a coincidence that they came back with Tsunade and Jiraiya. Their relationship is not a stranger clan relationship. Perhaps Yagyu's existence has long been known to Tsunade. The second generation Hokage's water escape, whether it was inherited from the family or sent back by Tsunade by unknown means, shows that Yagyu has a special relationship with her. His previous statement was indeed correct. Hello. Hello, my name is Karin. Seeing Hinata Hayashi looking at her, Karin immediately greeted the powerful Hinata Hayashi nervously. Karin, who has not read many books, how could she know the world of adults? Not to mention her, even Yagyu, who has lived 2 lives, is having a headache now. He hates this kind of hidden communication method, but he has to cooperate. When he thinks about becoming the 6th Hokage in the future, this kind of communication method will become the norm, and Yagyu feels like vomiting. It's still not strong enough. If he becomes the new ninja god, there is no need for so much nonsense, just become a one-man show. Fortunately, this kind of communication ended quickly. Father, Yagyu. Hinata, who was also wearing a white kimono, came to Hyuga Hayashi and Yagyu with Hanabi, and greeted them politely. Well, Yagyu is here to see you, you entertain them on behalf of your father, don't embarrass the family. Hyuga Hayashi said with a serious face. Yes, father. Hinata immediately nodded obediently. You young people can chat. You don't need to tell me if you go out. Hinata Hayashi picked up the teacup and drank it all, then bowed slightly to Yagyu, and got up and left. However, he did not ask Hanabi to leave, so Hanabi stayed. When Hinata Hayashi's chakra was far away, Yagyu immediately changed from kneeling to sitting cross-legged, as if he had unloaded some burden, and teased Hinata, Uncle's aura is really great, Hinata, you are better than me in this aspect. Puff. Hinata's eldest lady etiquette was instantly broken. Hanabi also sat cross-legged next to Yagyu, looking at Yagyu with sparkling eyes and said, Unai-chan, you are so awesome. This is the first time I have seen such a father. Really, I think uncle is a good person, but too serious. Yagyu took the opportunity to pinch Hanabi's little face. Hanabi did not reject his behavior. As a precocious genius, Hanabi is a girl with a strong self-esteem and unwilling to admit defeat. But at the same time, she also has a hidden attribute of admiring the strong. She has been trained by Hyuga Hayashi since she was a child, which makes her look down on her peers like Konohamaru who like to make trouble. Her hobby is to practice with her father. However, there is one thing that is different from the original work, that is, Hanabi has never defeated her sister who is 5 years older than her. Hinata, who has been training with Yagyu since she was a child, is completely different from her normal state and when she is fighting. In physical combat, Sakura and Ino have never defeated her once. Even her best friends did not let her go, so Hinata certainly would not let her go against her own sister. If it is an unregulated duel, Hinata, who has mastered medical ninjutsu, can even do things like injecting chakra into her sister's body. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you get hurt, as long as you can heal it. This is a sentence that the 3 Ino girls learned from Yagyu, and it is also the result of Yagyu's training. After Yagyu mastered medical ninjutsu, physical combat often injured the 3 girls, so that they could adapt to pain at a very young age. That's why Sakura didn't panic at all when she was beaten black and blue by Jin. So besides her father, Hanabi also admired Hinata very much. Especially seeing that her sister would go to the gym to practice every time she went out, or practice medical ninjutsu with fish, and mastered the shadow clone technique before graduation, Hanabi was full of curiosity about Hinata's circle of friends. When Yagyu and the others were promoted to the 6th grade, Hanabi knew about Yagyu. There was no way, the 3 girls of Ino were too famous in the ninja school, and were regarded as public enemies by countless girls. Hanabi, who had just entered school, saw the 3 girls around Yagyu more than once. From that time on, Hanabi started to pay attention to Yagyu. When she was with Hinata, Hanabi also found out that her sister's skills and ninjutsu were all taught by Yagyu. More than a month ago, after learning that her brother Niji was defeated by Yagyu, Hanabi became more curious about Yagyu and also developed a little admiration that she didn't even notice. After witnessing him defeat Nara Shikamaru with the phantom body instant technique, which shocked her father and countless ninjas to stand up, Hanabi's admiration for Yagyu became deeper. She also wanted to be as good as her sister, and wanted to shock her father like Yagyu. So, there was the scene where Hanabi hesitated and wanted Yagyu to teach her. Now seeing her father being so friendly to Yagyu, it was a gentleness that neither of the sisters had seen, or whose memory had become very vague, and Hanabi's admiration could no longer be concealed. Of course, Yagyu didn't know that the difficulty of her sister-in-law's strategy was so low, not because of her handsomeness, but because of her strength. After seeing that Hanabi did not reject his pinching, Yagyu touched her head again, and then smiled at Hinata. Hinata, I will introduce you to a friend. Yagyu raised his hand to Karin and repeated what he had just said to Hyuga Hayashi. Her name is Karin. She is a genin from Kyuzagakura village whom I met during the 2nd exam. She is also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan recorded in history books. She is a distant blood relative of mine. Distant blood relative. Hinata's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and asked, Yagyu-kun, are you really a descendant of the Senjo clan? Yes. Yagyu nodded and lied without blinking. In fact, I already knew my life experience when I was 7 years old, but for some reasons, I never admitted it. Now, I don't have to hide it. Great. Hinata cheered rarely, and it was difficult to hide the joy in her heart. Just like what she said during the elimination match, if Yagyu is really a descendant of the Senjo clan, then she really has a chance to be with Yagyu-kun. No wonder her father's attitude just now was like this. It turns out that he has already determined Yagyu-kun's identity. Does that mean father actually agrees with her dating Yagyu-kun? Thinking of this, Hinata's cheeks flushed and her body temperature rose rapidly. Then, in order to divert her attention, she knelt on the tatami and bowed to Karin. Hello, my name is Hinata Hyuga, please give me your guidance. You. Hello, my name is Karin, please give me your guidance. Karin hurriedly returned the greeting, as nervous as when facing Hyuga Hayashi. There was no way, Hinata's temperament as a lady just now made her heart full of pressure and self-abasement. Are all Yagyu-kun's friends such noble ladies? As an orphan in the small ninja village, she is not at the same level as them. Do they really think highly of herself and are willing to be friends with her? As if seeing Karin's nervousness and worry, Yagyu couldn't help but smile at Hinata and said, Karin is the same as you when you were a child, so Hinata, you have to take good care of Karin like Ino and Sakura. Hearing this, Hinata looked at Karin in surprise, and then nodded vigorously, well, I understand. Just as Yagyu said to Sakura that year, Hinata also immediately developed a first impression of Karin as a fellow because of Yagyu's words. Only those who have been bullied and experienced the loneliness of having no friends can understand how uncomfortable this feeling is. Yagyu and the other two helped Hinata back then. This time, it was Hinata's turn to help Karin as a junior. After letting the two girls get to know each other, Yagyu smiled at Hinata and said, "Do you have any homework today? If not, come with me to find Ino and Sakura, and I'll take you to a place." "Okay, I'll go change my clothes first." Hinata was about to get up and go back to her room, but Yagyu stopped her and said, "No, Hinata, you look good in a kimono, just go out like this." "Okay." Hinata nodded shyly. That. Just when the three of Yagyu stood up and prepared to leave, Hanabi suddenly grabbed Yagyu's sleeves, looked up with a hint of desire and said, "Unii-chan, can I go with you?" "Of course." Yagyu squatted down, picked up Hanabi again, and smiled, "If you want in the future, you can always come with your sister or come to play with me alone." Yeah. And this time, Hanabi didn't let Yagyu put her down, but took the initiative to hug Yagyu's neck, nodded repeatedly, and a big smile appeared on her cute little face full of baby fat. Seeing that her sister had such a good relationship with the person she liked, Hinata also smiled happily. With her father's tacit approval and her sister's closeness, if she could really be with Yagyu, it would be like a dream scene becoming reality. Just thinking about that scene, she couldn't help but smile happily. Since Hyuga Hayashi said that he didn't need to tell him when he went out, Yagyu directly hugged Hanabi and took Hinata and Karin out of the Hyuga clan's territory. Along the way, many members of the Hyuga clan were shocked by this scene. Whether they knew Yagyu, even those who didn't know Yagyu were deeply impressed. Holding the second daughter in his arms, and with the eldest daughter beside him, could this be the future son-in-law? Sister's picture. Chapter 79. The shocked Ino girls. These are his wings. Yagyu, who are these two? This little girl is Hanabi, she is Hinata's sister. This is Karin, she is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and she is my distant blood relative. Hanabi, Karin, hello. As expected of Hinata's sister, she is as cute as Hinata when she was little, and she will be very beautiful when she grows up. Wait. Karin is your distant blood relative Yagyu, are you really a descendant of the Senju clan? Well, I actually knew my life experience a long time ago. I'm really sorry for hiding it from you for so long. No wonder your chakra is so strong, your hair and eye color are the same as the second generation Hokage in the book, so that's it. Yagyu took Hinata and the other two girls to Ino's flower shop and Konoha hospital, and picked up Ino and Sakura who were helping to look after the shop and working as interns, and introduced Karin and Hanabi to the two girls. Just like when they treated Hinata when they were young, Ino and Sakura were very enthusiastic about Karin and Hanabi. When they learned that Yagyu was really a descendant of the Senju clan, the two girls reacted almost the same, with their faces full of surprise. However, after Yagyu apologized, they quickly forgot about it. Unlike the wealthy Hyuga clan, Ino's family is no different from an ordinary family. Both parents are not serious people and do not value so-called status. Not to mention Sakura, her family is just an ordinary ninja family. As long as they like it, their parents will agree. After learning from Hinata that Karin was the same as her when she was a child, and secretly learning from Yagyu that Karin had been used as a medical tool, Ino and Sakura, who had already developed a good impression of her at first sight because she was a distant relative of Yagyu, became even more enthusiastic about Karin. Faced with the good feelings released by Ino and the other girls, Karin was a little overwhelmed at first, and then a warm current surged in her heart. Although Karin's Kagura mind does not have the good and evil perception that Uzumaki Mito upgraded from the Nine Tails. But the three Ino girls were sincere without any impurities, and anyone who was not blind could see it. Seeing that they did not look down on her, Karin breathed a sigh of relief and was moved. As expected, just as Yagyu-kun said, they were all very good people. So, when Karin communicated with the three Ino girls, her tone gradually became less nervous, and a smile from the heart appeared on her face, and finally there was a hint of the original. Taking Karin's changes into his eyes, Yagyu's mouth corners could not help but slightly rise. Sure enough, only by letting Ino and the others take action could Karin's character be truly corrected. There was no way, Karin's dependence on Yagyu was too strong, just like Haku on Mamakai Zabuza and Kimimaro on Orochimaru. No matter how Yagyu corrected her, Karin would put herself in a very low position, extremely humble. Only by getting along with the three Ino girls could Karin slowly liberate her nature and become confident. Although it is nice to have an ultimate bootlicker with a nymphomaniac attribute, Yagyu wants a perfect deputy more than a humble ultimate bootlicker. Karin has such potential. Originally, Hinata was the most talented among the three women, because among the three women, only she had a relationship with the Otsutsuki clan, and the purity of her Byakugan was the highest in the Hyuga clan in the past 1,000 years. If her bloodline was upgraded, it might be possible to mutate or evolve her Byakugan. But now, Hinata is no longer the most talented. After all, it is not easy to upgrade her bloodline, unless a 6-path level strongman helps her change her fate, or eats the chakra fruit and the pill made from the chakra fruit. Otherwise, Hinata's upper limit is just an elite jonin, just like Hyuga Hayashi. Even if Yagyu gets a lot of techniques to teach her, her upper limit is at most the level of Kage. On the other hand, Karin is different. Under the environment and conditions of the original work, she can awaken the 3 unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan by herself. The chakra attributes are the same as before Yagyu graduated, which are yin, yang, water, and earth. The Uzumaki bloodline has a huge amount of chakra and a talent for chakra control. This means that Karin can not only learn Yagyu's illusion and water escape, but also learn the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, the Senju clan's chakra burst, Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and the future 100 healings technique, and even Sage mode. As long as Karin masters these abilities, plus the 3 unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan, she will be Uzumaki Mito without the 9 tails, and a true new generation of Sunin who can fight side by side with Naruto, who can completely transform into a tailed beast in the 4th Ninja World War, and Uchiha Sasuke, who has just obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the if version of Karin. More importantly, the difficulty of Karin turning the if version into the real version is much easier than the difficulty of upgrading Hinata's bloodline. So now Karin is the one with the highest talent and potential among the 4 girls. Both Tsunade and Yagyu have high hopes for Karin. Of course, Karin doesn't know this. Otherwise, she would be like Kimimaro, full of motivation to practice and make it her lifelong goal. After successfully introducing Karin to the 3 Ino girls and getting to know her future sister-in-law in advance, Yagyu opened Kagura's heart eye to find the chakra location of Tsunade and Shizuan. At this time, they had already left the Hokage building is located somewhere in the center of Konoha. There is no chakra at a long distance around them. If nothing unexpected happens, Tsunade should have taken Shizuan back to the clan land of the Senju clan. It can't be said to be a clan land, but the house left for her by Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Because with the integration of the Senju clan into Konoha, the so-called clan land no longer exists. Or in other words, Konoha is the clan land of the Senju clan. Following the perception of Kagura's mind, Yagyu and his companions soon came to the outside of a big house. This house is just like Hinata's home, with walls and courtyards, full of ancient-style buildings. Yagyu, you are here. Yagyu walked in with Hinata and the other girls, and saw a lot of Shizuan at first sight. It turned out that Shizuan was using the shadow clone technique and was cleaning the house. Seeing Yagyu's arrival, Shizuan, who didn't know whether it was the real body or the shadow clone, raised her hand and greeted him. After seeing the Ino girls next to Yagyu, Shizuan was slightly stunned. Who are these people? They are all my classmates, and good friends who grew up with me. Well, they are my wings. The last sentence rang in Yagyu's heart. Then, Yagyu suddenly formed seals with both hands and recited a name that made the Ino girls freeze in place. Wood release, multiple wood clone technique. There was no sound like a balloon bursting, but a series of green branches extended from Yagyu's body. After the tail of the branch fell off, these branches were engraved with Yagyu's outline at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then slowly emerged with other colors, and finally turned into more than 20 clones that looked exactly like Yagyu. Would release. At this time, the expressions of the 3 Ino girls and Hanabi were already stunned. Just as Yagyu said to Naruto, the legendary 3 ninjas are big figures in the second-year historical celebrity chapter. The first person to start the first grade history celebrity chapter is the ninja god, Hashirama Senju. Anyone who has entered the ninja school and read history books knows that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, also has the legendary bloodline limit, wood release. The wood release is called the legendary bloodline limit because, apart from the first Hokage, no one else in Konoha has it. And now, they actually saw this legendary bloodline limit from Yagyu. Yay! Yagyu Ino, who came back to her senses first, stuttered, "Is this why you have been hiding your identity?" Yet. Shikamaru said that you suddenly became confident. Is this the reason? Yes, I had already awakened wood release at that time. Hiss. Seeing Yagyu nod his head in acknowledgement, Ino couldn't help but take a breath. Wow, so awesome. Sakura and Hinata were amazed. As for Hanabi, she looked at Yagyu with shining eyes. At this moment, even Hanabi herself didn't realize that she was about to become the little fangirl that she looked down upon at school. If she noticed, she would suddenly understand why those girls admired those handsome and powerful boys so much. Yagyu, who was already extremely outstanding, now exposed his wood release, just like the morning sun suddenly turned into the noon sun, so dazzling that it would hurt your eyes just by looking directly at it. Help with the cleaning first, and I will introduce you to a big man later. Looking at the Ino girls standing there in a daze, Yagyu woke them up, and then helped Shizune clean up with the wood clone. Hinata girls, who were pulled back to their senses, also quickly calmed down their emotions and joined in using the shadow clone technique. Under the concerted efforts of Yagyu's multiple wood clones and the shadow clones of the girls, the mansion that had been uninhabited for many years and covered an astonishing area was quickly cleaned up by them. At this time, it was already dusk. While Yagyu and the others were resting, Shizune went out to buy groceries and came back. Yagyu, Karin, you are here. When night fell, Tsunade, who had been staying in the underground of the mansion and didn't know where it was, finally appeared in front of Yagyu. Like Shizune, Tsunade first greeted Yagyu and Karin, and then her eyes were attracted by Hinata and the other girls. Tsunade first noticed the white eyes of Hinata and Hanabi, and then noticed the appearance of the three girls of Ino. She immediately looked at Yagyu with an intriguing smile on her face and asked, Yagyu, won't you introduce me? Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Before Yagyu could speak, she saw the stunned expressions of the Ino girls again. It was still Ino who came to her senses first. She quickly stood up and came to Tsunade, looking up at her with fanatic eyes. Are you the legendary Sunin, Lady Tsunade? Of course, little girl, you have good knowledge. Tsunade patted Ino's shoulders with appreciation, silently inputting chakra into her body, and after checking her body, she couldn't help asking, looking at your hair color and Yin-Tun chakra, are you a member of the Yamanaka clan? Ino nodded vigorously, and said like a little fangirl, my father is Yamanaka Inoichi, Tsunade-sama, you are my idol. So you are Inoichi's daughter. Tsunade was slightly surprised, and then teased, I didn't expect that Inoichi had such a cute daughter. Hehe. Ino scratched her head because of the praise. At this time, Sakura, Hinata, and Hanabi also surrounded them, and their eyes were as fanatical and admiring as Ino. Especially Sakura and Hinata, they had learned medical ninjutsu from Yagyu when they were very young. Only those who have learned medical ninjutsu know how great Tsunade is. They are all fans of Tsunade. Tsunade knows their names and their father's names without Yagyu's introduction. Seeing this scene, Yagyu couldn't help but smack his lips slightly. It seems that he still underestimated Tsunade's charm. Seeing Tsunade holding a fan meeting, Yagyu did not participate, but came to the kitchen to help Shizune. Karin followed in. Not long after, Karin brought out a plate of dishes and placed them on a modern long dining table with high legs, which was different from the ancient style of the building. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was completed. Sister Tsunade, it's time to eat. After the last soup was served, Yagyu shouted towards the living room. After a while, Tsunade walked in with 4 fans. Sure, Yagyu, I didn't expect you to be a chef. Tsunade looked at the food on the table. She was used to eating Shizune's food, so she recognized which dishes were made by Yagyu at a glance. There's no way, the style is different. He who can make his own style of food is definitely a chef. Yet, Yagyu's food is delicious. The 3 Ino girls nodded in agreement, which is why they never stop Yagyu from cooking. As for Karin and Hanabi, they were secretly drooling, and the former was even more regretful than usual. Karin didn't expect that Yagyu could cook so well. If she hadn't stopped Yagyu from entering the kitchen, would she have been able to taste Yagyu's cooking skills? Eat quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Yagyu said with a smile, not taking it seriously. It was just a novelty that he thought it tasted good. He had visited countless restaurants in his previous life, and he didn't think his cooking skills were that good, but rather very average. However, compared with his previous life, there were indeed very few edible and delicious things in Konoha, which was why Yagyu cooked by himself. Eat, eat. Tsunade asked Ino and the other girls to sit down, and she sat in the main seat, and then asked Shizune, who was sitting on her right, Shizune, did you buy me some wine? Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizune immediately went to the kitchen to take out a pot of sake and a bag of drinks. Come, let's celebrate my finding my brother and meeting you. Cheers! Tsunade poured herself a glass of wine, then raised the glass and said with a heroic gesture. Cheers! Yagyu and the others raised their glasses of juice, clinked their glasses in the air, and smiled. With Tsunade, the head of the family, actively livening up the atmosphere, the three Ino girls quickly found the feeling of being in the Yagyu family, and began to eat and chat, making the atmosphere at the table lively. Quiet Shizun and Karin were also quickly moved in, and participated in the girls' topics from time to time. But the biggest change was Hanabi. Just like Hinata's first dinner with the Yagyu, Hanabi, who was used to the serious atmosphere at home and had to kneel on the tatami to eat and couldn't speak, found for the first time that eating could be so lively and happy. If she wasn't still young and couldn't join her sister's circle, Hanabi might have liberated her nature like Shippuden. As if sensing her mood changes, Yagyu picked up the cup of orange juice from time to time and clinked it with Hanabi, making the sister-in-law's cute little face full of baby fat constantly show a bright smile. The future sister-in-law's favorability towards the future brother-in-law is also increasing. The meal lasted a long time, so long that even Yagyu forgot the time. Because the girls were chatting happily. At the beginning, the girls were very restrained and just curiously asked about some interesting things in Tsunade's era, but as Tsunade started to drink too much and turned into a microphone master to brag about her legendary deeds, the atmosphere became completely hot. In the end, Ino looked at Tsunade, who stood up from time to time, with one foot on the chair, and her conscience shook violently every time. She was extremely jealous of Hinata's figure, and finally couldn't help asking in front of Yagyu, Tsunade-sama, how did you become so big? Is there any trick? Oh, you mean this? Tsunade also supported the greatest conscience in the ninja world in front of Yagyu, and said proudly with a flushed face, this is a gift from God. Hey! Ino and Sakura, who thought they could get some tricks, turned their bodies into petrified colors in an instant. Shizun and Karin subconsciously lowered their heads, looked at the flat figure, and then looked at the 12-year-old Hinata, and their bodies also turned into petrified colors. Looking at the girls who were having fun, Yagyu, who had been holding his face to watch the show, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. These are all his wings. It was also because of them that Yagyu didn't know when he established a bond with this world bond, gradually integrated into this world, no longer regarded himself as an outsider, and completely bid farewell to his previous life. It is also because of them that Yagyu can always control himself, not choose extreme and dark methods in pursuit of ultimate power, and still yearn for light. In the eyes of Sakura and Hinata, it was Yagyu who saved them. But in Yagyu's eyes, they also saved themselves. Hinata Picture. Chapter 80 The Arrival of a New Era, The Privileges of the Prince of Konoha. After a meal, Yagyu finally paved the way for Hinata and the girls as planned. As long as they hold on to Tsunade's thigh, and with Yagyu's help, Ino and Hinata only need to practice hard, then when they are 16 years old, their strength can break the limit of the original work 100%. So in the next few days, Yagyu often took Hinata and the girls to Tsunade's house to show their presence, help her clean the yard, and redecorate the house. When Hanabi didn't have homework, she would follow from time to time. Tsunade was full of affection for the well-behaved and capable Hinata girls, and was much more enthusiastic than Yagyu imagined. Yagyu certainly didn't know that Tsunade was so enthusiastic about Hinata girls because of him. If Yagyu wasn't still young and it wasn't convenient for her to do it in front of the girls, Tsunade would really like to give him a thumbs up and praise him for being so good at choosing childhood sweethearts. The eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, the eldest lady of the Yamanaka clan. As long as Yagyu had a good relationship with these two people, he would have the support of 4 ninja clans. The Hyuga clan was the only remaining wealthy family in Konoha, and Inoshikajo almost monopolized the important positions of the interrogation department, logistics department, and think tank. With the support of these 4 families, even if Yagyu didn't have wood release, it would be a sure thing for him to become the 6th Hokage. Even the elders couldn't stop it. In order to pave the way for Yagyu, Tsunade would certainly be nice to Hinata girls. Tsunade even had an idea. After succeeding the 5th Hokage, should she accept Hinata and the other girls, and let them and Karin learn from Shizun from an early age? After Yagyu succeeded the 6th Hokage, they could directly take over the real power of important departments without having to train them from scratch. In this way, the day when Tsunade succeeded the 5th Hokage soon came. During this period, Konoha not only announced this news, but also posted notices in all the prosperous cities of Konoha and the Land of Fire. The entire Land of Fire, and even the ninja world, knew that Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the legendary three ninjas, would succeed the fifth Hokage. After many years, the ruling power of Konoha once again returned to the hands of the Senju clan. August 23, the 60th year of Konoha. Yagyu-kun, these are your clothes. Excuse me, Karin, and wipe your nosebleed. Hehe, Yagyu-kun has a great body. The second floor of the Yagyu family. At this time, Karin, with the tissue stuffed in her nose, was looking at Yagyu with a nympho look on her face, which was completely different from her shyness some time ago. Yagyu, who had just finished morning training not long ago, came out of the bathroom wearing only a pair of boxer shorts. With a height of nearly 1.7 meters, he not only stands out among his peers. For many years, no matter it was hot summer or cold winter, no matter it was windy or rainy, he would insist on morning training, which also made his body full of traces of years and hard work. His muscles were firm and his curves were beautiful. He was simply a perfect clothes rack that looked thin when dressed and had meat when undressed. In addition, because he had just taken a shower, his silver hair was wet and messy, which made him exude a perfect masculine aura, as if he had added a golden special effect. Not to mention Karin, I'm afraid Ino and Sakura will have nosebleeds after seeing this. As for Hinata, who has the weakest immunity, she will definitely faint instantly. Taking the clothes from Karin, Yagyu put them on. The lower body is still black pants, and the upper body is a white short shirt. On the back of the clothes, there is a big word of fire embroidered with red thread. This is the clothes for visiting the succession ceremony. Yagyu just mentioned it casually a few days ago, and then it was adopted by Tsunade, which made the business of Konoha's clothing store suddenly explode these days. Not only Yagyu wears such a short shirt, Karin also wears it. When the two walked out of the house, pedestrians on the street were also wearing such clothes. When they arrived at the agreed meeting place, Hinata and the other girls had already been waiting for Yagyu and the two. Next to Hinata, there was a short figure standing, it was Hanabi. They were also wearing white short shirts at this time. Unii-chan, this way, this way. Hanabi, who rarely wore a kimono, kept waving her hands at Yagyu. Yagyu also smiled and raised his hand in response. When he got closer, Hanabi took the initiative to throw herself into Yagyu's arms, hugged his neck, and then whispered a few words in Yagyu's ear. Soon, Hanabi came from Yagyu's arms to his back, with a smile on her face. The one who had the biggest relationship with Yagyu these days was undoubtedly his sister-in-law, who was a stranger a few days ago. Yagyu only took a few days to capture Hanabi, who was precocious but still couldn't get rid of being just a 7-year-old child. There was no way, Yagyu gave too much. Hanabi, whose personality was originally hidden in the attribute of admiring the strong, saw that the gift Yagyu gave her was an S-level sealing technique specially marked with a red pen, and it was a technique that could store chakra. She had already become Yagyu's lackey. In addition, Yagyu's personality is as gentle as her sister, so she doesn't need to follow the etiquette in front of him like she does in front of her father and the elders. Hanabi, who is lively by nature, soon liberates her nature in front of Yagyu. Let's go, the succession ceremony should be about to start. Carrying Hanabi, Yagyu and his group came to Hinata and the other girls, and they walked and talked, and soon came to the open space under the Hokage building. At this time, the open space was already full of people, and the surrounding streets became extremely crowded. Some people couldn't get a place, and even climbed on the telephone poles. Most of the people, like Yagyu and his group, wore white tops embroidered with red fire characters. Everyone's eyes were focused on the rooftop of the Hokage building, the tallest building in Konoha, looking forward to the appearance of that beautiful figure. Yagyu and his group came to a relatively backward position, but they could also see the Hokage building. Tsunade didn't keep everyone waiting for long. Soon, a figure with a voluptuous figure, wearing a loose tea-green long gown like a kimono, and light yellow hair shining in the sun, appeared on the rooftop of the Hokage building. Looking at that figure, countless civilians and ninjas, old and young women, all became fanatical and worshipful, just like the Ino girls a few days ago. Excited voices have been heard in different directions. It's Lady Tsunade, I finally see her in person. She's so beautiful, just like the picture in the textbook. After so many years, Lady Tsunade hasn't changed at all. How does she maintain her skin? Looking at the crowd below, Tsunade saw many familiar faces, then smiled and took out a hat with the word fire written on it from behind, raised her hand and waved it, and made a declaration in a heroic tone. Sorry to have kept you waiting. From today on, Konoha will be governed by me. I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, who liked to give speeches, Tsunade didn't say a word and directly declared her sovereignty. Oh. Lady Tsunade, 5th Hokage. The atmosphere below was instantly ignited, and all the civilians and a large number of ninjas were shouting Tsunade's name. The cheers resounded through the sky. Looking at Tsunade wearing the Hokage hat and waving to the crowd below on the rooftop, Yagyu also showed a smile on his face. From this moment on, Konoha finally turned the page and officially entered the era of Tsunade. From this moment on, Yagyu was the prince of Konoha, second only to one person and above everyone else. With Tsunade's protection, he no longer had to worry about being targeted, let alone being accused of treason after resistance. Now he has the privilege to do whatever he wants. Because no matter what mistakes he makes, Tsunade will protect him. When he shows would release, the whole of Konoha will protect him. Anyone who opposes him is a traitor. Except for some sensitive abilities, Yagyu finally no longer needs to hide his strength and can openly step onto the stage of Konoha and even the ninja world. The privileges of the Prince of Konoha are greater than Yagyu imagined. He quickly received the first wave of benefits brought by this identity. The benefits were so great that even Yagyu was a little overwhelmed. The time came to the second day after the succession ceremony, in the newly renovated Hokage office. Tsunade looked at the Ino girls who were helping Shizuan move all the things belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen and going in and out of the office, and suddenly asked Yagyu, who was sitting on the sofa, helping to sort out some scrolls, documents, and books, and classifying them, "Yagyu, what is your chakra attribute?" "Water, earth, wind, and thunder." Yagyu replied without raising his head. 4. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction, counting the yin of illusion and the yang of wood escape. "You have 6 attributes. You just need to practice the last fire, and you will have a full attribute physique like my second grandfather." After saying that, Tsunade suddenly opened the drawer, took out 2 scrolls from it, threw them to Yagyu and said, "Catch it." After catching the flying scroll, Yagyu finally looked at Tsunade in confusion and said, "Sister Tsunade, what is this?" "A teleportation scroll similar to the reverse summoning technique, and the other is the sealing technique to open the Book of Sealed." Tsunade pointed to the compartment in the Hokage's office and said with a smile, "Finish reading the sealing technique first, and then go down to the compartment to open another scroll. Input chakra like using a storage scroll, and activate the technique on the scroll, and you will be teleported to the Forbidden Technique Library. All the ninjutsu in the Forbidden Technique Library, including the Book of Sealed, you can read whichever you like." "Ah!" Yagyu looked at Tsunade blankly, showing a rare stunned expression. Tsunade was very satisfied with Yagyu's reaction, and couldn't help but teasing, "Ah, what, are you not satisfied with your sister's gift?" But... After Yagyu came back to his senses, his voice also became stuttering, which was rare. "The Book of Sealed, isn't it a forbidden book kept by successive Hokage and only the Hokage can read?" "Yes, now it's my turn to keep it, so of course I can do whatever I want," Tsunade said as if it was a matter of course. "Besides, the sealed book was made by my great-grandfather, in order to seal up the extremely dangerous techniques of my second grandfather. Most of the techniques in it were developed by my second grandfather, and it can be regarded as one of the legacies of our Senju clan. What's the harm in letting you read it?" Getting up and coming to Yagyu's side, Tsunade touched his head and smiled, "You are the perfect work of our Senju clan. Not only have you awakened the wood escape of my great-grandfather, but you have also inherited the water escape and ninjutsu talents of my second grandfather. Such talents cannot be wasted. And you know how to hide yourself at the age of 7. I believe that with your wisdom and rationality, you will not fall into the abyss of forbidden techniques, but like my second grandfather, master them all and turn them into your own weapons." "Sister Tsunade." Looking at Tsunade, who was full of confidence in himself, Yagyu suddenly felt a warm current in his heart, and then he felt a little guilty for the first time. He didn't expect that Tsunade would be so good to him. The day after he succeeded the 5th Hokage, he was given the keys to the Forbidden Technique Library and the Book of Sealing. Although the Book of Sealing was created by Hashirama Senju, and most of the forbidden techniques in it were indeed developed by Tobirama Senju. But it is also true that only the Hokage can see this thing. Even if others have a strong record and can exchange for forbidden techniques with merit, they can only get an independent scroll of forbidden techniques. And this scroll is not a permanent possession. Not only does it need to be returned on time, but it cannot be passed on to others. That's why Yagyu's plan did not include the idea of getting the Book of Sealing and the Forbidden Technique scroll from Tsunade. His plan was to use the death mask of the Uzumaki clan to rescue the souls of the successive Hokages, and then as a descendant of the Senju clan, get all his forbidden techniques from Tobirama Senju, as well as the wood-release secret of Hashirama Senju. Now, on the second day after Tsunade became Hokage, she broke the rules and gave Yagyu the keys to the Forbidden Library and the Seal Book, allowing him to go in and watch at will. This scene that was not in the plan caught Yagyu off guard. Because Tsunade's doting was too heavy. After all, only Yagyu knew that his identity as a descendant of the Senju clan was actually fake. Tsunade was so good to him that Yagyu rarely felt guilty for deceiving a good person. But it must be said that Tsunade's actions made Yagyu's favor towards her soar to an extremely high level. Just like the grace of Yui Kurene's teaching, Yagyu has decided to repay Tsunade in the future. So, Yagyu clenched the scroll in his hand, his eyes became firm, and he smiled confidently at Tsunade. "Thank you, Sister Tsunade, I won't let you down." "So good." Tsunade rubbed Yagyu's hair again, and then reminded him as if she had thought of something, "By the way, the teleportation scroll can only be used in the Hokage building, so as not to trigger the perception barrier. It is said that the Hokage building was invaded by a mysterious person of unknown identity some time ago, including the time of Orochimaru. The entrance and location of the Forbidden Technique Library have been hidden. Only by using the teleportation scroll can you enter. If you want to see ninjutsu in the future, come to the compartment next to me." "Okay." Yagyu nodded obediently, with a harmless face. Zhangjiang and Haikao are the finals. The wind is getting stronger and stronger. Living alone on the 4th floor, there are no buildings around to block the wind. I am so panicked. Chapter 81 The first teaming of Team 8 and Team Might Guy, Captain Yagyu. Tsunade's sudden doting allowed Yagyu to obtain the forbidden techniques in the sealed book in a way that he had not even expected. After quickly helping Tsunade sort out the scrolls, books, and documents, Yagyu opened the scroll with the sealing technique written on it. Just a glance at it, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. While Hinata and the other girls had not returned yet, Yagyu informed Tsunade, who was working hard, and then walked into the compartment of the Hokage's office, opened the transmission scroll and input chakra into it. Bang! Just like the summoning technique, a large number of tadpole-shaped runes spread out, forming a magic array, turning Yagyu standing inside into a ball of white smoke. When the white smoke dissipated, Yagyu's figure had disappeared. At this time, he was in a secret room with no windows, no doors, and only 2 dim yellow lights that barely illuminated the surroundings. The space of the secret room is very narrow, and it is occupied by several bookshelves full of scrolls. Under Lu Sheng's feet, there is a permanent magic array, which was not there last time. Obviously, this teleportation magic array has become the only entrance and exit of the Forbidden Magic Library. If you look closely, you will find that the surrounding walls are also covered with tadpole-shaped runes, which should be a kind of barrier magic. Yang Sheng scanned the surroundings and soon found the sealed book, which was no longer stored in the secret compartment, but placed in a very conspicuous position, occupying a shelf alone. Coming to the sealed book, Lu Sheng opened his red eyes and confirmed at a glance that this sealed book was authentic. So, Lu Sheng made a seal with one hand and input chakra into the big seal word on the sealed book. Yes, Lu Sheng has mastered the sealing technique to open the sealed book. This sealing technique is in the photos Lu Sheng took, but he didn't know that this technique is the key to open the sealed book. As Yagyu's chakra was input, the seal word on the seal book suddenly shone brightly. The red light of purpose. After a moment, the red light disappeared, along with the big seal word. After unsealing the seal, Yagyu couldn't wait to open the sealed book to check the forbidden techniques inside. I see. As soon as he opened it, Yagyu suddenly realized why he didn't find the independent scroll of forbidden techniques last time he came here. At the same time, he was more certain that the sealed book stolen by Naruto was a fake. On the opened sealed book, there was no densely packed fonts and human body portraits of the training method, only a list of forbidden techniques. Below these lists were blank scrolls. And these scrolls were exactly the same as the storage scrolls. So, Yagyu found Naruto's multiple shadow clones, which he had always coveted before getting the wood release, and input chakra into it just like opening the storage scroll. With a bang sound, a small cloud of white smoke appeared out of thin air. After the white smoke dissipated, an independent scroll immediately appeared on the scroll. It turned out that the oversized scroll of the sealed book was actually a large storage scroll like the one used by Tian Tian to store projectiles. There was another scroll inside the scroll. After opening the independent scroll, the principle and practice method of the multiple shadow clone technique immediately came into Lu Sheng's eyes. So, Lu Sheng brought the independent scroll and the sealed book under the yellow light and read them directly in the forbidden technique library. Anyway, he had Tsunade to protect him. The Hokage office and the forbidden technique library would be like his home in the future. He could come here anytime he wanted, and there was no need to do those thefts. Of course, this was not the key. The main thing was that as long as Lu Sheng came here frequently, he could bring Hinata and the other girls with him and let them improve their favorability in front of Tsunade. So in the next few days, Lu Sheng brought Hinata and the other girls to the Hokage office every day. He went to the Forbidden Arts Library to look at the seal book, while Hinata and the other girls helped Shizune to reduce Tsunade's workload. These days, all the ninjas who went in and out of the Hokage building or came to report to Tsunade remembered Yagyu and Hinata. Yagyu's identity as a descendant of the Senju clan was also completely confirmed. The news that the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan and the eldest daughter of the Yamanaka clan were valued by the Hokage spread among the Jonin circle. Hinata Hayashi, who learned the news, was very satisfied with his decision. Tsunade valued Yagyu so much, which means that Yagyu has a great hope of becoming the sixth Hokage. As long as Yagyu becomes Hokage and stays with Hinata, he can convince the elders to let Hinata marry out. In this way, the eldest daughter will marry out and the second daughter will inherit the main family, and they don't have to be engraved with the caged bird. And the Hyuga clan will become the first supporter of the Hokage, which is simply a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. A few days passed. Before I knew it, more than a week had passed since Tsunade succeeded the 5th Hokage. The task system of Konoha, which had been stopped for more than half a month, finally began to resume operation. A large number of tasks flooded the commission office of the Hokage building. Due to the excessive number of tasks and the need to help the clients solve the problems as soon as possible, most of the Jonin were sent out by Tsunade to do the tasks. Even some experienced Genin teams or those with Chunin team leaders were sent out. Ino and Sakura, who had come to help Shizune every day, also began to return to their 10th and 7th teams, and even left Konoha without even saying hello to Yagyu. Soon, Yagyu had no time to go to the Forbidden Library to look at ninjutsu. That day, Yagyu brought Karin and Hinata to the Hokage's office as usual. Tsunade asked Karin to help Shizune, but left Yagyu and Hinata behind, and asked seriously, "Yagyu, is there another member in your team 8? Yes. Yagyu nodded. Go and call him. When you come back, I have a more advanced task for you. Yes, Hokage. Yagyu was slightly surprised, then nodded seriously, and the way he addressed Tsunade also changed. Then Yagyu and Hinata walked out of the Hokage's office. With the help of Kagura's Heart Eye and Byakugan, Yagyu and Hinata quickly found a bear Meishino who was collecting insects in a forest in Konoha. Is there finally a mission? Where's Teacher Hong? Teacher Hong and other Jonin have been sent out to do missions. The mission system has been down for so long, and there are too many commissions accumulated during this period. These past 2 days on the street, it's true that I rarely see those high-level ninjas wearing vests. But are there only 3 of us on this mission? Doesn't that mean that we can start to complete the mission independently? It should be just a special period. After all, the results of the Chunin exam haven't come out yet. Maybe we have to become Chunin before we can start to independently perform some relatively low-level missions. If it's based on strength and performance, then the only people who can become Chunin this year should be you, Yagyu and Rock Lee. Shino, you have great hope too. After all, you captured the puppet guy from Sand Village alone when the Sand Village came to redeem them some time ago. It paid a big price. The 8th team walked and talked, and soon returned to the Hokage's office. However, after pushing the door open, the 3 Yagyu were slightly stunned. The same reaction was also seen in the 3 figures who had arrived at the Hokage's office earlier. Hey! Yagyu! Xiao Li came to his senses immediately, gave Yagyu a thumbs up, and grinned. Hinata Niji, who had already repaired his relationship with Hyuga Hayashi and no longer resented the main family, also folded his arms and nodded to Yagyu. Brother Niji! Hinata immediately came over and greeted Hyuga Niji in a low voice. Miss Hinata! Hyuga Niji responded respectfully, which was completely different from his previous indifference and condescending attitude. Yagyu came to his senses and smiled. It's been a long time since we last met. Are you here to receive the mission as well? No, we are waiting for you. The one who answered Yagyu was Tenten, who like Sakura liked to wear white cheongsam, tied her long hair into 2 buns, and had 2 small braids under the buns. Yagyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, then looked at Tsunade, who was sitting at the desk with a serious face and exuding the majesty of Hokage, and asked, "Hokage, is this a joint mission?" "Yes." Tsunade nodded and said in a deep voice, "In the 3rd exam of the Chunin exam some time ago, Konoha invited a large number of wealthy people and nobles to visit, but unfortunately a huge change occurred, causing the task system to stop working, so that some big people stayed in Konoha until now. Most of the active jonin in Konoha have gone out to perform tasks. The only forces that the village can mobilize now are you new generation. But you are all genin now, and you have no experience in completing tasks independently, so this is a joint B-level mission." Tsunade took out a scroll from the drawer, threw it to Yagyu, and continued, "The client of this mission is a noble from the Kingdom of Birds. The other party specifically named you and asked you to lead the team, so Yagyu, you go to negotiate with them." "Yes, Hokage." Yagyu nodded respectfully. Tsunade's eyes swept over the Might Guy class and instructed, "You are the 3rd class of the previous term, and you also have no experience in completing tasks independently, so don't look down on the juniors just because you are the seniors. You must obey the captain's command for this mission, understand?" "Yes, Hokage." The 3rd class also said respectfully. Soon, the 8th and 3rd classes walked out of the Hokage's office. In the corridor, Xiao Li walked in front of Yagyu, walking backwards, and said with gratitude, "Yagyu, I heard from Teacher Kai that thank you for your help in the central tower." Yagyu smiled and said, "It's okay. We are all ninjas of Konoha. If it were anyone else, they would not turn a blind eye. I just reacted faster. Besides, I interfered with your game. I hope you are not angry." "Of course not. I am very grateful." Xiao Li shook his head and waved his hands, then bowed straight at 90 degrees to Yagyu. "I accept your thanks." Yagyu patted Xiao Li on the shoulder, then looked at Hyuga Niji and Tenten, and smiled, "I have seen your strength. In terms of comprehensive strength, your 3rd team is definitely the strongest team among our genin teams. So in the next mission, I hope we can cooperate happily." Seeing that Yagyu did not look down on them who were all eliminated, but praised them, Hyuga Niji and Tenten immediately liked him. Especially Hyuga Niji, who was grateful to Yagyu for repairing his relationship with Hyuga Hayashi, decided to obey Yagyu in his heart. With the relationship between Yagyu and Miss Hinata, he is likely to be the son-in-law of the main family of the Hyuga clan in the future, and he is also the person he needs to be loyal to. Under the initiative of Yagyu, who understands the ways of the world, the 3rd team, who are already grateful and fond of him, instantly recognized him as the captain. After leaving the Hokage building, Yagyu brought the 8th and 3rd teams to a guest house. Soon, according to the information on the scroll, he found the steward of the nobles of the bird country, negotiated with the other party, and finalized the departure time. During this time, he had already visited the entire wood. The nobles of the bird country didn't want to stay for a moment and wanted to return to the bird country immediately. So, Yagyu asked them to pack up and go to the Hokage building to apply for the village exit certificate first, while the 3rd and 8th teams went home to pack their luggage and gathered at the village entrance as quickly as possible. Then Yagyu came to the Hokage building alone to apply for the village exit certificate for the 3rd and 8th teams. When there were guiding jonin, this was the job of the guiding jonin. Now that the guiding jonin have gone out to perform tasks, it is the job of the captain. After applying for the village exit certificate, Yagyu quickly came to the village entrance and waited for the 3rd and 8th teams, as well as the team of the nobles of the bird country to arrive. As ninjas, the 3rd and 8th teams have strong execution ability. In less than 15 minutes, they each carried a backpack and appeared at the village entrance in an instant. "Yagyu, didn't you pack your things?" Looking at Yagyu with empty hands, Xiao Li asked puzzledly, just like a bear Shino before. "I don't have much stuff, I put it all in the storage scroll." Yagyu took out a scroll and shook it at Akira. "I see." Li was slightly enlightened. Tenten, who was carrying a backpack and a large scroll under it, had her eyes lit up. Yes, the storage scroll seemed to be used in this way. If she used the storage scroll to store daily necessities, wouldn't she be able to take a lot of things with her? "Li, Ninkai, what's with the bandages on you? Are you injured? My medical ninjutsu is very good, do you want me to treat you?" Since Team 8 and Team 3 were working together for the first time, they were not familiar with each other. Shino Aberme was a sultry man, and Hinata was not good at speaking. In order to avoid the atmosphere from falling into embarrassment, Yagyu took the initiative to find topics to communicate with Team 3, and looked caring, which won the favor of Team 3 again. However, Li and Hyagoninkai did not let Yagyu help them with treatment. They often practiced hard, and if they suddenly didn't have these injuries, they would be very uncomfortable. Besides, once healed, he would soon return to his original state, and there was no need to waste Yagyu's chakra. Next, Yagyu treated the symptoms and kept looking for various topics to chat with Team 3 at the entrance of the village. He even took care of Tia Nation's emotions and praised her throwing skills in the Chunin exam. Manipulating hundreds of ninja tools, he could aim at the target so accurately, even he couldn't catch up. Faced with Yagyu's enthusiasm and goodwill, Xiao Li and Tian Tian, who were equally lively, suddenly had no barriers with Yagyu and soon had a heated chat. It was not until an hour later that the noble convoy of the bird country finally arrived. Tian Tian picture. Chapter 82. The man who had fought with the god of ninjas, Yagyu's speechlessness. I'll trouble you next, Mr. Yagyu. No, this is my duty. Yagyu and the noble's butler exchanged a few polite words, and then handed the village exit certificate to the Chunin guarding the gate. After many days, they left Konoha again. From the beginning to the end, Yagyu had never seen that nobleman, and the other party seemed to not want to meet Yagyu. After some observation, Yagyu also realized that it was not the nobleman who specifically asked Yagyu to escort him, but the shrewd butler who proposed it. The other party was obviously good at collecting intelligence, and he must have received the recent news and knew Yagyu's identity. Or, he had seen Yagyu's strength during the official competition of the Chunin exam and knew the phantom body instant technique. It may also be that he knew that Yagyu's 8th team and the 3rd team had the Byakugan, so he directly entrusted 2 teams. Or even all 3. Otherwise, the nobleman would not be so ignorant of this little bit of human relations. So, Yagyu was no longer curious about why the other party specifically asked him to be the captain, and commanded the 3rd team and the 8th team to stand on the 2 sides closest to the carriage, opening the Byakugan from time to time, or sending insects for long-range and close-range perception. The Kingdom of Birds is one of the neighboring countries of the Kingdom of Wind. According to the map of the Ninja Realm, it is to the north of the Land of Earth, to the east of the Land of Rain, to the south of the Land of Wind, and to the west of the Land of Bear. There are 3 routes from the Land of Fire to the Land of Birds. One is through the Land of Rivers, the second is through the Land of Rain, and the third is through the Land of Grass. If you choose the first route, you need to cross mountains and ridges. The third route requires you to cross a large grassland and pass through the border of the Land of Rain or the Land of Earth. So the most suitable route is to pass through the Land of Rain. The nobles who were eager to return to the Land of Birds directly asked Yagyu and others to choose the second route. Yagyu did not refuse. After all, the customer is God, as long as he is not a rogue like Dazna who has no money, lies about the mission level, and is morally blackmailed after being exposed. So, the 8th team started the boring walking journey again. The speed of the carriage is very slow. Even if the terrain of the Land of Fire is very good, if you want to go to the nearest Land of Rivers, you must not stop anywhere and almost do not rest during the day to leave the Land of Fire in 3 days. For example, the caravan of the 8th team's first sea-level mission. The caravan was carrying a huge sum of money and was in a hurry to return to distribute the money to the villagers of the Iron Mine village. They were also afraid of encountering accidents on the road, so they did not stop at all. But the nobles of the bird country were obviously not people who could endure hardships. In this world without cement roads and bumpy carriages, the nobles of the bird country had to rest after just a few hours. When passing by a more prosperous town, they would stop to buy something, and even stay in the town when they saw that it was a little late. The 3rd and 8th teams were very helpless, but they did not say anything. Fortunately, the nobles of the bird country were more generous, and the food and accommodation expenses of the 3rd and 8th teams were all covered by him. Every night, the 8th and 3rd teams took turns to keep watch. It took a full 10 days for the caravan to leave the Fire Country, which was more than 3 times the time of the Iron Mine village caravan in the River Country. When he thought about having to go through a rain country and walk a distance in a bird country, Yagyu felt like vomiting. In the future, he would probably have a stress reaction when hearing about escort missions. He would rather assassinate the 5 shadows than do such missions. But the torture has just begun. The Ninja continent is a very unique continent. Each place on this continent has a unique atmosphere, climate and terrain. The countries and ninja villages that were established in these places were named according to the characteristics of the place. For example, the characteristics of the Wind country are deserts and strong winds. The characteristics of the Earth country are rocks and mountains. The characteristics of the Thunder country are towering peaks and thundering sounds. The River country is mountains and rivers. The Rain country, as the name suggests, rains all year round, and all seasons are rainy seasons. It trademarks not so bad within the country, there are still many sunny days in a month. The hidden rain village ruled by the Akatsuki organization is really outrageous. Except for Sunday, it will be sunny, and the other 6 days will be covered by Nagato trademark's rain tiger free technique. However, Yagyu and others are obviously not very lucky. Not long after the convoy entered the rain country, the sky became overcast, and soon it started to rain heavily. When the rain and yellow mud mixed together, the ground was like a swamp, and the carriage could hardly move. The already slow speed became even slower. The wheels would occasionally drive into potholes filled with water, and would get stuck for a while. The 3rd and 8th teams, wearing raincoats, looked at them speechlessly. Then the warm-hearted Xiao Li couldn't help it and took the initiative to help push the cart. It was 5 days later when the convoy drove out of the rain country. It took 5 days to reach such a small country. It took half a month from Konoha to now. This further strengthened Lu Sheng's idea that he would never accept escort missions again. Just when Lu Sheng and others entered the bird country and were slowly heading towards their destination. In a deserted forest road in the bird country, a tea house built on the roadside was filled with complaints. Brother Kakuzu, we'll be back to the rain country in a little while. Do you really need to work another job? Where will you get the money if you don't work? Who will pay for your food and drinks along the way? Even if that's the case, there's no need to work while looking for prey, and then continue working on the way back, right? You said your religion can make money, so I teamed up with you, but your religion doesn't make a penny. If your head wasn't worthless, I would have taken it off and exchanged it for money on the black market. Hey, you're going too far. I work part-time and hunt for money. Didn't I give you all the money? If it weren't for that, I would have killed you, a guy who only wastes money. But you, Brother Kakuzu, are quite principled. You didn't kill that boss. His head is worthless, and he will give me money after he comes back. Maybe I will have the opportunity to work for him in the future. It's not worth killing him. The picture zooms in, and a young man with a grey slicked back hair, wearing ordinary clothes, a white apron in front of him, and a towel on his shoulders, is sitting at the door of the tea house, looking for topics in a boring way. The person talking to him is a middle-aged man wearing the clothes of a shopkeeper, with a black mask on his face, and his eyes don't look like a good person. However, this middle-aged man who looks fierce and evil is diligently wiping the table and cleaning the tea house at this time, which is full of contrast. These two people are the immortal duo in the Akatsuki organization, Kakuzu and Haiden. Hey! Brother Kakuzu, someone is coming. At this time, Haiden, who was picking his nose, suddenly seemed to have discovered something and shouted hurriedly. Go out and attract customers. We get commissions for making money. Got it, got it. Haiden immediately walked out of the door and waved a towel at the convoy coming in front. Lord Yoshikawa, there is a tea house in front. Do you want to take a break? The butler of the nobles of the bird country saw this scene and immediately asked the nobles in the carriage. Okay, stop and take a rest. After getting the response, the butler immediately gave an order, pull over and rest for a while. Yes. The coachman and ordinary guards immediately stopped the carriage next to the forest road. The nobles with big bellies got off the carriage with the help of the butler and walked towards the tea house. The 3rd and 8th teams followed closely behind. Seeing the forehead protectors on the heads of the 3rd and 8th teams, Feijuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and thought to himself, this forehead protector, is it a ninja from Konoha? On the surface, he greeted them very enthusiastically, welcome, guests, please come in, please come in. It's not good to be less enthusiastic, otherwise he will be scolded by Kakuzu again. Welcome, what do you want to eat? After the nobles took their seats, Kakuzu also came over with a pot of tea and asked very politely. However, when he saw the 3rd and 8th teams standing behind the nobles, especially Hinata with a forehead protector hanging on her neck and a smooth forehead, a gleam of brilliance flashed in the depths of his green eyes. On the surface, he handed a menu to the nobles and waited for their orders. Let's have some snacks, I don't like other pig food. The noble just glanced at it and said with disgust. Okay. Keiku didn't say anything, but turned and left. Looking at his departing back, Hyaganiji frowned slightly, and then made a few gestures to Yagyu, which were all secret codes taught in the ninja school. Hyagoniji's gestures meant a simple message, which was to remind Yagyu that the man was not simple. Yagyu also changed his gestures continuously. In response, he said that he knew that the owner and employees of this tea house were not simple people. They had a strong chakra in their bodies, so they must not act rashly. At the same time, Yagyu was also guessing the identities of these two people. Unlike Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, who he recognized at a glance, Yagyu did not recognize the immortal duo. After all, they were not wearing the uniforms of the Akatsuki organization, and they did not have the forehead protectors of the rebel ninja. But the chakra in their bodies was very strong, not inferior to elite jonins such as Sarutobi Asuma and Hitaki Kakashi. The strength was at least elite jonin, and there were two of them. Why would such a strong man appear in a tea house in this small country? Is it because he was tired of the disputes and chose to live in seclusion here? Yagyu didn't know, but just like he reminded Hyagoniji, he must not act rashly. Since the other party had no hostility, it would be better to pretend that they didn't know their identities. Otherwise, if he took action here, it would be easy to kill the client, which would be a serious dereliction of duty. Not only did they waste half a month, but they also didn't get a penny. After they go back, they may be verbally lectured by Tsunade, leaving a big bad review on their record. Yagyu didn't want to have such a stain on his first team. So, Yagyu cheered up and was alert to Kakuzu and Haiden. At the same time, he secretly opened his red eyes to see if Kakuzu would poison the food. But fortunately, the other party seemed to be a strong man who lived in seclusion here. He didn't tamper with the snacks and served them out quickly. The nobles of the bird country ate snacks and drank tea, and also asked the butler to buy a few pots of tea and a large number of snacks and send them to the grooms and guards. Then he invited Yagyu and others to sit down and eat something, but they refused. As ninjas, they basically only eat military ration pills when they are on a mission outside, unless they are sure to rest, so as not to delay the mission due to physical problems. The nobles of the bird country seemed to know the nature of ninjas and didn't force them. After more than half an hour, the rested noble convoy continued its journey. Goodbye, dear guests. Welcome to visit us next time. Haiden waved a towel to see them off, then sat down on the bench at the door, exhaled and said, I'm so tired. I feel that working is more tiring than killing people. Is there any job in this world that makes money without being tired? Kakuzu suddenly took out 2 packages from under the counter, threw one of them to Haiden, and said, hurry up and put on your clothes. It's time to work. Hey! Haiden was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, are you not going to work anymore? I found the prey, why do I need to work? Kakuzu put on the clothes of the Akatsuki organization and said in a deep voice. Said, the Byakugan of the Hyaga clan's main family is worth a fortune, and it is a rare treasure in the black market. The Byakugan of the main family, are you talking about the 2 Konoha ninjas with white eyes? Haiden took off his apron and changed into his uniform while curiously asking, then why didn't you attack them just now? Nonsense, I'm an employee here. If I break this place, I will not only have to pay compensation, but I won't get my salary. Wouldn't I have worked for nothing these few days? Brother Kakuzu, you really only care about money. At this time, Yagyu, who had already left the tea house far away, suddenly changed his face. He quickly formed a seal with one hand, shadow clone technique. With 2 bangs, white smoke filled the air. After creating 2 shadow clones, Yagyu suddenly said to the butler, the enemy is coming, you speed up and we will hold them back. Okay, please. The butler's face changed slightly, and he nodded quickly, urging, speed up. Yes. The driver responded and hit the horse's butt with a whip, and the speed of the carriage increased immediately. Yagyu's 2 shadow clones followed, while the 3rd and 8th team stopped in place. Swoosh! Almost 10 seconds after they stopped, a sharp sound of breaking through the air immediately reached their ears. Hinata-niji, with veins bulging in his temples, immediately shot a large distorted airflow in the direction of the sound. 8 trigrams empty palm. With a clang sound, a red 3-section sickle with a chain at the end fell to the ground. Then, a figure appeared next to the sickle and picked it up. Another figure appeared on the other side of Team 3 and Team 8 at some point, and the 2 blocked Team 3 and Team 8's way forward and retreat. Seeing the 2, Hyagoniji and Hinata, who had already opened their Byakugan, seemed to have discovered something, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. The carefree Xiao Li and the lively Tian Tian also became extremely serious. Obviously, they all sensed the dangerous aura. The expressions of Yagyu and Aberame Shino also became very solemn. Seeing this uniform, Yagyu had already recognized the identities of Kakuzu and Haiden. He was very speechless about this. The first time he performed a sea-level mission, he met Kuroho Rega, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The second time he left Konoha openly, he met the strongest duo of the Akatsuki organization. Now he left Konoha for the third time and met the immortal duo. What kind of luck is this? Could it be that he exploded Ashura's chakra from Naruto, and also exploded his protagonist Halo so hateful? The key is that the accidents Naruto encountered during the mission were not as outrageous as his. Chapter 83. You said you fought with the first generation, so why did you run away when you saw would release? What a great expression, hunting is still interesting. Haiden held the iron chain connected to the bloody March sickle and spun the sickle like a blood drop. His face changed from the enthusiasm when he was a waiter before, showing a bloodthirsty smile. He looked at the Yagyu people with excitement and shouted, "Brother Kakuzu, are those 2 white-eyed ones your targets?" "Only the woman is, you can deal with the others as you like." Kakuzu folded his arms and walked to a tree to lean against it, without any intention of attacking. "Just now, I only noticed Hinata's eyes. Now I look carefully and find that these little ghosts are all genin who are not wearing green vests." Although he didn't know why the 6 genin didn't have a guiding jonin to follow them. But Kakuzu would not let go of the money that was delivered to him for free. "Wow! I won't be polite then." Haiden cheered immediately, and then shouted to Yagyu and the others, "Little devils from Konoha, your blood must be very delicious. Let Master Haiden hold a ceremony for you and send you to see the evil god." As soon as he finished speaking, Haiden threw the bloody March sickle in his hand at Yagyu and the others again. Seeing this, the Yagyu and the others did not dodge. Boom! Before the bloody March sickle approached, 2 black shadows flew out from the Yagyu team, one collided with the flying sickle, and fell to the ground together. And the other black shadow hit Haiden, who couldn't react. Puff! Haiden, who was hit by the black shadow, vomited blood directly and flew backwards. After the black shadow collided with the bloody March sickle and landed, the ground trembled, making a loud noise like a detonation tag, and a huge cloud of dust was raised. Seeing this scene, Kakuzu, who had been leisurely and ready to watch the show quietly, suddenly had his pupil shrink. As a spectator, he saw it very clearly. The 2 black shadows were clearly the 2 weights taken off from the feet of the thick-browed kid wearing green tights. It was these 2 weights that made Haiden spit blood and raised an astonishing area of dust on the ground. What kind of weight can have such power? At this moment, Kakuzu finally realized why the 6 genin did not guide the jonin to follow. Having 2 members of the Hyuga clan, one of whom is a member of the main family, they are not afraid of being coveted and looked down upon by outsiders. It seems that they are all the best new generation of Konoha. Thinking of this, Kakuzu immediately gave up the idea of watching the show. With his arms lowered, Kakuzu rushed towards Yagyu and the others, preparing to launch a sneak attack on them from behind. Without waiting for Hinata and Hyuga to open their Byakugan to remind him, Yagyu turned his head and glanced at Kakuzu, then spit out a water arrow from his mouth, which quickly formed a straight water column, and shot towards Kakuzu with the power of cutting the air. Kakuzu, who was looking at Yagyu, paused slightly, and his green pupil shrank. But fortunately, the masked monster in his body squirmed, disrupting the flow of chakra in his body, and instantly broke free from the restraint of Yuntun chakra. Looking at the straight water column that was shooting at him, Kakuzu had no time to use ninjutsu to resist it, and could only disappear in an instant. Boom! The straight water column flew into the woods, breaking the trees on the path one by one, and raising a deafening sound and dust on the ground. After forcing Kakuzu back, Yagyu suddenly whispered to Hyuga and the others, "Be careful of the guy with the sickle. The chakra on his body is completely different from the one at the tea house. It is full of evil and ominous." "Yes." Hyuga and the others responded quickly. Then Hyuga and Hinata, the brother and sister, looked at each other and nodded. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Hinata walked to the side of Hyuga, and the 2 of them opened their Byakugan and shot 2 twisted air currents into the dust and mist. The air currents that flew out merged together to form an air cannon with amazing volume and power, which knocked Haiden, who had just stood up in the dust and mist, away again. Ah! It hurts so much. Haiden, who was beaten to spit blood again, did not look as seriously injured as he should. He just lay on the ground and screamed, and his voice was even full of energy. Hyaganiji and the others did not notice this. Hearing Haiden's scream, Tenten seemed to have found the enemy's position. She immediately took out the large scroll behind her, jumped into the air and opened it, releasing a large number of ninja tools, which flew into the dust and fog like a torrential rain. Puff! The sound of sharp weapons entering the body continued to sound, mixed with Haiden's screams. A gust of wind suddenly appeared, blowing away the thick dust and fog. Looking at the scene in front of them, Hyaganiji and his men, whose attacks were all successful, were sweating profusely. There was no way, the scene in front of them was too visually impactful. First, Haiden was hit by Xiao Li's weight, then by Hinata and Hyaganiji's Bagua empty palm combination, and finally by Tenten's ninja tool rain. He looked very miserable at this time. The Akatsuki uniform on his body was already tattered. All over his body, whether it was the head, neck, chest, abdomen, limbs, etc., there were kunao and shurikens. Others would have been dead or disabled long ago after being hit by so many fatal parts of ninja tools. But Feijuan stood up like nothing happened, but he cried out in pain and cursed with anger in his eyes, "I am angry, I must curse you to death, let you experience my pain." After saying that, Feijuan was about to pick up the bloody March sickle that fell in front of him. Bang! But the next second, his body flew backwards again. Xiao Li appeared in front of him out of thin air at a speed faster than lightning, and kicked him in the chin. The powerful force made Feijuan's feet leave the ground, and his head buzzed. The next second, Xiao Li appeared behind him, tied his hands with white bandages into a dumpling, and spun rapidly in the air, and fell to the ground like an electric drill. Boom! The earth trembled again, raising a large cloud of dust. Just when Xiao Li attacked with a fatal attack, Yanagi, who had left the team in an instant, also faced off against Kakuzu, a man who had fought with the god of ninja. The golden binding technique that even hit me, this level of Yunpsu Chakra and illusion attainment, if I hadn't really had no impression of you, I would have thought you were deliberately not wearing a vest and disguised your identity as a coaching jonin. Kakuzu glanced at Haiden, ignoring his partner who was beaten unilaterally, and stared at Yagyu in front of him. While making seals with both hands and using the Earth Tsu and Earth Spear technique to strengthen his body's defense and strength, he distracted Yagyu in a deep voice, "And that amazingly powerful water Tsu, your hair and eye color, and that forehead protector remind me of a pair of brothers." Yagyu knew who he was talking about, but still asked knowingly, "Who are those brothers?" "They are the first and second generation Hokage of your Konoha." Kakuzu couldn't help but show off his proud record, saying, "Decades ago, I fought with your first generation Hokage." Whenever Kakuzu mentioned this record, he would see others' expressions change in shock, and he was very satisfied with their reactions. However, this time, he did not see the familiar expression and reaction on Yagyu, the Konoha ninja. Just when Kakuzu shook his head in boredom, ready to sigh at the cruelty of time, even the Konoha ninja had forgotten the power of the god of ninja. Yagyu on the opposite side suddenly asked slowly, "You said you fought with the first generation of Hokage, have you seen the legendary wood release?" "Of course." Kakuzu said with a complacent tone, "That is a great power that you young people cannot understand." Although he only fought with the wood clone of Senju Hashirama, Kakuzu was indeed the second ninja in that era, besides Uchiha Madara, who had experienced the power of wood release alone. "Really?" Yagyu's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile on his face, which made Kakuzu very puzzled, and he had an inexplicable ominous premonition in his heart. Snap! The next second, Yagyu suddenly clapped his hands and said to Kakuzu, "Since you have fought with the first generation Hokage, please evaluate the gap between me and the first generation Hokage." Before Kakuzu could figure out what he meant, he saw Yagyu utter a ninjutsu prefix that made him tremble physically and mentally, and his face changed in shock. "Would release? How is it possible?" Kakuzu opened his eyes as wide as he could, and before he could shout out these words, Yagyu's shout reached his ears, "The tree world is coming." Boom! The violent earthquake came suddenly, causing Kakuzu and Hyaganiji and others not far away to shake. Kakuzu, who stabilized his body, saw the cracks on the ground and the branches emerging one by one, and turned around and flew away without saying a word. Hesitation for a second is disrespect for one's own life. However, Kakuzu, whose mind was blank, forgot one thing. That is, he cannot appear in front of a wood release ninja. Kakuzu, who was running away with his back to Yagyu, flew a distance of more than 10 or 20 meters each time. However, as he turned into a shadow and flew in the air, he found that the cracks in the ground had spread to his lower body and surpassed him in an instant. Huge branches rushed out like pythons, binding and whipping Kakuzu. Other branches quickly grew a large number of branches and leaves, turning into towering trees, and in the blink of an eye, the land that was originally a forest turned into a small forest. Unlike the tree world descent used against Orochimaru and Manabu, Yagyu did not use his full strength this time, and there was not even a blue chakra aura on his body. Even so, the range of the forest was scary enough. Like a cage, it trapped Kakuzu, who could not fly. Fire escape, head hard. Facing the branches that were binding and whipping him, Kakuzu dodged while making seals with his hands and spitting out a ball of flames from his mouth. This ball of fire seemed to have ignited the air, and quickly turned into a wave of fire with an astonishing area, colliding with the surging branches. Instantly, a certain area of the forest was ablaze. If it were an ordinary forest, such an astonishing wave of fire would definitely turn the forest into a sea of fire. However, the fire just bloomed and soon dissipated. I saw branches that were held by several people or even more than 10 people. The flames on them quickly extinguished and turned into bursts of white smoke. The bodies covered with burn marks were all gone. While recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, he continued to attack Kakuzu. Seeing this scene, Kakuzu felt heavy in his heart. Such a breath of life is indeed the real wood style. When he fought with Hashirama Senju, his powerful fire style was like the flame on a candle in front of wood style. The branches just waved lightly and extinguished his flame. In theory, flames should restrain trees. If it was Tenzo's wood style, then Kakuzu's fire wave just now would definitely turn his sea of trees into a sea of fire. Because his wood style has too weak vitality, not only can it not resist the powerful fire style, it may also increase the power of fire style. However, Yagyu, who possesses the Ashura Chakra and the body of a sage, has a wood escape just like Hashirama Senju's wood escape. The source of life is as vast as the sea. Not only can the fire escape fail to ignite the branches, but the characteristics of wood escape, that is, the chakra absorbs the chakra in the flames, quickly recovers the body burned by the flames, and enhances its own toughness. This is the real wood escape. It is this kind of wood escape that can restrain Uchiha Madara, who is good at fire escape. Didn't you say you fought with the first generation of Hokage? At this time, the branches that had been completely healed from the burns suddenly stopped their attack when they saw that they could not catch the tiny Kakuzu. Yagyu's voice was heard by Kakuzu from all directions. The towering trees around Kakuzu had branches extending from the treetops and trunks. These branches turned into Yagyu, who looked at Kakuzu with a playful smile and said in unison, "Since you have fought with the first Hokage, why did you run away when you saw wood release?" Seeing that he was surrounded by Yagyu's wooden clones, and this was a scene of wood release ninjutsu, Kakuzu realized that he could not escape, and snorted coldly, "Boy, don't be too arrogant. When I was fighting in the ninja world, you were not even born." After saying that, Kakuzu took off the Akatsuki uniform on his body, revealing a body full of seams and several masks on the back. Then he formed seals with both hands and was about to use the earth grudge to release the masked monster behind him. But the next second, his expression changed in shock. I saw 4 of the surrounding Yagyu standing on the ground, standing in the positions of the wood clones in the southeast, northwest, and northeast. Suddenly, they formed seals with their hands, squatted and clapped their hands, and shouted softly, "Ninjutsu 4 purple flame formation." 4 purple transparent barriers rose into the sky, forming a rectangular barrier covering Kakuzu and Yagyu's other wood clones. The rest of the wood clones formed seals with their hands and spit out amazing water streams at their feet. Water-style big explosion water wave. Countless waves came from all directions, and in almost an instant, they drowned Kakuzu, who was about to open his mouth to curse. If Orochimaru was here, he would definitely sigh. The scene of wood-style tree world advent is already rogue enough, but there is also a barrier and group water style. As expected of the descendants of his idol, the tactics are really insidious. Chapter 84, The all-powerful and invincible wood style, the immortal duo are all dead. The space inside the barrier is not large, and each of Yagyu's wood clone has a lot of chakra. The power of their water style, which they exert with all their strength, is also not inferior to Yagyu's original body. The surge of waves not only instantly submerged Kakuzu, who had not yet used the earth grudge to release the masked monster behind him and wanted to use the composite ninjutsu to destroy the forest, but also filled the space of the 4 purple flame formation at a very fast speed. In just a few blinks of an eye, the rectangular barrier formed by the four purple flame formation turned into a pool filled with water. If the barrier was not very strong, the purple transparent barrier also had the power of burning flames, and it began to evaporate the water at this time. I am afraid that this barrier would have been broken. Kakuzu, who was submerged by the waves, not only suffered the impact of the water flow, but also lost the ability to move and escape. However, among the 5 hearts in his body, one of the masked monsters formed by one heart has a very powerful water style change. Kakuzu, who did not separate the heart, had a very good attainment in water escape, so he would not lose his fighting ability instantly. If the opponent was just Yagyu's wooden clone, Kakuzu would even have the confidence to kill him. However, the next second, the scene that made Kakuzu feel desperate still appeared. The trees that were also shrouded in the barrier suddenly came alive as if they were endowed with spirituality by the creator. The branches, like tentacles, came to bind Kakuzu. Kakuzu used the nature of water escape to change, and dodged in the water very flexibly like a swordfish. But those trees continued to grow branches, and the branches grew a lot of small vines, which soon filled the pool like water plants. Kakuzu, who did not have a 360-degree perspective eye, was only concerned with dodging the branches and vines in front and on both sides. He was tied up by a vine from behind just because he was not paying attention. At that moment, Kakuzu's eyes widened and he knew he was finished. As expected, a large number of vines and branches quickly tied Kakuzu up like a dumpling. Kakuzu felt the chakra in his body quickly draining away, and soon he became extremely weak. The vines and branches that bound his body became even tougher. In just a few breaths, Kakuzu, whose chakra was always an elite jonin, had been drained of chakra. This is the most unsolvable ability of wood release, and it is also the main reason why Hashirama Senju can make the ninja world obedient and not dare to start a war. In front of wood release, the so-called human wave tactics are not worth mentioning at all. To be precise, the more enemies there are, the stronger the power of wood release. Just one move of wood release, Tree World Advent can make all ninjas except flying types feel despair. The whole forest is formed by Hashirama Senju's chakra. In this forest, Hashirama Senju has a god's perspective, and can also mobilize all trees to perform wood release ninjutsu. Even if the enemy can fly and hide, Hashirama Senju can control the roots of the trees underground, or turn the trees into wooden dragons to attack them. The enemy's 5-element escape technique has no effect on the Tree World Advent. All the chakra in the escape technique will be absorbed by the branches, which will increase the power of the Tree World Advent. The enemies tied by the branches will form dumplings and continue to provide chakra to the sea of trees, making the trees more resilient. This is not the serious mode of Senju Hashirama. If Senju Hashirama wants to end the war quickly, he can also make the trees grow red flowers and release paralyzing pollen. Even if the 5 shadow-level strong men inhale a little, they will lose their combat ability. This is the upgraded version of the Flower and Tree World Advent. Facing such an enemy, even if the strength is the same as his, they will be severely restrained, not to mention those who are weaker than him. When all the ninjas in the ninja world are not enough to fight him, then this person is no different from a god. This is why Senju Hashirama is called the god of ninja. And his wood escape technique is also an all-round blood limit that combines attack and defense, ceiling, range, etc. That's why the top leaders of Konoha secretly conducted the wood release experiment, hoping that the second wood release ninja would appear in Konoha. As long as the second wood release ninja appeared in Konoha, with the ability to absorb chakra, they would not be afraid of the Jinchuriki of the hostile ninja village. Because like the Sharingan, wood release is also the nemesis of the tailed beasts. Puff! After the branches and vines sucked away Kakuzu's chakra, they automatically untied themselves. Kakuzu, who was no longer bound, just floated in the pool. Just as he was drowning, 6 sharp branches attacked again, piercing Kakuzu's head and the 5 hearts in his body. The sound of a sharp weapon entering the body sounded, and the mask behind Kakuzu shattered one after another. Shua! As Kakuzu lost his voice, a blue and white light suddenly bloomed on his body. More than a dozen beams of light flew out, forming more than a dozen blue and white light balls floating in the water, which only Yagyu could see. Seeing that Kakuzu had lost his voice, the wooden clone immediately lifted the 4 purple flame formation. Countless tons of water immediately submerged the surrounding trees. The water level was so high that it almost reached 2/3 of the tree trunks. But soon, the water flow merged into the earth and slowly disappeared. Except for one wooden clone, the other wooden clones all disbanded on their own and turned into small trees. The only remaining wooden clone instantly came to Kakuzu's body and picked up Kakuzu's body with a slightly disgusted look on his face. There was no way, Kakuzu's current appearance was too ugly and disgusting. The mask on his body was all shattered, and with the death of his original body, all the seams on his body broke open, and countless tentacles formed by black blood vessels overflowed. This was the forbidden technique of Takigakure village, Earth Grudge. Maybe because he had just died, these blood vessel tentacles were still wriggling slightly. Looking at the light ball that had triggered the automatic pickup and was flying towards the main body, the wooden clone suddenly prayed that there must not be such a thing as Earth Grudge in these light balls. Although this thing can prolong life, Yagyu really doesn't want to become a ghost like Kakuzu. So if Earth Grudge is exposed, Yagyu will not be able to merge. In this way, this light ball will only occupy the space backpack. In the land of rain, in a steel-like building in the hidden rain village. At the moment when Kakuzu lost his voice, Nagato, who was in a rather closed space with dim light around him, suddenly opened his purple-rippled samsara eye. Noticing his change, Zionin, who had been guarding beside him, thought that there was something wrong with his body, and immediately asked worriedly, "Nagato, are you feeling uncomfortable?" "I'm fine, but..." Nagato shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Something must have happened to Kakuzu." "Something happened?" Zionin was slightly stunned and said, "What happened?" "I don't know, I just sensed through the ring that his chakra disappeared." Nagato made a seal with both hands, as if sensing something, and then opened his eyes and said, "Even the chakra he resided in the ring disappeared, and the chakra of Haiden was also changing. They should have encountered a powerful enemy, and Kakuzu is likely dead. Could it be that his arm was broken?" Zionin said slowly, "Kakuzu has 5 hearts and 5 kinds of chakra nature changes. Except for you, there are few people in this ninja world who can kill him." "I don't know." Nagato shook his head, and then continued to close his eyes and make seals. "They are in the land of birds, I'll let Zetsu go there to see." The whole sentence is still before he finished speaking, Nagato opened his eyes again and said in a deep voice, "Haiden's chakra has also disappeared." Hearing this, Konan finally changed his expression and said, "Are they not betraying?" "No, Haiden's chakra disappears slowly." Nagato said with an ugly face, "He should have been killed slowly. The other party should have discovered his immortality and destroyed his body with a technique. I'll go and see for myself." Konan was about to turn around and leave. "No, let Zetsu observe first." Nagato immediately stopped him and said, "The other party was able to kill Kakuzu and Haiden in such a short time. He must be a big shot in the ninja world. Now is not the time for you to reveal your identity." "I know." Konan seemed to remember something and said with an ugly face, "Kakuzu is our financial director. I hope he didn't bring the scroll with the funds when he went out this time. Go check it out." "Okay." Just as Nagato said, Haiden is dead, and he was killed slowly. Excluding the black and white Zetsu who has almost no combat ability, the weakest member of the Akatsuki organization, and also the most dangerous member, is Haiden. As long as Haiden gets blood and then holds a ceremony, the opponent will almost certainly die unless he has special abilities and means. Of course, there is definitely an upper limit to this cursed ability. But where is this upper limit, Yagyu doesn't know, and he is unwilling to try. He was afraid that Hinata and the other girls would be hurt by Haiden, so he started with Wood Release, Tree World Advent, and then used his almost unstoppable tactics. Tree World Advent plus 4 Purple Flame Formation and Big Explosion Water Wave. Without the means to escape from the barrier, or without the power to break the barrier, as long as they are trapped by Yagyu's barrier, they are basically doomed. Kakuzu didn't even use the Earth Grudge and Composite Ninjutsu, and was ruthlessly killed by Yagyu. After getting rid of Kakuzu, Yagyu returned to the 3rd and 8th teams in an instant without waiting for the automatically picked up light ball to fly over. At this time, it was still Li's show. Haiden was hit by Li's outer lotus, and his skull and neck were broken, but he still didn't die. So, Xiao Li opened the first gate of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu without hesitation, offsetting the side effects of the outer lotus, increasing the speed to 100%, and then slowly increasing the number of gates, just like he did with Gaara, and was beaten like a sandbag by Faden. Unlike Gaara who had the sand armor, Faden, who liked to exchange injuries in normal battles and started to hold rituals once he got blood, had very ordinary physical skills. If he was not afraid of his ability, the original work Akimichi Koji would have hung him up and beaten him. Facing the faster and stronger Xiao Li, Faden, who lost the Bloody March sickle, could only be beaten. However, when Xiao Li opened the fourth gate and used the inner lotus to blast Phaeton into the ground, smashing a huge pit filled with dust and fog. Haydn still hadn't died, and soon he climbed out of the pit in tattered clothes. With blood all over his face, he looked at Xiao Li, who had lost his ability to fight, and said with a grim smile, "Boy, you're done, it's my turn next." After saying that, Haydn stood up like a mad dog and pounced on Xiao Li, who could barely stand but could no longer move at high speed, and even staggered when walking. Haydn was no longer planning to pick up the bloody march sickle. He wanted to tear a piece of meat from Xiao Li's body and start the ceremony directly. Seeing this scene, Hyaganiji and others, who had just been unable to intervene, immediately tried to stop it. At this moment, a branch broke out of the ground, tied up Haydn's feet like a tentacle, and then wrapped around him like a snake. "Move, can't move." Haydn, whose body was tied up, said with difficulty. "It's wood release, Yagyu-kun is back." Hinata shouted with surprise. Hyaganiji and the others turned around and looked at the forest behind them. Now they had time to be shocked by the earthquake. "So that's it. Is this the trump card that Yagyu has been hiding?" Abarame Shino pretended to be calm, but her voice was trembling slightly. Hyaganiji, with veins popping out of his temples, said with trembling eyes, "Such a range, such a degree of chakra, is this the blood limit of the ninja god?" Gurgle. Tenten swallowed her saliva and was so shocked that she couldn't speak at all. Just like Naruto, she felt that her worldview was shattered. Her strongest killer move was still the ninja tool throwing, and the range was about the same as some ordinary ninjutsu. As a result, her junior, who was 1 year younger than her, was able to create a forest. Anyone would be confused. Tenten, who had never seen such a range of skills since she was born, felt that she and Yagyu were not from the same world at all. At this time, Yagyu had instantly arrived in front of Haydn, who was fixed by the wood release, silent killing binding technique. Ignoring Feijuan's angry glare, Yagyu formed a seal with one hand. Puff! The next second, a sharp branch broke out of the ground and pierced into Feijuan's head. "You can't kill me." The intense pain failed to kill Feijuan, and even made him unable to help but taunt. But the next in a second, Feijuan's eyes widened. His face and the skin all over his body became dry at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all the water in his body had been sucked out. This is indeed the case. Yagyu's branch not only sucked Feijuan's chakra, but also all the nutrients in his body. After a while, Feijuan's body lost all functions and turned into a mummy and died. Phaeton's immortality is not true immortality. After all, even the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and the 6 Paths level strongmen do not have true immortality. How could Feijuan, who is not even at the level of Cage, have such an ability? In the original work, he was buried alive and starved to death because he could not get nutrition. Now that he has become a mummy, how could he still survive? With Feijuan's death, it also announced that the immortal duo of the Akatsuki organization are all dead. Chapter 85, Wood Release Exposed, Nagato and Uchiha Obito's Reactions. Let's go. After killing Haydn, Yagyu immediately took out a storage scroll, put his body away, and then gave instructions to Hyaganiji and the others. After he finished speaking, Yagyu was the first to fly out. Hyaganiji quickly carried the weak Xiao Li on his back, and followed closely with Tenten and Team 8. Abarame Shino followed and said the key point, "Yagyu, their uniforms are exactly the same, are they members of a certain organization?" "Yes." Yagyu nodded and said, "Teacher Hong and I have met their companions. The members of this organization are all S-level rebel ninjas from various countries. Teacher Hong and I met Uchiha Itachi from Konoha, and the mist-hidden monster Hoshigaki Kisame from the Hidden Mist Village. Then why did you destroy his brain?" Hearing this, Abarame Shino asked in confusion, "Wouldn't it be better to save his brain and bring it back to the village to collect intelligence?" "I did it on purpose. I will report to the Hokage after I go back." Yagyu's hidden meaning is, "Don't ask too much." Abarame Shino nodded slightly, and was not angry. He knew Yagyu very well. Since Yagyu refused to say, it means that the organization is no longer accessible to him at this level. As for why Yagyu deliberately destroyed Kakuzu and Haydn's brains, it is actually very simple. There are 2 reasons. One is that Kakuzu and Haydn don't know as much as Yagyu, the time traveler. When necessary, Yagyu will naturally reveal it to Tsunade. Now the information in Kakuzu and Haydn's brains is not only useless, but may also be misleading. Effect. If Konoha knew in advance that Akatsuki had the Samsara Eye, Jiraiya would definitely think of Nagato, and he would probably think that his disciple was not dead, or that someone had taken Nagato's samsara eye, and then risked sneaking into the hidden rain village, triggering various butterfly effects. Yagyu's current strength is not enough to save Jiraiya from the 6 paths of pain. Even if they have never fought, Yagyu can infer Nagato's current strength based on the information in the original work. Although Nagato is a super cage level gatekeeper, he is also in existence beyond the 5 cage, which is already another level of existence. And Yagyu is 100% sure that Nagato the current strength is far above Shippuden. Because Nagato's physical condition is getting worse year by year. In the original work, 6 paths pain attacked Konoha in the 64th year of Konoha, and now it is only the 60th year of Konoha. And the reason why Naruto in the original work was able to defeat 6 paths pain is not only because Nagato's condition is not as good as it is now, but also because in order to make Tsunade and other big figures feel pain, Nagato consumed a lot of chakra to perform Super Shinra Tensei before fighting with Naruto. The strength and endurance of 6 paths pain who has not used Super Shinra Tensei and 6 paths pain who has used Super Shinra Tensei are not at the same level at all. Not only Shinra Tensei and Wangxiang Tenon can be used at will, and Chibaku Tensei may be used several times, not to mention Nagato in Konoha's 60 years. Second, Yagyu wants to use Kakuzu and Haiden to destroy the corpse of the brain to plan something. If successful, Yagyu can pave the way for further strength. Soon after Yagyu and others left, a figure slowly emerged from the ground like taking an elevator, and appeared next to the big pit that Xiao Li blasted with the lotus. The figure was wearing a black windbreaker embroidered with red clouds, with a pitcher plant on his head and a black and white face. He was the Suinmyu black and white Zetsu in the Akatsuki organization. There is so much blood, it seems that the battle is very fierce. As soon as he emerged from the ground, White Zetsu smiled playfully. There is no trace of fire escape burning, it seems that Haiden was not burned to ashes. Black Zetsu ignored White Zetsu, glanced at the battlefield, and controlled his body to turn to the other side. This is wood release. Looking at the small forest in front of him, Black Zetsu recognized the nature of those trees at a glance. While being shocked, he couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "No wonder they got into trouble, it turns out they encountered a wood release ninja." Is it true? White Zetsu asked with some doubt, could it be a wood release like Afei and us? Not a wood release experiment subject, but a real wood release ninja. Black Zetsu said with a heavy heart, this level of Yang release chakra, I have only seen it in the reincarnations of Ashuras of past generations. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the reincarnation of Ashura of this generation, who has also awakened the bloodline limit of wood release. Isn't the Senju clan gone? How can Ashura's chakra be used? How could he be reincarnated into a descendant of the Senju clan? The Senju clan did not disappear, but merged into Konoha, which makes it even more difficult to determine who awakened wood release. Is this wood release ninja from Konoha? I don't know, but it is not ruled out that he is a descendant of the wandering Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. After all, the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are both descendants of Ashura. The previous host of Ashura's chakra was Hashirama Senju. It is not impossible that the wood release and bloodline limit will be passed on to this generation of Ashura's reincarnation. Then what should we do next? Go back and follow Dai first? No. Go back and report to Madara-sama and Nagato first, and then send out the White Zetsu clone to investigate. Then should we search the surroundings first to see if we can find the bodies of Kakuzu and Haiden? Search. I hope Kakuzu didn't bring the scroll containing Akatsuki's funds this time, otherwise the funds might not be enough to wait until the Three Tails is resurrected. Okay. Black and White Zetsu came quickly and left quickly. After searching for nothing, they immediately went back to report to Uchiha Obito and Nagato. On the other hand, Yagyu was surprised. In order to prevent the enemy from following the smell to find the nobles of the Kingdom of Birds, the 3rd and 8th teams did not meet them, but escorted them at a distance of 1 kilometer. Let Hinata and Hyaganiji use the Byakugan to lock the position of the convoy of the nobles of the Kingdom of Birds, and Yagyu summoned the virtual panel to check the light balls that fell from Kakuzu. After Kakuzu died, 12 light balls burst out, 4 blue light balls and 8 white light balls. What surprised Yagyu was precisely the 4 blue light balls. The information of the 4 blue light balls was: Space Backpack, Fire Attribute, Blue. Space Backpack, Water Attribute, Blue. Space Backpack, Earth Attribute, Blue. Space Backpack, Wind Attribute, Blue. Yes, the 4 blue light balls are all chakra attributes. One of them is the fire attribute that Yagyu does not have, As long as it is integrated, Yagyu will be like Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Orochimaru, all of whom are rare all-attribute physiques in the ninja world. But what surprised Yagyu was the other 3 blue light balls. Yagyu has all these attributes. Could it be that he can also explode what he already has? Yagyu has never exploded the same thing all along. He thought that as long as he has it, the enemy will not drop it. Now it seems that this is not the case. If it is integrated, what kind of changes will it bring if I combine the attributes I already have? Improving the changes in properties, or other aspects. If I improve the changes in properties, can I keep brushing out these properties, and after the changes in the properties of these properties are improved to the extreme, I can combine them to form a new escape technique, that is, the blood limit. For a moment, a lot of ideas flashed through Lu Sheng's mind, and he felt that it was highly feasible. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng's mood instantly became happy. I thought I had figured out the system, but I didn't expect that the system still had hidden such a surprise. Wrong. If he knew that the shadow clone could drop things when he was a child, and there was this mechanism, Yagyu would have sent the shadow clone to school long ago. As long as the shadow clone has less chakra than those classmates, the drop rate will be greatly improved. Maybe a large amount of chakra attributes would have been dropped long ago, and things would not have only dropped from Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, Hinata, and Sakura in the past 6 years. It's all because of his strength. But it's not too late to know now. Yagyu, who was originally full of repulsion to escort missions, suddenly did not repulse such time-wasting tasks. In the future, when he goes out, he can send the wood clone to capture some stray ninjas and ninjas from other countries while performing the mission, and tie them up until the chakra attributes are refreshed. So, Yagyu silently merged the 4 blue light balls and the 8 white light balls. The 8 white light balls are all the 5 elements escape techniques and compound ninjutsu mastered by Kakuzu. Even the most powerful compound ninjutsu is still just a white ball of light in the system's level judgment. Only some special secret techniques can have a blue level judgment, such as the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. More than an hour later, Yagyu's shadow clone finally escorted the caravan of the nobles of the bird country to the destination. After getting the final payment from the butler and the task scroll with a good review, the shadow clone immediately returned to Yagyu. The 3rd and 8th teams, who had been away for half a month, began their return journey. The speed was so fast that it was unknown how many times faster than when they came. If they did not rest on the way and took the military pills when they were tired, they would only need 1 day at most to return to Konoha from the bird country. Would release, are you sure? At this time, Black and White Zetsu also reported the information they had collected to Uchiha Obito, who rushed over after receiving the news and was standing with Tendo Pain at this time. Hearing that the person who killed Kakuzu and Haiden was a wood-release ninja, Uchiha Obito's expression under the mask, as well as Nagato who was secretly controlling Tendo Pain, all changed slightly, and it was difficult to understand. Believe. At this critical moment, the appearance of the legendary bloodline limit of wood release is not good news for them. Uchiha Obito asked ambiguously, is it the real wood release? Yes. Black Zetsu nodded in cooperation and said, the chakra contained in that wood release is at the same level as the wood release of Hashirama Senju and you, Madara-sama. Who is he? Uchiha Obito asked in a deep voice, is he the descendant of Hashirama? I don't know. Black Zetsu shook his head and said, when we got there, the battle was over. There was only some blood on the ground. We didn't find Kakuzu and Haiden, nor their enemies. Only Hashirama has wood release, and he can use wood release. The real power of the Senju clan is only the blood of the Senju clan. Uchiha Obito said very confidently, it is unlikely that the descendants of the Senju clan are wandering outside. This wood release ninja is very likely to be a ninja of Konoha, or even Konoha's trump card. If that wood release ninja is really a ninja of Konoha, it means that the bodies of Kakuzu and Haiden have fallen into the hands of Konoha. At this time, Tendo Pain said expressionlessly, although Kakuzu and Haiden do not know the existence of the Outer Path Demon statue, they all know my Samsara Eye and the information of the Hidden Rain Village. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito's face under the mask changed again. After a few seconds, he pretended to be deep and said, leave it to me, I won't let you be exposed. Are you sure? Tendo Pain looked at Uchiha Obito deeply. It's a small matter. Uchiha Obito said calmly and confidently, the only thing in Konoha that can read memories from the brains of living people and corpses is the mind-reading technique of the Yamanaka clan. If that wood release ninja is really from Konoha, then the bodies of Kakuzu and Haiden will definitely be sent to the torture department, and I will take action then. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Tendu Pain nodded and said, it should be a few years before the resurrection of the three-tailed beast. I don't want to start the plan and move the Akatsuki base camp in advance. Don't worry. After leaving this sentence, Uchiha Obito raised his hand and wiped his body from top to bottom. Wherever he passed, his body disappeared. After a while, Uchiha Obito's figure escaped into the different space and disappeared. At the same time, black and white Zetsu also sank into the ground with the mayfly technique and disappeared. In less than a moment, Uchiha Obito and black and white Zetsu left the hidden rain village and appeared in a sunny place. Black Zetsu, send some white Zetsu clones to sneak into Konoha, collect information about the wood release ninja, and keep an eye on the interrogation department. Uchiha Obito gave the order, but to prevent the wood release ninja from being a wandering descendant of the Senju, you should also send some white Zetsu clones to various countries in the ninja world. Since the other party used wood release once, he will definitely use it a second time. I know. Black Zetsu nodded. He valued this wood release ninja more than Uchiha Obito and Nagato. After all, only he knew that the wood release ninja must be the reincarnation of Ashura. As long as the other party's identity is confirmed, the reincarnation of Indra in this life can be known. If the other party is a ninja from Konoha, then the reincarnation of Indra can be 100% confirmed to be Uchiha Sasuke. If the other party is a wandering descendant of the Senju clan, it means that the Uchiha clan also has wandering descendants, and the probability that the wandering Uchiha is the reincarnation of Indra is greater than that of Uchiha Sasuke. Indra and Ashura must have an intersection. This is a 1,000-year fate, and it is also a law. And the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra in each generation will be the most outstanding and powerful existences of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. If the wood release ninja is really a wandering descendant of the Senju clan or Uzumaki clan, then the probability that Uchiha Itachi is the reincarnation of Indra is not small. After all, the Uchiha clan now has only Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Obito can basically be ruled out, otherwise, with half of Hashirama's cells, his pupil power would have skyrocketed to an uncontrollable level. The Uchiha who has reached the extreme pupil power can use Susanoo with one eye, or even without an eye, but Uchiha Obito obviously can't. If Uchiha Itachi is not the reincarnation of Indra, it means that there must be a fourth Uchiha in the ninja world now, which is not good news. So, the black and white Zetsu sank into the ground again, preparing to send a large number of white Zetsu clones to gather intelligence in various countries in the ninja world. Chapter 86 Yagyu Chunin, Uchiha Sasuke defected. The next afternoon, the 3rd and 8th teams, who did not rush to travel but took a rest on the way, finally returned to Konoha after many days. However, before the Yagyu was disbanded on the spot, and the 3rd and 8th teams went back to rest, he went to report the task to Tsunade alone, and saw the gatekeeper Chunin said, Yagyu Chunin, Hokage has ordered us to take you to the Hokage's office with the 3rd and 8th teams as soon as we see you come back. Yagyu Chunin. Hearing the title of Chunin, Team 3 and Team 8 both raised their eyebrows, slightly surprised, but soon nodded. With Yagyu's strength, he should have been promoted to Chunin long ago. With that range of wood release, even if Yagyu became a Jonin or an elite Jonin, Team 3 and Team 8 would not be surprised. Yagyu was surprised. Compared to being promoted to Chunin, he paid more attention to Tsunade's instructions. So, he nodded and smiled, I know, thank you for your reminder. After registering, Yagyu brought the 3rd and 8th teams to the Hokage building. Hokage, we are back. You are back just in time, there is an urgent task for you. Yagyu pushed the door open and was about to say hello to Tsunade, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Tsunade's voice. Tsunade said with a serious face, last night, Uchiha Sasuke was deceived or kidnapped by Orochimaru and has left Konoha. According to the reports of the Perception Team and the Barrier Team, the people who took him away were the 4 sound ninjas who used the ninja technique, for purple flame formation during the Chunin exam. Due to the fact that all the Jonin in the village are on missions outside during this period, I can only temporarily promote Nara Shikamaru to Chunin and let him lead Team 7 and Team 10 to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke. Karin is also in it. But just a few hours ago, Shizun sent me information back. I don't know who Oshyenjian and his friends met the Sound 4, but they were all injured by them. That group of guys also had Orochimaru's curse seal. I'm worried that Naruto and the others will be in trouble, so you came back at the right time. After saying that, Tsunade stood up and walked to a cabinet, opened it and took out a green vest, threw it to Yagyu, and said in a deep voice, "Yagyu, I now officially promote you to Konoha Chunin, responsible for leading the 8th and 3rd teams to support Nara Shikamaru and others." "Yes, Hokage." Yagyu took the vest, nodded respectfully on the surface, but was slightly happy in his heart. "Is it finally time? Go ahead, set off in the direction of the land of fields. The insects of the Aberame clan should be able to find their scent." Tsunade instructed, "If you really can't find it, Yagyu can use the slug to contact Karin. She has also signed a contract with the Wetbone Forest." "I know, Hokage-sama." Yagyu nodded again, then took the 8th and 3rd teams out of the Hokage's office. After applying for the village exit certificate on the 1st floor, he left Konoha again. On the way, Yagyu asked Aberame Shino, "Shino, did your insects find the scent of Shikamaru and Naruto?" "No." Aberame Shino looked at the insect on her finger, shook her head and said, "A long time has passed. Even if it hasn't rained, the remaining smell has disappeared. In that case, let's set off in the direction of the land of fields as Hokage-sama said." Yagyu took out a map from somewhere, opened it, and quickly led the 3rd and 8th teams to the north. The land of fields is also one of the neighboring countries of the land of fire. It is located in the north of the land of fire. The neighboring countries on the left and right are the land of iron and the land of hot springs. If the ninjas of Konoha want to enter the land of fields, they need to pass through a very large area of primordial forest that has not been developed at all. Even for ninjas, it takes most of the day to pass through that primeval forest. At the end of the forest, there is a grassland area, and then there is the Valley of the End where the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara fought. Because it was already afternoon when we returned to the village. Not long after the 3rd and 8th teams left Konoha, the sun had already set. Soon, the night enveloped the earth. Yagyu and others who were eager to support Nara Shikamaru did not rest in the middle of the journey. They just ate a grain pill and continued to teleport at full speed. When it was close to dawn, they finally saw the vast and rootless primeval forest. "We found their scent." As soon as they teleported into the primeval forest, Aberame Shino said a good news. "Then I'll trouble you to lead the way, Shino." Yagyu, who didn't find anyone with Kagura's heart eye, gave the position of leader to Aberame Shino. Aberame Shino nodded, then teleported past Yagyu and others, and led the way in front. 2 hours later, Aberame Shino suddenly slowed down, returned to the team that teleported and saved energy, and reported to Yagyu, "There are 3 familiar smells ahead, but they are not Naruto and his team. However, those who can be remembered by my bug should be people we know or have had intersections with, and we must have seen them during this period." Baigan. Without waiting for Yagyu to speak, Hyaganiji and Hinata opened their Byakugan together, and the former said, "It's the Sand Ninja combination of the Chunin exam." Hearing this, Xiao Li and Tian Tian's faces changed slightly, and the figures of Gaara and Temari appeared in their minds. Yagyu said slowly, "After the 5th generation took office, the Sand Village sent people to redeem them and signed a new alliance agreement with Konoha. They are not enemies now. Let's go up and communicate with them." "Yes." Team 3 and Team 8 increased their speed again and soon caught up with Gaara's 3 siblings in front. "It's you." The 3 Gaara siblings who were also traveling at night also found Yagyu and others at this time. Looking at Xiao Li and Yagyu who performed amazingly in the Chunin exam, and Aberame Shino who defeated them, Temari and Kankuro's faces changed slightly. However, thinking of the current relationship between Sand Village and Konoha, Temari quickly calmed down and took the initiative to explain to Yagyu, "We didn't show up on the territory of the Land of Fire on purpose, but your 5th Hokage sent a request for support to our Sand Village." "I see." Yagyu pretended to be in a daze, showing a mask-like gentle smile, nodded and said, "Thank you for troubling us, we are indeed short of manpower in Konoha during this period." I understand." Temari and Kankuro smiled awkwardly, feeling a little ashamed. Although they lost their father and Sand Village lost the 4th Kazekage, it was indeed their responsibility that caused Konoha to lose the 3rd Hokage. That's why Sand Village didn't dare to blame Konoha's rebel ninja for killing the 4th Hokage, and quickly signed an alliance agreement with Konoha. This time they came to support at full speed to make up for the mistakes they made. At this time, Gaara also turned his head to look at Yagyu and the others, and took the initiative to greet them. "Long time no see, Yagyu, and Rock Lee." "Long time no see, you." Little Lee responded subconsciously, then suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Gaara blankly. Tenten and Hinata beside him were also shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect that the guy with a murderous look and a ferocious expression under the sand armor during the Chunin exam would take the initiative to greet them. Long time no see. Yagyu smiled and said, you have changed a lot. Have you figured out something during this period of time? Ah. Gaara nodded, looking at the dark forest in front of him, as if he saw a figure with his back to him, and whispered, I want to change my past thoughts and want to know how that guy felt at that time. Then come on. The atmosphere quickly became awkward. Facing the former enemy, both sides had nothing to say. Besides, it was early morning, and they had to learn to save their energy since they had been teleporting all the time. So, all 9 people remained silent. After an unknown amount of time, the black sky gradually turned white. Hinata and Hyuga Niji took turns to open their Byakugan from time to time. Hinata's face suddenly changed slightly and she said, Yagyu-kun, I saw Koji. He is in a very bad condition now. I sensed it too. His breath is too weak. Yagyu made a seal with one hand, and a branch extended from his body, quickly turning into a wooden clone. Wood release. This scene almost made Temari and Kankuro drop their jaws. Gaara, who looked over, also had his pupils constricted. Obviously, they were all shocked by Yagyu's move. Gurgle. Then, Temari and Kankuro swallowed their saliva. They thought that Xiao Li was the strongest among these people, but finally realized why Yagyu was the only one wearing a green vest among these people. This guy who showed a powerful water escape technique and the illusion instant body technique in the Chunin exam is actually the owner of the legendary bloodline limit, wood escape technique. That is to say, he is really a descendant of the Senjo clan. Thinking of this, Temari and Kankuro suddenly felt lucky. Fortunately, this guy is a rational player. He saw the result before the war was over, so he didn't attack them. Otherwise, the 3 of them might really die in Konoha. At the same time, the 2 siblings also decided secretly. After returning, they must report this information to Gran Macho. After the first generation of Hokage, another wood escape ninja appeared in Konoha. This is definitely a big news that shocked the ninja world. Yagyu seemed not to see the reaction of the 3 siblings. After creating a wooden clone, he said to Xiao Li, Dinkai's current condition is not good. My wooden clone may disappear after treatment. Please go with my wooden clone to protect him. No problem, leave it to me. The simple Xiao Li didn't think much about it at all. He just raised his thumb and promised with a grin. So, Xiao Li and the wooden clone left the team. The remaining 8 people continued on their way. Soon, the dawn broke through the night, and the morning sun illuminated the forest. Yagyu-kun, I saw Shikamaru, he is fighting with the enemy now. At this time, Hinata reported again, the enemy's ninjutsu is bows and arrows and spider silk. Shikamaru's current situation is not good. He has been dodging and running away. Shino, Niji, please go and help Shikamaru. Yes. Looking at Shino Aberame and Niji Hyuga who left in a flash, Gaara also said, Kankura. You also go up to help. I know. Kankura nodded and followed in a flash. The team of 8 people soon had only 5 people left. Not long after, Hinata said again, Yagyu-kun, I saw Karin, Sakura and Ino and the others. Well, I also sensed their chakras. It seems that nothing is wrong. Yagyu nodded. In fact, before dawn, Yagyu's Kagura's heart eye had already sensed the location of everyone. The arrangement just now was also intentional by him. Like the original, Akimichi Koji's opponent is Jirobo. He is now in a state of near death. He should have taken 3 pills and entered the butterfly state like the original. This disaster is a good thing for Akimichi Koji. Nara Shikamaru's opponent is Kidomaru. Facing Kidomaru who can open the second curse seal, Nara Shikamaru is not. They are opponents, and they have been able to hold on until now, probably because they used the surrounding forest. Kidomaru failed to kill Nara Shikamaru, probably because he was afraid of the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. The 2 were constantly pulling, the former looking for an opportunity to kill with one blow, and the latter looking for an opportunity to sneak up on the opponent, or waiting for rescue to arrive. As for Karin, Sakura and the opponent of the 3 Ino girls, it is Teiwaya who is good at summoning and sound illusion. Both are good at sound illusion, but Teiwaya's strength is many times stronger than Jin in the Toss trio. If Karin hadn't been with the team, I'm afraid Tsunade wouldn't have let Ino and Sakura go with them, because their strength is too weak. Similarly, if Karin hadn't been there, Yagyu would have been very anxious. But fortunately, Karin followed. Karin, who learned a lot of water escape from Yagyu, is second only to Naruto, who can use group raise Nan. In addition, the three girls of Karin have excellent chakra control, and the secret technique of the Ino family can also help their own people break free from illusions. Even if Teiwaya enters the cursed state, it is difficult to take down the trio. However, it is not an easy task for the trio to take down Teiwaya. So, Yagyu continued to give orders. Hinata, you and Tenten go to support Karin and the others. Yes. Hinata and Tenten nodded, and then left the team in an instant. Gaara also said to Temari, Temari, you go to assist them. I know. Temari nodded and followed closely. The 9-man team suddenly left only Yagyu and Gaara. Get out of my way, give Sasuke back to Mirazen-gan. Not long after separating from Hinata and the other two girls, Yagyu and Gaara, who were in an instant at full speed, suddenly heard Naruto's roar in their ears. The voice echoed, as if many people were shouting together, and it was extremely loud. As if he could sense Naruto's anger, Gaara's face changed slightly. Soon, figures wearing orange jackets came into the sight of Yagyu and Gaara. At least hundreds of Naruto, emitting red chakra, holding a blue energy ball in their hands, fiercely slammed into a figure. Boom! All the figures crashed into a tree, and hundreds of blue energy balls immediately set off a deafening explosion and dust. Gaara, go help Naruto. Yagyu said seriously, there is another chakra ahead, Sasuke should be in his hand, I will chase him. Sit sizes. The sound of electric currents intersecting sounded, and Yagyu turned into a blue-white afterimage without waiting for Gaara to reply, and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 87 The Bloodline Genkai that matches would release the most, the possibility of killing Heigoku together. Since you are awake, keep going. Just when Yagyu passed Naruto and continued to chase forward. In the grassland outside the primeval forest, Kimimaro, who took the barrel containing Uchiha Sasuke from Sakan and Yukon, also said weakly to Uchiha Sasuke, who had just broken out of the barrel and was in the second state of curse seal, don't pay attention to the people behind, I will hold them for you. Your current task is to see Lord Orochimaru as quickly as possible. Uchiha Sasuke, who was slowly exiting the second state of curse seal, glanced at Kimimaro who was sick, then looked at the forest behind him, and then flew out in an instant. Since he decided to surrender to Orochimaru and took the awakening pill to die once, Uchiha Sasuke had no way back and did not plan to turn back. Swoosh! Just as Uchiha Sasuke left, a shadow flew out of the forest. It was Yagyu. Stop here! A sharp bone extended from Kimimiro's palm, forming a bone sword in his hand, pointing at Yagyu and saying, if you want to catch up with Uchiha Sasuke, you have to get past me first. Yagyu smiled meaningfully and said, it's not my mission to catch up with Uchiha Sasuke. You are my goal. Then come on. Kimimaro didn't understand, but he didn't have much time, so he rushed towards Yagyu without any nonsense. Seeing this, Yagyu made a seal with one hand and said, wood style, diamond calling wood. Several green branches broke out of the ground around Kimimaro, and came to tie and whip him like a python. Kimimiro's pupils shrank slightly, and then black seals immediately appeared on his body, and he instantly entered the first mode of the earth seal. The next second, the branches used for binding and whipping fell into the air. Kimimaro, who entered the curse seal state, increased his speed rapidly. After easily dodging the attack of the branches, his figure appeared out of thin air not far to the right of Yagyu and continued to rush towards Yagyu. Unfortunately, his movement trajectory was seen by Yagyu's red eyes. Almost at the moment when Kimimaro appeared on the right, Yagyu had completed the one-hand seal, and a little red powder appeared around him, quickly forming two phantom clones, rushing towards Kimimaro. Kimimiro's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Killing the fourth Kazekage made his condition worse, and he could not participate in the Konoha collapse plan. He didn't know Yagyu at all. However, as the face of the Sound Village, he had been taught by Orochimaru since he was a child, and he recognized the two phantom clones at a glance. It is the lowest level of clone technique. Why did this person use a trick to deal with him? Kimimaro, who was confused, swung the bone sword quickly, and the tip of the sword flashed with cold light, cutting through the two phantom clones rushing towards him. As Kimimaro expected, the bone sword passed through Yagyu's phantom clone without any sense of touching the real object. But the next second, Kimimiro's hair stood up, and he felt a fatal danger. The skin of his body turned brown and black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he entered the state of curse seal 2. The phantom clones that were pierced by the bone sword not only did not disappear, but one of them was still making a seal with one hand and spitting a water arrow at Kimimaro. Just when the water arrow was about to hit Kimimaro, Kimimaro disappeared in time. Boom! The sound of the earth shaking was heard. After the water arrow landed, it had turned into a straight water column, cutting a gully of extremely amazing depth and length on the grassland. Corpse Vein Dance of Early Ferns. Kimimaro, who entered the second state of the curse seal, increased his speed again. However, he disappeared in an instant and did not dare to rush towards Yagyu again. After only 2 encounters, he saw how powerful and difficult Yagyu was. That incorporeal clone was too weird, and that water escape with amazing cutting power was the type he did not want to encounter. So Kimimaro, who appeared more than 10 meters away, directly used his strongest move, which was also a scene-based big move. Puff! The vibration sound caused by the water-breaking wave just ended, and the ground shook again. However, the ground did not tear into cracks, nor did it make a sound of cracking, but huge sharp bones broke out of the ground. The thickness and length of the bones were very amazing, and what was even more terrifying was that after these bones broke out of the ground, they would branch out and grow a large number of spikes, just like the wood escape with branches and leaves. The number of bones was very astonishing, and the range was also very exaggerated, just like the arrival of Yagyu's tree world, turning into white waves and drowning Yagyu. With just this move, Kimimaro had the strength to threaten the shadow. People who do not have the ability to fly, or are not fast enough, will definitely be pierced by bones if they are in the attack range of this white wave. However, Yagyu only made a seal with one hand, and a python-like branch broke out of the ground. Yagyu instantly appeared on the branch, controlling the branch to extend infinitely upward, and easily avoided being drowned by the white waves. Countless bone spurs broke out of the ground, and it was unknown how long it lasted before they stopped growing. At this time, part of the grassland had turned into a forest of white bones. This scene shocked Naruto, who had just rushed out of the primeval forest with the help of Gaara and finally got rid of the entanglement of Sakon and Yukon. As if sensing Naruto's chakra, Yagyu turned his head to look in Naruto's direction, then raised his hand and pointed in a direction and shouted, "Naruto, Sasuke just left not long ago, you can see him if you chase him from there." "I know. Thank you, Yagyu." Naruto responded loudly, then instantly bypassed the white bone forest and headed in the direction where Uchiha Sasuke left. If you look closely, you will find that Naruto's eyes have changed from blue to red vertical pupils, and the beard on his face has become darker and thicker. As more and more Nine Tails chakra is used, his tailed beast characteristics are increasing. If it continues, it will probably not be long before he can no longer simply use the Nine Tails chakra, but will start with the tailed beast coat that affects his sanity. As for Yagyu, who had just reminded Naruto, his face suddenly changed slightly. Looking down, he saw bone spurs suddenly growing under the branches, spreading upwards at a very fast speed. Good ability. This scene did not shock Yagyu, but he praised with surprise. Then, Yagyu clapped his hands, and the wood escape chakra penetrated into the ground through the branches, and shouted, "Wood escape sea of trees birth." Boom! The earth shook violently again, and saplings broke out of the ground and quickly turned into big trees, crowded together with the white bone forest, forming a strange green and white forest. After turning Kimimiro's scene advantage into half, Yagyu jumped down from the branch where bone spurs were growing. As soon as he landed on the top of a big tree, red powder appeared around Yagyu out of thin air, hiding his body. At the same time, a branch extended from the top of the tree where he was, and quickly turned into Yagyu's appearance. Water escape water breaking wave. As soon as the wood clone appeared, he formed seals with both hands and spit out a water arrow in a certain direction, turning into a straight water column to cut off rows of trees and white bones. After one of the huge white bones broke, Kimimiro's body immediately emerged from it, jumped onto another bone, and merged into it like liquid. This is one of the most terrifying abilities of the early fern dance. Kimimaro can freely shuttle through the bone forest like by using the magic mirror ice crystal, and can appear in any bone. If the bone forest cannot be destroyed, then Kimimaro will have an absolute terrain advantage like Yagyu in the tree world. Unfortunately, he can't get any advantage from Yagyu. In Yagyu's red eye perspective, even if he shuttles through the bone forest, the chakra that is larger than other bones has already been exposed. His position. And Kimimaro seemed to have no god's perspective, or was confused by the red eye delusion that even the white eyes could not see through. He jumped into another bone and quickly found the position of the wooden clone according to the position where the water wave was violently shot from. After using the dance of early ferns, his life was already counting down. With little time left, Kimimaro did not hide in the bone forest to find a chance to kill with one blow. Instead, he rushed out of the bones next to the big tree with the idea of exchanging injuries for injuries and dying together with Yagyu. He turned into an arm with a bone spear and stabbed at Yagyu's wooden clone. Seeing this scene, Yagyu's wooden clone's expression changed. He had no time to dodge, so he could only extend a sharp branch from his palm and stab Kimimaro. Puff! Kimimaro's bone spear pierced into Yagyu's wooden clone's body, and the branch on the palm of the wooden clone also pierced into Kimimaro's body. However, the wooden clone hit by the bone spear did not spurt blood, and the shock on his face was replaced by a smile, whispering, "Wood release, insertion technique." Puff! Just like lighting firecrackers, a series of sharp weapons entering the body continued to emit from Kimimaro's body. Sharp wooden thorns pierced out of his body and covered his whole body in the blink of an eye. Looking at the Yagyu who was gradually turning back into wood, Kimimaro's eyes flashed with a trace of regret, and then before his consciousness was completely eroded by darkness, he murmured, "Sorry, Lord Orochimaru." After the words fell, Kimimaro's body fell to the ground, and there was no sound. Shua! The next second, a red light bloomed on his body, which was a special effect that only Yagyu could see. The red beam flew out and formed a floating red light ball next to Kimimaro's body. Yagyu instantly appeared in front of the light ball, and this time he took the initiative to pick up the red light ball. Summoning the virtual panel, Yagyu checked the information of the light ball occupying the first space grid. Space backpack, blood limit corpse vein, red. Seeing these words, Yagyu's mouth could not help but draw a beautiful arc, and he was in a very happy mood. Yagyu now has many and diverse abilities, and there are several blood limits alone. But since obtaining wood release, Yagyu's main weapons are wood release and water release, supplemented by illusions and other abilities. After the Sharingan evolves into the Mangekyou. Sharingan, wood release and Mangekyou. Sharingan will be the main ones, and all other abilities will be supplemented. After all, by that time, except for some forbidden techniques, other abilities will not be up to standard. So the blood limits and ninjutsu that Yagyu can take a fancy to now, as well as some special secret techniques, are very few. Kimimaro's corpse vein is one of them. This is the bloodline limit of the Kagaya clan. The two features between their eyebrows are somewhat similar to those of Kagaya Otsutsuki. In addition, Kagaya Otsutsuki performed the joint killing ash bones. Maybe this clan is really related to Kagaya Otsutsuki. After discovering the new mechanism of the game system, Yagyu had a bold idea. If the continuous fusion of the same chakra attributes can really improve the nature change, then as long as Yagyu continues to explode 7 chakra attributes, he will sooner or later increase the nature change of the 7 chakra attributes to the extreme. By then, will he only need an opportunity or a method to fuse the 7 nature changes into the truth-seeking jade, or even, the bloodline net. When Yagyu thought that he didn't need to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki or explode equipment from Kagaya Otsutsuki to obtain the bloodline net, he got goosebumps at the time. He was determined to get Kimimaro's corpse bone vein. Once the idea was successful, this bloodline limit would be the basis for the joint killing ash bones. And unlike the Byakugan, which is useless at this stage, the corpse bone vein is now very useful. It can not only increase the power of wood release, but also improve Yagyu's defense ability. The bones of the corpse bone vein are very hard. Even the chakra-covered slashes of the Iron Country warriors cannot cut them off. Even if the body is not covered with bone spurs, Yagyu's bone defense will be enhanced. Once the body is covered with bone spurs, it will be the nemesis of the strong physical skills. More importantly, Yagyu, who has Ashura Chakra, is not afraid of the so-called blood disease. So, Yagyu fused the corpse bone vein. As the red beam flew out of the space backpack and penetrated into Yagyu's body. Just like the fusion of ice release, Yagyu soon felt the changes in his body. Now he can move the bones in his body at will. Clenching his fist, Yagyu can even feel the hardness of the finger bones, which is many times harder than before. From then on, Yagyu is no longer afraid of injuries such as bone fractures. Even if there is a force that can break his bones, Yagyu can repair them automatically, or expel the broken bones from his body and grow new hard bones. The most important thing is that Yagyu is no longer afraid of those fast physical masters. Thinking of this, Yagyu is in a happier mood. He did not perform the corpse vein on the spot, but took out a storage scroll, put away Kimimura's body, and then instantly ran towards the direction of the Valley of the End. When Yagyu flew out of the special forest, a pitcher plant suddenly appeared on a big tree in the primeval forest, looking at his quickly disappearing back. I didn't expect to find the wood release ninja so smoothly. White Zetsu teased, it seems that the bodies of Kakuzu and Haiden are notes on him. Black Zetsu remained silent, feeling extremely heavy in his heart. After discovering that Yagyu was the reincarnation of Ashura of this generation, Black Zetsu was 100% sure that Uchiha Sasuke was the reincarnation of Indra of this generation. It's just the gap between Ashura and Indra's reincarnation of this generation seems a bit outrageous. The gap between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha was obvious only after they became adults, and they were basically evenly matched when they were young. But now, Ashura's reincarnation is so young and has such strength. This gave Black Zetsu, who had been planning for thousands of years and finally got a second pair of samsara eyes decades ago and was ready to start the plan in this era, a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 88 Temari's Curiosity, the golden flowers are different. Using the red eye illusion to hide his body, Yagyu quickly came to the Valley of the End to watch the battle that announced the reopening of the fateful battle between Ashura and Indra. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke has an absolute advantage in the battle. Because Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan has evolved to the 3 Magadama Sharingan. 3 Magadama is a watershed, which will not only unlock the ability of illusion and hypnosis, but also greatly increase the effect of previous insight and copying. Uchiha Sasuke, whose Sharingan has evolved to 3 Magadama, will become more sophisticated in all his basic skills that are already full marks. Naruto, who has average skills, will be beaten by Uchiha Sasuke even if he gets the blessing of Nine Tails Chakra. The multiple shadow clones he created are just moving balloons that burst with a single poke. Just when Uchiha Sasuke defeated Naruto with overwhelming force and threw him into the lake, preparing to leave. Boom! A water column suddenly exploded from the lake, an evil and unnatural force. The auspicious breath made Uchiha Sasuke's face change suddenly. Naruto, who had been defeated, appeared on the lake again. The red chakra that had disappeared also appeared on his body again. And unlike the previous red chakra, Naruto was now wrapped in red transparent chakra, with a red tail formed by chakra behind him, and his posture was like a fox lying on the water. Naruto, you. Looking at Naruto, whose beard had become thick and black, whose eyes had turned into red vertical pupils, and whose sharp fangs were bared, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly remembered the little when he was in the state of tailed beast outerwear and curse seal 2. Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke accidentally heard the villagers' discussion about Naruto. Demon Fox. So Naruto, you are really a monster. As if responding to Naruto, the curse seal on Uchiha Sasuke's neck began to heat up, and the black seal spread rapidly, not only instantly spreading over Uchiha Sasuke's body, but also turning his skin brown and black. The second stage of the Heaven Curse Seal, which is more advanced than the Earth Curse Seal. Rasengan. Chidori. Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who entered the Tailed Beast Outerwear state and the Curse Seal 2 state, started a Konoha Genin duel, setting off a series of explosions and splashes on the lake. Finally, one person dragged a blue energy ball, and the other held a blue-white lightning in his hand, and they collided with each other to form a black energy ball. Boom! The energy ball set off a huge explosion, but it did not cause damage to the stone statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and there was no scene of broken arms. In the end, Uchiha Sasuke won the battle while still staying awake. After dragging the unconscious Naruto to the shore, Uchiha Sasuke took a deep look at this guy who had similar experiences with him since childhood and made him feel extremely close for some reason, and then staggered away from the Valley of the End. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke's departing back, Yagyu did not stop him. This scene was what he had been looking forward to for a long time. Yagyu made a seal with one hand, and a wooden clone appeared next to him, also using the red eye illusion to hide his body, and silently followed Uchiha Sasuke. As for Yagyu's original body, he returned along the original path. He did not take Naruto away, because his Kagura Heart Eye had already sensed Hatake Kakashi's chakra. Just like his teacher, Hatake Kakashi was also late at this critical moment. When he arrived, Uchiha Sasuke had been picked up by Kabuto Yakushi, who also came. Instantly returning to the primeval forest, Yagyu found Hinata and the girls according to his perception. At this time, Hinata and the girls had already resolved the battle. Teiwa, who couldn't defeat Karin even after entering the second seal, was no match for the powerful Temari, Hinata, who was second only to Karin, and Tenten, who was good at long-range throwing. Taewia was covered with scars and had a lot of ninja tools stuck in her body. She was lying on the ground without a sound. Around her body, there were a lot of broken trees with smooth and straight cut surfaces, which were obviously the masterpieces of Temari. Among the women, Temari is the strongest now. The powerful wind escape that does not require hand seals is completely no match for Karin. Yagyu, you're here. As soon as Yagyu appeared, Ino, who had been playing soy sauce the whole time and could only envy Karin and her strength, immediately threw herself into his arms, as enthusiastic and proactive as ever. Ah! I'm so glad to see that you are okay. Relying on his absolute height advantage, Yagyu touched Ino's head smiling and praising, I've seen your performance, you did a good job. Hehe. It's all thanks to Karin and the others. Ino stuck out her tongue and said honestly, Sakura and I are too weak, fortunately we didn't hold Karin back. No way, Ino and Sakura, you all helped a lot. Karin came over and shook her head, if you hadn't helped me disrupt the flow of chakra, I would have been caught in her illusion. Okay, don't be so modest. Yagyu rubbed Ino and Karin's heads with one hand each, and promised with a smile, when we go back, I'll teach you some new ninjutsu, and when we meet such an enemy again, this won't happen again. Really great. Ino's beautiful eyes lit up, and then she hugged Yagyu's neck with both hands and jumped in his arms. Ino, who had already mastered the family's secrets, was actually not very interested in the ninjutsu Yagyu talked about. She was happy that she finally had the chance to train with Yagyu again. Since graduating in March, Ino and Sakura had a hard time seeing Yagyu, not to mention training with him. The last time they were able to stay together for so long was because Konoha's mission system had stopped. After Konoha resumed operation, they returned to their previous lives. Now they both missed the time in the ninja school very much. Whether in class or after class, or on vacation, they and Yagyu would always be inseparable. Thank you for your help, Miss Temari. After touching Ino's head, Yagyu gently pushed her away, came to Temari, and thanked her with a gentle smile. You're welcome. I should be the one thanking you. Temari was a little flattered, and then quickly returned the greeting. And what she thanked was Yagyu's mercy during the Chunin exam. Temari now feels a little scared when she thinks about it. After seeing Yagyu's wooden clone, she realized how terrifying Yagyu's strength and wisdom were. Wood escape is the legendary blood limit, and it is also the symbol of Konoha. Once someone awakens the blood limit of wood escape, he will not only be famous in Konoha, but also in the ninja world. Yagyu obviously did not just awaken wood escape. But after the first exam, the information she and Kankuro collected showed that Yagyu was just a civilian genius. It was not until the elimination round that he showed amazing chakra and the secret of water escape, and was labeled as a descendant of the Senjo clan. But in the third exam, he did not show wood escape in front of all the audience. After the plan started, he did not take action throughout the whole process, and did not even let his companions kill Kankuro. The result after the war was not over yet. Now that the granddaughter of the first-generation Hokage succeeded the fifth-generation Hokage, he no longer hid it and directly exposed the wood escape and blood limit in front of her, an outsider. How old is he? This person must not be an enemy. At the same time, Temari couldn't help but feel curious about Yagyu. What on earth did he go through to be so patient at such a young age? Yagyu didn't know Temari's thoughts, otherwise he would have admired the Sand Village princess. It was already very remarkable that he could guess all this based on this little information. After exchanging a few polite words with Temari, Yagyu took the girls to other battlefields. At this time, the battle between Gaara and Nara Shikamaru had also ended. It was different from the six-man team in the original work and the support of Gaara's three siblings. This time, the ones supporting Nara Shikamaru and his team were Team 8 and Team 3, the two strongest teams of the new generation, and Gaara's three siblings. Even if the Sound 4 opened the curse seal too, they would not be their opponents. What a mess, Shikamaru! Coming to the battlefield on Nara Shikamaru's side, Yagyu looked at Nara Shikamaru, who was slumped on the ground and had not rested for a day. If it weren't for the sufficient ration pills, he would have been killed by Kidomaru long ago, and couldn't help but tease. Fortunately you came in time, I almost thought my ninja career was over. Nara Shikamaru no longer had the energy to refute. Then, as if he remembered something, he hurriedly asked, by the way, how is Koji? The situation is not very good. Koji took the third pill. Yagyu said seriously, my clone sent me a message. He and Xiao Li have taken Koji back to the village. Only the Hokage can save him. Nara Shikamaru's face turned pale in an instant, and he said with guilt, I am sorry for Koji. It's all because I am too weak. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru suddenly hated his lazy self. If he had learned the family's secret technique since childhood, perhaps the current situation would be different. Yagyu did not speak to comfort him. This time, the mission to recover Uchiha Sasuke, Akimichi Koji, Nara Shikamaru, and Naruto will all grow up. This is a precious transformation. Shikamaru Nara also had many wounds on his body, and Yagyu squatted down to treat him. After he was treated, Hatake Kakashi also came here with Naruto and Gaara on his back. I'm sorry, everyone, my disciple has caused you trouble. As an elite jonin, Hatake Kakashi took the initiative to apologize to Yagyu and others. Teacher Kakashi, didn't you catch Sasuke? Sakura asked hurriedly, was he kidnapped by Orochimaru's people, or was he deceived? The eyes of Hatake Kakashi and Naruto, who had already woken up, became dim. I will report these to the Hokage. Thank you for your hard work. Hatake Kakashi didn't seem to want to say more, and didn't want Yagyu and others to think that Uchiha Sasuke was a traitor. However, his attitude was equivalent to giving the answer. It seems that Uchiha Sasuke was not kidnapped, but took the initiative to surrender to Orochimaru. Sakura's face was a little confused. Without Uchiha Sasuke, will Team 7 be disbanded? If it is disbanded, doesn't it mean that Hatake Kakashi is not her guiding jonin? Then can she still do the mission in the future? If she can't do the mission, can she only transfer to a medical ninja and work in Konoha Hospital? At this moment, Team 7 was in confusion. Under the leadership of Hatake Kakashi, Yagyu, and Nara Shikamaru, they recovered all the people who failed to catch Uchiha Sasuke and began to return to Konoha. After leaving the primeval forest, Yagyu and others said goodbye to Gaara and his 3 siblings and thanked them for their help again. This support helped Gaara and his 2 siblings regain a lot of image points among the new generation of Konoha, and even many people developed a good impression of them. In the afternoon, Yagyu and others finally returned to Konoha. As soon as he entered the village, Nara Shikamaru went straight to the Konoha hospital. He wanted to see how Akimichi Koji was doing. Naruto was also sent to the Konoha hospital by Hatake Kakashi. Although the Nine Tails was repairing his injuries, the biggest impact of this battle with Uchiha Sasuke on Naruto was not physical, but mental. Now Naruto must have a good rest. Looking at their departing backs, Sakura was also in low spirits. She rarely took the initiative to pull the corner of Yagyu's clothes and said in confusion, Yagyu, I can't seem to help at all. What should I do next? Yagyu touched Sakura's long pink hair and comforted her lovingly, don't think too much. Sasuke carries a blood feud. As long as he can kill the murderer who destroyed the Uchiha clan, he is willing to pay any price. This determination is not something you can stop. If you feel that you are weak, then practice hard next. I will teach you powerful ninjutsu. Yet. Sakura nodded vigorously, and her eyes suddenly became firm. The departure of Uchiha Sasuke, the eyes of Naruto and Hatake Kakashi, all made the girl who had established a bond with them feel a huge shock in her heart. Sakura, who had never pursued power before and practiced only to get Yagyu's praise, suddenly longed for power. If she was as strong as Karin and the woman from Sand Village, she wouldn't hold Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke back, and this mission might help Naruto get Sasuke back. Seeing Sakura's transformation, Yagyu immediately smiled with relief. This means that the heroic Sakura brother is about to be born. The 4 golden flowers of Konoha in the original work are all different. But Yagyu's arrival made Hinata and Sakura's attributes overlap, and even Ino was just much bolder and more passionate than them. After graduation, Hinata and the other 2 girls began to transform, becoming like the original work, but also not like the original work. Hinata's normal state and combat form are completely different from one person. Sakura, who has not awakened her second personality, is about to say goodbye to the past and take the first step of transformation. When Ino becomes stronger, she will definitely change. With Karin, the 4 girls are all beginning to be different. Yagyu also got the motivation and prepared to train the 4 girls into what he wanted. But now, he has more important things to do. Yagyu's mouth corners slightly raised, and a flash of red light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 89 The 2 strongest skills in the ninja world, all in hand. At night, 9:30. Tsunade, who had just finished the operation on Akimichi Chuji, handed the tail to Karin, who had been learning by her side, and comforted Nara Shikamaru who was crying with self-blame, and then dragged her tired body back to her home. But before she walked into the house, she saw the lights in the mansion flickering. Tsunade was stunned at first, and then the corners of her lips slightly raised. Pushing the door in, Tsunade was still changing shoes at the entrance, and her nose smelled the fragrance of food. That unique taste can only be brought by Yagyu's dishes. When she came to the living room, Tsunade saw Yagyu busy in the kitchen at first sight. "Sister Tsunade, you're back just in time." Yagyu, who was flipping the pot, turned to Tsunade and smiled, "Take a bath first, and you can eat after you come out." "Okay." Tsunade smiled and nodded, then took off her tea-green long gown, released the shackles of the first conscience in the ninja world, and walked into the bathroom with a shocking shaking feeling. When she took a bath and came out in a loose white bathrobe, Yagyu just brought out the last soup. "You've worked hard today, Sister Tsunade, come and eat quickly." Yagyu smiled at Tsunade while untying her apron. Before Yagyu put the apron away, an arm was around his neck, pressing his head on a soft ground. The remaining fragrance of the bath waves and the suffocating feeling of being unable to breathe invaded Yagyu's brain, making him struggle in the first conscience of the ninja world. Just like Yagyu treating the same way as the Ino girls, Tsunade rubbed Yagyu's hair vigorously, then let go of his neck, then held Yagyu's head, kissed him hard on the forehead, and smiled, "You are so good, it's still the brother who loves his sister." After saying that, Tsunade didn't care about the bathrobe that was exposed, and sat carelessly on the main seat, and ordered Yagyu unceremoniously, "Go and warm up a pot of sake for me, I've been busy for several hours, I want to have a good drink." "Yes, yes." Yagyu smiled helplessly and nodded, then walked into the kitchen. After a while, he came out with a small porcelain cup and a pot of sake, sat next to Tsunade and poured her wine. Unlike the Ino girls who were very ladylike when eating, Tsunade, as a heroine, ate the meal like a whirlwind. It was just that Yagyu didn't leave a whole chicken leg, otherwise Tsunade would definitely hold the chicken leg in one hand and the wine glass in the other. After getting excited, she might snatch the wine jug from Yagyu's hand. Sure enough, Tsunade, who got drunk after just a few cups, soon looked down on the wine in the cup and snatched the wine jug from Yagyu's hand. While eating, she asked, "By the way, Yagyu, why did you take so long to come back from this mission? Is it because the nobleman of the bird country is difficult to serve?" "It's not difficult to serve, but he can't stand the hardship and has to rest every few hours." Yagyu held her face and looked at Tsunade, who was eating voraciously, smiling. "The reason why it took so long to come back is mainly because I encountered some things on the way. I will report to you after you finish eating, sister." "Okay." Tsunade nodded, and instantly realized that this might be the main reason why Yagyu came to cook for her so late. So, Tsunade sped up and quickly finished half of the food, which made Yagyu smack her lips slightly. Wow, it turns out that Tsunade can eat so much. Like Hinata, they didn't get fat even though they ate so much. No wonder their consciences were so great. It seemed that all the nutrients were gathered there. "I'm full, I can't eat any more." After a long time, Tsunade put down her chopsticks, not caring about the oil stains on her hands. She touched her belly, which was not visible because of the loose bathrobe, and said with enjoyment, "It's good to have a brother who can cook. You can eat such delicious food at any time. Wipe your hands first, your clothes are dirty." Yagyu reminded while cleaning the dishes. Tsunade asked in confusion, "Yagyu, don't you want to eat? It's already this late, I've finished eating a long time ago." "That's right, then you clean up first, I'll wait for you in the living room." Tsunade wiped her mouth and hands with a handkerchief, took the remaining wine pot, walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down, tasting it in small sips while waiting for Yagyu to come out to report the task. Not long after, Yagyu wiped his hands and came out of the kitchen, sat down next to Tsunade, and then took out a note and handed it to Tsunade. "What is this?" Tsunade, who was about to put her arm around Yagyu's shoulders and get close to her brother, was stunned. She took the note subconsciously, glanced at the words on it, and her face, which was already slightly red, changed her expression in an instant. "Uchiha Itaki, and these names. This is the full list of members of the Akatsuki organization, and some of their abilities." Yagyu said slowly, "Not counting Orochimaru who has been expelled by them, there are a total of 9 members in the Akatsuki organization. Except for the leader of the Akatsuki organization and his partner whose names and abilities are unknown, the other 7 are S-level rebels from various countries." "You met them again?" Tsunade put her hand on Yagyu's body and injected chakra into him. After finding that Yagyu was not injured, she asked, "How did you get this list?" "I met Kakuzu, an S-level rebel ninja from Takigakure, and Haiden, an S-level rebel ninja from Yugakure. I used wood release to seal them and collected the information from their brains." Hearing this, Tsunade's eyes lit up and said, "Have you learned the art of spiritualization?" "It's a new illusion I developed." Yagyu replied casually, then took out the storage scroll from his body, came to a wider place, and released the bodies of Kakuzu and Haiden. Looking at the two corpses with holes in their heads, Tsunade frowned and asked, "Did you destroy their brains?" "Yes, I did it on purpose." Yagyu nodded and said the words he had already thought of. In addition to these 9 people, there is another mysterious figure in the Akatsuki organization. He is the mastermind behind the Nine Tails Rebellion 12 years ago. Tsunade's pupils suddenly shrank and she asked quickly, "Who is he?" "I don't know. In the memories of these 2 people, he doesn't seem to be a regular employee." Yagyu lied without blinking, and then began to change the subject, "But he has space-time ninjutsu, which can ignore Konoha's barrier. A few years ago, the Uchiha clan extermination incident also involved him and the Akatsuki organization. So after I collected this information, I destroyed their brains, not only to protect the people in the torture department, but also to catch a fish." Tsunade said solemnly, "What do you want to do?" "The target of this organization is Jinchuriki, but they seem to be in the preparation stage now and don't want people to know their existence." Yagyu told his plan, "They don't know that I have collected their information, and they will definitely think that we will let the people in the torture department collect information from their brains. Except for the one who is good at time and space ninja in addition to the guy who is good at the technique. The Akatsuki organization also has a black and white Zetsu code named Suinryu who can ignore all barriers and has the ability to travel freely underground. If nothing unexpected happens, the Akatsuki organization should send the other party to Konoha to keep an eye on the torture department. Once the torture department finds that the torture department is reading the brain of the corpse, the guy who is good at time and space ninjutsu may take action. So I deliberately destroyed the brains of these 2 corpses, preparing to deceive them and protect the members of the torture department, while seeing if I can catch the guy codenamed Suinryu." After listening to Yagyu's plan, Tsunade's tightly locked brows slowly relaxed, and a relieved smile appeared on her face, praising, "Just knowing this little information, you have considered it so carefully. Your wisdom is as powerful as my second grandfather." After speaking, Tsunade pointed out Yagyu's shortcomings. "This plan is very feasible, but your approach is still too obvious. The holes on their heads are obviously intentional. Before handing their bodies over to the interrogation department, you should use the water-breaking wave to dismember them. It is best to cut off a part of one person's head. I will order the interrogation department to try to piece their brains together, which will be more realistic." "Good idea." Yagyu's eyes lit up, and then he gave Tsunade a thumbs up and deliberately complimented her, "You are worthy of being the Hokage, you are really amazing." "That's right, otherwise how can I be your sister?" Tsunade raised her head, looking very proud. From the beginning to the end, Tsunade never doubted the truth of Yagyu's words, and had absolute trust in Yagyu. Yagyu was her younger brother, her only spiritual sustenance now. As long as Yagyu did not destroy the village built by her great-grandfather, no matter what bad things he did, Tsunade would forgive him and even protect him. Not to mention that Yagyu destroyed the brains of the 2 corpses in order to protect the members of the torture department and to capture another member of the Akatsuki organization. He not only has the wood escape and kindness of his great-grandfather, but also the wisdom and rationality of his second grandfather. Just as Tsunade said, Yagyu is the perfect work of Senju of the forest. After discussing with Tsunade, Yagyu found a place to dismember the bodies of Kakuzu and Haiden, and faked that they were killed by wood escape and water escape. And there were signs of brain damage. The next day, the incident of Uchiha Sasuke leaving Konoha came to an end. Hitaki Kakashi, who hurried back and was late, was sent out again to perform a mission. Naruto was lying on the hospital bed, recalling the scenes of getting along with Uchiha Sasuke and Team 7 in the past few months, and then, as if he had made a decision, he suddenly got off the bed, left Konoha Hospital directly through the window, and rushed towards the Hokage building. He was going to ask Tsunade to not define Sasuke as a traitor, and he would definitely bring Sasuke back. Tsunade naturally agreed to Naruto's request. Before Naruto, Hitaki Kakashi had already asked Tsunade. Not only the master and apprentice, but even Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato and also came to Tsunade and asked her to don't define Uchiha Sasuke as a traitor. Because Uchiha Itachi was an undercover agent planted by Konoha in the Akatsuki organization. When Tsunade heard the news, her head was about to explode. It turned out that even the Konoha high-level officials were involved in the Uchiha clan's extermination. No. It should be said that the Konoha high-level officials were the mastermind. If you think about it carefully, it is right. Although the Uchiha clan's clan land has been moved to the vicinity of the Nanhi River, it is a distance away from the central street of Konoha. But Konoha could not have failed to notice what was happening over there. Without their permission, or even their help, Uchiha Itachi and the mastermind behind the scenes could not have made any noise. When she thought of this, Tsunade wanted to punch these old guys to death. Do they know that they are following? What kind of dangerous guys are they working with? At the same time, Tsunade also paid more attention to Yagyu's plan. A guy who can ignore the barrier is already tricky enough. We can't let two outsiders treat Konoha as their home and come and go as they please. So after dealing with Naruto, Tsunade asked Karin, who temporarily replaced Shizune and is now her assistant, to notify Yagyu and ask her to come to the Hokage's office to report the task. Then the two siblings who had already discussed it began to perform in the Hokage's office. When Tsunade and Karin saw Yagyu take out the bodies of Kakuzu and Haiden, they still looked disgusted. After a while, medical staff in white work clothes came to the Hokage's office with two stretchers and transported the dismembered bodies of Kakuzu and Haiden away, preparing to send them to the interrogation department. The leading medical ninja also took a task scroll from Tsunade, which was the task given to the interrogation department by Tsunade. The medical staff came out of the Hokage's office and went straight to the interrogation department. Along the way, the body parts on the stretcher attracted the attention of many people. Because the body parts were too many, they did not recognize that they were two S-rank rebels. However, the black windbreaker with red clouds embroidered on the body attracted the attention of a figure who had been placed in the Hokage building and integrated with the building. I saw a medical staff just passing by in an empty corridor. On the ceiling behind them, a strange-looking face suddenly appeared. The face was from the wall bulged and quickly turned white. Looking at the two broken bodies on the stretcher, the white Zetsu clone immediately shared this information with the original body. Then, the face of the white Zetsu clone merged into the ceiling again, and used the mayfly technique to quickly escape. The mayfly technique is not a type of time and space, and it is the strongest instant body technique and infiltration technique on the surface of the ninja world. This technique allows the practitioner to merge with the earth and plants, and then move to any place at high speed through the organic network such as plant roots or groundwater flows that exist underground. During the activation of this technique, the practitioner will also cut off all breath, and even the strongest perception will be difficult to detect. Because the practitioner has merged with the earth and plants, the practitioner is the earth and plants, and the earth and plants are the practitioner. Even Yagyu's red eyes and white eyes, or Kagura's heart eyes, cannot sense the existence of the white Zetsu clone. However, when the white Zetsu clone stuck out his face, his fleeting chakra had already been captured by Yagyu's wood clones that were scattered all over Konoha and always had red eye perspective or Kagura's heart eye turned on. Almost at the moment when the white Zetsu clone merged into the ceiling and wanted to move away from Konoha at high speed, he didn't notice that a stream of wood release chakra also seeped into the ground. Just as he was moving at high speed through the tree roots suddenly came alive and tied up the white Zetsu clone. The absorption characteristics of wood release immediately absorbed most of the white Zetsu clone's chakra, making it lose the ability to struggle. At the same time, Yagyu's original body and the black and white Zetsu all changed their faces slightly. Noticing the change in Yagyu's expression, Tsunade immediately asked, "How is it? Did someone show up?" "Well, he did show up, but..." Yagyu nodded, and said with a little regret, "It was the clone of the black and white Zetsu, and he has already run away." As expected, it's enough to deceive successfully. At least we have the advantage of intelligence. Tsunade was not disappointed, but said solemnly, "But the opponent's spies are likely to be all over Konoha. The perception team and the barrier team must strengthen the perception barrier of each important location. Don't waste unnecessary manpower and material resources, Sister Tsunade." Yagyu's handsome face suddenly showed a meaningful smile and said, "When I master the technique, I will catch these rats one by one, so that they will never dare to sneak into Konoha again." As for the black and white Zetsu, the white Zetsu's face rarely showed a childish look. He said with a serious face, "The clone was caught, and it was when using the mayfly technique. Although the black and white Zetsu who hide yin-yang and would release have no combat ability, would release is not even qualified to carry the shoes of a Fei and Uchiha Obito, whose half-body is made of Hashirama's cells. But no matter who the enemy is, they are not afraid at all. Because Black Zetsu is immortal, and White Zetsu has the Mayfly technique. Once the Mayfly technique is used, their hiding ability and mobility will reach the strongest existence in the ninja world, second only to the more rogue space-time ninjutsu. That's why Black and White Zetsu, as one of the biggest behind-the-scenes masterminds in the ninja world and knowing the truth of the world, are so fearless. But now, their Mayfly technique has been cracked. To be precise, it was forcibly stopped. This feeling of the appearance of a nemesis made White Zetsu feel uneasy and afraid. Black Zetsu said calmly, "It's normal. The Mayfly technique is to integrate with the earth and plants. It needs the help of the roots of plants and underground water flow. Wood style is a blood limit formed by the change of the nature of water style and earth style. Its ability just restrains the Mayfly technique. What should we do next? Don't panic. The White Zetsu clone has released the Mayfly technique, which will expose its position. This means that the opponent's perception ability can't find the location of the White Zetsu clone at all, and can't see through the disguise technique. Let the other White Zetsu clones be more cautious." "I know." Swish. At the same time, Yagyu's wood clone has used wood style to grab the White Zetsu clone from the ground, and then sealed the 5 senses of the White Zetsu clone, separated a large number of wood clone with scarce chakra, and began to brush it frantically. Whenever the White Zetsu clone was about to die, the wood clone would heal it. When the chakra was exhausted, he would feed it a soldier pill and then continue to brush. Finally, after more than a day, the body of the White Zetsu clone finally flashed blue light, and there were 2 of them. When the 2 blue light balls were automatically picked up, they flew a long distance and penetrated into the body of Yagyu's original body. Yagyu summoned the virtual panel and checked the light ball information on the space grid. He couldn't help but smile excitedly. Space backpack, Mayfly technique, blue. Space backpack, disguise technique, blue. The strongest instant body technique on the surface, as well as the strongest transformation technique and infiltration technique in the ninja world, the 2 most suitable skills for killing and arson, all in hand. Chapter 90 would release experimental subject. No, my name is Senju Yagyu. Yes, Yagyu's plan to arrest the Black and White Zetsu is fake, and the real purpose is to capture the White Zetsu clone and reveal the ephemeral technique and the disguise technique. In Yagyu's eyes, these 2 techniques are both auxiliary ninjutsu at the divine level. If these 2 techniques are combined with the Red Eyes illusion and the wood clone, then Yagyu's wood clone will be a super enhanced version of the White Zetsu clone. Once the White Zetsu clone reveals its body, it is no different from removing the Mayfly technique. The powerful perception can capture his chakra. But if the wood clone uses the Red Eyes illusion to appear, even the Byakugan, a perception eye, cannot detect the existence of the wood clone. And the wood clone can also share information with the original body in real time, just like the White Zetsu clone, even if it is far away from the operator. The wood clone with the Mayfly technique and the disguise technique, as well as the Red Eyes illusion, and the ability to use various ninjutsu and blood limits, will be a more terrifying existence than the White Zetsu clone in the 4th Ninja World War. As an eyeliner, the wood clone is the strongest surveillance, and it is also the kind with live broadcast. As an undercover, the wood clone, whose wood transformation is realistic enough, can also absorb the chakra of others and use the disguise technique to become the other person's appearance, including the chakra is the same as the other person, and will be the strongest spy. More importantly, the wood clones are running out of chakra, and they can also absorb other people's chakra to recover. Yagyu doesn't even need to create a large number of wood clones every day, they can be self-sufficient. As long as a large number of wood clones are sent out, Yagyu will be able to occupy an absolute intelligence advantage like Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu, who have a large number of White Zetsu clones. So, Yagyu immediately merged the blue light balls containing these 2 great skills, and soon obtained the Mayfly technique and the disguise technique. Then, Yagyu couldn't wait to experience the Mayfly technique. He mobilized chakra, and the ground under his feet was like a swamp, pulling his body down. Yagyu, whose body sank from top to bottom into the ground, did not feel the slightest suffocation. Not only that, he could also see the outside world. Just like being in the advent of the tree world, Yagyu, whose chakra merged into the ground, or more precisely, merged with the grass and trees of the earth, is now a grass and tree with a pair of eyes. He can not only peek at the outside world through the earth, but also switch his perspective at will through the flowers, plants, and trees growing on the earth. At this moment, Yagyu realized that this ability was more powerful than he imagined. The only regret is that Yagyu cannot eavesdrop on the sound through these perspectives. He must move his body to that area to eavesdrop on the information like a third party hiding in the closet. He, who has merged with the grass and trees of the earth, has also lost his sense of existence. Unless it is the perception and perspective of another dimension at the level of the six paths, no one can perceive Yagyu's chakra and breath. Through the roots of plants and underground water, Yagyu moved at high speed in the dark earth, ignoring all guards and barriers, and soon came to the clan land of the Hyuga clan. Then he came to the flower shop of the Ino family, as well as the ninja school and other places. Finally, Yagyu arrived at the Hokage building. Before he arrived, Yagyu sensed a large amount of chakra through the roots of these plants and underground water flows. These chakras were not on the ground, but like him now, they were integrated with the earth and the grass. So, Yagyu input amazing wood escape chakra into the earth. Those tree roots and underground water flows suddenly seemed to be endowed with spirituality by the Creator. Not only did they wriggle quickly, but they also grew a large number of tree roots, tying up all the white Zetsu clones that were placed in Konoha by black and white Zetsu to focus on monitoring the Hokage building, and sucked their chakras in the blink of an eye. All the white Zetsu clones in Konoha have been discovered and disconnected. That wood release kid really has the ability to see through the mayfly technique. Almost at the moment when the white Zetsu clones were completely destroyed, the white Zetsu original body knew it, and he shouted in shock. Black Zetsu asked hurriedly, how were they discovered and disconnected? They were all tied up by tree roots, it's the ability of wood release. White Zetsu said with certainty. In other words, can the kid's wood release perception extend to the underground? Black Zetsu said with a heavy heart, is it combining wood release and perception, or sensing the life underground through yang release chakra? However, no matter which one it is, it shows that this generation of Ashura reincarnation has taken a different path from Senju Hashirama. It's so tricky at this age. The qualifications of this generation of Ashura reincarnation are stronger than Senju Hashirama. No, after the three-tail is resurrected, the plan must be started immediately, with the help of Nagato to capture the tailed beast, and at the same time, the power of the 5 major ninja villages must be used to weaken Nagato's power, and finally control Nagato himself, and perform the reincarnation technique to resurrect Uchiha Madara. As long as Uchiha Madara is successfully resurrected, neither the current Ashura reincarnation nor the previous generation of Senju Hashirama will be the opponent of Uchiha Madara who has the Samsara Eye. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu immediately instructed, don't send the white Zetsu clones over again. This will only alert the enemy. It is possible that they have special abilities and can follow the white Zetsu clones to find the location of the Hidden Rain village and the Outer Path demon statue. I know. White Zetsu nodded with lingering fear. In his eyes, Yagyu has become the most terrifying existence in the world. In the future, you can't use the mayfly technique to get close to him, otherwise the end may be the same as the white Zetsu clone. Black Zetsu has an immortal body, but he doesn't. As the smartest white Zetsu, he is also afraid of death. After pulling out all the mice, Yagyu lifted the mayfly technique and returned to his home. Then, dumplings emerged from the ground one by one, each of which contained a white Zetsu clone. Yes, Yagyu he did not kill these white Zetsu clones, not even the one that used the mayfly technique and the disguise technique. After all, these products of the infinite Tsukuyomi are very useful things, which are related to Yagyu's next experiment. So, Yagyu threw these dumplings into the basement and created a wooden clone to watch over them. And Yagyu's real body came to the Hokage building. Yo! Yagyu! As soon as he opened the door of the Hokage's office, Yagyu heard a familiar voice. Jiraiya was sitting on the sofa, drinking tea, and raised his hand to greet Yagyu. Master Jiraiya. Yagyu nodded respectfully to him. As expected of the chief student, you are so polite. Jiraiya teased, but being so mature at such a young age will also make you lose a lot of happiness. I have 3 childhood sweethearts, and my childhood was very happy. Yagyu was straightforward and stabbed Jiraiya in the heart, causing him to spit out the tea he had just drunk with a poof. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and accused with envy and jealousy, you actually used your precocious thoughts to plan ahead. Such a sinister approach is really enviable. Oh no, it's so shameless. That's because Yagyu is handsome. Tsunade stabbed Jiraiya again, if it were you, even if you were precocious when you were young, no girl would be willing to get close to you. Damn it. Jiraiya became even more jealous, and even shed tears and said, can being handsome really allow you to do whatever you want? This sentence almost made Yagyu respond instinctively, but he still stopped the impulse. Sitting down on the sofa opposite Jiraiya, Yagyu picked up the teapot and poured tea for Jiraiya, and asked, "When did Jiraiya come back?" "Just came back, by the way." Jiraiya replied. His face suddenly changed slightly, and he made a few secret gestures to Yagyu for communication. Before he finished making the gestures, Yagyu smiled and said, "Just talk, I have caught all the rats." "So fast?" Tsunade, who was correcting the documents, looked up at Yagyu in surprise and asked, "Yagyu, how did you do it?" "It's very simple. With the special perception of the tree world, I developed a new perception technique, which allows my chakra to sense things underground." Yagyu said half-truthfully, "The guy codenamed Sunmu has the ability to escape underground, which should be some kind of earth escape ninjutsu that can hide the breath. However, as long as it moves underground, it is impossible to avoid the roots of plants and underground water flow, and wood release is a bloodline limit formed by the change of the nature of water release and the change of the nature of earth release, which is the absolute nemesis of this ability." "I see." Tsunade and Jiraiya were slightly enlightened and believed Yagyu's explanation. Jiraiya gave Yagyu a thumbs up and said, "Awesome, it's a genius idea." Hearing Jiraiya's praise, Tsunade was also proud. Yagyu is so outstanding that she feels that she doesn't need to work for a few more years before she can abdicate. Thinking of this, Tsunade seemed to have made a decision, and a firm look suddenly flashed in her eyes. Before she abdicates, she must speed up the training of Karin and others. It's time to accept a few more disciples. At this time, Yagyu continued the previous topic. "Jiraiya-sama, what did you want to say just now?" "I want to take Naruto to the land of fields." Jiraiya put down the teacup and said with a distressed face, "I came back this time to take Naruto out for training, but Uchiha Sasuke's departure was a big blow to this little guy. He was afraid that Orochimaru had taken over Uchiha Sasuke's body, and kept asking me to take him to rescue Uchiha Sasuke. With his current mentality, if I don't take him to investigate clearly, I'm afraid he won't be able to calm down and practice." "I see." Yagyu nodded suddenly and said politely, "Do you need help?" "No, Orochimaru lost the soul of his hands. Even if he successfully reincarnates into Uchiha Sasuke, he will not be the opponent of this immortal." Jiraiya smiled confidently, then stood up and said, "I came here just to tell Tsunade, so that those old guys won't blame me for taking Naruto away." "Okay, this immortal is leaving." After saying that, Jiraiya didn't even go to the door, but jumped down from the window. After Jiraiya left, Tsunade put down the pen and seal for correcting documents, looked up at Yagyu and asked, "You didn't come here just to report these to your sister, did you?" "Tsunade, you have a sharp vision." Yagyu showed a flattering smile, came behind Tsunade to help her massage her shoulders, and asked, "After Uchiha Sasuke left, wasn't Team 7 temporarily disbanded? Sakura's chakra control is very good, not inferior to Karin at all. Can I let her be your assistant by your side, Tsunade?" Tsunade enjoyed Yagyu's massage skills, raised her head and teased, "Is it just as simple as being an assistant?" "Hiss." Yagyu suddenly took a breath of cold air in her heart, and her nose almost got hot. At this moment, he realized that looking directly at the chasm and looking down at the chasm are two completely different visual experiences. It's so shocking. On the surface, Yagyu smiled more flatteringly, if Sister Tsunade can accept Sakura as a disciple, it would naturally be better. "Look at your virtue." Tsunade couldn't help but raise her hand and pinched Yagyu's face, smiling and frankly said, "Sister actually has this idea, not only Sakura, if your teammate is not out on a mission, you can also let Hinata come, and Ino too. I will let Shizune teach them, and I will teach them in person if I have time." "Really, thank you, Sister Tsunade." Yagyu nodded repeatedly in surprise. In fact, he had long guessed that Tsunade would agree. After all, some time ago, he would bring Hinata and the other two girls here every day to improve Tsunade's favor. After so many days of getting along, Tsunade must have seen the personalities of Hinata and the other girls, and must be willing to pass on her skills to them. "Don't thank me so quickly. I have conditions for teaching them." Tsunade, who rarely sees the precocious Yagyu with this expression, couldn't help rubbing his face with both hands and said with a smile, "When you are free in the future, you have to cook for your sister every day." "No problem." After staying in the Hokage's office for more than half an hour, Yagyu finally walked out of the Hokage building. Yagyu, who came out, did not tell Sakura and the others the good news immediately, but came to an empty alley, and his figure quickly sank into the ground and left Konoha at a very fast speed. Jiraiya also wanted to take Naruto to investigate the land of fields. Yagyu didn't know if there was this plot in the original work, but it was not recorded in his diary, which meant that he had no impression of it a few years ago. But Jiraiya was obviously serious. This means that once Jiraiya goes to the land of fields, his traces will soon be discovered by Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who lost his hands, is no match for Jiraiya at all, and he will definitely move his base. Yagyu, who originally wanted to wait for a while, decided to help Orochimaru in advance. So, Yagyu used the mayfly technique to go straight to the Otagakure village in the land of rice. The mayfly technique, which was used with all his strength, was very fast, even faster than the high-speed train in Yagyu's previous life, and it was simply an airplane on land. Originally, the full-speed teleportation was comparable to the high-speed train, and the flying figure was only a residual image that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. However, every time the teleportation technique flew a certain distance, it needed to find a foothold and then continue to exert force. On the other hand, the mayfly technique ignored all obstacles and did not require any foothold, and the speed could be maintained at a high speed. It took Yagyu only more than 2 hours to pass through the primeval forest that would take most of the day to pass through with the full-speed teleportation. In more than 3 hours, Yagyu arrived at the land of rice. In less than 4 hours, Yagyu's figure appeared next to the wooden clone who followed Uchiha Sasuke and Kabuto Yakushi all the way here. After letting the wood clone leave, Yagyu opened his red eye perspective and looked at Orochimaru now. Just like the original, Orochimaru didn't have time to wait for Uchiha Sasuke, and because his body couldn't bear it, he chose to reincarnate in advance. It must be said that Orochimaru was really lucky, at least he lived a few more years. If Uchiha Sasuke arrived earlier, Orochimaru might have died. Not only this body will die, but also the soul fragments in Mitarashi Anko and Uchiha Sasuke's heavenly curse seal may die. The Six-Path Sage must have known that the Outer Path Demon statue on the moon was summoned back to the ninja world. This generation of Ashura's reincarnation and Indra's reincarnation are the generations he has valued the most in the past 1,000 years. Orochimaru, who dared to attack Indra's reincarnation, was undoubtedly destroying the Six-Path Sage's backhand, and he simply didn't know how to write the word death. Even if the Six-Path Sage did not make a move, or could not make a move, he had more than one way to let Uchiha Sasuke kill Orochimaru. So Orochimaru, who was reincarnated in advance, actually saved his life. Because he had just reincarnated, this substitute was the last one to survive after fighting. Orochimaru, who occupied his body, was now wrapped in bandages all over his body, and even half of his head was wrapped in bandages, with only one vertical pupil exposed. At this time, Orochimaru was communicating with Kabuto Yakushi, as if he was instructing something. So, Yagyu's body sank into the ground again. At the same time, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi, who were in a dark space with only 2 candles around them, suddenly became unable to move. Moving his eyes downward, Orochimaru looked at the branches climbing up like a python, and said in disbelief, "Would release, when?" Kabuto Yakushi also had a horrified look in his eyes, and he did not react. In fact, not to mention them, even Yagyu, who was inputting would release chakra underground, stimulating the roots of the tree to break through the soil and become branches, and slowly emerging from the ground, was very surprised. How could the speed of inputting would release chakra underground to control the roots of the tree be so fast? It's a pity that he can only input would release chakra to stimulate and control the roots of plants in the underground, and can't perform ninjutsu. Otherwise, the combination of mayfly technique and wood release would be really unsolvable. He only needs to hide underground to perform wood release, and the people outside can only escape or die, because they can't find Yagyu's location at all. No matter how strong the perception is, Yagyu's breath can't be found. It's a pity that just as Uchiha Itachi said, there is no perfect technique in this world, even the divine skills have flaws. Long time no see, Lord Orochimaru. Yagyu walked out of the darkness, looked at Orochimaru who was fixed by the silent binding technique, smiled gently, and greeted him politely. "It's you." Orochimaru's pupils shrank immediately, and he recognized the Yagyu who almost killed him and Kabuto Yakushi some time ago. There was no way, the scene of the surging sea of trees was too profound. Seeing that it was Yagyu who came, Orochimaru subconsciously thought about it and asked, "Are you here to bring Sasuke back?" "No, Sasuke chose to join you, this is his choice." Yagyu shook his head and told the truth. With his hatred for Uchiha Itachi, unless Konoha is willing to use the whole village to help him kill Uchiha Itachi, before you have nothing to teach him, even if I force him to go back, he will soon leave Konoha and come back to you. So, I won't do these things that are in vain. Hehe. Hearing Yagyu's words, Orochimaru instantly realized that he came for other purposes, and the fear in his heart calmed down immediately, and he laughed a little hoarsely, as expected of the top student who has always suppressed Sasuke. As a classmate, you really know Sasuke very well. After that, Orochimaru was not in a hurry to ask about the real purpose of Yagyu's coming here, but seemed to remember something, and couldn't help but probe. Speaking of which, since that day, I have been very curious, are you really a descendant of the Senju clan, or one of the 50 children, or the second-generation experimental subject created by Danzo and the old man? Are you talking about the wood-release experimental subject? Unfortunately, I am not that kind of replica. Yagyu folded his arms, stretched out a finger, and looked directly at Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi with his red eyes. He rarely showed a condescending attitude and introduced himself. My name is Senju Yagyu. The branches wrapped around Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi's bodies emerged with blue chakra flames, which were the chakras that Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi were sucked away. This is the characteristic of the real wood release. To be precise, it is a characteristic that only the wood release, which is as vast as the source of life, can have chakra absorption. Chapter 91 The Existence of Another Dimension. The difference in strength, don't seek death. In just a few blinks of an eye, Orochimaru, a cage-level strongman, and Kabuto Yakushi, who was not afraid of Hitaki Kakashi, had their chakras mostly sucked away by the branches on their bodies. Yagyu didn't suck all their chakras, but after they fell into a weak state, he stopped absorbing chakras and released the silent killing binding technique that held them. They broke free from the restraints, but did not choose to escape. Because they all knew that they could not escape in this state. Orochimaru, who left soul fragments in the heaven's curse seal of Uchiha Sasuke and Mitarashi Anko, was actually not that afraid of death. And through the conversation just now, Orochimaru could see that Yagyu came here not for Uchiha Sasuke, but for him. So, Orochimaru quickly calmed down, and his bandaged mouth once again let out a slightly hoarse laugh. Such wood release and chakra are indeed not comparable to those replicas implanted with Hashirama's cells. It seems that the Senju of the forest, which has been in decline for many years, will return to the top of the ninja world again. After the compliment, Orochimaru got straight to the point. Since you are not here to take Uchiha Sasuke away, and you didn't kill us last time or this time, I guess you must need my help. In the last sentence, Orochimaru's tone was full of affirmation. As expected of the legendary Sunin, you can still be so rational in this situation. Yagyu praised, then walked up to Orochimaru, put his hand into the inner pocket of his black windbreaker, and smiled. I came here this time to make a deal with you, Lord Orochimaru. After speaking, Yagyu took out a mask from his windbreaker. It was a white mask with a hideous expression, like a devil. What is this? Orochimaru's eyes, which were only exposed to the outside, were full of doubts. At this time, he obviously had not found out the ability and cracking method of Shiki Fusion, and knew nothing about this mask. However, Yagyu's next words shocked him. Yagyu fiddled with the mask in his hand and chuckled. This mask is called the Death Mask, and it is the only way to crack Shiki Fusion. Orochimaru stood up instantly, staring at the death mask in Yagyu's hand with his pupils constricted. His breathing suddenly became extremely rapid, and his body was trembling slightly. If it weren't for reason suppressing the impulse, Yagyu and Kabuto Yakushi had no doubt that Orochimaru would not be able to help but pounce on the death mask at this time. In this regard, Yagyu and Kabuto Yakushi understood Orochimaru's feelings very well. Yagyu, as a time traveler, and Kabuto Yakushi, as Orochimaru's most capable assistant, they all knew that Orochimaru's obsession with immortality and ninjutsu was beyond everyone's imagination. In order to obtain immortality and to learn all ninjutsu, Orochimaru was willing to give up everything. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen took away Orochimaru's hands, making him lose the ability to use ninjutsu, which was more painful than killing Orochimaru. And now, the opportunity to get his hands back is right in front of him. It's already very remarkable that Orochimaru can still hold back. Looking at Orochimaru's extremely rapid breathing, Yagyu also, instead of retreating with the death mask, he held the death mask in his hand closer and admired Orochimaru's reaction through the window of his heart. However, his action made Orochimaru calm down quickly. What do you want? Orochimaru stared into Yagyu's eyes and asked. Without probing, Orochimaru knew that this death mask and what Yagyu said must be true. If nothing unexpected happened, the transaction Yagyu mentioned should require the use of his technique. And that technique is currently only known to him. Otherwise, Yagyu would not have taken out the death mask, let alone been so kind to help him get his hands back. Big guys are big guys, they have such a good mentality. Seeing that Orochimaru regained his sanity so quickly and did not lose control and try to snatch the death mask, Yagyu could not help but praise him, and then casually threw the death mask to Kabuto Yakushi with wide eyes, and slowly said, "The ability of the Shiki Fusion is to trade with the god of death with your own soul, allowing the god of death to cut off and take away the enemy's soul. The ability of the death mask is also to trade with the god of death, exchanging your own soul for the soul devoured by the god of death. Sir Orochimaru, do you want to take back your hands? You have to find a sacrifice who is willing to die for you and wear this mask. And my deal is also very simple, that is, let the sacrifice help you, Lord Orochimaru, get your hands back, and also liberate the soul of the previous Hokage. So that's it, your purpose is to save the soul of the predecessor." Orochimaru looked at the death mask in the hand of Kabuto Yakushi with a hot look, and then looked at Kabuto Yakushi, whose face changed slightly, but soon became firm. Under the bandage, he couldn't help but reveal a relieved smile. Then, Orochimaru nodded to Yagyu and said, "No problem, I promise you. I haven't finished yet, Lord Orochimaru." Yagyu continued with a smile, "After liberating the soul of the previous Hokage, I want you to use the impure world reincarnation technique to revive them, and I want to have a conversation with the previous Hokage." Hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Yagyu deeply. Obviously, he had guessed Yagyu's purpose. The conversation was fake, but the real purpose was to get a more advanced wood release ninjutsu from the first Hokage. Could it be that there was no wood release scroll left by the first Hokage in the Forbidden Technique Library of Konoha, or it was lost? Thinking of this, Orochimaru suddenly felt happy, and his fear of Yagyu instantly dissipated. However, on the surface, he nodded readily, "It's a small matter, I promise you." "Then let's start." Yagyu raised his head and looked at Kabuto Yakushi, who was holding the death mask. Orochimaru also looked at Kabuto Yakushi. Facing the gazes of the two, Kabuto Yakushi showed no fear on his face, but took off his glasses and was about to put on the death mask. At this time, Orochimaru suddenly said, "Kabuto, go and call Hong Lien." Kabuto Yakushi was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." After walking out of the dimly lit room, Kabuto Yakushi came back with a woman with light purple hair not long after. Yagyu knew this woman, and her name was also written in Yagyu's diary. She was one of the important figures in the original Shippuden Three Tails incident, and possessed the blood limit crystal release. The other party was one of Orochimaru's reincarnation containers. If Orochimaru had not been anxious to get Uchiha Sasuke's body and thought he could be reincarnated in time, he would not have asked someone to bring Hong Lien to the base in advance. Then Orochimaru's current body would be this woman's. "Lord Orochimaru." As soon as Hong Lien came in, she knelt on one knee in front of Orochimaru, looking at Orochimaru sitting on the throne, her eyes full of fanaticism and admiration. At this time, Hong Lien had not yet awakened. Her dream was the same as Kimimura's, hoping to become Orochimaru's container. For this reason, she regretted not arriving in time, forcing Lord Orochimaru to choose Jinayumaru as the reincarnation container, and was very dissatisfied and disgusted with Uchiha Sasuke, who had been determined to be the reincarnation container 3 years later. Looking at Hong Lien kneeling on the ground, Orochimaru asked gently, "Hong Lien, did Kabuto tell you?" "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Hong Lien said fearlessly, "As long as Lord Orochimaru can get back the ninjutsu, I am willing to sacrifice my life. Don't you regret it?" Orochimaru said in a gentle voice, "If you don't want to, I can choose someone else to do it. I am willing, and I am not sure about those guys." Hong Lien stood up and snatched the death mask from Kabuto Yakushi, looking at Orochimaru with firm eyes. "My life was originally given by Lord Orochimaru, and I am very satisfied to be able to live until now. Since Kimimaro and I have not been able to become the reincarnation container of Lord Orochimaru, let me do something for you like Kimimaro." After saying that, Hong Lien put on the death mask without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Yagyu suddenly felt a little admiration for Orochimaru. In terms of Pua ability, no one in the entire ninja world can compare to Orochimaru. Even when facing a brainwashed chess piece, Uchiha Madara had to leave a curse seal just in case. On the other hand, Orochimaru relied on his personality charm to make his subordinates fight for him. Even when Mitarashi Anko turned against him, it was because Orochimaru didn't take her with him when he left Konoha, not because Orochimaru became a traitor. Except for Anko in addition, there are important characters such as Kimimaro, Guren, Kabuto Yakushi, and Mitsuki from Boruto. If these important characters are not counted, there must be many people in Otagakure who are willing to die for Orochimaru. Compared with Orochimaru, Yagyu, who uses the advantage of knowing the plot and Yasashi's Pua ability, is too weak. Only in front of Orochimaru does Yagyu dare not call himself a cultivation master. Although there are many people in Otagakure who are willing to die for Orochimaru, Orochimaru obviously does not trust them. After Kimimiro's death, the only people he can trust are Kabuto Yakushi and Guren. What's more fatal is that Guren also does not trust those guys and wants to use her life to ensure that Orochimaru can get his hands back. Shua. As Guren put on the death mask, her body suddenly surged with blue chakra flames. As soon as these chakras emerged, they all gathered inside the death mask, as if attracted by a magnet. After a while, the chakra aura on Honglian's body dissipated. A spirit suddenly flew out from the mask of the god of death, floating behind Honglian and rapidly enlarging, forming a god of death with fluffy white hair, wearing a loose white robe, looking like a devil, and holding a knife in his mouth. Of course, only Honglian can see this god of death, just like only those who use the technique of Shiki Fusion can see the god of death. Even so, Orochimaru's body still felt a chilling chill, and his mind couldn't help but replay the scene of the sole of his hands being cut off. The pain of being unable to move his hands and even affecting the whole body, causing the body to collapse prematurely and having to reincarnate, seemed to have come back again. After entering the ninja school, Orochimaru began to get used to the pain brought by fighting. As a genin going out on missions and fighting with enemies, he also got used to various injuries, and even almost saw the god of death many times. But after seeing the god of death, Orochimaru realized that the pain and injuries were not as severe as the god of death's sword. Even the pain of tearing his soul apart was not as severe as the god of death's sword. Orochimaru, who had a trump card, was not afraid of Yagyu, nor was he afraid of Uchiha Itachi and Tendo Pain who could kill him in one glance. Orochimaru, who was more immortal than Kakuzu and Haiden, had to choose a person to fear, and that should be the invisible god of death. Yagyu didn't know what Orochimaru was thinking. At this moment, he also felt the temperature drop in the room, and then a red light flashed in his eyes, and his expression was full of solemnity. Invisible. Yagyu couldn't see the existence of the god of death either. There is no doubt that the level of this god of death is like the six-path sage, whose body is dead but whose soul can still freely go back and forth between the world of the dead and the world of the living. He belongs to another dimension. It's just that I don't know if the world where the god of death is located is the same place as the soul of the six-path sage and the soul of the dead. If so, it's good news. The god of death needs the practitioner to use the Shiki Fusion or the mask of the god of death to appear in the world of the living, which requires considerable conditions. This means that the soul of the six-path sage returns to the world of the living and takes action in the world of the living, and it also needs to pay an unknown price, and cannot be reckless. And Yagyu has already exposed the wood release. If the six-path sage is really powerful, then he must have noticed him, and maybe even found that he has the chakra of Ashura in his body. But the six-path sage did not come to the door, either because he couldn't do it, or like everyone else, he was deceived by Yagyu. Whichever it is good news for Yagyu. He only needs to continue to maintain his bright personality, and when his strength reaches the six paths level, he will not be afraid of the calculations and observations of these behind-the-scenes black hands. Puff. At this time, the sound of a sharp weapon entering the body sounded. Honglian did nothing, but a huge knife wound suddenly appeared on her stomach, and blood splattered. Ah! Honglian let out a miserable scream, and her body fell to the ground and kept rolling and struggling. Above her body, 5 blue spirits appeared out of thin air. As soon as these blue spirits appeared, 4 of them disappeared. The remaining spirit flew towards Orochimaru and soon sank into his body. The next second, Orochimaru's hands flashed blue light. Back, back! Orochimaru stood up and looked at his hands that had broken free from the bandages. Not only did his 10 fingers regain flexibility, but his meridians could also mobilize chakra. His voice trembled with excitement. My ninjutsu, all came back. At the same time, Honglian, who was rolling on the ground, also lost her voice. A blue spirit also flew out of her body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Obviously, Her soul had been taken away by the god of death. Yagyu came to her body, collected the death mask, and then looked at Orochimaru, who had calmed down and was also looking at him, and smiled faintly. There is a huge gap between our strengths. Don't seek death, Lord Orochimaru. Chapter 92 The Real Konoha F4. You are too arrogant, Sandame. I am the hope of Konoha. It's not that Yagyu looks down on Orochimaru, but his weakness is too obvious. Orochimaru, whose soul has been split into two pieces, his spirit is the biggest flaw. Just like Uchiha Itachi, who didn't need to open the Mangekyo Sharingan, just a combination of the magic shackle technique and the golden binding technique to kill the big one in seconds, just like Orochimaru. Yagyu only needs to expose his Sharingan to kill Orochimaru in one glance. Even if he doesn't expose his Sharingan, Yagyu's wood-style chakra absorption is also the absolute nemesis of Orochimaru. Like his teacher, Orochimaru is the best at the 5 elements styles, and only has a few forbidden techniques, so he doesn't have the ability to restrain and ignore wood styles. If he reveals the true form of the Yamata no Orokai, it will be even more unlucky. Wood styles only need to entangle him, just like entangle the tailed beasts, and his chakra will be quickly sucked dry. Lose chakra, not dying will only make him a punching bag. As Yagyu said, their strength is very different, and if Orochimaru dares to have any ideas, he is courting death. Looking at Yagyu, whose smile is full of disdain and whose eyes even have a hint of contempt, Orochimaru fell into silence. He did want to attack Yagyu for a moment when he had just taken back his hands. Even if he was seriously injured or died, as long as he left the Heaven's Curse seal on Yagyu's body, that would be his victory. At that time, his soul fragments only needed to silently wait for Yagyu to encounter a strong enemy and fall into weakness, and there would be hope to take over this body with real wood release and blood limit. Which one should I choose, Sharingan or real wood release? As long as you are not a fool, you know what to choose. After all, the whole ninja world knows the story of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, especially Orochimaru, who was born in Konoha, had a wood release experiment, and now has Hashirama's cells in his hands. He knows too well how powerful Hashirama Senju is. Even if the consciousness dies, the body is still alive. Just a few cells can make a strong man of the Jonin level explode and die. This is something that is beyond Orochimaru's understanding and is still being studied until now. So when Orochimaru heard Yagyu's words, his heart, which had just taken back his hands and was swollen, instantly calmed down as if a basin of cold water was poured on it. Not to mention that most of the chakra has been sucked away now. Even if I were in my prime, I would not be a match for Yagyu. This boy, who is the same age as Uchiha Sasuke, is as powerful as Uchiha Itachi. They may become the Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara of this era. Thinking of this, Orochimaru slowly took off the bandage on his face, revealing a face full of scars. But the next second, Orochimaru just raised his hand and wiped it, and the blue chakra flashed, and the scars on his face disappeared. It's not a medical ninjutsu, but a facial erasure technique. Orochimaru, who lost both hands, could only let Kabuto Yakushi transplant his face skin onto this body through surgery. But after taking back his hands, it only took a moment to change his face. After returning to his original appearance, Orochimaru showed his usual evil smile on his face and said to Yagyu, "Come with me, Yagyu-kun." After speaking, Orochimaru walked towards the door. Yagyu and Kabuto Yakushi followed. Walking out of the dim room, there was an underground corridor with candles lit outside. Turning left and right in the corridor, Orochimaru led the two to an underground prison. In the past, a large number of criminals were imprisoned here, all of whom were ninjas from the land of fields who tried to resist Orochimaru. But now, there are fewer prisoners here, and they were all killed by Orochimaru's current body, Huanyumaru. Kabuto, go find 4 sacrifices. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru did not take Yagyu down, but gave instructions to Kabuto Yakushi, and continued to walk towards a corridor. After passing through several corridors, Orochimaru took Yagyu to a place with luxurious decoration and wide space. Not long after, Kabuto Yakushi and his shadow clone brought 4 unconscious prisoners to Yagyu and Orochimaru. Ugh! Suddenly, Orochimaru made a nauseating vomiting sound from his mouth. His mouth opened inhumanly, spitting out a scroll covered with mucus. Yagyu, who could dismember Kakuzu and Haiden without blinking, still couldn't help frowning, feeling a little uncomfortable. There was no way, this was a different kind of disgust. Orochimaru opened the scroll, which was a storage scroll. With a bang, white smoke dispersed, and several things appeared on the scroll. These were all media for the impure world reincarnation technique. Kabuto Yakushi took the initiative to help, put the media on the prisoners one by one, and then stepped back a distance. Orochimaru, who had lost his hands for a while, made hand seals for the first time in a long time, then squatted down and patted the ground, and shouted softly, "Immortal reincarnation technique." Chakra turned into black runes, spreading towards the 4 prisoners like a snake. Ah! When the runes spread to the prisoners who were originally in a coma suddenly screamed, their expressions were hideous, and their bodies stood up uncontrollably. At the same time, a large amount of white dust appeared out of thin air around them, as if attracted by a magnet, covering the prisoners and wrapping them into 4 white dumplings. The next second, these 4 white dumplings, just like Yagyu's wood transformation, turned into human outlines at a speed visible to the naked eye, dyed with various colors, and soon turned into 4 people with different hair colors, different eye colors, and different ages, but the whites of their eyes were the same color. A man with cracks all over his body. Even if a child from Konoha appeared here, they would be able to recognize their identities. It was the previous Hokage carved on the Hokage rock, the real Konoha F4. Weren't we sealed by the monkey? How did we appear here? Hashirama Senju asked 3 questions in a row just after being resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, then scratched his head and said to himself, "Just now I seem to have returned to the world of the dead. Could it be that hallucinations will also occur after death? It's not an illusion, big brother." Tobirama Senju folded his arms, looked at Orochimaru in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "It should be this kid named Orochimaru who helped us escape the seal of the god of death, and then resurrected us by the impure world reincarnation. It seems that the monkey lost. I'm very sorry, the first generation, Mr. Tobirama." Abe Hiruzen said with shame on his face, "I didn't expect that there is a way to break the seal of Shiki Fujin. I am also very surprised." Minato Namikaze also looked at Orochimaru with a surprised face, and couldn't help asking, "Lord Orochimaru, how did you do it?" "Long time no see, Minato." Orochimaru smiled and greeted Minato Namikaze, then looked at Yagyu who walked to his side with his arms folded, and said, "I didn't know the solution to Shiki Fujin at first, all this is thanks to Yagyu-kun's help." Orochimaru's words instantly shifted the attention of Konoha F4 to Yagyu. The next second after seeing Yagyu, Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze were both stunned. Even Tobirama Senju, who had a sharp look and a scrutinizing gaze, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Senju Hashirama walked out and stood between Yagyu and Senju Tobirama, then looked left and right several times, then suddenly returned to the team, poked Senju Tobirama's shoulder with his elbow, and said with a sly smile, "Tobirama, did you secretly leave an illegitimate child outside before the look of this boy, and this chakra? He can't be your descendant, right?" "Brother, don't say these brainless words." Senju Tobirama said with a full forehead of black lines, "Our parents are the same person, but our hair color and eye color are different, which means this is a problem of genetic mutation. If he is really a descendant of the Senju clan, then he is more likely to be your descendant." "I see." Senju Hashirama hammered his palm with the back of his hand, with a look of sudden realization on his face. "Yagyu, why are you with Orochimaru?" At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "Do you know how dangerous you are? Working with you will bring disaster to Konoha. You are too arrogant, Sandame." Yagyu glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said lightly, "The people who brought disaster to Konoha were you and the elders of Konoha from beginning to end, and I am the hope of Konoha." After saying that, Yagyu raised his hand to activate the wood release chakra, and a sapling grew out of his palm. "This is wood release." Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato suddenly widened their eyes, with a look of shock on their faces. Senju Tobirama finally smiled and said, "With this kind of yang release chakra, big brother, he is indeed your descendant. It seems to be true, but why does it look a little wrong?" Senju Hashirama was also surprised, but more puzzled. He scratched his head and said, "I have black hair and black eyes, Mito has red hair and black eyes, why do my descendants have the same hair color and eye color as you, Tobirama?" Senju Tobirama's face suddenly turned black, and he said unhappily, "This is inherited from the previous generation. My father and mother are not silver hair and red eyes. Then how did my hair color and eye color come from? Is that so?" Senju Hashirama hit his palm with the back of his hand again, looking as if he had suddenly realized something. This scene made Yakushi Kabuto blush. Is this the legendary god of ninja? Why is it different from what I imagined? You are indeed a descendant of the Senju clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down and first confirmed Yagyu's identity, then asked in confusion, looking at your appearance, it should not be long since the Chunin exam, and it is obvious that you have not just awakened wood release, so why don't you use wood release? It's simple, because I don't dare. Yagyu had a mocking expression on his face and sneered, I am very glad that I awakened wood release when I was 7 years old. At that time, I had read about the Second Ninja World War, knew about Konoha White Fang, the legendary 3 ninjas, and then learned how they died, how they defected and left the village. Same when I was in the village, I also witnessed how you bowed to the enemy ninja village and handed over the body of the Hyuga clan leader's brother, and the Uchiha clan was destroyed overnight without any movement. You chose to bow your head and give in to the slander of the enemy ninja village. You can strike hard at your own powerful family. Some time ago, I learned about the relationship between Naruto and the 4th generation. I am really curious about who spread the rumor that Naruto is a demon fox, and why you issued an order prohibiting discussion of Naruto as a demon fox. Thanks to your various warnings, I always live cautiously until you die. As Yagyu's last words fell, the whole audience was silent. The smiles on the faces of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama disappeared and shifted to the face of Orochimaru, who was watching the show. 3rd generation, you. Namikaze Minato looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with disappointment in his eyes. Although Yagyu said very little, he also knew the price of becoming a Jinchuriki. But listening after hearing what Yagyu said, he could still imagine Naruto's life over the years, and he also knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take good care of Naruto as he had entrusted. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato's heart was suddenly filled with guilt and self-blame. Monkey, you are so disappointing. Senju Tobirama also looked at his disciple with disappointment. Senju Hashirama asked seriously, Monkey, did you attack your own people and Madara's people? I. Facing the gaze and questioning of the 3 Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had originally stood at the highest moral position to accuse Yagyu, was speechless. To be precise, he didn't know where to start for a while, which was too much to describe. However, Yagyu did not give him a chance to explain, and directly said to Orochimaru, Sir Orochimaru, I don't want to see him anymore, remove the jutsu from him. Although I am curious about how Sarutobi teacher will explain, but since it is your request, Yagyu-kun, then let it be. Orochimaru smiled and nodded, then made a seal to remove the impure world reincarnation jutsu from Sarutobi Hiruzen, so that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who still had some conscience, returned to the world of the dead with a lot of guilt. Yagyu looked at the remaining 3 Hokage and said seriously, Predecessors, I need your help. We don't even have 1/10 of the power we had in our lifetime, so we can't help you in terms of combat power. Senju Tobirama said the truth, Junior, you came for our technique, right? Yes and no. Yagyu nodded and said, Sister Tsunade is now the 5th Hokage of Konoha. I have actually read the Wood Release Scroll and the Book of Seals a long time ago. Ah. Senju Hashirama was stunned for a moment, then asked with a worried look on his face, now that Tsunade has become Hokage, will the village be okay? Don't worry, I will control Sister Tsunade. Yagyu had a doting smile on his face. Seeing Yagyu's heartfelt smile, Senju Tobirama was more certain that he was the descendant of his eldest brother, and asked, since you have read the Wood Release Scroll and the Book of Seals, what help do you need? I need your experience. Yagyu said seriously, there is a group of extremely dangerous guys hiding in the ninja world now. Their targets are the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki, and their leader has the legendary Samsara Eye. Samsara Eye. Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato were shocked, and the latter said in disbelief, the head of the 3 legendary eye techniques, the eyes of the mythical 6-path sage, actually exist. Orochimaru also said with surprise, Yagyu-kun, you actually know pain too. /